Our main character is Pak Han-yul, a 22-year-old working at the bustling bok goods factory, known by his colleagues as an incredibly energetic and enthusiastic worker, unlike the rest of them. In fact, they rarely see Pak Han-yul eat properly, as he's constantly downing vitamins. A vitamin addict really, because he possesses the extraordinary ability to get high off them. When high on vitamins, his work rate far exceeds that of others. Pak Han-yul realized this special ability after taking a nutritional supplement from a comrade during his military service. After sleeping and going to work, Pak Han-yul was even more certain that his body was unusual. Even if he spent a whole day working hard, just 2 doses of vitamins would completely clear away his fatigue. Specifically, the effects vary. Omega. 3 seconds sharpen the mind and improve focus, while other compounds enhance muscle strength. As usual, Pak Han-yul finishes work at the factory and takes the bus home. On his way home, as he wondered whether to buy some canned coffee at the convenience store, a beautiful girl approached him. At first, Pak Han-yul thought she was going to ask for his number like in those romance movies, but when she opened her mouth, she said, "Your face looks good. If you have time, could you spare a moment for me to explain about the way?" Pak Han-yul's bubble burst. Wasn't this the classic line scammers in Korea used to reel people in? He turned to leave, but the girl persisted, "I'm really not a bad person. My name is Han Jun. He angels have appeared at the North and South Korean borders. Okay, have a nice day." Pak Han-yul had no idea what she was talking about, but just mumbled in response and ran away as fast as he could. He'd heard of scams like this, but never thought he'd be a target. Angels, more like a 2-bit con artist. Because of his father, Pak Han-yul hated religion and deities. His father used to be a very steadfast man. But one day he told Pak Han-yul's mother that he had decided to cultivate immortality to create elixirs. After uttering those shocking words, he quit his job and returned to his hometown to live with Pak Han-yul's grandparents, where he attempted to concoct elixirs by mixing various medicines and herbs. Instead of a miracle cure, Pak Han-yul only remembers his father being rushed to the hospital for stomach hemorrhages. Then one day he left a note, saying he was going into the mountains because his medicine wasn't working. Pak Han-yul's father promised to return soon full of energy and strength. Pak Han-yul was only 2 years old at the time, but 20 years have passed, and his father is still nowhere to be found. Pak Han-yul's mother struggled immensely because of his sudden disappearance. That's why he hated all that superstitious nonsense. Instead of searching for miracle cures, his father should have used supplements and vitamins like him. Lost in thought, Pak Han-yul quickly stepped into a convenience store to buy a can of coffee. When he came out, passers-by were crowded around, gazing at a strange phenomenon unfolding in the sky. Above, a portal-like rift tore open in the sky, looking like something straight out of a Marvel movie. Pak Han-yul couldn't see it as art or anything of the sort. Could it really be a UFO? He pondered this, taking a sip of his coffee, when suddenly a massive boom echoed. Immediately after, the ground cracked open, revealing a huge hole in the road. From the depths, a hand emerged, its fingers crimson, its nails sharp and green. Passers-by screamed and scattered in terror. Only Pak Han-yul remained frozen with his half-finished coffee, as a true monster emerged from the hole. Never in his wildest dreams did Pak Han-yul imagine encountering a real monster in the 21st century. He swallowed hard, the tension mounting. Pak Han-yul's mind knew he had to run, but his body wouldn't respond until the coffee finally kicked in. Pak Han-yul's body, fueled by caffeine and sugar, was now energized. His central nervous system stimulated, his senses sharpened. The monster lunged, but strangely its speed seemed like slow motion. Or rather, everything around him was slowing down. Pak Han-yul was stunned, the coffee can falling from his hand. Could a single can of coffee really have this kind of effect? Pak Han-yul barely has time to process this when desperate cries for help pierce his ears. Gritting his teeth, Pak Han-yul knew he couldn't let these monsters run rampant. He had the power to fight back, and he would. With that thought, Pak Han-yul kicked, sending the monster's weapon flying and staggering it back. Seizing the chance, he snatched up the weapon and delivered a crushing blow. One monster fainted immediately, seemingly weaker than Pak Han-yul thought. But the trouble didn't end there. After taking down one monster, its brethren swarmed Pak Han-yul. He hated complications, but if the situation demanded it, he'd play along. And so Pak Han-yul used his superior speed to take down monster after monster. They were many, but he was faster, giving him a significant advantage. In the end, Pak Han-yul defeated all the monsters in the neighborhood, but before he could catch his breath, the ground shook and another monster appeared. But compared to the others, its size was overwhelming, and its demeanor was far more ferocious. This was clearly the boss of the monsters. And if that's the case, he's in big trouble, because in games the boss is always stronger than the rest. But Pak Han-yul has no choice but to pick up his weapon and continue fighting. He reassured himself that maybe this monster was weaker than it looked, but reality proved otherwise. The boss was not as weak as he thought. But just then, the coffee's effects wore off, and the boss swung its massive spiked club down on him with terrifying speed. Luckily, the monster didn't smash Pak Han Yule's head, but instead sent him flying towards a nearby convenience store that was frantically closing to escape the monster. But Pak Han Yule was sent flying by the blow, crashing through the convenience store window. The boss monster followed close behind, leaving the store clerk trembling in fear. Pak Han Yule, meanwhile, lit a cigarette. The chemicals within felt like a divine elixir, instantly boosting his strength. Han Yule rushed towards the monster, who was about to attack the store clerk, and punched it with all his might. The monster went flying dozens of meters, the force of the punch tearing up the ground when it landed. Pak Han Yule lit another cigarette, the nicotine sharpening his senses. His central nervous system stimulated, adrenaline surged. Now Pak Han Yule felt his strength overflowing to the point where he just wanted to unleash it all on that monster. And while the monster was still down, Pak Han Yule unleashed a flurry of punches, his superior strength and speed leaving the boss unable to defend itself. After being pummeled relentlessly, the boss unleashes its pent-up power. It retaliates with a blow powerful, but too slow for Pak Han Yule, who easily evades and counters with a kick. It instantly collapses, and Pak Han Yule leaps into the air, stomping on its face with such force that its head is buried in the concrete. Exhausted Pak Han Yule thought it was finally over, but as he turned his back, the boss monster rose again. It attacked from behind while Pak Han Yule was distracted, pinning him to the ground, one hand holding his head, the other ready to deliver a devastating blow. If that blow had landed, Pak Han Yule feared his skull would have shattered, so he couldn't let it hit. Just as the monster's attack was about to fall, Pak Han Yule managed to raise his hand in defense. The monster is shocked that a seemingly ordinary bookish man could block its punch, even overpowering it. Pak Han Yule seizes its arm and delivers a crushing blow to its throat. The monster roars and collapses its heavy body, landing on Pak Han Yule, who kicks it off and gasps for breath. After that brutal fight, Pak Han Yule was too exhausted to move. But then he heard the desperate cries of innocent people once more. Pak Han Yule had just taken out a horde of monsters, and now they were back. He struggled to sit up, but he was completely drained. He didn't know where these monsters came from, or why they attacked humans, only that they showed no mercy to anyone. And if Pak Han Yule doesn't do something, this whole neighborhood will turn into a sea of blood. He sees a monster grabbing a fat man by the neck, but all Pak Han Yule can do is scream for it to stop. He was utterly exhausted, unable to intervene, and the monster paid no heed to his cries. The club in its hand was raised, ready to crush the youth's head like tofu. But in this tense moment, a figure in white descended from the sky. The figure pulled a talisman from their robes, throwing it towards the savage monster. But this talisman targeted more than just the beast. Mid-flight, the talisman multiplied, splitting into 7, forming a magic circle that engulfed the monsters and unleashed a devastating shockwave. Every monster within the 7 talismans' range was obliterated into dust, leaving Han Yun stunned and staring intently. This girl doesn't seem normal at all, more like a cultivator from a comic, and she seems to have noticed him because she's starting to approach. Impressive. You can slay monsters without training, the girl spoke with an arrogant tone. Before Han Yun could answer, she pressed on asking what kind of monster he was, and he felt an immense pressure from this strange girl. Before Han Yun could answer, she commanded, "Let's see how much potential you have." Before Han Yun could process her words, his hand moved on its own. His palm reading astonished her. It belonged neither to celestial nor worldly power, yet it was far from ordinary. There's only one explanation: Han Yun possesses the power of exception. Her gaze suddenly turned cold. The palm reading showed that Han Yun could become one with the heavens, but she wouldn't allow such a potentially disastrous person to live, so she decided to eliminate him right then and there. But Han Yun had no idea she was about to be killed, even thinking the other woman was going to heal her. "Thank you," Han Yun said sincerely. "If you hadn't helped, I'm sure something terrible would have happened." Han Yun's sincerity was so genuine, it actually moved her. She felt his demeanor and pure energy were being wasted, but she did seem to reconsider taking his life. Instead, she conjures a pill and throws it into Han Yun's mouth, the bitter taste making him gag. But then an agonizing pain shot through him, and as it spread, Pak Han Yun collapsed with a heart-wrenching scream. The woman revealed it was a drug to seal his core potential. It's usually used to seal away untamable monsters, and now it's being used on someone with your kind of power. The woman felt no guilt about stealing Han Yun's power, believing she was right to do so, as his extraordinary potential could one day destroy the world. Though the pill may cause suffering, it's for the best. Don't hold a grudge, and if fate allows, we shall meet again. The woman left those words behind and flew away, leaving a breathless Pak Han Yun in her wake. He didn't know what he'd done wrong, who that woman was to treat him this way, or what she meant by the abnormal power called Phi Force. He could only guess it had something to do with the drugs enhancing his strength. But if that's the case, then this is truly absurd. Without that special attribute, Han Yun would have already perished when that monster appeared. He even used it to save innocent people, and that's how she treats him. Han Yun can't believe he's been sealed. Despite the excruciating pain, he dragged himself to the convenience store, grabbed a bottle of oolong tea and chugged it down, hoping its active ingredients would detoxify his liver and kidneys. Then Han Yun picked up a bunch of health supplements and energy drinks, hoping they would do the trick. But his entire body remained numb, and Han Yun still felt terrible. He was sure the mysterious woman's pill had done something to his body, but Han Yun had no time to dwell on it. But first he needs to pack his things and find his mother when he receives an emergency text from the head of the Special Disaster Management Department. With monsters suddenly appearing, citizens are urged to stay indoors until further notice, with a link to download an app for updates. Han Yun clicks the link, revealing an app called Special Case #24 from the Special Disaster Management Department. But something about it feels cheap and poorly designed. But Han Yun simply thought the ministry had rushed the design in an emergency, so it wasn't perfect, and since it was attached to an emergency alert, it probably wasn't a scam. Thinking this, Han Yun downloads the app, registers, and completes his WebFade ID. Once verified, the phone should have been directed to the app's homepage. But then an even stranger phenomenon occurred. From the phone screen, ancient characters materialized, floating in the air and enveloping Han Yun, nearly scaring him to death. What is all this? What's with the red text? Are these ancient characters? What in the world is going on? No one could answer Han Yun's questions. Instead, a window like those in video games appeared before him, displaying a message. We have confirmed that your body possesses spirit energy. We will now begin analyzing it. Analyzing. Spirit power. Analyze, what is this? Han Yun was confused, but suddenly he remembered the terrifying woman he'd encountered. If this physical analysis concludes that he's a non-force user like that, strange woman said, will he be collared and chained? The analysis takes a long time. Before Han Yun could see the results, his body was racked with pain, his strength fading. He slowly collapsed, just like when he'd taken that pill. Could its effects be wearing off again? Han Yun frantically grabbed bottles from the floor to drink, finally feeling a little better. Before long, the spirit energy analysis came back, revealing that the abundant power within Han Yun was volum. Its essence is the blue of earth and sky, representing the trees. Sometimes water is found within the wood, and they call it volum. Among the readily available energies distilled into remedies worldwide, volum is considered a superior power source, and that was the result of Han Yun's analysis. He read the notification several times, not understanding, before his stomach began to churn again. Then Han Yun collapsed, vomiting a strange liquid. Volum was the ingredient in the drug he was forced to take before, and remarkably, the health supplements he's been taking have neutralized all the drug's negative effects. Only the amazing effects of volum remained, and so an interesting transformation began within Han Yun's body. His body burned like coal. He clearly had a fever. Han Yun had planned to visit his mother, but in this condition he'd have to stay home until it passed. But enduring such a high fever isn't easy, and Han Yun does everything he can to find relief. Finally, he found a stance like those used in martial arts films, the meditation pose. Realizing it brought him comfort, Han Yun decided to stay still until his fever subsided. As he picked up his phone, the simulation window reappeared. It seemed the phone connected to that strange app was the link between Han Yun and the system. Aside from the information about the Azure energy source, the system also analyzes that his spiritual power belongs to the realm of wood element energy. This contradicts what the girl said about him being powerless, and why she forced that pill on him. The thought of it all ignited Han Yun's fury, but despite not knowing what had happened to his body, he felt relieved that the analysis showed he was normal. If the results were abnormal again, he wasn't sure if some weirdo like that girl would come to take his life tomorrow or the next day. Lost in thought, the virtual window in front of him changed, and a video began to play. "Hello, citizens of South Korea," the speaker in the video began, and President Han Yun listened intently. "First, I want to assure you that everything I'm about to say is true, and it's for the safety of everyone." Following this introduction, the president drops a bombshell, revealing that the world of 1,000,000 years ago was far grander and more mysterious than their current one, with creatures they call monsters roaming and ruling the lands. At the same time, creatures from another world poured through the gates in the sky, descending upon Earth, and humans became the weakest of all, slaughtered and discarded. In that chaotic era, some humans were blessed with a divine constitution, a unique power never before seen. This divine constitution granted them lifespans rivaling those of monsters. And this heralded the dawn of a new world, where any human could possess immense power. Later, those with the divine physique were called ascendants. To close the gates, the clear ones sacrificed their lives, ushering in an era where only humans could thrive on Earth, becoming legends in the process. Their stories were passed down through generations but gradually faded after thousands of years, and they continue to protect the world within the heavenly gate where only humanity resides. And so the story continues until just a few hours ago. Chosen sentinels patrol designated areas to protect the safety of the people, but those undergoing potential testing like Han Yun are required to follow the rules. The video cuts here, revealing another simulation window with a notification. Process complete. Yang Guangfeng's products are about to open. Despite understanding nothing, Pak Han Yul maintains his spirit and randomly clicks. A series of virtual windows appear around him, likely all skill guides tailored to his spiritual potential. The first thing that catches Pak Han Yul's eye is an image of a meditation posture identical to his own, marking 3 points on the body, the upper, middle, and lower dantian. The guide says that with systematic training, one can feel heat emanating from at least one of the 3 points, and when all 3 points heat up, one can begin qi cultivation. This breathing technique is the foundation for future power cultivation, and despite his skepticism, Pak Han Yul follows along. He closed his eyes, relaxed in the lotus position, and began to breathe deeply. This was truly miraculous. Just yesterday, Pak Han Yul was an atheist who hated religion because of his father, and now he's doing breathing exercises. After some breathing exercises, Pak Han Yul began to feel a warmth in the 3 acupoints of his body. It didn't seem so difficult after all, but the system advises him not to rush, as even those with divine physiques need time to feel the heat from those 3 points. It could take months, even years, depending on one's aptitude, and diligent training is the only path to success. A successful practitioner must reach a state of heavenly stillness, losing themselves and all awareness of their surroundings. And Pak Han Yul was slowly walking down that path to becoming a saint. When he awoke, the scene around him was shocking. Pak Han Yul was still sitting in the lotus position, but he had literally grown roots and the whole room had become a wasteland. And the space around him had become a miniature garden. Pak Han Yul had no idea how long he'd been like this. He struggled, tearing the vines from his body as he stood. His phone had long since died. Pak Han Yul had to venture into the hallway, remembering an electronic clock and calendar hanging there, but the numbers he saw left him utterly speechless. It's June 22nd, meaning 100 days have passed since he began his meditation and breathing exercises. Despite the shock, Pak Han Yul knows he must remain calm and take care of something important first. That is to take a bath, and thankfully there's still water in the house. After cleaning up and shaving, he felt reborn. His wounds from fighting the chai-wielding monsters had healed without a scar. What's more, he wasn't hungry, despite not eating for 100 days, and his body showed no signs of weight loss. In fact, he'd gained muscle. The phone on the table was charging, but whether it was actually working was another question. Looking through his broken window, Pak Han Yul saw a world ravaged after 3 months. Above a vast barrier surrounded by ominous arcane script, like a dome separating Earth from the outside world. At the center of the barrier is a gate shaped like a yin-yang symbol. Pak Han Yul guesses that's where the monsters are coming from, and behind that gate lies great danger. He was left behind in this desolate place, having lost himself in his training, and forgotten who he was unable to evacuate with everyone else. Lost in thought, Pak Han Yul suddenly felt a tremor beneath his feet. He initially thought it was another earthquake, but peering outside, he saw massive monsters lumbering about. With his current strength, Pak Han Yul couldn't face them, so he could only hide in the house as if he didn't exist while figuring out how to leave as soon as possible. The phone did manage to charge from the meager power of the battery pack, but upon turning it on, there was no signal. This is understandable, as no one lives around here anymore. With no other choice, Pak Han Yul opens the emergency app. At first, he didn't believe in divine intervention, but surviving 100 days of meditative sleep has made Pak Han Yul a believer. Unfortunately, the app required an internet connection for some features, so Pak Han Yul cursed and desperately searched for anything that worked offline. The only thing he could access was a window displaying his information. Everything was blank except for his name, age, spirit power aligned with the Boundary Realm Heavenly Eye skill and personal achievements listed as high. But what caught Pak Han Yul's attention were the 2 items below the app, showed he possessed the Yang Kuang Wind skill, the flight spell, and 2 other spell copies. The system also stated these were just basic spells, and he could obtain higher-level charms based on his ranking. Even though he didn't know how to use them yet, the fact that he could use spells at all was enough to excite Pak Han Yul. The first spell is Flight, a 9th-grade miniature space magic. Touching it with a finger and focusing breath into that fingertip will activate it. Pak Han Yul follows the instructions, feeling an electric shock in his fingertip. But the sensation quickly faded, and Pak Han Yul felt no change in his body at all. Is that it? Disappointed, he stood up and took a step. As a result, Pak Han Yul, who was several meters from the wall, crashed right into it. This was the so-called space compression magic. Han Yul took 1 step and slammed into the wall, nearly breaking his nose, but this spell wasn't bad at all. Han Yul was curious to see the remaining 2 and the second spell, Replication. Weight amplification would roughly help him increase his muscle strength. And the third is Light Warfare, like a shield. These 3 spells will increase his speed, attack, power, and defense. Han Yul wondered if this was his only way out of his current predicament, deciding to take the spells to the roof for a test run. If the monsters sensed him and attacked, he'd be in real trouble. Han Yul rummaged around and found a training system. Speaking of which, he copied the Qi control skill here last time, so he opens it up to take a look. Then Han Yul discovers that he can actually train the technique, helping it level up. Refinement is divided into 1 to 10 stars, so he can use wood-based skills in 5 years. The stronger the wood energy, the more experience Han Yul gains, allowing him to level up, and he's thrilled to see that his skills can be improved. But when he read that increasing by 1 star required at least 10 years, he didn't know what to say. So he'd need at least 50 more years, making him 72 years old, just to use a wood-type skill. Who are they kidding? But that's only if his skills started at 1 star. He can only hope his starting point is higher. Following the system's guidance, Han Yul channels energy into both hands, then his left to begin measuring. The number of rings on his hand would correspond to his current skill level, but before Han Yul could measure, he heard a loud crash at the door. Trouble arrives in the form of a monster that smashed through his door, a rhino-sized beast that looks incredibly strong. He frantically searched the system for anything that could help, but before he could find a solution, the monster lunged and bit down hard on Han Yul's left shoulder. The pain jolts Han Yul into the stark realization that his life hangs in the balance, and in that moment of life and death, something extraordinary awakens within him. In ancient China, there was a skill called the star-absorbing grand technique, an ability that allowed one to drain the life force of monsters. And in this emergency, Han Yul is now developing a skill similar to that of martial art meditation called He blocks the monster's sharp teeth with his bare hands, then slams it into the wall. Han Yul's luck was just enough for him to find a useful skill in this desperate situation, but before he could even sigh in relief, his body reacted violently. Han Yul's body collapsed, barely able to stand on one leg, as his energy slowly returned, and his red blood cells were stimulated to replace the blood lost to the monster. Han Yul didn't know exactly how he did it. He only felt an enormous surge of energy coursing through him. Afterward, the pain and fatigue vanished completely. Perhaps this was the nourishment provided after he took the monster's life force. Han Yul's body surged with energy. At this rate, he could withstand the Light Warrior spell. He approached the monster, noticing sprouts emerging from its body. This clearly just sprouted. Han Yul wasn't sure what it did, but he picked it and put it in his bag just in case. He left the house muttering to himself, "I can only use sprout once on each enemy. If he wants time to drain their life force before finishing them off, he'd better avoid fighting too many at once." He can't stay in that apartment, but once he goes outside, he knows he's in for a tough fight, holding out until the rescue team arrives. The light combat spell was his best option, as it repelled monsters and signaled for help, which was preferable to direct combat. But he hadn't been out of the room long, nor found a suitable place to cast the light spell, when he encountered another monster even more ferocious than the last, lunging to seize his arm. Han Yul poured all his strength into his remaining arm, unleashing a unique martial art called partition. A single strike ended the monster's life, but Han Yul found no joy in it. Barely out the door, he's already facing monsters. It seems there's no time to rest. He must use light warfare to call for help. With that thought, Han Yul starts running for his life. Reaching the stairs, he encounters another monster identical to the last, their relentless appearance leaving him no room to breathe. As he fought one another, lunged from behind, biting his leg. Han Yul was covered in wounds, but thankfully 3 months of meditation had strengthened his body, giving him the power to endure. He struggled to defeat the 2 monsters, but more kept coming, so he abandoned the idea of going downstairs and turned to run up to the rooftop. But this plan wasn't much better, as he stepped onto the roof and saw a monster bigger than all the others combined. Now Han Yul is trapped between the monsters, leaving him no choice but to gamble it all. So Han Yul took a run-up and charged straight towards the giant monster before him, activating the light magic on his phone when he was just 3 steps away. A blinding golden light emanates from the phone, carrying a force that seems to repel the monsters. Taking advantage of their retreat, Han Yul removes the rooftop door, covers himself, and hides in a corner, trying to minimize his presence. Sometime later, Han Yul faintly heard a voice. "Where are you? It seems we're safe now." Has the rescue team finally arrived? Han Yul frantically threw the door aside and ran toward the figure hovering in midair. "Here, I'm here." The man descended to Han Yul's level, asking if he had no appraisal, no magical artifacts or Phi spells. The man asked, wondering what the heck a Phi Han artifact even was. Han Yul scratches his ear, sheepishly admitting he's only learned the first 3 spells. The man, the fire deity, appears impatient, calling him troublesome, but tells him to reach out his hand so he can pull him along. Han Yul reached out, only to see another monster attempting to ambush the Taoist from behind. The boy panicked, pointing behind the man while stammering, but the fire master remained calm as the monster bared its sharp fangs ready to strike. To him, this was nothing more than a nuisance. The Taoist's prayer beads glowed, each bead separating and attacking the monster. Though small, the prayer beads flew with incredible speed, striking with such force that the monster collapsed on the spot. Feeling the immense pressure from the old man, Han Yun reluctantly reached out his hand. He clearly came to save you, but he grumbled and complained the whole way back as if he was forced to come here. "Who are you wandering around this restricted area?" Don't you value your own life? Before Han Yun could explain that he had just finished his 3-month meditation, the old fire master continued. Tell me though, I don't really care. Han Yun was speechless. This old man was so difficult. If he didn't care, why even ask? But out of courtesy, he forces a smile, thanking the man for saving his life. As they fly through the barrier, his phone immediately regains signal. Messages flooded in from his mother and relatives, and Han Yun breathed a sigh of relief. It's only natural to worry. After all, Han Yun had been out of contact for 100 days. Han Yun was taken back to his unit for questioning by the Fire Elder, as he had been missing for quite some time. But before that, Han Yun managed to call his mother, and thankfully she and the rest of their family seemed to be safe. He also promised to return after settling things there, but as the officer brought in tea to take his statement, the door burst open. A burly man with blonde hair barges in. The officer introduces him as Cha Hyun-jun, a subordinate under the unit's commander. Judging by Cha Hyun-jun's crude demeanor, Han Yun knew he was no good, and he was right. He aggressively kicked out the police officer, acting incredibly intimidating. And so, before he could even take a statement, the officer was sent packing, leaving only the two of them as Cha Hyun-jun began to intimidate Mr. Han Yun. You awakened your spiritual power before the gates opened, didn't you? Not exactly, Han Yun replied a bit breathless. Why do you ask? So you're telling me you're worthy of disturbing my master's rest? Cha Hyun-jun roared. Suddenly caught off guard, Han Yun felt a lump in his throat, so the old man who saved him was this arrogant guy's master. Cha Hyun-jun then shows Baek Han Yun his current level, explaining that there are 9 levels of cultivation for a purifier. These are the 9 levels of cultivation: Initiate, Adept, Grand Mystic, Celestial, Sovereign, Supreme Divine, and finally Zenith. Most newly awakened individuals are called disciples, and are at the Initiate level, but they are not yet considered true Celestials. Cha Hyun-jun was one such individual recognized by Firemaster for his talent, and deemed worthy to become his disciple. After awakening, age and ethnicity no longer matter. Whoever has more cultivation experience and a higher rank is the senior. You need to try your hardest to become stronger. For now you're my junior, so learn to obey your superiors, you trash. That's the unspoken and unchangeable rule, Cha Hyun-jun says. Han's face looked like he was about to strike Han Yun, but he wasn't too worried, sensing that the man was all bark and no bite. So your level is the lowest, right? What about your master? And where does that put him? Han Yun asked. Hearing him mention his master, Cha Hyun-jun flew into a rage, grabbing him by the collar, believing a nobody like Han Yun wasn't worthy to speak of him. Shut up, you piece of trash. If you were born with spiritual power, you should live quietly under the rule and management of your seniors. Seeing this stranger bare his fangs at him, Han Yun couldn't contain his anger. I heard people say you're not allowed to change masters more than 3 times right. Do you think your words are cool, and your master would be proud of your reaction? Cha Hyun-jun couldn't believe a newbie like Han Yun dared to speak to him like that, his face burning with anger. A brawl was about to break out, but just then Han Yun opened his personal information window. It clearly showed that his level was higher than Cha Hyun-jun's by 1 rank. I recall you saying that hierarchy was very important. And my level is higher than yours, isn't it? You'll have to work harder to become my senior, Cha Hyun-jun. The invisible pressure from Elder Han Yun inadvertently put Cha Hyun-jun at a disadvantage, and in the end Han had no choice but to return and confess to that Fire Elder. Unable to withstand Han Yun's pressure, Han treated him like a senior, and revealed the skill his master was using, enraging him. Having a disciple like Han was a disgrace, one who would hand over my Tao body inheritance to that boy so obsequiously and pathetically, the utter fool. Seeing his master's rage, Cha Hyun-jun could only bow his head in apology, but Han still wanted to defend himself. But master, that kid's cultivation is indeed higher than mine. He's truly a saint with a higher status. Perhaps it's his constitution, the Fire Elder said, suppressing his anger. If it's truly his constitution, then that boy must have transcendent potential. Hyun-jun's father interrupts his master, infuriating him once again. Wood affinity. I mean, the kid was born with the potential for elemental power like you and me. What's so special about that? It's just that he's more attuned to the element of wood than we are. Does that mean Han's training will be faster? Cha Hyun-jun asked again. Even a Taoist as powerful as Cha Hyun-jun's master couldn't truly know. Typically, the chances of someone being born with an innate affinity for the element of wood are very low. Humans are born from water, their bodies mostly composed of the water element, and in the end they return to the earth element. In life, they ignite flames to ward off the cold, melt iron and forge steel, the element of fire. Though living beings share many traits, they are invariably at odds. And to explain Han Hyun's case, he's an extremely rare exception. Even he doesn't know what created such unusual power in an otherwise normal body. As for Cha Hyun-jun, after this incident, his master advised him not to provoke Han Hyun again, promising him a pill when his chi control stabilized. Cha Hyun-jun was secretly relieved that his master still cared about him. But in truth, his master's mind was now focused entirely on Han Hyun. Interesting. So does that mean the Yang light skill only exists on wood physiques? I've never heard of that before, Fire Old Man muses. Meanwhile, Han Hyun was searching for information with much to clarify after 3 months of unconscious training. For example, according to government announcements, no one possesses the potential for transcendent power. But in reality, a select few who do have been isolated internationally. But he deemed a wielder of transcendent power by a strange woman upon their first meeting remains uncaptured. It's said that spirit energy has long been divided into 3 main types, celestial boundary and human. But there is a fourth rarely recorded in history known as null force. Those who possess it have inexplicable abilities. And centuries ago, as the saints began to disappear, the monsters still tried to interfere with the world's rhythm of survival, so to stop them from committing more crimes, the saints gathered to seal them away. Their stories now only exist in myths and folklore like the hero Hong Jinjiang or Xian Guqi. While searching for news, Dr. Yule gulped down brown rice tea. It wasn't particularly tasty, but the active ingredients were good for him. He has a point. Someone with his nullifying power can maximize the effects of brown rice tea with just 1 packet. Anyone who saw this ability would be shocked. No wonder that woman said the potential for non-power could become a disaster. Yule realizes that during the divine test, the azure energy made him seem like a normal saint. Luckily, he just needs to keep the drug's lingering effects a secret. So Yule diligently searched online for something with a similar effect, but found no reliable sources. After a moment, he searched for medicine, wondering if there was anything suitable for him. An article pops up. Someone posted a picture of a strange seed from the capsin family, asking if anyone has seen these seeds before. An image of the seed caught Yule's eye. The poster claimed to have found information about it in his grandfather's book, and was trying to learn more. He took notice because the seed seemed identical to what had sprouted on the monster he defeated upon awakening. At first, Yule thought it was common, but it seems there aren't any pictures of this seed online, except for the one in the post. He clicks on it, but the poster seems to have found the answer themselves, since it's been a while since they posted. The seed is called Purgatory Herb, a plant that only grows near the river Cocytus, the river that separates the living world from the underworld. Using the raw seeds will only make you sick, but once sprouted, their components act as a medicine to replenish dark energy. However, the seeds require harsh conditions to sprout, and take a very long time to harvest, making the plant's properties extremely difficult to obtain. Having heard Pitch say that these seeds are hard to sprout, Yule was skeptical. After all, they sprouted right after he defeated that monster in the apartment. Could it be related to the martial art meditation for sprouting seeds? He just so happens to have some unsprouted seeds in his bag. Yule takes out a test tube. The chi cultivation system he's practicing is Yangguang Feng, and coincidentally, he also has the heavenly eye physique. Holding the seeds of the purgatory grass tightly, Yule slowly enters a meditative state, and the energy flowing through his body creates a true miracle as the seeds in his hand sprout in an instant. He clicked his tongue a few times, realizing his chi cultivation ability wasn't bad at all, when suddenly the door to Yule's room burst open. Hyunjun burst in frantic, but the room was empty, leading the chubby priest to believe Yule had fled. So he began rummaging through the room looking for something to steal. When he opened the refrigerator, Cha Hyunjun saw a tray of half-eaten peaches inside. I knew this sneak thief was up to no good. While Cha Hyunjun was busy ransacking the room, Master Han Yule had already escaped to a nearby park. He plants the hellscape seeds that have sprouted and focuses his energy. The more he concentrates, the faster the tree grows. In just 2 hours, it's become a sapling, sprouting branches and leaves. And Zhu Su Pik said this plant was difficult to grow. Yet Yule was able to make it grow this much with his energy control. It seems he can exchange his own energy with anything around him through it. And with his earth-based constitution, Yule can nurture any plant to maturity. If he continues to use this skill to grow herbs like purgatory grass, his potential for extraordinary power won't be such a big deal anymore. In fact, using this ability alongside his extraordinary power would be like having another spiritual power. This is indeed tempting as it could transform Yule, but it's best to set it aside for now, considering the long-term implications. Yule pops the hellscape herb, sprouts into his mouth, and resumes his breathing technique, clearly feeling the burning sensation akin to the effects of void energy. Heat emanated clearly from all 3 dantians, but quickly faded away. Yule was disappointed, and not knowing where he went wrong, he tried again. But just like before, the heat quickly dissipated, leaving Yule frustrated. He thought this path would be smooth, but only a small amount remained in his lower dantian. Could it be that the quality of nothingness is far superior? Even so, where would he find a legendary medicine like that now? He couldn't exactly go ask that woman to shove another pill in his mouth. Refusing to give up Baekhan Yule, puts another inferno herb sprout in his mouth and tries to circulate his energy. This time, his body has a clear reaction, and the sensation of heat is quite different. He recalled an online article about purgatory grass, stating that the sprouts could provide a source of extreme yin energy, while the martial art of nothingness possessed pure yang energy. If the cultivation system offered the radiant wind method because he absorbs sacred energy, does that mean he can cultivate another system by absorbing extreme negative energy? Yule really doesn't want to cultivate two paths at once, as it would waste time. But on second thought, mixing those two energies would only draw unwanted attention, so he decided to abandon the idea for now. In any case, he's relieved to know that the higher the potency of the medicine, the greater the power increase. As for the purgatory herb, Yule approaches it and digs up the entire plant, thinking to himself, if he cultivates the yang light wind in the correct order using this will. Just as he thought this, his phone rang again, startling him. He pulls out his phone to read a message, a warning about a deadly disaster hazard. Level 2, the 65th son of the West Sea Dragon King, has died today, and the entire Dragon Sea clan is mourning, leading to heavy rain and flooding in the Korean region and the West Coast. People in the affected areas must evacuate to the nearest buildings and wait for the saints to resolve the situation, including the area where Yule is standing. The announcement sent parkgoers into a frenzy as they scrambled to evacuate to higher ground. Yule, despite being a saint himself, hurried after the crowd as rain began to fall, revealing grotesque creatures writhing on the ground. Don't be afraid, they're probably just tilling the soil or something. Those around Yule began to reassure each other. That's right, they probably won't be dangerous if we don't touch them. And if we all stay here, they won't come here. Yule scanned his surroundings, noticing that every building seemed to have a barrier like this one. He'd simply followed the crowd, but it seemed to be the right choice. Yule had planned to wait out the rain, but a desperate cry for help shattered his resolve. Please save me. He looked towards the source of the desperate cries, where a massive monster strode slowly and triumphantly across the ground. Its massive size caused the ground to tremble with each step, and the cries for help came from a woman walking her dog. Her Shiba Inu, oblivious to the danger, was still sniffing around while she was frozen in fear, unable to run. At this rate, if no one intervenes, both the woman and her beloved dog are doomed. The monster is closing in. Seeing her despair, Dr. Yule felt a pang of anguish as the monster snatched her up and hurled her into the mass behind her. Inside that giant lump were swarms of fat, wriggling creatures, just like the one slithering on the road in front of the apartment building. The pitiful screams echoing from within the lump made those hiding in the building pale. If they hesitated any longer, they'd share the same fate. As the crowd lamented the girl's misfortune, they suddenly caught a strong whiff of tobacco. Yule was using nicotine to fuel up, ignoring the coughing fit of the person next to him. After witnessing the carnage, he knew he couldn't stand idly by. Even if it were the Sea Dragon King lamenting his son, letting a healthy person sell themselves into servitude was unacceptable. After finishing his cigarette, Yule shot out of the building, shocking everyone. In his hand, he still clutches the purgatory herb he just planted, and Yule roars at the ugly, idiotic bird. He had run far enough to gain momentum for a kick, straight to the monster's face. The monster roared in fury at Yule's unskilled attack. And not only that, his kick sent it staggering backward, causing the dung-filled sack on its back to fall, allowing the poor girl to crawl out. Even Master Yule is surprised not by the girl's survival, but by his noticeable increase in strength. Could this be from absorbing the purgatory herb, or is it this rain? According to the warning message, this rain is the tears of the Sea Dragon King. It's unclear how the tears of a dragon differ from those of a human, but Yule is clearly absorbing the rain, and water will help his wood energy grow faster. This rain of tears has amplified the mana within him. Yule feels like he can do anything. He began to regulate his breathing again, causing the purgatory grass that had been uprooted to grow even larger, becoming his own self-refined weapon, a purgatory slayer sword. Just as Yule was ready for another fight, the monster hurriedly stood up. Its roar was a clear declaration of rage, and the grotesque bird fanned its wings, creating a wide-reaching attack, but luckily Yule was quick enough to dodge. He didn't bother dodging Bones either, the purgatory slayer sword flashing in the rain. Yule calculated that the cigarette's effects were probably wearing off since he'd left the building's barrier. Yule had to defeat it before his strength completely waned. He held his breath focused on the battle, and when the monster revealed an opening, Yule seized the opportunity. His sword carved a perfect arc through the air, staggering his opponent once more, though to be precise, Yule barely felt the impact. Could this be the effect of the sword he forged himself? At first, Yule was only suspicious. It was only when the monster glared at the hell-slaughtering sword that he knew his suspicions were correct. The old saying about using a tree to ward off evil was true after all. Finding Yule too difficult, the grotesque bird turned its attention to the vulnerable girl, hoping to gain power, but he anticipated its move. As the monster's claws reached for the girl, Yule swiftly intervened, slashing its leg. This time, the blade found its mark, inflicting a far more painful wound. The pain forces it to release its claws, and the girl plummets several meters. A fall from that height would break a normal person's bones, but luckily Master Yule reacted quickly and caught her. Saved from the brink, the girl was moved, barely managing a thank you, but Yule wasn't in the mood to celebrate as the monster seemed to have reached its limit. Its rage erupts, wings spread wide. As it lets out another shriek, the nicotine's effects are wearing off. Yule knew they couldn't linger, so he grabbed the girl and ran sprinting toward the building shielded by the barrier, but even his speed couldn't outpace the long-legged monster. Just steps from the building, the monster's claws gripped Yule's shoulders, and with a final burst of strength, he hurled the girl into the barrier, only to be dragged away and slammed against the opposite wall. The force of the impact was tremendous, sending Yule crashing into the wall. Thankfully, his layered meditative seal prevented any broken bones. Yule panted heavily, unable to catch his breath no matter how hard he tried. Though he saved the girl, the drug's effect had worn off. With great effort, Yule used his sword to prop himself up while the grotesque bird took flight. It looks like it's gearing up to attack him from above, and Yule is impressed that something so large can even fly. Yule's body trembled in the rain. So close to the barrier, yet the dwindling potion prevented his escape. Yule is contemplating whether to use his ultimate martial art, but with the opponent's size and vitality, it might not be effective. Now Yule's situation is hanging by a thread. Whatever skill he chooses, it's a gamble of life for a sliver of a chance. In the end, Yule makes his decision the purgatory-killing sword, with its wood affinity, a blade forged from the very essence of the purgatory grass. It should have taken much longer to grow and transform the energy, but thanks to the dragon tear rain, Yule could easily enhance the sword's power, absorbing strength from the rain and storing energy to defeat even the demon. In other words, his body was failing him as the drug wore off, but the sword was not. In this desperate moment, the only thing Yule could rely on was an inanimate object, his sword. Yule unleashes another martial art technique, but this time it's not budding or layering, but lightning strike. The Hellslayer sword in his hand emits blinding sparks, its power surging along the blade. When the moment was right, Yule poured every last ounce of strength into a final charge, while the monster prepared to devour him whole. So as Yule leaped, it opened its electrified maw, its grasping tongue ready to swallow him whole. But unfortunately for it, it had miscalculated. For Yule, who had nothing left to lose, his fighting spirit only grew stronger. And with the murderous sword and the new martial art he had chosen, Yule performed an extraordinary miracle. The monster was completely overwhelmed, and Yule did not dare to let his guard down for even a moment, his sword radiating a terrifying bloodlust. In one final strike, he decapitated the monster, a sight both breathtaking and terrifying. Countless people recorded the scene, unable to believe Yule would defeat the monster. What's more, it was the pet of a powerful purifier, so no matter how much it wreaked havoc and took lives, the government turned a blind eye, ignoring the complaints. Yet Yule, a nobody in the world of awakeners, didn't care about such things. He didn't hesitate to save an innocent civilian in danger. To those who witnessed it all, Mr. Han Yule was like a god, standing in the rain trying to recover his strength after the fierce battle. Passersby still filmed him, but before Yule could catch his breath, he was struck by another burst of fire-based power. Already exhausted, he couldn't dodge the attack, followed by a furious roar that echoed through the street. "You crazy bastard, do you have any idea what you've done? Maybe it's your ignorance, but how dare you try to take the life of the pet that Madame Yule cherished most?" The one who attacked was old Manhwa, and beside him is Yule Jun's father, obsequiously shielding him from the rain. "Burning you to ashes wouldn't be enough to atone for this, so why are you still standing there? Drag him over here," the fire elder roared. This scene, including Yule's sneak attack and his condition afterward, was all caught on camera. After the clip went viral, a wave of outrage erupted, with most hailing Yule as a hero and condemning the old man as a madman. They were also delighted to see the leech tolerated by the government for so long finally bite the dust. And the internet's outrage continued. Like the endless rain of that night, Yulhua was informed of her pet's condition, a beautiful woman with a cruel heart. Upon hearing the news, Yulhua's first question to her servant was, "Has that fire-breathing bastard burned the wretch who dared to kill my envoy?" "No, madam, they are still holding him and trying to subdue him." The servant reported truthfully, not even daring to look Yulhua in the face, because Pak Han Yul had yet to be executed. They knew her temper all too well after years of serving her. "Go tell those people," Yulhua commanded in a shrill voice. "If they don't want to face my wrath, they should make an example of him as the people demand chop off all his limbs." So cruel. Yulhua's servant dared not disobey, but neither dared he hide the fact that Pak Han Yul was going viral online, along with the wave of outrage he inspired. "Madam, I think you should treat him kindly for now. A high-ranking leader is quite displeased." Yulhua's servant dared to add a word. She didn't fear those high-ranking leaders, but the person before her had served her for a long time, and they understood each other's personalities well. Yulhua knew her servant spoke with a purpose, suggesting another way to divert her attention. "My lady, we have prepared tribute gifts and await your presence at the summer gathering." Yulhua's anger subsided, and she seemed to look forward to the tribute gifts. The rain was about to stop, as if the Sea King's grief had been somewhat soothed. In reality, mourning his son wasn't the Sea King's primary goal, especially since the boy wasn't his legitimate heir. Through the thick glass, Yulhua watched the rain for a long time. She guessed that the Dragon Sea Emperor must be pleased with the rain ritual, and as for her, she had obtained what she desired most. As she turned her head slightly, her servant noticed a cloth bundle in her hand containing a beautifully carved piece of wood. It was a peach tree, a mystical plant grown only in the gardens of the Queen, Mother of the West, whose fruit is a legendary treasure, a precious item for the saints. The peach tree blossoms once every 1,000 years, and bears fruit only every 3,000. No one has heard of the peaches since the events of the great sage equaling heaven and Dongfang Shuo. When the Queen Mother of the West sacrificed herself to close the gates of heaven, her garden vanished. Soon Ayahua's name will become synonymous with the Queen Mother of the West in this era. Indeed, the higher one's status, the stronger their desires. To utter such blasphemous words wanting to be equal to the gods Ihua. As for Pakan Iyun, he was released the next morning but not before receiving a lengthy lecture. It was said that Pakan Iyun's actions tarnished the image of other saints in the eyes of the people, and he was forbidden from doing anything out of the ordinary again. Any misdeeds will reflect poorly on us, so if you're caught breaking the rules again, it's on you. Pakan Iyun didn't know the man's exact title, but he found the whole thing ridiculous. He didn't need to be praised as a hero, but fighting that monster wasn't a crime. Wasn't using one's power to save lives and make the world a better place, a common goal. Pakan Iyun was disappointed, but he was lucky to be released at all. They confiscated his Hellfire Slaughter sword, but the optimistic Pakan Iyun was just happy to have control over his newfound power. Recalling that moment, after defeating the monster bird, Pakan Iyun found a cloth bundle tied to it containing a branch, the very branch later given to Lady Yao Hua. But at that moment, before being struck by the Fire Elder, Pakan Iyun managed to use his chi system to stimulate the still-living tiger bone, sprouting a tiny bud. And now freed, the first thing he thinks of is planting it to see what kind of tree it will become. For the next year, Pakan Iyun concealed his superhuman potential, kept out of trouble, and lived quietly. But the situation with the Heavenly Gate worsened, fueling public outrage. The government continued to offer countless solutions to appease the people, but to little avail. For example, the most serious situation right now is that the fish serpent guardian took advantage of the fluctuations in the Heavenly Gate's energy a month ago to escape. It then hid in the Han River, polluting the water supply, but instead of eliminating the monster, the government only offered water purification measures, infuriating the people. Speaking of the serpent fish, it's already 1,000 years old. After escaping the monster realm and hiding among humans, it became so powerful that it forced them to recognize it as a god. And it was so arrogant that it proclaimed itself the Lord of the Han River, declaring that no one could use its water unless they acknowledged its divinity and properly worshipped it. And so a meeting was held between the young saints, including Zhang Jizu, disciple of one of the 8 mountain gods of the Korean peninsula, the mountain god of Jeongseo King Chagapshin. Shin Zumin, the youngest disciple of one of the 8 mountain gods of the Korean peninsula, guardian of Mount Paektu, and the imperishable Jade Wall, presides over the meeting, but Zhang Jizu seems resistant. Zhang Jizu felt this was beyond the scope of young saints, especially Shin Jumin, and that they should defer to their elders. Zhang Jizu's arrogance makes even the usually calm Shin Sumin slam the table and shout, "Is that how your master taught you?" "What did you say?" Zhang Jizu retorted, trying to shout even louder. Over 1,000,000 people have contracted infectious diseases from tainted food, and that's why we must find a solution as soon as possible. That's what my master taught me. So why don't you go deal with the Frost Lord yourself? Despite Shin Jumin's bold stance, Zhang Jizu retorted, leaving her speechless as she indeed lacked the ability. Just yesterday, countless people challenged the fish serpent's lair, including 4 at the mystic level, but all were defeated. Meanwhile, most of the people at this meeting are only at the Grandmaster level, a step below the Mystic level, making a joint attack impossible. The reason defeating the Frozen Lord is so difficult is because it uses both water and earth elemental power, and few can master both like it does. Therefore, the only way to defeat the Frost Serpent is to have someone on land wield enough power to drive it away, or send someone with a higher level elemental power than water and earth would. When Zhang Zizu said that, I immediately thought of Bukhan and Yoon. Too bad they have no idea who he is. Returning to the matter at hand, after stating his opinion with utter disdain, Jiang Zizu withdrew from the plan, leaving Xin Xumin fuming and crushing the projector remote in his hand, unable to argue with the truth in his words. Anyway, I'm just here for training. Find someone who can take down the hidden serpent fish. That's the quickest solution. With that, Jiang Zizu left, and the younger members followed suit, leaving Xin Xumin seething with anger. Xin Xumin then went to the Han River, bringing with her the Northern Han Yun's Hell Slaughter sword confiscated a year prior. At that time, he was famous for taking down the Garuda Madame Yunhua's pet with this very sword, though he was released soon after the sword was kept by the Immortal Association. After examination, they confirmed the sword was made from a rare wood, usable even by lower-level wielders. While the sword retained its form, its energy caused quite a stir. But because the energy emanating from this rare wood suddenly vanished, one day the commotion ceased. Now, when thinking about a candidate who could face the fish serpent hideout, Shin Su Min can only think of Park Han Yui Un. But since last year, he hasn't left Wanagu Ward, having taken a job at a nearby restaurant. After the incident a year ago, Shin Soo-min learned everything she could about Park Han-Yui-eun, who spends his free time eating out with his mother or friends. And as she was thinking about him there, he was Park Han-Yui-eun in workout clothes jogging this way. But as soon as he saw Shin Soo-min, he suddenly changed direction, and she wasn't about to lose the man she'd worked so hard to find, so she immediately used her martial art meditation Hoengtak to chase after him. After channeling her martial arts, Shin Soo-min's speed increased dramatically, but even then she couldn't keep up with Park Han-Yui-eun. After a long chase, Park Han-Yui-eun disappeared from Shin Soo-min's sight only to suddenly reappear behind her. "Are you connected to the Immortal Association? It's not like I was running away or anything. I was just a little surprised you were chasing after me." Shin Soo-min scrutinized him. Park Han-Yui-eun was drenched in sweat. That means he didn't use any spells or skills earlier, just pure strength to escape. Just how monstrous is this guy? Shin Soo-min tossed Park Han-Yui-eun a phone hoping he'd log into the app and check his stats, but the results only irritated her. Park Han-Yui-eun possesses wood-type potential, but his level is only high, even lower than Shin Soo-min's current level. Though shocked, Shin Soo-min remains focused on her goal to borrow Park Han-Yui-eun's healing powers to defeat the monster wreaking havoc on the Han River. Compared to the leech monster subjugation incident a year ago, Park Han-Yui-eun has grown a lot, acting more cautiously, no longer blindly chasing after so-called justice. When Shin Soo-min asked for help, he didn't rush, but instead asked if the guild really wanted to eliminate that monster. Perhaps this is just my personal opinion, but it's clear they're deliberately neglecting this. Park Han-Yui-eun's words made Shin Soo-min falter, but she stubbornly insists that the senior exorcists haven't acted against the fish serpent because they want to see if the younger generation, like Shin Soo-min, can solve problems without their help. But the more Shin Soo-min talks, the more sarcastic Park Han-Yui-eun feels. Oh really? So 1,000 people suffer because the elders are waiting for the younger generation to handle it themselves. Park Han-Yui-eun didn't want to meddle, but cooperation would increase trust and perhaps even compensation, and all he wanted was his purgatory-killing sword back. Shin Soo-min flinches at the mention of the sword as she's kept it hidden in her bag the entire time. "How did you know it was your sword?" Shin Soo-min asked, taking the sword bag off her shoulder and tossing it to Park Han-Yui-eun. "As long as I breathe, I can connect with the trees around me. That's the effect of the Yangguang wind control system I'm learning." Shin Soo-min mused. Park Han-Yui-eun seemed confident, yet not boastful at all. She figured his ability to influence the environment was the reason he could move so swiftly through the forest. "And another thing, I want my lockdown order lifted," Park Han-Yui-eun said, finding the restrictive order that kept him under surveillance for the past year incredibly bothersome. Without a word, Shin Soo-min picks up her phone and makes a few taps approving his request, as the only reason Park Han-Yui-eun was placed under lockdown by his superiors was for accidentally killing Madame Yui-hwa's monster, Bird. But a year has passed, and the incident is almost forgotten, so with a T-Bic disciple like Do You Do involved, everything should be easily resolved. Park Han-Yui-eun fondles the Purgatory Slayer sword untouched for a year, and Shin Soo-min hopes he can end the damned water monster. Having reached an agreement, they headed to the Han River, accompanied by several disciples, and they all seemed annoyed at being dragged out to smell the stinky river and watch Park Han-Yui-eun fight. Of course, Shin Soo-min didn't call them out just to watch. She just wanted to ensure that some young disciples were ready to assist Park Han-Yui-eun, but she couldn't quite grasp what he was planning. Park Han-Yui-eun had been observing the river for a while, and he couldn't deny the terrible smell of pollution. He took out a bag of soil mixed with saplings from his gear. Park Han-Yui-eun had prepared this for a time like this, but he didn't expect to use it so soon. Seeing him suddenly collapse, Shin Soo-min rushed to his side, worried. "Hey Mr. Park Han-Yui-eun, it's too dangerous to get any closer." Shin Soo-min was about to stop him, but the sight before her left her speechless. Park Han-Yui-eun released the soil in his hand into the water, then began to regulate his breathing, and the seeds within sprouted rapidly, almost completely restoring the heavily polluted water. Without a doubt, it was water hyacinth, excellent for filtering water. The water purification problem is solved. Now all that's left is dealing with the monster. Park Han-Yui-eun knew it would appear as soon as he released the water hyacinths, and he eagerly drew his purgatory-killing sword. It's been a year since he took down the monster bird, and Park Han-Yui-eun hasn't felt this exhilarated. "I am the lord of this river," the fish snake roared. Indeed, comparing Park Han-Yui-eun to the beast, their sizes are vastly different, but their strengths remain to be seen, and Park Han-Yui-eun's arrival has only fueled the river monster's rage. It quickly launches an attack, each blow incredibly ferocious, but Park Han-Yui-eun doesn't back down either. After all, his wood-based power isn't just for show, and his speed is unmatched. Park Han-Yui-eun easily evades every attack. Dodging attacks, Park Han-Yui-eun pulls out 3 mana stones, instantly transforming them into arrows aimed at the fish serpent. Enraged, the monster roars again, contorting its body to evade the attack, the 3 arrows seeming to follow a predictable path. But somehow they multiplied into a barrage of arrows, all striking their mark. The fish serpent, pierced and enraged, roared in pain, cursing Park Han-Yueun. Its violent thrashing churned the Han River, sending waves crashing onto the shore where Shin Su-min desperately shielded herself, and the other disciples, her heart filled with both hope and trepidation. She was glad Park Han-Yueun had created a miracle, using the rafts to filter the water, completely eliminating the River Lord's pollutants. But worried it wasn't enough to win, and only made him angrier. The Han River Lord now lunges toward Park Han-Yueun, once more acknowledging his rare abilities, far surpassing the mystic-level saints who dared to challenge him before. Even so, the River Serpent still believed Park Han-Yueun's tricks were no match for its power, and its furious attack sent him flying. He maneuvers through the air, hastily unlocking his backpack to release lotus seeds into the water. Fueled by his control, the seeds rapidly sprout and bloom across the Han River's polluted surface. The giant lotus leaves became a platform for Park Han-Yueun, preventing him from falling straight into the water. After landing safely, he took out an emerald crystal, his final move. Park Han-Yueun strikes, using his iron sword to unleash an attack, embedding the seed crystal into the monster's body. "You bastard, you hid a seed inside that attack. You think you can destroy me with that little trick?" The serpent fish writhes in agony, yet remains defiant. "This trick you speak of is the culmination of all my efforts. Do you feel that?" On the other side, Park Han-Yueun is gloating. The fish, serpent, hidden hand, senses something is wrong, and tries to escape into the depths. But Park Han-Yueun has come this far. He won't let it escape so easily. A blinding golden light appears in his hand. That's Lightning Flash, Shuriken, a ground-based shuriken he created after upgrading his Yang Light wind control system to 10 stars. Park Han-Yueun focuses his power, striking the water and scattering Lightning Flash shuriken into the Han River. The river water is highly conductive, and Park Han-Yueun's Thunder Flash dart is even more potent. The hidden fish serpent couldn't evade this deadly move despite diving deep. A massive shockwave erupts, and Shin Su-min and the others on the shore are nearly blinded by the Thunder Flash star darts. When the dust settled, the entirety of the vast Han River had been purified, and the river serpent surfaced, smelling like roasted fish. And so Park Han-Yueun, a high-ranking saint, defeated the Lord of the Han River, a feat that even myth-rank saints couldn't accomplish. But despite eliminating the river monster, Park Han-Yueun wasn't happy. He knew his victory would draw attention, and things wouldn't end as simply as before. Because Park Han-Yueun suspected the old grandmasters had deliberately ignored the River Lord until now. It was to test their disciples' growth, like Shin Su-min or Jang Ji-ju, in other words, a benefit for their students, not for ordinary citizens like him. Even though he's annoyed, Park Han-Yueun still has a job to do: dissect the water monster to find its inner core. The water serpent's inner core is smaller than he imagined every aquatic creature, like it possesses one, a crystal born from effort and the desire to become a dragon. Before he could even celebrate Park Han-Yueun's worst fear came true. A celestial ally and his entourage appeared above him, wordlessly binding his limbs with chains. "Does the fish know what you've done, you wretch?" This fish is a heavenly rank Thanhu, one of the 8 mountain gods of the Korean peninsula, King Nuk-cha, and also Jang Ji-ju's master. Shin Su-min paled at the sight of King Nuk-cha, recalling Jang Ji-ju's earlier words. He appeared just as the Lord of the Han River was defeated. Does this mean the Thanhu elders have been biding their time to eliminate it? So Park Han-Yueun's sudden appearance ruining their plans was truly unexpected. But Shin Su-min had coaxed him into it. She felt responsible and rushed across the lotus leaves to the river's center. "Greetings, elder. I don't know why you're here, but..." Before Shin Su-min could finish, Nuk-cha cut her off, saying, "Spare me the rules and regulations. You are a disciple of T-Baek-ju. Surely you understand the gravity of what has transpired." Nuk-cha's mood is foul because Park Han-Yueun is no ordinary man. He's been self-training for the past year, and even with his rare wood affinity, there's no way a normal person could defeat a monster like the fish serpent hidden hand through self-study alone. This made Nuk-cha extremely suspicious of Park Han-Yueun's identity and what he was hiding. "One more word, and you'll disgrace Master Beck." Shin Su-min was intimidated by Nuk-cha's tone, but Park Han-Yueun burst out laughing, the high-ranking member's appearance confirming his suspicions. Park Han-Yueun boldly voiced his thoughts, confident in his innocence, suspecting Nuk-cha thought he was an outsider. "But unfortunately, this is the second time something like this has happened to me, and I've already used the system to verify that I'm a force user." Park Han-Yueun's tone shifts, dripping with sarcasm. "Funny, isn't it? Just 3 minutes after the serpent's death you appeared. Tesk. It's almost as if it was all part of your plan." Nuk-cha, struck at his core, looked terrible, and his subordinates behind him turned pale with fear, never imagining that a high-level Thanhu like Park Han-Yueun would dare to speak so sharply to a heavenly-level Thanhu like Nuk-cha. Seeing his opponent speechless, Park Han-Yueun continued his verbal assault. "You must have been watching this hidden fish serpent for a long time. You've been watching it so long that you showed up the moment I struck it down. Were you planning to use this monster as a stepping stone for your public image? So I inadvertently destroyed the stage you were going to use to win over your adoring fans. Is that why you rushed here? Park Han-Yueun's words only made Nookcha's men pale because they were so true, while the elder he disrespected was consumed by rage. Without a second thought, Nookcha lashed out. Park Han-Yueun, bound by chains and dangling before him, took another blow. Surely he was on the verge of death. Even his own men felt this was going too far, but Nookcha believed Park Han-Yueun deserved such punishment. Against all odds, Park Han-Yueun is still alive and looking as punchable as ever, another blow to the gut just like before. He raises his purgatory-killing sword, aiming it straight at his opponent's face, a brazen act from a young saint crossing the line with Nookcha. Nookcha's subordinates had never seen such a terrifying expression on his face. It seemed he truly intended to kill Park Han-Yueun this time. As expected, Nookcha boomed his voice like that of the Grim Reaper. Do you have any last words before you descend into hell? His appearance terrified everyone around him, but Park Han-Yueun remained unfazed, saying there was no point in begging for mercy if he wasn't going to die today. You can't take my life. Park Han-Yueun remained in his sword-fighting stance. Nookcha growled his arrogance, seemingly reaching the heavens as blue energy gathered in his hand, radiating immense power. It hurtled towards Park Han-Yueun, who remained unfazed. It was unclear how he planned to deal with it. But in the end, it wasn't Park Han-Yueun who blocked Nookcha's attack, but Elder Bong, a high-ranking Thanhu of the 3,000 lands, who was said to be guarding the Garden of Eden. Nookcha was taken aback by Elder Bong's appearance. Even more surprising, he carried a proposition from Lady Yui-Ho. I hope I'm not interrupting your execution, but what you're doing is nothing more than senseless violence, the Wind Elder stated. Lady Yui-Hoa, wasn't she the one who tried to capture him a year ago for leading the Garuda extermination? Nookcha wondered, but the Wind Elder offered no explanation. He came to take Park Han-Yueun ready for a fight, and the Elder spoke with a defiant tone, saying he wouldn't back down. After all, we're already infamous, but if you have nothing more to say, don't stand in my way. With that, a great wind swept through, carrying Park Han-Yueun and the Wind Elder away. Nookcha and his subordinates were left standing there, still confused. Why would Lady Yui-Hoa, who hates Park Han-Yueun, ask the Wind Elder to save him? The refreshing breeze carried Park Han-Yueun to Lady Yui-Hoa's estate, where he was overwhelmed by the massive garden within her building. And once alone, the Wind Elder revealed his displeasure, berating Park Han-Yueun. Do you know why I had to step in? It's because of your reckless actions. Let me give you some advice. Do you think all that arrogance can lead you to a bottomless abyss? Park Han-Yueun was suddenly scolded, which wasn't pleasant, but he quickly regained his composure and thanked the Elder for his advice. With Park Han-Yueun's attitude as it was, he didn't press the issue, simply directing him forward, and Park Han-Yueun pondered the Elder's words as he walked. Could arrogance lead him to an abyss? A year ago from that day on, Park Han-Yueun still remembered everything that happened. Even if your actions are well-intentioned, that's not how people will see them. So since the news about the Lord of the Han River began to spread, you've been preparing thoroughly for this. With preparation, he wouldn't repeat past mistakes or act foolishly again. Park Han-Yueun walked down the long corridor, the beautiful haughty face of Lady Yui-Hoa appearing in his mind. She sits upon an ornate dragon chair, amidst beautifully adorned screens flanked by two bowing servants. Lady Yui-Hoa truly resembles an ancient noble consort. The pressure she exudes is immense, but Park Han-Yueun is determined not to be crushed like an ant again. The Yui-Hoa before him was no ordinary woman. She called herself a deity of agriculture specializing in nurturing elixirs. In Korea, Yui-Hoa concocts half the spiritual medicines on the market, allowing her to brazenly join the 3,000, despite being weaker than the other two. Park Han-Yueun had thoroughly researched this formidable woman, knowing she possessed a private herb garden dedicated to cultivating mystical plants. And so, he meticulously planned to capture the attention of the esteemed Yui-Hoa. Now he stands before her, his face brimming with confidence, for his plan has reached its triumphant conclusion. Are you Park Han-Yueun? Yui-Hoa asked, and as she spoke, a maid brought a tray before Park Han-Yueun. Do you know what these are? Park Han-Yueun immediately recognized them, 3 purification grass seeds already sprouting, incredibly rare. Lady Yui-Hoa claimed to have discovered this treasure while investigating the black market of ordinary humans, and that she intends to severely punish the seller. Who do you think it was? Park Han-Yueun acted with incredible speed. No sooner had Yui-Hoa asked than he was on the ground begging for forgiveness. How could Park Han-Yueun not recognize those seeds? After all, he was the one who sold them to attract Yui-Hoa's attention, and now he puts on this act of genuine fear. Raising his head, Yui-Hoa commanded. Park Han-Yueun feigned reluctance before looking up. The woman sitting high above seems to think she's still in control, so she's extremely smug. Fine though, the sin of killing my monster bird isn't light. If you can pay for your sins, I'll show mercy and stop here. That means Park Han-Yueun must do something to earn Lady Yui-Hoa's forgiveness. And as he predicted, she noticed his plant-based powers, and wants him to work in her spirit garden. Especially after seeing him use plants to purify the Han River Lord's poison, Yui Hoa felt his talent would be useful for her spirit herb garden, so Park Han Yui Hoa put on a troubled face, sighing and complaining. "My lady, I thank you for your consideration. Accelerating plant growth is indeed the cultivation method I practice. He can make ordinary plants bear fruit in a day or two, but even with all his effort, he can only get high-grade spiritual herbs like cleansing grass to sprout." "Are you saying that to weasel out of it because you're not a true cultivator?" Yui Hoa asked. "That's not what I meant, madam." Yui Hoa suddenly chuckled with amusement, knowing Park Han was bargaining with her, but his abilities were something she truly desired. So Yui Hoa generously waved her hand, promising to support Park Han Yui Hoa with some spiritual herbs from her garden, prepare suitable cultivation tools, and even provide servants to assist him. "Don't worry, with my backing your power will be considerable." And Park Han Yui Hoa's eyes shone with gratitude. He bowed his head again, thanking her profusely, but as he lowered his head, the light in his eyes vanished, replaced by a triumphant smile. After Park Han Yui Hoa left, Lady Yui Hoa summoned the person who had been standing behind the screen, her own kin. As Ju Hagua and Park Han Yui Hoa spoke, the girl listened and watched from behind. "What do you think of him?" Yui Hoa asks. He's suspicious, feigning weakness so blatantly. He's really the one who took down the monster bird last year, and just defeated the Han River monster. To do that without ability, he's either incredibly powerful or completely insane. In fact, Madame Yui Hoa has also sensed that Park Han Yui Hoa has his own agenda, yet she keeps him around for now, entrusting him with the management of her herb garden. If he truly harbored ill intentions, he wouldn't be able to steal any seeds from the garden anyway. Her real purpose is to use Park Han Yui Hoa's abilities to awaken the peninsula's wooden piece in her possession. As for Park Han Yui Hoa, he noticed the girl behind Yui Hoa, whose power level was around 300, while Yui Hoa's was over 400. Over time, he'd met enough saints to roughly gauge their power levels, though their techniques remained a mystery. For example, the Tea Monarch had over 600, and the Wind Elder had over 400, while Park Han Yui Hoa's power was a mere 45. A number that's hard to put into words. While impressive compared to his current level, it's a world apart from those elders. Park Han Yui Hoa sighed. For the past year, he's secretly cultivated his chi, according to the Yangwangpeng system, but hasn't achieved the desired results. Senza will have to work harder from now on. Park Han Yui Hoa left the city center, heading straight for Guanak Mountain nearby. "I'm here." Park Han Yui Hoa stopped before a blossoming peach tree, the very sapling he'd obtained from the Yui Hoa bird monster a year prior. This time, Park Han Yui Hoa has brought the tree a gift, the inner core from the Han River monster. According to the 5 elements, water nourishes wood, so this inner core will greatly help the tree's growth. Indeed, as Park Han Yui Hoa placed it at the base, the core was absorbed, and in moments the sacred tree grew larger, its blossoms more vibrant. As if thanking Park Han Yui Hoa, it seems to say, "I brought you fruit, now quickly, give me yours." With that done, he began to meditate and cultivate his chi alongside the peach tree. It's worth noting that Park Han Yui Hoa's rapid growth in power is due to his year-long practice of cultivating chi with this very tree. A week after the Han River monster incident, the peach tree finally bears a tiny fruit. Though small, it's ripe, and its aroma makes Park Han Yui Hoa swallow hard. But just as he was about to pluck the peach, a voice echoed from behind, warning him against such a rash action. Startled Park Han Yui Hoa turned to see an adorable brown bear with a stern expression. Confused, he respectfully inquired. "May I ask who you are, senior?" The brown bear introduced himself. "I am Guanak." Park Han Yui Hoa nodded, realizing this was the mountain spirit of Guanak Mountain. It seemed that since the opening of the Heavenly Gate, ancient beings had begun to reappear. Like this mountain spirit of Guanak, now in the form of a brown bear who has been here for hundreds of years. But back when the capital moved to Hanyang, the geomancers believed the intense fire energy of Guanak Mountain would negatively affect Hanyang, so they tried everything from creating water energy with Kailan statues to digging Namji Pond. All to keep the fiery energy of Guanyu Mountain suppressed, perhaps why its mountain god was reduced to this adorable form, barely a meter tall. "I've been cultivating here for a year. I thought I'd meet you sooner, but I never expected it to be like this." "That's because I didn't think I had any reason to wait for the cultivator to finish," Guan Yuek said. His expression is serious, but in that form, everything he does just makes Han Yun laugh. He guesses this senior doesn't have the strength to bully him. So is his goal, this peach. This tree can reverse space, creating a zone that outsiders can't enter. The Taoist's magic has weakened, so he can't break the barrier below. "Hold on, senior. I'm a little hungry, so I need to eat something first." Han Yun continues to probe the opponent. Indeed, Guan Yuek is struggling. "Wait, stop. Didn't I say that was a reckless move?" "You mean me picking this peach? The power of the peach tree is all focused on nurturing that mystical fruit. If Han Yun plucks it, the tree's protective function will weaken, and if someone targets the tree, then we'll be in serious trouble. Those who target the tree, like you, senior." Han Yun continued to mock him. "What, you think I'm some kind of thug?" Guanjok jumps in explaining he has no intention of harming the peach tree. But others will soon learn of the tree's existence, and someone is already searching for Han Yun at the foot of the mountain. It was then that Guanjak spoke, and he finally noticed. He'd been so focused on training, he hadn't sensed the terrifying aura surrounding the barrier. This old man didn't deceive you, did I? If they've attacked the barrier, they're determined to capture you. Perhaps they're here for the peaches you're growing. Peaches. Could these be the peaches that Sun Wukong ate? Han Yun eagerly asks again, and Guanyin seems a bit dizzy from his somewhat irrelevant question. The point is, among those hunting Han Yun, there's one we need to watch out for, the master who taught Jian fire techniques and whose power is enough to break the barrier created by this peach tree. The power of that peach is too much for a mere human body to handle. But I am different. I am a mountain god. So give me the peach. I'll find the divine artifact, protect the tree, and keep you safe from them. Turns out the Taoist priest was also after the peach, but unlike the others, he wasn't trying to steal it. Not having the patience to listen to the priest's demands, Han Yun plucked the peach and ate it in one bite. Guan Yue's hopes soared while his spirits plummeted. He trembled with rage, witnessing the first ever theft of the Queen Mother of the West's peaches. Han Yun just ate it right away. Ignoring the other man's screams outside the barrier, Han Yun sat down to regulate his breathing after finishing the peach. Throughout, Guanyak's eyes were glued to him, looking as anxious as a parent sending their child off to college. How is it? How is it? Any changes in your body? How do you feel? Succulent and juicy, Mr. Han Yun replied with a grin. The training hall was once again plunged into an icy silence, filled with unspoken and complex emotions. After a long pause, he finally roared, "What nonsense are you spouting?" In truth, after eating the peach, Han Yun could clearly feel the hot energy radiating within his body, but no matter how he tried to control it, the heat would not obey, stirring endlessly inside him. It's just not as violent as before, instead gentle and warm, so he doesn't feel any pain. Meanwhile, the music venue seems to be struggling. He felt he'd placed too much hope in Baek Han Yun. Even the lowest grade legendary peach takes 3,000 years to bear fruit. What good is a tree you've only nurtured for a year? Instead of endless complaining, shouldn't you help a junior facing such dire straits? Yun slowly rose and approached Guan, yelling, "You brute, even if I wanted to help, I don't have the strength." Originally, Guanak was going to curse some more, but he was hit by something in Han Yun's hand and he screamed in pain, his volume increasing significantly. "You bastard, now you're throwing stones at me." Han Yun nearly succumbed to the brown bear's rage as he thought Han Yun had captured it, so he threw the seed. Who knew the bear form of Guanak would be so slow? But upon closer inspection, Guanak realizes that what Han Yun threw at him wasn't a rock, but a seed of the purification crane. A sprouted seed, no less. The Kwanyok's body continued to tremble violently, but not from anger, from emotion. "You're really giving me something this precious." The sight of Guanak in his current state is truly endearing. Han Yun can't reconcile this with the centuries old celestial being within the brown bear's form. He stepped forward, placing more cleansing grass in the guardian spirit's hand, moving him even more. "I only have this for now, but surely it will help you recover somewhat." Of course, Guanak nodded repeatedly, looking as if he was about to burst into tears. "So what can you do for me now?" "I can." The music spirit confidently pats his chest. "I can dig a hole." A giant question mark appears above Han Yun's head. He never expected to hear those words from a mountain god, and thought he must have misheard. With only 3 purification seeds, Guanyin couldn't fully recover his power, so he planned to dig a cave to hide in for safety. However, Guanyin says the immediate problem is dealing with the lurking thieves, but Han Yun replies that he can check them using the special map he has. He opened the map to observe, revealing the surrounding area, dotted with countless red marks from every direction. Han Yun decided to strike the nearest one first, to minimize the danger to the peach tree. The innkeeper was shocked, asking if Han Yun really intended to fight now or if they should be more cautious. But Han Yun firmly replied that if they didn't attack, the thieves would have a chance to steal the precious tree. Guanjok was deeply worried, as Han Yun was unlikely to defeat the approaching vicious thieves with his current strength. Just then, a thief in a Gucci jacket dashed towards the peach tree with determined speed. Suddenly a voice boomed, causing him to stop and scan his surroundings. Ahead, Han Yun stood waiting on a high mound, his eyes fixed on the thief. Sensing his foe's presence, Han Yun recognizes him as Yang Ji-yu, a disciple of the Rakshasa Heavenly King Nata. Han Yun then asks Ji-yu if he's there to capture him under direct orders from his master. Without hesitation, Ji-yu draws a weapon radiating an intense dark energy. This was the treasure his master gave him to easily deal with Han Yun, ensuring he wouldn't have a chance to resist, while the hidden Guanyin recognized it as the ancient and dangerous nine-tailed fox banner. Brown Bear recalls that even Nine-Tailed Fox only saw the demonic fox fan about 300 years ago. How terrifying. The demonic fox fan is made from the tails of nine-tailed foxes, harming not a single tail, creating a terrifying aura of evil. After hearing the explanation, Han Yun turned to Jeju, his eyes full of determination, and without fear, while Jeju a little embarrassed. confirmed that it was indeed the nine-tailed fox fan in his hand. Han Yun asks Jeju, a disciple of Rakshasa, why he's causing such a disturbance in the heart of Seoul. Jeju responds by asking if Han Yun senses the strange increase in pressure in the area. Han explains that he erected a powerful barrier, isolating all sound and magic within from the outside world, and the bear recognizes it as the Northern Black Tortoise Banner, a treasure containing the immense power of the four symbols. The specter continues to explain the banner's power, infuriating Jeju, who demands to know who this bear is to interfere with Han's affairs. Hearing Jeju's question, Han Yun turns to look at the specter, thinks for a moment, and replies that the specter is actually a raccoon. Jeju roars, vowing revenge on Han Yun and promising to crush anyone who stands in his way, as his power surges to an astonishing 100 inches an instant. Han deduces the artifact grants a temporary power boost in battle, and prepares to use his technique to reclaim the mountain's energy, readying himself to face Jeju. The surrounding energy of the mountain surged towards Han Yun, shocking the brown bear. Han Yun prepared to draw his sword, focusing his mind to unleash the power of the infinite airway technique, ready for the fierce battle ahead. Jeju unleashed a storm of phantom windwolves, hoping to quickly overwhelm Han Yun, but he countered with a sharp blade of energy, obliterating everything in its path. Han Yun's sword energy clashes with the storm wolves, cleaving them in two, leaving no trace behind. Han Yun's face is cold, his eyes as sharp as his blade, ready for what comes next. The brown bear stares in disbelief, unable to fathom a human so in tune with nature, wondering how such a mystical technique could exist. Han Yun smirks, asking Zizu if he hadn't said that anything spoken within the barrier would remain inside, and if you dare point a sword at someone, shouldn't you be prepared to be stabbed in return? Enraged by Han's taunt, Zizu gripped the demon fox hairpin, preparing a decisive move, and Han immediately retaliated, unleashing the hairpin's full power. Suddenly, the divine artifact shifted, unleashing a massive torrent of energy into Jiang Zizu, causing Han excruciating pain. Han Yun watched Zizu collapse completely, and quickly jumped down to check if anything serious had happened to him. Standing behind Brown Bear remarks that Zizu is completely defenseless, perhaps beyond recovery. Apparently, Zizu wanted to surpass Han Yun's power, so he wielded the demon fox flute, recklessly, resulting in insufficient power to maintain the artifact. Han's soul is drawn into the demon fox hairpin as compensation, making him pay dearly for his recklessness and ambition. Brown Bear remarks that if a true master wielded the hairpin, the entire mountain could vanish instantly from its terrifying power. Upon hearing this, Han Yun picked up the demon fox flute to examine it, considering using it as a trophy in future battles. But before he could put it away, a massive fire blast struck him, leaving him no time to react, resulting in a powerful explosion. The culprit is none other than the Taoist priest, using fire magic, frantically attacking Han with his rosary, intending to overwhelm him. Then he rushed to Jiang Zizu anxiously and fearfully checking on his condition. He cradles Zizu, muttering that such a defeat is unacceptable. Zizu a failure on his own battlefield now, they both face the wrath of Rakshasa Heavenly King. Han Yun explains that his actions were purely self-defense, with no malice or intent to cause unnecessary harm. He emerges unscathed from the flames, declaring the same will be true for the old Taoist. The old Taoist regrets not eliminating Han Yun completely a year ago when he had the chance. He doesn't understand why the Heavenly King is interested in someone like Han Yun, a hawk with real talent. The old master vowed to make Han Yun wish he were dead, then deliver him to the Heavenly King for punishment, but Han Yun remained unmoved, ready to face his enemy head-on. After a tense battle, the forest was devastated, trees lay everywhere, and the landscape was terrifyingly destroyed. Han Yun ran for his life, trying to escape the continuous explosions around him. The Taoist priest relentlessly pursues, unleashing a terrifying blast of true fire upon Han Yun. Han Yun raises his sword to block the initial onslaught, struggling to maintain his balance against the intense heat. The second wave of true fire arrived immediately, forcing Han Yun to hastily raise his sword in defense, but he was still knocked back. He scrambled to his feet, muttering that this was far too disadvantageous, and it would be difficult to win. Faced with the powerful fire magic, Han Yun realized it was a true bane to all of his skills, as the old Taoist prepared to unleash another barrage, giving him no chance to breathe. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the nearby bushes, urging Han Yun to use the demon fox banner as it could counter the fire magic. The brown bear finished speaking only to be blasted out of the trees, looking battered but resolute. Hearing this, Han Yun thought of the demonic fox banner but feared losing his soul like young Jeju. Backed into a corner, Han Yun decided to gamble, drawing the demonic fox banner and preparing to counterattack. He summoned dozens of wolves that lunged at the Taoist, creating a scene of power and destruction. This mighty artifact terrified the Taoist, who desperately tried to block Han Yun's powerful attack. Han Yun barely registered the deafening explosion, the sound tearing through the surrounding space. When the dust settled, he saw a scene of devastation. Everything within sight destroyed, a testament to the fierce battle. Perhaps the old Taoist had also vanished in the explosion, leaving behind an empty and silent space. Han Yun breathed a sigh of relief, turning to thank the brown bear for its help, never expecting it to be so useful. Han Yun's biggest mistake was being careless, allowing a spark to pierce his body, causing excruciating pain. Fortunately, the wound missed his heart, but it was still enough to tear through his organs, causing serious damage. As the old Taoist covered in wounds emerged from the rubble, his eyes full of anger towards Han Yun. He berates Han Yun for daring to defeat the earthly child of Lord Rakshasa, and for brazenly using the demonic fox banner. Han Yun figures it's no surprise the old Taoist survived the explosion, considering he's reached the level of an immortal. Instantly, the Taoist priest unleashed a barrage of prayer beads, each one hurtling towards Han Yun like unavoidable bullets. Han Yun couldn't react in time. The direct hit sent him flying backwards into a massive boulder. The impact sends Han Yun crashing down, coughing up blood with no strength left to resist the old Taoist's assault, who says his tricks are over and it's time to bring him back to the heavenly kings. Han Yun clutched his wound, despairing that he would die here in such a pathetic state. He wished only to keep his body intact, hoping for a miracle however small. Suddenly, a faint pink light emanated from Han Yun's wound, gradually soothing his terrible pain. The miraculous effect of the peaches of immortality. He had absorbed an ancient power passed down through time. Legend says Sun Wukong, yearning for freedom, stole a set of divine armor, granting him immunity to all heavenly weapons. Eastern immortals, craving immortality, possessed regenerative abilities, allowing them to resist all evil magic from the underworld. Even King Yama feared them, abandoning any attempt to touch these immortal Eastern beings. Now these two miraculous abilities have been inadvertently activated within Han Yun, thanks to the peaches giving rise to a new power. One that allows him to regenerate his body at will, promoting liver regeneration, detoxification, and healing injuries within him. Han Yun opens his eyes, sensing a profound shift in his very essence, while the Taoist can't hide his shock at the hero's drastically altered aura. He sensed the water energy surrounding Han Yun, a mysterious cold and steadfast power. Panic spread across his face as he exclaimed that Han Yun was truly a monster. Though he doesn't understand what just happened, Han Yun feels the burning sensation inside him disappear, replaced by a cool, relaxed feeling. He experiments with his newfound power, channeling water energy into the demonic fox banner, hoping to summon a surprising counterattack. As a result, he summoned countless water foxes, shimmering creatures of immense power, that surged toward his opponent, leaping upon the Taoist, leaving him no time to react, as he cried out in terror. The old man cried out in disbelief as he was submerged in a vast sea of water. Time passed, and Han Yun was startled awake by the brown bear shrines pinching his cheeks, urging him to come to. The innkeeper asked if Han Yun was fully awake, looking at him with a puzzled and suspicious gaze, wondering how he could summon such a massive amount of water from the fox bead. Han Yun was still dazed, unsure what Kuan Yak was talking about, stunned by the sight before him, a massive trench of water, a testament to the power he had unleashed. Trees lay uprooted, scattered about the surrounding earth, soaked from the water's unleashed power. Han Yun could only stand there dazed, as Guanak tried to bring him back to reality. Before them, the demonic fox's water spread, flooding the land in a scene of magnificent chaos. After searching, Han Yun and the bear found the Taoist floating face up, looking like a drowned man in the distance. Seeing an opportunity, Han Yun resorts to grave robbery, searching the old man for anything useful, and unexpectedly finds a small pouch in his robes. The brown bear recognizes it, explaining that it's a treasure pouch, a magic bag, that can store all sorts of items, big and small, adding that even young Yi Yu had one to store his magical artifacts. Though curious about the bag's contents, Brown Bear urged Han Yun that now wasn't the time, as more enemies were approaching. Han Yun quickly considered his next move. Suddenly, he looked down at the unconscious old Taoist and had a bold idea. Without hesitation, Han Yun picked him up and headed toward the peach tree, ignoring the brown bear's astonished gaze. Arriving at their destination, he tossed the old Taoist onto the ground and told the brown bear to wait. Han Yun began gathering energy in his palm, then channeled it into the ground using his celestial art skill. Quickly, the old Taoist's body began to dissolve, merging into the surroundings, transforming into light leaves that floated towards the peach tree. The brown bear watched in astonishment as Chojian's body was completely absorbed into the tree, causing it to grow vigorously and bloom with vibrant flowers. With the task complete, Han Yun smiled, relieved he'd finished before the remaining enemies arrived, just as two of them reached the sacred peach tree. He could enhance the water energy in his body, making himself stronger, and then the brown bear proposed something unexpected to Han Yun. He could bear fruit immediately. Mentioning the peach, Han Yun curiously asked the brown bear about its effects. The brown bear explained that, depending on the development time and size of the peach, its effects would vary significantly. He could enhance the hydro energy in his body, making himself stronger. At that moment, the Donreng bear made Han Yun a rather surprising offer. It wants Han Yun's help to see the world outside, explaining that as a mountain spirit it can create an avatar to leave the mountain, but maintaining it requires power. Seeing its hesitation, Han Yun guessed the bear wanted to leech off his body to maintain its strength outside the mountain. The bear lamented that no matter how many people climbed the mountain, none of them ever gave it anything. Sensing an opportunity, Han Yun agrees to help, but only in exchange for something of equal value. Without hesitation, the bear flies off, returning with what appears to be a rather ordinary club like a child's plaything. The bear explains that this is an ancient treasure of the goblins, a mythical race with superior intelligence and strength. This club is the goblin's fire paired with the coronal hat, an irreplaceable set of treasures. If either treasure is lost, the elves' power is halved, so whoever holds this mace essentially holds them hostage, able to force them to do anything. Brown Bear says he received the treasure by chance, not knowing who it belonged to, but Han Yun found it interesting enough to take. Brown Bear is ecstatic, hardly believing he's about to go outside his excitement plain to see. After that, they decided to continue their journey, intending to turn the new area into their own garden. Along the way, Han Yun rummaged through Yang Jiru's treasure, discovering many secret manuals and another bag of treasures. Just then, Han Yun took a taxi into the city, and the driver started talking to him about the upcoming G22 summit in Seoul on the 31st, which would host not only national leaders but also high-ranking immortals. The driver explains that the summit's main goal is to discuss the Tower of Babel project, a massive undertaking to rebuild the legendary tower and reach the heavens, a symbol of Babylon's revival in a modern world where language can be unified. However, the driver also mentioned that if Babel succeeds, it could negatively impact other translation and cultural projects. Han Yun was pondering the project's immense implications when the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes, startling him. Up ahead, someone is blocking the road. He quickly asks the taxi driver what's going on, wondering if a monster has appeared. Upon closer inspection, Han Yun realizes the roadblock is none other than a stunningly beautiful girl standing confidently before the car, the very girl from the prophecy sent to aid him on his journey. She's a powerful figure, but Han Yun isn't sure how she'll help him on his journey. He doesn't know what role she'll play, but her presence is undeniably powerful and mysterious. But for now, she seems fierce, warning him not to do anything foolish, a warning that makes Han Yun realize she's not someone to be trifled with. He says he'll be careful, but can't help but worry about their connection. Meanwhile, the mountain god disguised as a phone booth looks on with concern. The bear's expression reveals a tense situation. It couldn't ignore warning Han Yun that dealing with this person will be difficult. Brown Bear's concern stems not only from her inherent sadness but also from her past. Han Yun asks if she's acquainted with the mountain spirit, to which Brown Bear quietly confirms that he knows her well. He warned him about her weakness, a weakness Han Yun couldn't afford to ignore. Her weakness is her love for handsome men, and this could be a powerful weapon or a fatal flaw, leaving Han Yun unsure of how to control the situation. Rumors of a celestial being's son named Van Dao Lin have existed since ancient times, a story not just legend but part of Ra Trongbi's past. This man was famous throughout Jeju Island for his outstanding beauty, excelling in both literary and martial arts. Mentioning Wen Daoling, both Han Yun and Brown Bear couldn't help but recall his extraordinary beauty and talent. Back then, Ra Trongbi was an ordinary girl who happened to see Van Dao Lin bathing, a moment that changed her life as his beauty awakened a part of her hidden power. It was his radiant aura that unexpectedly awakened Ra Trongbi's immortal essence, and from then on, her love for Van Dao Lin became an unquenchable longing. Even though her celestial gate was still closed, her power hadn't fully awakened. Han Yun was shocked, scolding the old man for being a liar. But in truth, Brown Bear's story was believable. Children do awaken when faced with intense physical and emotional trauma. Such children are chosen from the human world and nurtured by immortals. Ra Trongbi was one of them, her awakening triggered by intense emotional trauma. Moreover, Ra Trongbi's celestial bones resembled Dao Wenling, leading to her acceptance by Tra-An, the Van Kook star. This connection secured her a firm position among the immortals. She then relentlessly pursued the handsome man, but no matter how hard she tried, he wouldn't accept her. Everything she did was just to get the attention of the man she loved. Wen Kuxing couldn't accept a young, unsupported immortal like Ra Trongbi. Though her power was great without powerful backing, she couldn't have the love she desired. Honeymoon asks if she began an impossible love, a question that makes the brown bear sigh. It was this unfulfilled love that led Ra In-bai down a path of suffering, feeling held back by her ordinariness, and this sense of being scorned drove her into darkness. This is what caused Ra In-bai so much pain, driving her to want to make herself special. And to prove her worth, Ra In-bai relentlessly pursued extreme measures. In less than a century, she conquered the Zuju immortal realm, becoming a terrifying and influential figure. Plucking a flower, she shook the heavens and swept through the world. With her power, Ra Zhongbi became a tyrant no one dared to touch. It was called the Sura Flower of Destruction, a symbol of destruction and power. After rising to become an unrivaled overlord, Ra Zhongbi formally proposed to the handsome Wen Daoling once more. Despite her power, she couldn't abandon love, yearning for acceptance from the man she loved. But he and his father, fearing her strength, plotted her demise. Fearing her power, Wen Dowling and his son betray her, shattering her dreams of a perfect future on her wedding day. Meanwhile, the Van father and son conspired with the immortals of Jeju Island to eliminate her, betraying her and plotting her demise to protect their power. Instead of a groom and happiness, the beautiful bride is met with a fierce battle, ambushed by hundreds of assassins. On her wedding day, she was attacked by ruthless enemies, her rage, a culmination of past pain and betrayal. She was determined to destroy everything. Ra In-bai's rampage knew no bounds. She wanted to erase everything that had hurt her. That day's battle was recorded as a great war that nearly engulfed Jeju Island, a struggle not just of power but of a broken heart. Every assassin was slaughtered. None could survive Ra's fury. But ultimately her downfall was betrayal and a forbidden love. Though she won, her heart was shattered. And the tavern knew that many approached her, seeking to exploit her talent. They sent handsome men to seduce her, but none returned with all their parts intact. Ra In-bai became a figure of terror to those who dared deceive and exploit her. If not for Barry Deji's intervention, Ra would have been banished from her hometown and become a common enemy. The bear reassures him that he doesn't need to worry about her causing trouble because of her appearance, but Honeymoon still senses danger. Honeymoon, guessing the mountain god wanted to go home early, pinched his cheek hard, causing him to yelp. Even Ryonbi could hear it, but luckily Honeymoon pretended to be listening to music, avoiding suspicion. Still, something felt off. Ra then led him to a towering ancient gate, an architectural marvel unlike anything he'd ever seen. A gateway to a completely different world that Honeymoon was about to enter. It wasn't until Ra In-bai called him that he rushed over his haste, barely concealing the bewilderment he felt before the events to come, as she led him introducing the 6 gardens in the ladies' pavilion, each numbered from 1 to 6. Ryonbi continued to guide Honeymoon to the place he would call his own, and begin his new responsibilities, and then the two stopped at a garden. This is where Honeymoon will reside and where her new trials begin. The only place to rest is the 6th garden. This space is like a separate world, where Honeymoon will face the mysteries of his new life. As she spoke, Robbie pushed open a large gate, causing a blinding light to erupt from within. The light from within this gate fills Honeymoon with a sense of strangeness and mystery. A vast, barren space with only a tattered shack, and most strangely 2 suns. The presence of 2 suns is an unprecedented phenomenon. She explains that each garden gate leads to a different space, and this is where he will be responsible for caring for and nurturing creatures. The responsibility Honeymoon faces is not only physical, but also a great mental challenge. Honeymoon asks about the previous owners only to learn that this place has been abandoned for hundreds of years. This place has long been abandoned, with no one left to watch over it. To think she'd entrust such a desolate, centuries-old place to him, she really knows how to pick people. Jia Trongbai must have had a reason for entrusting Honeymoon with this task, and as harvest time approaches, much will fall into his hands, since he has no rank. This is Honeymoon's big chance to prove himself and build important relationships, but just as Jia Trongbai begins laying down the law, a phone rings, interrupting him. This interruption carries hidden secrets, and the bizarre ringtone is something she desperately silences, knowing others would judge. Her hasty actions only fueled Honeymoon's curiosity about the unknown aspects of Jia Trongbai, and unexpectedly she dropped her phone. This phone became a vessel revealing unimaginable truths to Honeymoon, exposing a screen full of famous handsome idols. Jia Trongbai's phone screen reveals secrets that send shivers down Honeymoon's spine, confirming the terrifying stories of her past. These secrets force Honeymoon to confront an unprecedented fear, confirming the terrifying stories that Brown Bear had told him were true. What he'd heard was now undeniable, and as he opened his eyes, the music store owner was right in front of him, munching away. The bear watched him eat raspberries, asking if he was awake. Honeymoon lay on the ground, trying to piece together what was happening. Sprawled out on the earth as the bear sat on his chest, saying it had been about 2 hours. Honeymoon asked what happened out cold in one hit, that's a first, and she didn't even use magic. Honeymoon feared he'd been targeted as the bear offered him the berries it was eating. Though it's the worst garden, the seeds are carefully selected, so the quality and flavor are excellent. Having made up her mind, Honeymoon raised her fist to her chest. If she showed them her abilities, they'd surely have her tend to more valuable plants. Like fairy peaches or something even more precious. I have to use this garden and become stronger than I am now, so I'm never like I was before. In this crazy world, those careless immortals won't lay a hand on my family or me. To ensure that Honeymoon rises, knowing he must first. What should he do with this long-abandoned field surrounded by such chaos? Honeymoon glanced back at the item he wore on his shoulder, surprised. It's all burnt up, huh? He examined it with regret. His face darkened as he looked at the object in his hand. It was a bit much indeed. You've saved my life countless times, and you've been through so much lately. Honeymoon leaned against the dead tree, closing his eyes in thought. Standing behind him, Quan Yak saw his sincere prayer from afar. Surely even a plant could ascend to heaven without regrets. Suddenly, from the ground where he planted the dead tree, a massive lush tree sprouted its roots, rising to the surface and climbing over the fences. Honeymoon is shocked. How could he restore a burnt peach tree in the blink of an eye when it should take a month? Bear gaped in amazement as he began to conjure even more trees. Honeymoon used the Yang Guangfeng incantation to revive the dead tree, and the giant tree people were awakened with the essence of immortality. He instructed the 2 tree people to take over the duties of the 5 servants, and they obeyed, tending to the trees he had created. The tree people worked meticulously, touching each tree to infuse it with life and nutrients, prompting Bear to praise Honeymoon's skill. Even high-level celestials can't easily command tree spirits like that. Honeymoon humbly replies that he is too kind. Seeing his exhaustion, Bear urges him to rest, saying he's overexerted himself and offers him a jujube perfectly ripe. Soon it's noon, and the only building in the garden is a thatched roof house. With the bear on his shoulder, Honeymoon steps inside, surprised by the spacious interior, a stark contrast to the dilapidated exterior. The bear reveals that the former master of the Harmony Garden was Phae, known as Wei Jin, as written in those memoirs which it read while he was unconscious. Honeymoon sets his bag down first, deciding to regulate his breathing. He sits cross-legged and focuses his inner energy, having used too much power, restoring the garden. Suddenly, Honeymoon sensed something opening up, and he widened his eyes in shock, not understanding what was happening. Honeymoon quickly stood up, and seeing his reaction, Quan Yak, who was sitting close by, asked what was wrong. "No, it's clear. Clearly I felt the pulse of the plants reacting to my breath." "Could it be this floor?" Honeymoon pondered, looking down at his feet. He decides to try using the jujube seed he ate, and with a surge of inner energy, the seed in his hand quickly sprouts. Quickly, the vines intertwined, forming a sturdy hammer, and Honeymoon slammed it down on the floor as the bear above cried out. But he didn't answer, continuing to hammer away until the floor cracked and water gushed out, and something from below erupted, throwing Honeymoon into the air. He and the bar owner watched the water spill out, both feeling an itch. Honeymoon asked what it was sensing, a strange formation beneath the ground. The musician approaches to observe, noting the blood-written barrier thick with resentment. Something lurks below. Honeymoon places his hand on the barrier, sensing the pulse from beneath. Without a second thought, he brings his hammer down. Honeymoon wants to break this barrier, and the hammer in his hand gains power as he strikes. Another hole opens in the ground, and curiosity leads them both to peer into the darkness below, where they're met with a shocking sight. Below lies a deeper place, a table, a book, and a letter, a secret room perhaps left by someone. Honeymoon sends his bear down, and a truth is revealed. "I am Paka-un, master of the Green Blossom Garden, also known as Dogtail Jin. As the next master of the Green Blossom Garden, I want to reveal the cruel deeds of the flower demon Madam. One day after saying goodbye to friends on the way home, I accidentally wandered into a city god shrine and was possessed by a demon. Helpless, a mysterious scholar happened to pass by and rushed over asking if I was all right. He exorcised the demon, clinging to me, then scattered red beans to protect me from evil. I knelt, stammering my thanks. The scholar said that when I was possessed by the demon, I had inadvertently opened my immortal bones. If things continued this way, I would be tormented by mortals or humiliated by wandering immortals. I hesitated, looking at him as he told me I had to leave before disaster struck. His words made me tremble. Seeing my fear, the scholar reassured me, saying he knew an immortal and that I should follow him. Hearing this, I followed the scholar and joined the flower demon's pavilion. He said that if I practiced heart cultivation, I could become something beyond human, but as a mere mortal, ascending to the level of a high-ranking immortal seemed impossible. I made no progress with the menial tasks, and I slowly became like a wandering stone statue, until I thought it was unavoidable, but I was wrong. When I was 13, I met a little girl who, like me, had her immortal roots opened in the mortal realm and entered the immortal world. The reason she came here confused me greatly. Her story was no different from mine, and I realized my possession wasn't from entering the temple, but from that scholar who used demons to open my celestial bones and bring me here. I was just a replaceable part, a sacrifice for the comfort of others. Knowing the whole story, I resolved never to live as a servant again. So I bowed my head to anyone who practiced manual cultivation, begging them to teach me. But no matter how hard I tried to cultivate the techniques, I painstakingly collected my mortal body with its ordinary bones, had no power, and aged as usual. I was given the mocking nickname Foxtail Grass, hunched over and struggling like the weeds that grow anywhere. So I was called a foxtail, and I thought about ending it all because I was useless. But then a light shone upon me. A miracle occurred. A beautiful woman, followed by servants, approached me, the flower madam, who said this was to repay my sacrifices. She bestowed upon me the position of Lukoavian and the Earth Dragon art, a secret Earth-based technique passed down through generations of Lukoavian masters. How could I not be grateful? I was moved to tears, vowing to never forget the flower fairy's kindness and to fulfill my duty as the Green Flower Garden's master until my last breath. From that day on, I cultivated the Earth Dragon art within the Green Flower Garden, my power growing until I was on the verge of becoming a mystic immortal. But compared to the power I gained, my body grew weaker and weaker. It was then that I discovered the secret of the Earth Dragon art. The Earth Dragon art provided incredible gains, but the power was being absorbed by the herbs in the garden, not me. Unbeknownst to me, I had become living fertilizer, and I realized my lifespan was dwindling. Reading this, Han Yun's spirits sank. He was shocked that the things he'd only seen on TV were actually being done by immortals, and it disgusted him. Kwanyak says he already guessed it, so the content isn't special, huh? Han Yun was surprised to hear him say that. Gu continues, saying this is common practice, a tactic used by celestial beings to maintain the celestial realm. Han Yun's face darkens, realizing he almost fell for the same trick as this great figure. He vowed to never let it happen again, not if he was a talent capable of piercing the barrier containing his life and blood. There was no doubt he was the talent who would burn down this damned pavilion for his successors and those in the same plight as him. So I left behind the treasure I risked my life to steal. Bear quickly slid down from his head. Han Yun figured that everything the deceased mentioned must be here, judging by what came with the will. This is a mandragora seed, planted by the Sekmok people across the sea. It said its screams can steal souls, so it's called the Devil's Cry Ginseng. Han Yun picked it up and read its name, mandragora. And there's this too, a tube of some kind, but Han Yun can't find any mention of it in the deceased's writings. Kwanyak says it looks like a fortune teller's box, but he quickly turns serious, realizing what he holds is real. The impulse reacting to him wasn't the seed pod, but this object. Han Yun gripped it tightly, focusing his inner energy, wanting to see what would happen if he forced it to grow. Suddenly, a massive explosion sends Han Yun flying, and Bear rushes to his side, asking if he's alright. Han Yun quickly sits up, saying he's okay, but this thing really hit the spot. It's like it's refusing to grow. It seems it has to stay in this form. Frustrated, Han Yun picked it up, curious as to what it could be. But suddenly, an idea struck him. It felt strangely familiar. Han Yun held it and shook it back and forth. Could it be a sword hilt? Gao is surprised and asks if it's really a sword hilt. If so, where's the blade? They both asked the same question in unison while Yunhua and her subordinates stood in front of the courtyard, bathed in the growing sunlight. A large sedan chair approaches, carried by many, adorned with intricate red lacquer. The occupant must be someone of great importance. Stepping out, a figure in flowing red silk slowly turns. She is the Stone Shrine Princess, the Divine Princess. With a somber face, the Divine Princess tells Yunhua that she knows this is impolite, but business is business, so she will speak frankly. I heard my palace's treasure is with you, madam, an item lost in a shameful incident 100 years ago. The Divine Princess demands Yunhua return the item, while Yun and the bear continue to study the sword hilt, the very hilt of the seven-branch sword, according to the princess. The seven-branch sword is a mysterious artifact, and so is Baki, the land of its creation. For Baki was a country that should never have been founded. That's why among the three kingdoms, only Baki lacked any backing to establish itself. In truth, it was the first kingdom founded by an extraordinarily gifted individual. Goguryeo was blessed by immortals and gods of the Korean peninsula, and Gojumong, son of Lady Yuwa, founded the nation. And without any backing or power, King Anjo founded Baki through sheer human strength, awakening the late-blooming metal earth core, realizing his own unique energy, and creating a cultivation method. King Anjo was a man but a rare talent. Baki would have welcomed a golden age with his abilities, but the abilities of later kings were pathetic, and ruin followed. Even the remaining traces have disappeared with time. The only fragment left is the genius, compared to Anjo Wang, who expanded Baiki's power to the continent and islands. Back with Yuhua, the Divine Palace Master identifies it as the hilt of the seven-branch sword. Yuhua notes that the blade and hilt were never cast together, a fact the Divine Palace Master acknowledges. It's recorded that, in the past, when King Gyun Chogo gifted the divine sword to the Heavenly King, the envoy who delivered it met a genius and died. Fortunately, the sword's container was recovered safely, but only the blade of the divine sword was delivered to our country. Yu Hua angrily asks the palace master if the seven-branch sword truly has a hilt. Then she asks if the palace master doesn't find it strange, as it's been a long time since the hilt appeared. Why come looking for it now? But the palace lord says, she's not here for meaningless things. I represent the palace here to propose the immortal competition in 6 months. Yu Ho's face darkens as she asks about the terms of the competition. The palace master, with a face as grim as a Tula from hell, says his palace will personally hang it on the blade of the seven-branch sword. If my divine palace wins, I want permission to take one item from your treasury. If the hilt of the seven-branch sword is there, I promise to only take the hilt. Of course, I also promise to keep silent about the things within the vault. Yuhua agrees, tacitly accepting the palace master's condition. However, she adds a condition. In 6 months, the upcoming immortal competition will be broadcast live. Lady Yuhua wants it public, but why broadcast it? I want to see it too. The two discuss back and forth when suddenly Moshi turns and announces they're approaching the green flower garden. I will visit to check on the progress, but wouldn't causing a ruckus be disrespectful to the current owner of the Lukhoa Vian? After being reminded, the people following him meekly said they understood and dared not discuss it any further. The gates of the greenery garden swing open to welcome their guests, a refreshing breeze rustling through the trees, as the young man's entourage gape at the ethereal scene before them, unable to believe this place was one abandonned. Han Yul, munching on fruit, suddenly perks up. "We have guests." Seeing him speak to their master like that, the two attendants stammered, calling him rude. Han Yul nonchalantly jumped down from the tree and the man shouted, "How can you be so relaxed, Anzalia? This is the celestial being Leung. Show some respect." But Han Yul paid no mind to his words, extending a hand and cheerfully saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Park Han Yul, the caretaker of this green blossom garden." The red-clad youth politely introduced himself as Leung there to check on the progress of the Lukhoa Vian, and they shook hands. Suddenly Han Yul hesitated, asking why those juniors were putting pressure on a senior like him as he produced proof of his rank. Checking the information, it was revealed that his rank was actually Celestial Immortal, leaving everyone dumbfounded, never expecting him to be one. Quickly, the juniors were punished by tending to the sixth garden. Han Yul and Leung sat and chatted in the pavilion, and it seemed Han Yul knew nothing about the immortal competition. Leung patiently explained that two people from each side, Celestial Immortal to Wise Immortal, would compete against Japan. Han Yul, who doesn't often go out, was surprised to hear that Hu Yin was also participating, to which Leung chuckled in response, revealing that Hu Yin lost his family in a bombing during the Korean War, awakened his immortal roots, and joined the ranks of the Funyan. He was looked down upon just like Master Wei Zhen, but he had the talent to become an outstanding figure after meeting a good master. Han Yul considered that all immortals were untrustworthy, but he felt a fondness for this one. He immediately apologized to him when his rude juniors appeared, and even said he would call him Hu Yin from now on, which surprised Han Yul. Moreover, the leader of the heavenly immortal realm is Go Cha-un, who is about to enter the true immortal realm and is the heir to the bloodline of the Enchantress and the Eastern Brightness Holy King. Leung took a sip of tea, saying it was lucky to participate in the competition with him. Han Yul stroked his chin silently, considering the name Go Cha-un. In another room, a meeting is underway, and the Flower Demon says that the Divine Palace has accepted their proposal, supporting the ordinary ones, despite the murder of a few lesser beings. If we actively participate in this story about the nation's pride, we could receive more adoration and praise than that insignificant star aniseed Li Taibai, who murdered those creatures. Suddenly, a servant approached from outside, respectfully calling for the woman, seemingly with something to report. It turns out the master of the Green Garden wants to see her, which surprises the woman. She casually orders the servant to tell him to wait as she's having tea with her family, but the maid hesitates, whispering what the man wants to discuss. Upon hearing the maid's words, the woman's son flew into a rage, grinding his teeth as he cursed the insolent name. Yao Hua was equally surprised to hear it. It turned out that Han Yao Yun had sent a challenge to Yun's father, infuriating him, because in his eyes Han Yao Yun was just a chicken daring to disrespect a celestial being like himself. But his sister quickly said she thought it wasn't bad, though he didn't understand why she said that. Hai Yuan Hoa continued saying, there were rumors that Hu Yan deliberately stopped at the celestial realm because he was afraid of competing with the true immortals in this immortal competition. If he wants to silence the rumors, he should accept the challenge and show them his true power. She sternly asked her son if he could compete with the master of the six-flower garden, but Yun seemed hesitant, faltering without an answer. But unable to refuse, Yun grits his teeth in frustration. Finally accepting Han Yao Yun's challenge, the two stand face to face. Lady Yaohua sat high above, fanning herself languidly, with servants bowing respectfully behind her as the crowd buzzed with anticipation. Yuan confirmed Han Yao Yun's name, then said in a low voice, Han Yao Yun, master of the Green Garden. His face darkened as he channeled his inner power. He inexplicably flies into a rage, telling Han Yao Yun not to blame him even if he dies full of resentment. Han Yao Yun, seeing his intensity, wonders if he's trying to kill him just for signing up, but he thought if he could cloud his judgment and reason with anger, that would be good. The referee shouted, and the battle for the heavenly ranks began. But what's with all the true immortal, celestial immortal, wise immortal stuff? Han Yao Yun doesn't understand any of it. These levels are giving him a headache. The bear eating fruit guesses it's about time for Han Yao Yun to level up. And now a word from our sponsor, God-level master Quan Yak Lai Ung Tien Tien level 5. Bak Han Yu Uan Tien Tien level 5. Go Hu Un Hoa Tron Tien level 6. Go Cha Un Tien Tien level 5. Cha Un is still gathering energy, eager to end Han Yao Uan's life. He quickly unleashes all his inner power towards Han Yao Yun, causing the surrounding rocks to fly up and not to be outdone. Han Yao Yun quickly gathers inner power in his hands. A shield quickly appears, blocking the first blow. Cha-un scoffs, asking if he really thinks he can stop his attack with a leafy shield. A shield that's already used up all its leaves. "I won't let you mock me with that mouth any longer," he said, preparing another attack. Cha-Yun flew up, seemingly determined to finish off Han Yo-eun once and for all. He grins wickedly like a demon, saying that this is the end for him, but Han Yo-eun smiles contentedly, apologizing that he's fully charged as the petals in his hand change from green to red. Cha-Eun recognized the move as the blood-mist sunlight wind, but Han Yo-eun shouted that the newcomer was the one who should stop unleashing a torrent of energy. Cha-Eun panicked, unable to dodge the attack, and was shocked to find that it wasn't just a shield but one that absorbed his power. Suddenly, someone leaps into the river and joins the fight, a third party entering between the two contestants. He asks them to forgive his intrusion. He effortlessly deflected Han Yaoyun's attack, stating that while he knew it was wrong, he couldn't bear to lose a member of their clan when victory was already assured. This man was none other than Tan Day. Unconvinced, Cha-Eun shouts that he can still fight, but ignoring him, Tam Duke turns to the madam and calls her grand aunt. He then declares that Master Bak has surely won. "This one's potential will not shame me." But with no other choice, Yao Yunhua closed her fan, saying that if he said so, then he must have the aptitude. Then the madam summoned the head of the green flower garden forward, and Han Yaoyun wondered if she was really accepting him so easily. Han Yaoyun glanced at Tan Day, wondering who he was, as Lady Yao Yunhua asked what he had cultivated in the last 6 months. "So she suspects my sudden increase in power." But thinking that Han Yao Yuan still smiles brightly and replies, "It's just that my cultivation speed is faster, due to a special technique with a rare attribute." His face then turned sinister as he thought, "I don't know what you're raising me for, but if you want, I can raise it for you right now. If you trust me, I will never betray you." Yao Yu smiles slyly, saying how bold I am to have thought of that the moment I arrived. But for now, I should only think about competing, and she will consider my accommodations. Han Yaoyun, with his brightest smile, respectfully said he would wait, and the madam waved him away. Suddenly, remembering something, Han Yaoyu spoke up, telling the madam he had some private matters to attend to, and would be going out for a bit. And so he and Dandy ventured out together the modern city streets, a stark contrast to his training grounds. "She told me to go out but sent a companion along. It seems she's having Dandy accompany me to keep watch." Han Yaoyu asks Dam Duke for his name, realizing he hadn't introduced himself. "I am Dam Duke, you can call me Duke Huine," he says, and Han Yaoyu sees his true form, a majestic general. He mused that Tam Duke, the expansive Tai King, certainly had an extraordinary presence, while Tam Duke eagerly took in the sights and sounds of the city. Seeing his childlike excitement, Han Yu chuckled to himself, thinking how different he was from their first encounter. Lost in wonder, Dam Duke stares at the electric vehicle, a marvel unknown to him. Han Yu asks if he'd like a strawberry banana smoothie, but Dam Duke is clueless, lost in thought. Seeing this, he quickly went into the store to buy a drink and a few other things. Soon the two were loaded with drinks and snacks, looking like true city dwellers. Dam Duke excitedly says he occasionally hears about the human realm, but it seems to be just snippets of information. Han Yu Yao smiles, saying she's glad he's happy. "I've heard that ancient immortals occasionally visit the human realm. Haven't you ever seen one?" Dam Duke sadly says he hasn't. He recounts how, when first facing human mortality, his immortal roots awakened, and it was the Yu Flower Fairy who brought him back, but Dam Duke laments his despair at being forced to live in the immortal realm instead of the human world. Han Yu Yao knows that Quang Kai Thotai Duong actually died young, and that he must have had many attachments to the human world given his great achievements. "I embraced the human realm in my name, hoping that people would remember me even after I was gone. Looking back, it was just an impossible childhood dream. Though I resented being trapped in this immortal realm, it was but a fleeting moment. And without me, they could never have created such a beautiful world. This song is so long. Thank you for letting me be your companion so I could enjoy life in the human realm." Han Yul smiled gently and said it was nothing. He picked up his iPhone, checked the directions, and excitedly told Dam Diak that if they followed this road, they would reach Quang Hoa Gate. They see a crowd protesting by the road, and Dam Diak asks Han Yul what they're doing. He replies that it's probably a demonstration, but Dam Diak doesn't know what that is. The crowd chants in unison, "Stop the barbaric practice of human sacrifice. Human sacrifice is murder. Condemn this nation's slavery and disregard for human rights. Whether it's the Dragon King or not, this year's harvest is doomed." Dam Diak points and tells Haniol to look, asking if he understands the situation as Haniol's expression changes. The leader of a country offering human sacrifices. How foolish! Dam Diak crushed his cup in anger, saying they had to find the leader at once, but Haniol looked elsewhere, telling Dam Diak to look where he was looking. Suddenly the sun is blotted out and darkness falls for no apparent reason. It's an eclipse, and a storm suddenly arises as it appears. Dam Diak urges Haniol to protect the people immediately, as a hand rises from the crowd channeling inner energy amidst the eclipse. A massive shadow looms over everyone, sending them into a frenzy of panic. They scatter their cries for help, echoing as a figure in ancient garb emerges from the darkness, face obscured. Han scoffs at the fleeing crowd, calling them ignorant fools as Han Yul rushes in, demanding to know what he's doing. Gritting his teeth, he spat, "You'll pay for this," and lunged forward, wielding his weapon in a furious strike against Yan Shalai. The brutal force sends people scattering and chaos reigns. A massive crater appears in the ground, a terrifying testament to the power unleashed. Han Yul inadvertently steps on a red cloth amidst the chaos, the cries of the desperate echoing around him. The ground is littered with bodies, and fleeing civilians are cut down by masked figures in black. They slashed and stabbed with a frenzy, showing no mercy to anyone. Han Ul, witnessing the scene, gritted his teeth in anger, cursing the bastards. Suddenly, something rushes past him from behind. The red cloth on the ground flies up like a net, slamming into Han Yul and sending him flying. A strange voice suddenly speaks. "I didn't expect to find you here." Yen Shiblai, a traveler of the wrong world, looks down at Han Yul from atop a high rock. He spoke grimly, declaring he would take Han Yul's life in the name of the Hotban, to which Han Yul indifferently replied, "That's nonsense," surprising him. "This guy. You're also a dog working for Rakshasa. With this unpleasant energy, he's definitely right. And that woman? I sensed her presence the moment the statue was destroyed. She brazenly revealed her aura to you without hesitation." Han Yul asks if he cherishes Yongji, leaving the man stunned, and his patience finally snaps. Yon Sibri roared, saying that people can do whatever they want, but they'll pay for their actions with their lives, his eyes wide with rage. Han Yul channels his inner power, mockingly repeating his words about paying the price, then slams his hands on the ground, unleashing a surge of force. Internal energy surges forth like roots snaking across the ground toward Yenthap Lai, who stands motionless, as Han Yul tells him to stop playing around. The ones who will pay for their sins are— "No, you are Han," Yul declares as a wooden army rises behind him. Han Yul's army of trees surged forward with incredible speed, overwhelming Yenthap Lai's soldiers who fell before they could react. Before long, Han Yul's army gained the upper hand, subduing his soldiers. Yen Shilai shouted, demanding the immediate summoning of the demon gods. "Tear limb from limb those who harmed my husband," she cried, and demonic creatures with glowing eyes and long fangs appeared. Han Yul knew these head-devouring demons were devils, making them difficult to defeat with trees, and the sheer number of enemies made using the nine-tailed fox fan ineffective. "I never thought I'd have to use this so soon." Han Yul then pulled something out of the red pouch he'd bought in town. "I was so smart to buy this pipe at the market first," Han Yul thought, placing the pipe to his lips and quickly blowing smoke billowing out. "So he's using spirit herbs. These things develop muscle and balance, enhance focus, maximize senses and reflexes, and promote muscle cell growth." Han Yul throws the herbs to the ground, and a green tree sprouts from the earth. He plucks it and declares that no one will escape, as herbs spring up all around him. Han Yul takes off, cutting down a demon in his path before leaping forward once more. Demons shriek and lunge, but Han Yul calmly holds his pipe in one hand while the other sweeps away those who dare to stand in his path. He stands alone, caught between the demons and Yon Shiplai's forces. Han watches the scene thinking, what's the point of using a stick to ward off demons? It's like poking a boulder with a toothpick. Shilai shouts, "What are you waiting for, summon? More demon gods." "Catch that fly," she commanded, desperate to end his life, but suddenly she clutched her neck and vomited a mouthful of blood. Shilai sensed something was wrong, and before she could understand what was happening, her subordinates began to scream. They clutched their necks and heads, screaming and writhing on the ground. Their bodies paralyzed, they cried out for help in terror, while Yan Shilai, sitting on the ground, trembled, unable to comprehend what was happening. Suddenly, Yenthap Lai's empty hand on the ground twitched. Han Yul looked towards her, seeing her falling from the rock above. He quickly rushes to Yenthap Lai, saying, "Am I crazy for diligently buying swords until now?" She struggles to look up and asks if he's been acting all along. Han Yul crouches down to explain that his liver can neutralize poison, making it safe for him, but toxic to others, then smugly puffs on his pipe. Yenshilla looked up at him, instinctively taking a step back, before finally speaking with great effort, a trail of blood trickling down her lips. She looked towards the sun and cried out for her father, surprising Han Yul. Suddenly, an explosion sent Han Yul flying. A figure stood before Yan Shiplai asking father, but Han Yul recognized the voice. Damdeok, enraged, demanded to know if she was calling out to the bloody youth he held by the hair. Han Yul was stunned. It was Rakshasa Heavenly King himself. Seeing his father in such a state, Yan Shilai abandoned Damdeok and rushed back. He quickly released the man, and Rakshasa Heavenly King lost his balance, falling face first into the ground. The father and son were beaten to a pulp by his brothers, and as he struggled to stand, he asked, "Who are you?" Han, enraged, gritted his teeth and asked Damdeok if he knew who he was. With a dark look, Damdeok retorts, "Who you are is irrelevant. What matters is the unforgivable sin you've committed against the people." He continues, "So don't resist in vain." Hearing this, the Heavenly King sinisterly grinds his teeth. He darkly replies, "I thought you were just spouting nonsense," then clumsily gets up. Rakshasa Heavenly King evilly stares at Dandi and says, "Before you go to hell, remember this. Because of your meddling, not a single mortal survived. He finished his sentence and channeled his inner energy somehow, causing everyone, even Yan Shilai's soldiers on the ground, to suddenly vomit blood. Not only does he absorb corpses, but he also absorbs the power of the living. Yan covers his face enraged, muttering, "I could understand if the lowly did such things, but what did the others do to deserve this, damn it? Besides, his evil sorcery is too powerful." Han Yun can't think of any way to stop him. He considers using his fox demon magic, but knows it won't work. Still, he has no other choice. It's ancient magic, the incarnation of Hyet Di appearing in the human realm, so this is what the old man lamented. At Hyet Di's words, he asks in surprise as Damduke wordlessly accepts the sword. Han Yun realizes Daokyeon is the answer, and quickly throws the sword to Damdeok. Damdeok quickly caught it, his inner energy flowing into the sword, making it glow. And without missing a beat, he thanked Han Yun and swung the blade at Rakshasa Heavenly King's face. "I have no authority to punish you within the immortal realm, but you torment innocent people." Damdeok unleashes his sword in fury, and lightning crackles around him. "But they disregarded the lives of my immortal brothers, using them as sacrifices for power. As an immortal, I have a duty to punish you." Unable to withstand the force, Raksha's eyes and mouth bleed, as Han shields himself. Damdeok swung his sword, catching him off guard, and sending him crashing down. He sheathed his sword, a brilliant light, revealing Damdeok's divine aura. Thanks to the swift actions of the Bureau, all the terrorists have been apprehended, and they are now identifying the dead and wounded. The suspected terrorists are believed to be part of a poverty gang, and the government is addressing the situation. Meanwhile, Yulhua is watching the news at home, which reports that the heavenly platform has resolved matter. But Fang Tiantai didn't do anything. "I saw the video," the reporter sneered. The video shows Dam, Daok, and Han Yul, and the reporter continues, saying they are our heroes. "But isn't this person familiar?" The camera pans to Han Yul. "Remember him, the hero from a year and a half ago, who fought the giant serpent?" Yul Hua waves her hand, saying she's seen enough, just as Damdeok arrives, calling out to her. "He says he has troubled you, that he is not qualified to represent the heavenly realm, and that interfering in the human world at will is a great sin. He will not avoid whatever punishment you deem fit." Yul Hoa scoffed, pointing a finger north towards Han Yul, saying he was the instigator, and yet dared to look her in the eye. Han Yul didn't understand what she was getting at, so he remained silent, but he finally lowered his head and mumbled that he had been disrespectful. He knew she wasn't angry. He'd seen the corner of her mouth turn up, because Duke Hoyan's victory over the Rakshasa King was a good thing, so at most he'd only be scolded a little. Yulhua commanded Damdeok to raise his head, and he obeyed without question. "I'm not saying your actions were wrong, I'm scolding you, so you'll be more careful." Damdeok respectfully replied, "I will remember that clearly." Then she told Han Yul to prepare for punishment, and he had no argument. After speaking, Yul Hoa dismissed them, and Han Yul obeyed, and left. Back in the Green Blossom Garden, it felt like he'd been gone for days. Time to examine this, he thought, pulling out the books. While Master Wind fought Yan Shilai, he found this hidden inside the king's chess piece. Han Yul opens it, but it doesn't seem to contain any power. Guan Yuek jumps down and peers over his shoulder, immediately recognizing the handwriting as belonging to Li Tao. Han Yul asks who Li Tao is, and Guan Yuek says that after his death he was given the temple name Sejong, that detestable Li brat. He asked Bear if he had done anything wrong to the predecessor, to which Guan Yak replied without hesitation, "Of course." Bear angrily claims his current state is the fault of those detestable Lis who suppressed the mountain's energy when they founded the nation. But despite Bear's rant, Han Yul curiously reads the words within. The writing begins, "Today I wipe away the blood the king vomited." The king being referred to is King Munjong, so the writer is King Sejong the Great. Han Yul quietly analyzes the words, "I know my lifespan is short, but I am not afraid. What I fear is a father's failure, not knowing when his child will be taken before him. It's the worry for the people left behind, seeing Hyang wither from the immortal's curse. I fear that when my son and I are gone, those backed by corrupt immortals will seize power, and this land will be stained by the blood of innocents. Since ancient times, countless lives have been lost because of the immortals. Before the age of the immortals' decline, the people who couldn't awaken their immortal roots needed power to resist them. In the western land of Sashuai, there are characters called Rule. If we combine them, we might be able to unleash their power. The power hidden within the text is a skill of the Dharma tool. If I could create such text." Gu said the king might be trying to create a source system similar to Oracle Bone script, while Guanak lazily propped his chin up, lamenting that the hateful guy was a genius. His reputation extends even to the immortal realm. Perhaps he could invent it if he lived another 100 years. Han Yun says maybe he could do it then. Bear is surprised, and he patiently explains. If they master reading and writing, and learn this activation formula, anyone can use the power hidden in the writing. If it's my last wish, I hope the people can fulfill my wish. These 28 letters will not weaken, but spread far and wide. Han Yun holds the book, smiles happily and silently congratulates. The future the great king desired has come to pass. Han Yun stands with his arms crossed, lost in thought. With that, he moved his finger, and a blue flame appeared at its tip, drawing symbols on the dry branches. And unexpectedly, the dry wood levitates. Han Yun realizes this isn't his power, but the power of Hangul activated by clear thoughts. So words alone can unleash its power. Han Yun stroked his chin, lost in thought, then declared ignite. The floating dry branches had actually burst into flames. Han Yun's eyes widened as he gasped, realizing his theory had become reality. He gasped, raising his hand and shouting ignite, and the flames instantly roared higher. The larger the fire grew, the brighter Han Yun's eyes shone. As he continued to command it to burn bigger and bigger, the noise so loud that Gao rubbed his eyes and came out wondering where the barking was coming from. The bear was horrified, wondering why he was playing with fire in broad daylight. Guanyak jumped on Han Yun, asking how a fire starter like him who couldn't light a fire without him got the spark. He chuckled, saying he sometimes wanted to surpass himself, as Bear reminded Han Yun not to let the fire spread. Yes, sir. After Bear left, Han Yun pondered, realizing the louder he spoke, the bigger the fire would grow. So to amplify the power, should I shout louder, write more characters, make them bigger, or expand the scope? If many people speak, the power would be immense. Han Yun stroked his chin, lost in thought once more. Could longer, more meaningful texts unleash greater power than just short words? Since language spirit resides within words, he takes a deep breath. Oh, heavens roar, Han Yun cried out, face to the sky. But silence remained. He scratched his face, wondering what he was doing. How embarrassing, lucky no one was around. No sooner had he thought it than he saw a girl standing there looking at him with a sly, knowing expression as if she'd witnessed all his madness. Han Yun frantically asks how long she's been standing there, if she saw everything. Playfully, she throws her hands up and shouts to the heavens, just like Han Yun did moments before. He screamed, I'm the most handsome, the craziest under the heavens. Han Yun, red with embarrassment, quickly denied ever saying such things. But ignoring his explanation, she mocked him, saying it was okay, she understood and respected him. Then she flashed a sarcastic smile directly at Han Yun. Seeing her like that, he was embarrassed and flustered, unsure of what to do. Han Yun hesitantly asked if she had come to see him for something, and she cut straight to the point, saying she heard he was participating in the preliminary rounds. So you're the one who defeated Gokhan. You've improved quickly. And the reason I'm here, I made a deal with her to participate in the competition, so I went out to get a feel for things, but remembered I had something to give you. I was supposed to take care of you, but I didn't. Even so, looks like you don't need my help after all, which is just fine. She then tossed Han Yun a wooden box, which he caught with ease. Holding the wooden box, he curiously asks what it is. A magical artifact. Someone asked me to give it to you. Use it when you compete. Han Yun was surprised and asked who had sent it to him, but Gora only said it was an immortal who didn't want to reveal their identity. I mean her father. Han Yun recalls the image of his mother holding him as a child, witnessing his father's critical condition. Suddenly, Han Yun clenches his teeth, looking angry. He clutches the wooden box, his hands trembling as he calls out to his senior, whose surprise is evident. Han Yun asks darkly where she met the man claiming to be his father. She seriously added that it was a place called the City of Gods. Unlike the cows running wild, the bears in the forest accepted garlic and mugwort, and became humans called Unyo. Afterward, Hwangung and the Unyo gave birth to Dangun Wangyeom, ushering in the history of the Korean peninsula. This is the mythology most people know, but a story not recorded in the myths is that the Unyo was not Hwangung's primary wife. Hwanung entrusted the rule of the human world to his descendants, and returned to the sacred city, the only territory on the Korean peninsula bordering the celestial realm where the sacred sandalwood grew, and where his family untainted by beastly blood resided. Your father married the youngest princess of Hwangung and is living in the divine city. I finished my business there and was preparing to return when your father came to me. He said his son owes the primal energy a great debt. Something big must be coming. He said to use this carefully, but otherwise nothing special. Han Yun smirked, so that's how it is. I wondered where he went after abandoning his family. Living in luxury, squandering wealth, indulging in excess, and abandoning all burdens onto my grandmother and mother. All the responsibility of a father who turned a blind eye. How did she look in her final moments? His face darkens as he thinks of his family falling apart because of him, while his father remarried into a prestigious family. Though it's unclear what abilities earned him recognition, he entered a privileged family, leaving his former loved ones behind. She urges him to open it, hinting it's something quite valuable. Curious about what his father had given him, he opened it up and his eyes widened in surprise at what he saw. This is a wind demon bamboo fan, a magical tool shaped like a flute created to tame the demons or monsters sealed within it. Usually a fan with 24 ribs is considered very good. Anything over 48 is considered top grade, but the one his father gave him has 72. Why would he give me something so good? Seeing his dazed expression, his master spoke up, saying that if he wanted to give up, just say so because both items and monsters would be mercilessly sucked in. Hanian smiled wryly, saying there was no way he would give it up, as no one would refuse such a treasure. He must use it carefully. His broken self has no way to receive such a precious thing. Seeing him happy again, the landlady smiled secretly and breathed a sigh of relief. Turns out he too was shackled by fate, and inside the box were instructions on how to use the artifact. Time passed and the day of the tournament arrived 8 hours before the competition. Hanian gasped in surprise, noticing a dry branch in his hand, and a strange feeling washed over him. Someone's coming, it's Dam Deok. Seeing him, Hanian couldn't help but exclaim Deok Hyung. Dam Deok complimented him on taking good care of the garden, saying that even the tidiness was second to none. Hanian rushes over to thank Dam Deok for the compliment, but is puzzled why he's here, and asks him. Dam Deok hesitates, revealing the reason for his visit: he needs Han Aeon's help to create the Manpasikiok. The 10,000 treasures flute appeared after Scylla's unification, but in reality, it was a Dharma artifact planned long before. The era of King Gwanggaeto the Great was truly an era of humanity. Even the immortals who helped build the nation couldn't easily interfere due to the strength of humanity. But it was as if they were waiting for that interference to diminish. To combat the dragon kings of the three seas who incited natural disasters and demanded human sacrifices, the monarchs of the three kingdoms, including Dam Deok, temporarily joined forces to create a magical artifact to counter the dragon scourge. That artifact was the Manba Sukdich, and because its power was so immense, 2 restrictions were placed upon it before it was completed. First, the Manba Sikdik cannot leave the Korean peninsula. Second, its power cannot be used against the people living on the peninsula. And the artifact was given to Scylla positioned against the mighty East Sea Dragon King. If its whereabouts are currently unknown, Wanba Seokyeok may have been destroyed due to the restrictions. Han Yun asked Dam Deok if that's why he's trying to create a new artifact. That's right, I came to you because I thought the owner of the garden would recognize the material. Furthermore, the flower garden's security will be lax due to the upcoming competition, so I plan to exploit that opening to sneak into the second garden and retrieve the jade bamboo. But Dam Deok hesitated, knowing that the appearance of the 10,000 treasure breath flute would mean he couldn't ignore the flower consort's suspicions about how he obtained the jade bamboo, as well as the conflict between the Dragon Palace forces over the item, and he intended to take responsibility for everything. Perhaps the reason he goes to such lengths is because of the protest he witnessed at Gwanghwa Gate. At that time, Dan Deok was furious that the head of a country would sacrifice living people. Han Yun chuckled to himself, thinking that Dam Deok was indeed different from the others, and happily agreed to help him. From my human perspective, I'm deeply moved to know someone like you, and I'd feel guilty if I couldn't be a source of strength for you. Dam Deok stops singing, and says with a puff of smoke, I knew it would turn out this way. He smiles like the coming of spring, repeatedly patting Han Yun's shoulder. I knew you'd join me. You truly are a good friend. Han Yun secretly wonders if the tea plantation can create a myriad of enemies. Excited, Dam Deok urges them to go, and Han Yun quickly agrees, secretly planning to gather valuable medicinal ingredients from this bountiful place. The two quickly arrive at the second garden, and Han Yun shields his eyes, marveling at the sight. He never imagined there would be a floating island here, a large, lush island in the distance. I didn't know we could enter the flower garden island through the garbage dump. The space tear itself is an aggregation of these spaces. Touching the magic formation structure allows entry to that location. But Dam Deok senses something's amiss, and when Han Yun turns to him, he produces a small, toy-like wooden horse, ordering it to come forth. Quickly, the small wooden horse transformed into a mighty black steed, startling Han Yun. Suddenly, Dam Deok reached out, telling him to take his hand. Han Yun watched her senior now, as majestic as a general, as the black steed galloped across the water, leaving her speechless. Trust me, I won't let those things touch a hair on your head. Han Yun still didn't understand what his senior meant. But as he turned, a horde of sea creatures, crabs and other mutated beings scurried after them. Dam Deok quickly spurred his horse across to the other side, leaving the sea creatures behind. Because of those disturbances, I couldn't enter the island. Han Yun jumped off his horse, and Dam Deok turned to him, saying, Trust me. Then the senior rode ahead, leaving him behind, only for those blocking their path to approach. Han Yun prepares his medicine, planning to use Mandragola against them, hoping to quickly finish them off while Dam Deok provides support. Faster, Han Yun thought as he quickly advanced toward them, darting past as demonic beasts roared and gave chase. Han Yun sensed 2 areas with abnormal energy, calculating his next move, hoping for a jade pendant to appear. He gracefully leaped onto a high branch. But suddenly Han Yun saw something that stopped him in his tracks, an evolved gecko flicking its tongue as it struck towards him, but he was quick to dodge. Han Yun landed far from the gecko, whose attack had split a tree in 2. He was shocked. This gecko was at least a celestial immortal, perhaps even stronger than he'd anticipated. If they were all of the same attribute, Han Yun would be at a disadvantage. But the problem is, there isn't just one celestial lizard here, but a whole swarm, and red eyes begin to emerge from the shadows. Han Yun draws the staff his father gave him, knowing that even with the Mandragora and Awakening, breaking through the encirclement would be difficult. A good magical artifact should be used, he thinks. The gecko swarm lunges like arrows, each mouth agape, ready to devour Han Yun, who braces himself staff in hand. With a single swing of Han Yun's staff, a massive force surrounds him, shaking the trees, sending some lizards flying and causing the rest to recoil in fear. Suddenly, another creature appears, its orange-red eyes glowing in the darkness, a massive brown bear roaring to assert its dominance. But for some reason the bear attacked the gecko horde, tossing them aside like ragdolls, leaving them terrified to retaliate. The brown bear seemed uninterested in attacking Han Yun, simply standing in front of him. He says he didn't want to enter the bamboo flute, so he jumped like that, but in reality he's ecstatic to use that power. Besides, he's the Fire Mountain god, so he doesn't face any disadvantages. So that big brown bear is actually Guan Yuek, and that form isn't his true form. Mountain gods who govern mountains with the character Nok are rare, and Mount Quan Nok with its flame-like shape is considered a fire mountain in feng shui, believed to bring fires to Su'un. They dug ponds on the mountain, a geomantic solution to control the fire, suppressing the mountain's energy for hundreds of years. Meanwhile, Guanak continues to chase the geckos relentlessly, even as they flee in terror. The crazed bear chases the geckos, as Guanyup frantically asks where they're going. He wonders if he should follow, as they're fleeing to a place with stronger spiritual energy is highly unusual. Moreover, that jade bamboo has taken over half the island's nutrients, yet all the plants here thrive. Suddenly, while observing in the shadows, Han Yun notices something. Meanwhile, the lizards fled towards a massive headless tortoiseshell topped with a black bamboo tree. Han Yun observed from a tree, suspecting it was the jade bamboo flute, but he quickly noticed something strange. Within that tortoise-shell-shaped rock, a surge of green power emanates, and Guanyak has returned to his small bear form. He excitedly shoved Han Yun's head aside to get a better look, urging him to let him fight, but Han Yun warned him that something was wrong inside the tortoise shell, asking if he was sure he wouldn't regret it. The bear excitedly stands on Han Yun's shoulder, saying that whatever it is, bring it on, and he'll make a delicious barbecue out of it. Han Yun smiles contentedly, knowing he'll have to fan the flames as the spring god transforms into a massive brown bear. The bear lunges at the geckos, creating an explosion that sends them flying. He gleefully stomps on them, sneering at their weakness. But suddenly something strange hurtles toward Guanyak, stopping him in his tracks. Wait, what is that? A blue light creeps out from within the turtle shell. A pair of bright yellow eyes glared at Bear from within. Guanak roared in alarm. He frantically yelled at Han Yun to stop and retreat, but behind Han Yun, inner strength was building. He suddenly took a stance, crouched down, and unleashed something. Bear quickly returned to his small form, hiding behind Han Yun's shoulder, so he was the fertilizer supplier for the island. He finally understood. Guanak was startled, stammering how this Haichi was here, while below a strangely shaped monster was bound by Han Yun's vines. Han Yun points to the sulking green creature and asks the innkeeper if it's a Jiji, and Bear confirms it is, though just a young one. Han Yun wondered if this little one was so formidable, what would the adults be like? The tavern owner angrily replied that they were of course very formidable. It's not uncommon for humans to tame those with divine beast powers. Even the lists have one, Bear recounts. The reason I can only watch them suppress my energy is because of that bastard. The thought alone is infuriating. It seems he's just a 200-year-old child. Even the Jai tray playfully biting the rope trying to escape looks adorable. Han Yun pondered, then smiled, fanning open the fan, and saying it was settled. Guanyak hesitated, surely he wasn't planning to. Han Yun raised his fan, and Guanyak protested, but he promised to give the bear some honey later. Guanyak and the Hachi were quickly sucked into the fan, and the bear roared in dissatisfaction. The fan now depicts a large bear bullying a small dog, while inside the mythical creature lies dizzy on the ground. The musician tries to hide behind a tree, but the bear quickly finds him, and the weasel rushes toward it like it's his mother, startling the musician. Han Yun watches all this chuckling, glad they get along so well. Now he'll gather what he needs and head out, he says, folding his fan. Having lost the tortoiseshell, bamboo shoots sprout from beneath the black bamboo. The two leave together, Han Yun gratefully acknowledging that he is safe thanks to Damdiak, who humbly replies that he is the one who should be thankful. But Han Yun notices his senior is breathing heavily. Blood. Damdiak's side is wounded and the blood is spreading. Han Yun rushed to his side, horrified by the injury, but Damdiak reassured him, saying he just needed a quiet place to rest. Han Yun couldn't hide his worry, as the immortal competition was only a few hours away. Suddenly, Damdiak hands Han Yun a glowing orb, telling him to take it, saying it's the reward he deserves for accepting his difficult request. 2 row long guard, the second flower garden, and I wanted to take everything from them for you. But I could only get the wish-fulfilling pearl from one. Han Yun stared at the object in his hand, a look of surprise washing over him, rendering him speechless. Seeing Han Yun's expression, Damdok tells him not to look so grim. It's a fair price, and whatever the intention, he has already betrayed the flower consort's grace, and Han Yun knows this isn't the end of the price Damdok will pay, after fighting the war of the immortals, creating the myriad wave enemy, and then giving it to humans. Then Hu Yin will absolutely not be able to escape the flower-loving madam's wrath when she learns the truth. If she truly becomes enraged, Han Yun doesn't dare imagine the consequences that Dam Duke will have to endure. Suddenly, he put his arm around Dam Deok's shoulder, telling him to lean on him, a gesture. Dam Deok welcomed, saying that maintaining pride and refusing kindness wasn't something a true man should do. Han Yun chuckled, saying even if he refused, no one would say he wasn't a great man. And since he was already flattering him, shouldn't he call him big brother or something better than senior? How sad. Han Yun didn't reply, only smiled foolishly, secretly admiring. He's truly strong, whether immortal or human. Wait for me. I'll become stronger, strong enough to call you brother under the open sky. Two figures advanced together, and in Han Yun's heart, Dam Deok was already a brother. Carriages raced towards the site of the immortal competition. A reporter speaks, "I'm here on the solitary island of the Eastern Sea where the immortal competition will take place. It hasn't even started, but the immortals' energy is already intense. This competition is different from ordinary tournaments. The victor must still face an opponent. Many worry that the winner will be at a disadvantage, fighting continuously as everyone's cultivation realm differs." Han Yun remains concerned, secretly watching Dam Deok. One after another, the madam and the palace master offer their written bamboo, a plea for understanding from the Dragon King's domain in exchange for offerings. We can see the meticulous preparations made to ensure a comfortable competition. Then the palace lord raises his sword, and the temporary seawater barrier will now begin. The flower fairy also quickly lends her power, casting a spell as the host notes the distance between the two islands rapidly closing. On one side we have the palace master, and on the other, the flower-loving madam. This is the power of immortals. And those participants from the foreign immortal realm have appeared on the seabed. They're here to judge impartially, and each country has invited high-ranking immortals to protect their conditions. Two masked figures, one in white, the other in red, stood by. The white masked figure, representing the god Shiva, clasped his hands and declared that he would judge fairly on his honor. "Until a victor is decided, I vow to protect the flower demon lady's right to the ascetic's possessions with my life." The red masked figure then spoke, "As the representative of the god Odin, I will judge fairly with all my honor. Until a victor is decided, I vow to protect the seven-branched sword with my life." Suddenly, the red pouch Han Yul always carries began to glow. "Prince Hwangit, this is Humwu, and it's reacting to the seven swords. Is that sword in the hilt, the seven swords?" Suddenly, the box containing the seven swords glows, and the blade breaks free. Even the sword's protector is surprised by this turn of events, as his own blade suddenly stands upright, absorbing power. The gem in the sword's hilt suddenly glows. Everyone present is taken by surprise. The guardian quickly pinned his sword against the seven deadly swords, both blades trembling. He apologized, saying it was just a competitive kid who gets a little excited when it meets a worthy opponent. Never has the seven deadly sin sword reacted so strongly to a sword's master. He sheathed his sword and apologized for disrupting the event. The flower demon lady says that if the azure sword can withstand the sword breaker's power, it should show its spirit, proving our treasure's worth. Hanyo is surprised to hear the name Sword Breaker, so the masked man before him is the Sword Breaker, a name given to those who can shatter any blade with overwhelming power. Among Valhalla's immortals, he possesses a core of humanity and immense fighting prowess. Is that why the sword hilt in your pouch has quieted? If not for the gourd's interference, the seven swords hilt would have jumped out of his hand, resonating with the blade, and Han Yul would have been exposed as its wielder, the sword being the cause of it all. Li Ung steps up to fight first, and they both enter the center surrounded by a circular barrier. Li Ung's crimson attire is imposing. The first match of the heavenly selection is underway, and his opponent is dressed like a grim reaper. Han Yul silently cheers for Li Ung. "Go for it, brother." Beside him, a woman covered her mouth and chuckled mockingly, calling him pathetic, leaving Han Yul confused. Seeing him look her way, she asks, "Isn't that right?" It turns out that she is none other than Go Hyu Unhwa. She was the Go family immortal he met during the heavenly immortal selection, and when Han Yul asked what was so pitiful, she told him to look over there to understand, refusing to explain. He looked over, and the crowd was in an uproar, all eyes fixed on the white weasel that the immortal released from Han's gourd. No sooner had it been released than it lunged at Li Ung, its sharp fangs bared in hunger. Not one to back down, he readied himself, spinning his weapon. The white weasel attacks head-on, hurtling forward with incredible speed, making it difficult for Li Ung to evade. But in the nick of time, he dodged its attack and quickly thrust his weapon towards the Japanese spirit. Han couldn't dodge in time, surprised by his strength. Suddenly, the white weasel pounced from behind its jaws wide, but Li Ung sensed it freeze for a moment. Blood splattered everywhere, reaching even Han Yul. Lee Young's skills and combat senses were superior to the Japanese spirit, but its power suddenly surged in an instant. "What's going on?" Han Yul worried about Lee Young, thinking it must be due to his weapon. "Hi," Yul Hoa mocks him, asking if he understands now his master was a vagrant who joined their sect, so why take a disciple when he had no artifacts to pass on? If he can't handle it, the next one up is Cha Eunhyun, fully equipped with magical tools. Dokdo Tron Tien is a competition to determine the strength of the immortals from Japan and Korea. But some worldly individuals have signed up to participate, and from the start, Lee Young was just a character made for him to be defeated and lie face down on the ground. Han Yul looked sadly at his junior brother, pondering, but he knew Lee Young hadn't given up, and just as Han Yul predicted, he stood up again. The Japanese immortal's relentless assault brings Lee Young to his knees, but he somehow endures. Though his condition is dire, the Kamaitachi's wounds bleed profusely. Lee Young breathes heavily, blood still flowing freely from his head. Will the Korean immortal be defeated in the very first match? 3 white weasels bared their fangs ready to pounce, and Lee Young was only armed with a simple tree branch. But he gritted his teeth, knowing he was outmatched, yet refusing to give up. Refusing to yield, he leaps toward the Japanese sorcerer, declaring he cannot lose. Han Daewee smirks, snapping his fingers to send the white weasel lunging. Lee Young was at a disadvantage, the weasels were too fast, and he could only stand there, staring in shock, unable to react. Lee Young's head wound bled profusely as he collapsed, struggling to stay upright. Lee Young's grip on his weapon falters as blood quickly soaks his face and he finally collapses. The first match ends with a victory for the Japanese Onmyoji. As he's carried away, Han Yun sits up in shock and urgent shouts fill the air. Han Yun clenches his fists in anger, turning to Hu Hua. She clapped, saying he should be grateful as he could use him as a stepping stone to shine even brighter in the next round. That is, if he won, she added, looking at Han Yun provocatively. But she continues telling him that even if he loses, he should maintain his composure, which will make him stand out from the others. He doesn't answer, unsure of how to respond to Hu Hua. But then Han Yun stood up, adding that even with his best effort, how could he stand out if he lost? His face darkened and his eyes narrowed as he told her, "I only need to win." Faced with that icy gaze, Hu Hua felt a twinge of fear. Next was the immortal of the North Han Yun. After the Duhoa incident and the Guanghua Gate massacre, she had become a renowned immortal. "Now what kind of fight will he show us?" the Japanese King Bai says. "Another fool going up. You've seen his power, haven't you?" As he spoke, he channeled his inner energy into the 3 white weasels, who seemed to understand and bared their fangs at Han Yun. He watched them show off as the white impermanence told him he would soon be their food. He unleashes his fury on his senior brother with a powerful blow, leaving Dam Deok and Jiang astonished by his strength. Not only them, but the reporters were also stunned. Before they could even see what happened, the guy was sprawled on the ground, unable to get up. The great Han Yun of the northern lands won in an instant, with his teleportation technique, and I feared he would fall like the immortal Leung. She went all out and that blockhead just charged straight at him like that. Does he have too much life to spare or what? What's there to be proud of? Dam Deok spoke, thinking it was a bold and effective move, but she wouldn't concede, asking if he would risk his life like that reckless fool. Does he think he's immortal? What good is a reckless fool? Contrary to his agitated appearance, Dam Deok calmly observes, seriously explaining to her just how fearless Han Yun truly is. The fight concludes, and Han Yun quickly swallows a pill consuming iron, vitamin B9, calcium, and vitamin D to regenerate cells and enhance blood recovery. Iron and vitamin B9 reduce bleeding, and he intends to use them as a hemostatic agent, but this procedure must be performed. Just how far can the northern immortal Han Yun go? Next up is another Japanese Onmyoji. He stared at him with the face of a demon judge, looking upon a sinner. Han Yun's aura intimidated him, especially after witnessing his comrade fall with a single blow. The Onmyoji pulls a golden talisman from her sleeve, throws it, and declares she's not an easy opponent. Suddenly, black samurai warriors appear, and he knows she's created a close combat barrier with puppets. Han Yun extends his fist, something glowing hot within his grasp, piquing the Onmyoji's curiosity. She thought he'd use teleportation like before, but I think that's all he's good at, the Onmyoji smugly thought. In that regard, I can, as a beam of light flashed over her head. Before she could even see what was happening, the hat on her head was torn to shreds. Han Yun's tree figures quickly rushed forward to subdue Ada's samurai. His tree people easily destroy the Onmyoji's puppets, sending her into a panic as Han Yun casually asks if they should end this the Korean way. With the Hunminjanjam, Han Yun stood tall and firm, declaring, "From now on, let us sing in unison," his voice deep, his face serious and ominous. Han Ayun raises his hand to the sky and sings the national anthem, leaving everyone bewildered, but his powerful voice seems to be affecting his treants. As if invigorated, their power and spirit grew stronger. The treant, emboldened, lunged forward to strike the samurai puppet. The panicked Onmyoji refused to accept defeat, raising her hand to cast a spell, as the tree ant tightened its grip on the samurai puppet. The puppets were quickly crushed before her eyes, and Han-Yun smiled with satisfaction, his spirit soaring. In the last 15 minutes, the whole country was in an uproar, as Han-Yun, though exhausted, wore a satisfied smile. The reporters can't believe their eyes. Sage Han-Yun has won 2 matches in a row, putting Korea in the lead. In each match, he only needed one move to defeat his opponent, preventing the next challenger from gauging his true strength. Remembering Hyunhwa's words, today's match is just a play to draw attention to Lady Yuhwa's family, and he's just a sacrifice in the match like Lee Eung. But Han-Yun has no intention of playing along. He plans to become the main character, secretly plotting his own course. Now that the 2 celestial masters from Japan have been defeated, a true master will step forward to face Han-Yun of Korea. Clad in black, his very step shatters the ground. The sight of that attire made it clear they were imposters. Why were imposters involved? The answer was obvious. I can feel a clear difference from the heavenly immortals. From now on, Han-Yun's opponent is a true immortal. Suddenly, this guy startles him, attacking without a word, but the tree man quickly shields Han-Yun, intercepting the countless darts. This assassin is a master of throwing stars. Each strike is deep, and a hit could be fatal. Han-Yun's tree guardian is quickly blown apart, the explosion so loud he can't help but shield his face. Seeing that he dodged the attack, the imposter quickly flew toward Han-Yun, throwing more darts from above. Han-Yun narrowly dodges as 3 darts fly back, revealing the imposter's eagerness to end him. The missed darts bury themselves deep into the ground, triggering explosions upon impact. The explosive force sends Han-Yun flying. He flips through the air, but the masked figure gives him no chance to retaliate, preparing another attack. Han-Yun roars from the depths of the earth, like a cloud I shall fly. A surge of air forms a circle around Han-Yun, lifting him to safety, narrowly avoiding the assassin's blade. He's caught off guard, not understanding what's happening. Han-Yun reflects that he almost got cut in half. This guy is dangerous. As expected of a true immortal, Han-Yun retrieves his fan. It seems he has no choice but to use it, as his old methods are useless against this foe. Han-Yun summons his senior Guanyin, and from his fan emerges a giant brown bear roaring ferociously. Suddenly, Han-Yun leaps back as the bear flies into a rage. And even now, the guardian spirit still has the nerve to ask why he was left with that green kid, to which Han-Yun feigns ignorance with a silly smile. But seeing him so battered, the bear can't help but ask what happened, and a frustrated Han-Yun points to the culprit. The bear recognizes him as Suzuki Nabaran. Few dare to wear the 3-legged crow motif of the snake shadows in public. You might also call them the Saikazu. The bear laughs triumphantly. The mountain god Gwanak has arrived. I'll defeat this one for you. The mountain god smirks confident. What are some measly immortals compared to me? Besides, this guy's wearing gold armor, which is highly vulnerable to fire. He had only used a bit of fire, and the armor was already melting. Han-Yun fanned himself, a nagging worry still present. The ninja's melted armor seemed to have weakened him, and his face began to change. He swings his sword at the specter, but it has no effect. Instead, he seems to have injured his hand, clutching it in pain as he hunches over. The bear gloats, saying victory is boringly easy. Suddenly, Gwanak's eyes light up, and the bear vows to end this quickly and cleanly. But Han-Yun panicked, yelling for him to stop as black smoke filled the sky in thick streams. The black energy spews out like octopus tentacles, engulfing the black bear. The dark energy turns into a liquid, dripping onto the bear, causing him to roar in anger. What is this, you bastard? Unbelievably, this Nabaran celestial being can use the steel refining method. That black liquid is gold, and even though the bear melted it, it's sticking to him. Gwanjok struggles, desperately demanding cold water to quickly solidify the steel, but Han-Yun knew something was up. He nonchalantly hides his face with a fan, saying it's easier said than done, as he doesn't have any cold water. Suddenly he gasped, as if struck by an idea. Senior, the cold water is here. The bear was surprised. You found a way. But this familiar feeling. Gwanak felt a growing unease. Suddenly the bear looked up eyes wide and screamed, cursing Han-Yun, that damned bastard. It's that troublesome blue divine beast, summoned from within the fan, diving towards Guanhyuk. The bear panics, wondering where this brat came from. Guan Yue flees with tears in his eyes, screaming for help as the blue beast relentlessly pursues him, while the reporters eagerly watch the spectacle unfold. The two chased each other, creating a vortex of fire and water around the imposter, but Han-Yun displayed a beautiful Tai Chi technique in the skies above Dokdo Island. Han-Yun was stunned. He didn't even know what Tai Chi was, let alone how to abandon the press. The imposter suddenly coughed, his hand seemingly withering. Han-Yun and the imposter descended from the sky, the imposter's clothes torn, and his appearance disheveled. He glared at Han-Yun, his blue eyes as dark and turbulent as a stormy sea. The fire in his eyes still burned. He must have felt the shame of defeat. It was the princess who stepped forward and declared his forfeit. The princess's face remained unchanged, a cold, dark aura emanating from her, as she declared to everyone's surprise that this match was a staged event to achieve a peace treaty between the two sides. I don't think weighing the lives of two young immortals against the future is necessary. She watched from above, clicking her tongue in disdain, calling him a scoundrel. He couldn't die here because of those inhuman temple lackeys. Through some agreement, Hanyun guesses this man must be the Master Saikasu assigned to the Divine Palace. You've truly embarrassed me, Princess. Since the princess has shown mercy to her junior and requested surrender, we shall also waive the fee for our junior. You were excellent to survive and overcome 3 matches. I didn't expect such outstanding talent. Hanyun grits his teeth, realizing she's feigning praise to embarrass him and speaking loudly so everyone can hear. He retorts darkly that if she'd told him sooner, he would have made the fight even more spectacular. Yoa loudly questions him. What are you saying? Hanyun retorts. Are you worried I'm getting too much attention from the commoners? As an awakened, wouldn't I know the narrow-minded thinking of those commoners? After dismissing the madam and Yao Hua, Hanyun left. But those awakened don't seem convinced, watching Yohua's retreating figure with resentment. He sighed, glancing back, feeling sorry for those imposters. Returning to his spot, Hanyun was surprised to see Miss Jia staring intently at him. You did well, she said, then motioned for him to sit next to her. Jia crossed her arms, regretting. Too bad, but Hanyun just chuckled. I'm fine. She glanced at Hanyun. Didn't they say him? He curiously followed her gaze. In an idol competition, the reason is that they will be given every condition to win by their superiors, regardless of their ability. With his skills, Hanyun should have had an epic battle, and even in defeat, his image would have been preserved in everyone's hearts, because he fought his best. That annoying Jia only wants to be admired by mediocre people, but she doesn't know what they really think. I don't think she understood anything he said before. It's like replacing money with a more powerful figure in soccer. The audience won't support Go Hyun Hoa, no matter how skilled he is. He turns to Jia and asks if she knows the term PD pick. Jia claims she doesn't watch those kinds of entertainment shows, but the term is all over social media. Afraid he wouldn't believe her, Jia further explains that she never watches those things, and Honeymoon laughs, saying he already respects her. The consequence of angering a hothead, Honeymoon gets a bump on his head. Next up is the immortal Go Hyun Hwa from Korea. Suddenly an earthquake strikes, and everyone looks around in shock, unsure where the water is coming from. Panic erupts as they realize it's a tsunami. Where are the rebels who dare defy the underwater palace? What traitors? Why are they here? Honeymoon and Jia are also shocked and rise from their seats. And who's that? It's Trong Tu, the son of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, standing in the middle. Enraged, he refuses to hear any excuses, questioning how they dare challenge the Azure Dragon ruler of the Eastern Sea, and claiming he knows the swords in the duel are Jia's counterfeits. You scheme to swap treasures and evade the Sea Palace's watch. No one understood what he was saying. Everyone was bewildered by his words. Even if I were to execute all you traitors, it wouldn't be enough to atone for your sins, but I will relay the Dragon King's words first. Return the 7-branch sword and dispel the barrier. If you express your sincerity to Long Qing by apologizing and offering up treasures, the Dragon King will forgive you and return the confiscated items. Honeymoon is still clueless about what nonsense is going on, and the 2 judges of the match are getting ready to face him. Seeing this, he sneers, asking if they want to fight. Fine, he withdraws the Dragon King's eldest son's words and raises his magic weapon to the sky. He waves his hand, and the swirling water rushes forward. I will cast your corpses into the sea, leaving no one behind. A blue dragon bursts forth from the water mouth agape, unleashing a torrent that sends everyone fleeing in terror. But the water seemed to have a life of its own, swirling into circles that surrounded each person. The water quickly rose, and Honeymoon couldn't understand why everything was happening so suddenly. However, he manages to steal the 7 torments in the chaos, but where's the shore? In the distance, he spots something that stops Honeymoon in his tracks. He quickly lunges toward the Dragon King's eldest son. Honeymoon has spotted something. It's the 7 sorrows still inside the wooden box from before. He quickly draws his sword, thinking that if he resonates with the scabbard like before, but there's no way he can touch the blade so easily, is there? The water is rising rapidly, engulfing everyone, including him. No, the 7 deadly sins are still here. Honeymoon tries to cover his nose and mouth, staying calm. It's starting to work. He grips the sword hilt tightly underwater, struggling to keep his balance as he points the hilt forward. Quickly, the blade and hilt of the 7 disasters merged as one. Honeymoon rejoiced. His plan had succeeded. Sword in hand, he leaps from the water, but loses his balance, plunging back into the depths with a scream. Honeymoon quickly sinks to the bottom of the sea with the 7-branch sword. Crap, I was thrown into the water by its power. I need to hurry. Suddenly, a strange light flashed, illuminating the water, and Honeymoon stared in awe at the glowing sword in his hand. This has the most powerful and noticeable energy of any object I've ever encountered. Could this be the 7 disasters' royal energy? It must be, because it's finally met someone who can wield it after so long. It's radiating an immense power. But isn't this sword reacting a little too much? It's even absorbing my energy. Its power is immense. Honeymoon grits his teeth to hold on. At this rate, his body won't be able to withstand its power. Honeymoon needs to release the energy, and he struggles to lift the sword slashing through the water. Suddenly, Honeymoon sees something that shocks him, changing his expression. What could it be? I unleashed the power of the 7 deadly sins, and now a spatial rift has appeared. Honeymoon is quickly sucked into it. The spatial rift forms a massive whirlpool pulling him, and the 7 wounds blade in as Honeymoon cries out in terror. Above, a colossal transparent net stretches across the sky, its origins unknown. But Honeymoon is pulled through that net, the impact causing him to land hard. Suddenly sucked in and thrown around, Honeymoon struggles to sit up from the ground, choking on water. He quickly looked up at the bizarre place he'd been thrown through. The hole that ejected him was now constantly gushing water like a miniature spring. Honeymoon wondered if this place was created by the 7 torments. It seemed he'd wandered into another dimension, just like when he entered the Silver Blossom Garden's gate. If he could just find the sword realm again, could he return to where he started? Honeymoon quickly drew his sword, but first he wanted to survey the area. Suddenly, sensing danger, Honeymoon whirls around, but it's too late. A swift attack pierces his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Caught off guard, and with a deep wound, Honeymoon hemorrhages as a figure in black approaches his feet still wet from the water. Lying on the ground, Honeymoon was startled, enduring the pain, to see who it was, the ninja from the preliminary battle with a sinister grin. Honeymoon surmises that he's been followed, all because the ninja was enraged by what happened in the light battle. The ninja approaches, stomping on Honeymoon's chest wound, causing him to cough up blood in agony. You know, there are countless tools one can use to torture someone. I'll let you pick your own instrument of torment. But he remained resilient, his face unreadable, claiming he didn't understand Japanese. Then I'll choose for you, he said, pulling out a small knife, his eyes glancing at Honeymoon's hand. Honeymoon desperately tries to conjure a tree from the earth. You think I wouldn't see it, he sneers quickly, seizing the plant. In the end, cheap tricks are just that, cheap. Even if they worked once, I can see right through them now because you're just a rookie. I heard you have a special constitution and your element is wood, right? I'll just eat this, then he said, yanking the plant out of the ground. Honeymoon smirks sarcastically, asking if he really picked that up just to eat it, saying it's not something he should eat as black smoke suddenly spreads. The roots of that small tree resemble a human face, the shape of a skull. The ninja panics, but it's too late. He feels his body growing faint. He clutched his neck and screamed as the air seemed to vanish, and soon the ninja collapsed to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. Honeymoon chuckled, telling him he should be careful with things he's never seen before. But the deep wound caused him to cough up blood again, and the blood loss combined with the use of his powers caused Honeymoon to collapse. I took care of the ninja, but now I can't move either. Honeymoon pulls out the red pouch he always carries, checking to see if there's anything left he can use. A long trail of black smoke emanates from him as a small foot descends, bringing with it a worried scolding. Oh heavens, you blockhead, why are you always in such a terrible state whenever I see you? The boy glares at the dying junior lying on the ground, it's Kwanyak's human form. Kwanyak rushes to his side to examine the wounds as Honeymoon weakly calls out, Senior, you'll be okay if you eat herbs and use breathing techniques. I can see it in your face, Senior. Please just tell me the truth. Kwanyak begins his examination, finding his lower dantian severely damaged. No wonder he felt his energy leaking out. Those imposters targeted his dantian for a reason. At this rate, all his energy will be drained. Not only your energy, but your life could be forfeit as well. Honeymoon lies on the ground resigned, but Kwanyak frantically objects. Didn't I tell you that's not something you can handle? The magic jade that Dam Duke gave you is only good for spirits and intelligent beings. Its energy is still accumulating because it hasn't fully materialized. With that wish, it will be an object filled with both good and evil, even capable of enraging the heavens. Can someone like you, barely 100 years old, control it? The worst that could happen is you'd be swallowed whole by something with evil intentions. And I'm pretty sure Damdeok didn't give it to you to eat, you troublesome brat. Hanyul gripped his fan tightly. I'm sorry I saw you about to do something stupid and I couldn't react in time. Fool, you summoned me to use the demon jade by controlling the wind demon candle. Guanak desperately held on as a light instantly enveloped everything. Lady Yohua stood silently in the corner, her face dark with displeasure as a servant entered behind her, calling out to her. In their hands were freshly brewed medicine. The servant moved to set it on the table, but the demoness Yuhua, enraged, knocked it to the ground. She roared, demanding they get out. The maids, terrified, quickly retreated, leaving the flower consort in her daze. Clutching the blanket, she seethed, I will tear them apart, eat their flesh, and drink their blood. Her words were like those of a demon. They've probably returned to the wild. After all, the East Sea is their territory. Those simpletons only know how to praise my mediocrity. Not only were they ungrateful for my kindness in helping them escape the red desert mantis shrimp, but they turned their swords against me, one of the 3 gods backing them. Without me, the Dragon Palace would have suffered greatly. Remembering the Dragon King's eldest son saying his true goal was to steal the Earth's treasures, and what treasures could compare to the 7 branches, Jade Peach, the flower demon struggled to get out of bed. But the Dragon King of the East Sea wouldn't believe such a ridiculous lie. Where did that old snake demon hear that story, and how could he treat someone who trusted him like that? Unable to find an answer, the demon flower dismisses it with a headache, recalling how Go Hyunhwa tried to create a hero during the heavenly immortal battle. Though my plan to be worshipped by humans failed, thanks to Dam Diok, my long-laid plans haven't been ruined. Just you wait and see. The news is full of praise for Dam Diok's heroic rescue during the recent incident. The wicked demon plots. Soon I will make all the people of the East Sea bow before me. A young man slowly opens his eyes. Ugh, my head hurts. Did I sleep too much? Judging by my energy flow, the lower core is recovering, so it was Hanyul. As he rubs his head, his hand suddenly touches something strange. Hanyul feels around, sensing something is off. He brushed his hair back, revealing 2 small horns like a demon's. Horns, what the heck? It feels like touching an animal. Hanyul curiously touched them a few more times. My senses are so heightened that I can feel the temperature of the air around me, a side effect of the moon jade. But it probably hasn't been that long, has it? He was cleaner than he thought. Even his nails were neatly trimmed. His clothes, his body, even his bed were spotless. Hanyul guessed someone had been taking care of him. Could it be Senior Guanyak? He didn't know where he was, only that he'd used the wind demon bamboo fan to absorb the jade demon and create a barrier, then release the bear back to its mountain. So why would his senior risk everything to save him? But all around, there was no one to be seen. Hanyul bursts through the door, calling out for his senior, but the sight before him leaves him stunned. Somehow this place has become a forest. He did create a barrier of trees, but how long has passed for them to grow this tall? Hanyul turned around to get a better look. On the other side, the barrier remains unchanged, and the land is lush and green like a prairie. Even barren ground is now covered in vibrant grass, thriving where life seemed impossible. Hanyul was stunned what was happening before his eyes. Beyond the barrier, long grooves scarred the earth as if someone had been dragged forcefully. Could these tracks mean a senior fought someone here? Where is he now? I can still smell the grass fruit. Suddenly, hearing a loud noise, Hanyul warily turns around, demanding to know who's there, telling them to stop running. He quickly gives chase despite his recent awakening. The money led him on a long chase, and what lay ahead astonished Hanyul. In this state, he sped towards what he had just seen. A small red temple stood a distance from where he'd been recuperating. Hanyul wondered if Master Guanyak was here. A blue, demonic foot suddenly appears, crushing the temple roof. It's the Heichi, and it's grown massive while Hanyul was unconscious. But for some reason, it seems very wary of him, and Hanyul cautiously backs away, remembering his horns and guessing that's the reason. The dispelling beast suddenly leaps from the rooftop, charging Hanyul, with claws bared ready to strike. Quickly, Hanyul smirked and cast his magic. The guardian spirit landed on something large, tripping and falling only to look up in astonishment at what it had found. Hanyul now, a dragon darkly warns it against biting its master. Before it stands a massive blue dragon dwarfing the tiny Heite. The dragon's shadow blots out the light, and the Heite obediently freezes. It knew better and quickly rolled onto its back, eager to please. Seeing it drop its guard, Hanyul returned to his human form and stroked its head. Because it's still small, showing a bit of spiritual power is enough to make it obey. The curse-eating beast quickly closes its eyes, enjoying the caress. Though he ate the demonic jade and became a dragon, he doesn't feel much change in his power, perhaps because the lower acupoint is still recovering. Before the shrine, a set of clothes and a red cloth bag were neatly arranged for Hanyul, who picked up the bag and tilted it to see if there was anything useful inside. Suddenly, something falls out of the bag, a red scroll filled with writing. Hanyul picks it up, wondering when he got it. Written in Japanese, it's a scroll used by ninja masters. Hanyul now possesses the King Fong kick, the Fong Ma bamboo flute, and now the secrets of the ninja. Guanyak envies him, wondering how Oat got so lucky. Hanyul laughs, saying luck is a skill as the girl giggles at him again. If it's written in Japanese, it must be a secret manual of the illusionists. According to what Senior Quanrak said during the battle, those in black with the 3-legged crow symbol are the Suzuki clan. It's rare to see someone confidently display that symbol. They're also called Seikazu. Hanyul discovers the Ayatagarazu Codex, noting the attire of the spies. He wonders if his power can turn the outfit to gold, hoping it will boost his defense. As he put on the clothes, he heard rustling in the leaves in the distance. Hanyul looked over to observe but didn't notice anything. But he was sure it came from that direction and quickly took flight. That's the same direction where I found traces of my predecessor's struggle. What are those redheads doing there with that mysterious ritual? It looks suspicious. One of them raised and lowered a strange stick. Hanyul watched, unsure of their intentions, but guessed they were trying to break the barrier. Green skin, red hair, fur in peculiar places. Are they natives of this land? Hanyul recognizes the weapon they're using as a tool for destruction. It looks like the goblin cane the tavern gave him, and their pointed hats seem familiar. Could they be? Who knew there were goblins inside the space opened by the 7 swords? Is this their lair? Hanyul guesses they're trying to break the barrier because he trespassed on their territory. With each strike, the earth cracks. He looks around in alarm. At this rate, the barrier will break. He has to stop them. Finally, spotting something, he exclaims, deciding to reveal himself and step forward, catching the attention of one of the goblins. He asked Hanyul who he was as the others turned to look at him. He stood there, arms crossed, and arrogantly announced his name was Hanyul, a protective barrier surrounding him. "Who is your leader?" The red-haired group clamored, identifying their general, as one stepped forward with red tufts on his feet, declaring himself Antasuk. "Where is the swords master?" Hanyul was taken aback by the sudden question, but calmly asked why they were looking for him. Mangacap angrily declares that this isn't an easy place to hide, and only the swords master can enter, demanding an answer or face beheading, but Hanyul refuses to answer, so easily wary of their intentions. Mangacap pondered while the others whispered amongst themselves, agreeing with Hanyul. But he turned away, demanding the swords master be punished. "Emperor Gyunchogul promised us that we would wait until someone bearing a sword entered this place, someone worthy to be our clan leader's opponent, but no one ever came." Hanyul wondered silently, who is Emperor Gyunchogul? Though the details are unclear, they allowed the swords master to enter. Mangacap angrily slams his staff. Nothing happened, and the former chieftain waited until he fell ill with disappointment. "Therefore the swords master must be punished," he declared, clenching his fists with a fierce aura. "Bring him before our chieftain, who will personally cleave his head." Hanyul listened silently, raising his fan to his chin as he pondered. "Have you seen a fire bear around here? The one who ripens with it, huh? We told him to open the barrier, but he kept fixing it like he was all that, so the clan leader caught him and locked him in the gourd." Hanyul was horrified and angry, clenching his teeth. These red-haired furry bastards dared to imprison his senior. But Hanyul quickly calmed himself, realizing he now knew where the bear was imprisoned, and all that was left was to rescue him. He coughed a few times and said, "I am the master of the 7 lost peaches, take me there." But the Maka priest didn't believe him, thinking he'd be swallowed whole by a chief. Hanyul's face turned black as night. "One bite," he scoffed. "You're tiny. You look like you've never seen hardship. Are you even a man? Check his pants." The more he heard, the more his face changed. He never imagined being talked about like this. From purple to red, Hanyul cursed inwardly at these gatekeepers. "Fine, if you can't break this barrier, we won't touch you since you haven't caused any trouble," but Hanyul was fuming. "You bastards," he muttered quickly, unfurling his fan, warning them not to underestimate him, as a massive, grotesque creature emerged, its cheeks bulging with something. He commanded the creature to unleash what it held, then pointed his fan towards the red-haired men. The green beast obeyed, taking a deep breath. A stream of red liquid is unleashed towards Mangacap, and his men, who look on in horror, wondering what it is. They quickly turned pale with fear, and the whole group began to tremble. The curse-eater continued to spew its substance, and a terrified Mangacap turned and fled. He screams, "Oh my god, what is that? I'm so scared." They all jump up in terror as if propelled by a motor. Mangacap knelt before Hanyul, begging him not to unleash the red bean porridge on them, while Hanyul, amused, leaned against the spirit tree and asked if their tribe leader was strong, to which Mangacap, still kneeling, replied yes. "He has a rich imagination and is the best staff wielder in our tribe." Hanyul wonders if that's all it takes to overwhelm Senior Guanak, asking if they know more than they're letting on. "Tell me more. It seems you have a treasure called Gajungamhuro, the tribe leader's gourd-shaped weapon." Hanyul asks what special abilities this treasure possesses. "You don't need to know," a voice interrupts Hanyul. Mangacap says the woman with long, wavy orange-blonde hair is their chieftain, and Hanyul prepares to stand. "You're all fools who can't be trusted to do anything right." Hanyul wondered, is she the leader of the goblin clan? Sodom pointed at her subordinates, saying she only came as a precaution, yet they lost like fools. She ordered them to repent in the gourd for 10 years, and the mention of the gourd terrified the elves. But before she could speak, Sodom summoned a gourd, opened it, and sucked her incompetent subordinates inside. Hanyul, seeing the gourd, was surprised and guessed it was the Yaga Ungam Horoa gourd. He wondered if she was the clan leader, and what her strength was. He gestured to the red bean porridge spirit behind him, wanting to see how Sodom would react. The Haichi spew red bean porridge at Sodom, but she sees it coming and leaps away. Sodom wastes no time, drawing a flail from her back, a very direct attack. "I don't understand how you won against my clansmen, but your tactics won't work on me." Sodom unsheathes her sword, summoning a host of specters, each a manifestation of her power. Seeing this, Hanyul wondered about this half-demon power. Sodom clearly had more cards to play a truly formidable opponent, and it would be best to defeat her immediately. He summons another red mask demon with a wave of his fan, then orders them to combine forces with Hachi and attack Sodom. Together they charge towards the shadow clones. Sodom summoned the Unraveler and the red-faced demon, unleashing a simultaneous assault. The battle raged fiercely, neither side willing to yield. Sodom complimented Hanyul, impressed by his strength. "It's been a long time since I've felt this exhilarated." She leaps into the fray, brush in hand. She gently swings her staff towards Hanyul, who is beginning to feel exhausted. He recalled the tale of the Yukai clan, wondering if they could really create anything with just a brush and a bit of mana. What a cheat. Hearing this, the mountain god bear lounging on the grass explained, "Not exactly. The fairies Che originally only had the ability to materialize images from the owner's imagination. But the key is the yokai rarely use their minds. They don't understand storing information and only act and move on instinct." The mountain god bear further explains to Hanyul that they were born with immortal bodies and incredible strength. If they had the brains to match, the world would have been ruled by the imps long ago. A reminder that Sodam's imagination is on a completely different level than those low-level hammer-swinging imps. He supposes that's what you'd expect from a clan leader. He still holds his fan ready to fight. He watches Sodam deal with the red bean porridge his Kirin spat out with ease, and he doesn't know what to do. Then he remembers the mystic weapon at the northern border should he use it. Suddenly a voice rings out startling. "Hanyul, what are you doing?" Out of nowhere, Sodam launches a fierce attack, forcing him to raise his fan in defense. She smirks. "Still got time to worry about other things, do you?" Hanyul's hand trembles under the force of Sodam's blow. But while she was focused on Hanyul, the red demon attacks Sodam without her noticing, successfully separating them, prompting Sodam to yell, "Attack!" Shadowless strikes attack Hanyul from all sides, landing several blows. Annoyed, Hanyul unleashes a blue barrier, panting with exhaustion inside its protection. Seeing him like that, Sodam sneered. "What's wrong? Have you reached your limit? Then I should end this." She commanded the shadowless figures to attack him, scream, and beg me to spare Midi. At Sodam's command, the Tungvo-an swarm Hanyul once more, as she opens her gourd intending to trap him inside where he'll be helpless just like that bear. Just as Sodam anticipated Hanyul's cries, he simply smiled, asking what was so amusing surrounded by his imps carrying pots brimming with red bean porridge. Sodam is horrified by the scene, unsure of what to do, as Hanyul's imps open the pots and begin throwing red bean porridge at her. Seeing this, Sodam frantically shook her leaves, forgetting that the gourd was open, and was sucked inside before Hanyul and his imps. The gourd falls to the ground unattended. "So that's why she wanted me to scream," Hanyul says, picking up the gourd. Hanyul opens the gourd and says, "Come on out, senior." Sodam really has a unique taste. The mountain god flew out of the gourd. "Fool, I knew someone would come to save me." He hugged Hanyul, lamenting that being trapped inside felt like divine punishment, all his fault. "After putting me through all that, I still have to deal with guard dogs." Hanyul apologizes, having no other choice but to appease the mountain god bear. Hanyul asks the mountain god bear how many days have passed. The mountain god bear says it's been about 150 days. Time in here is no different than in the mortal realm, so let's get out of here before it's too late, and he opens the gourd, letting the others out. A horde is released from the gourd, stirring and groaning. He looks at Sodam on the ground, asking, "Where's my lost 7 sword?" Sodam looked up at Hanyul, speechless, before finally uttering an insult. "You're so short and your shoulders are so narrow." "Now that I look at you, Hanyul objects, I'm not short, okay? I'm well above average height." "Why do you care about my height?" The mountain god bear tried to intervene, saying, "Stop, you're going to hurt his feelings." Sodam sits up, admitting that it truly doesn't matter. Her mother once told her something, though she always thought it was ridiculous. "As one who has defeated me." Hanyul and the mountain bear were stunned by her words. "You're quite strong and handsome too. I've made my decision. Be my husband," Sodam confidently tells Hanyul. Hearing those words, the mountain god covers his face, exclaiming, "Oh my god," while Hanyul is left, bewildered, asking Auntie what. The mountain god thinks to himself, "If this kid gets married, will I be the one officiating the ceremony? That sounds pretty cool." The thought makes him blush with excitement. Hanyul, taken aback, asks, "Your husband? What are you talking about?" The mountain spirit bear replies, "Have you heard of the bond between the goblin clan and the 7-branch sword?" Hearing this, Hanyul gasped and remembered something. He recalled the story Manchuk told him. Geun Chogo's promise to send a man here, Hanyul thought. A man worthy of the clan leader bearing a sword. He pondered, concluding that the man was Hanyul, and the sword was the 7 deadly swords. In his mind, he pictured his wedding with Sodam. So Sodam's going to send him. Hanyul cursed inwardly. "Damn it, she's going to send me." And the mountain god bear speaks up, offering to officiate the wedding. Hanyul still wonders, but what does that have to do with me? The one who first brought the 7-branch sword here has been dead for ages, and then the wedding was apparently held with the chieftain's daughter. Even the mountain god bear knows it, but what can he do? Sodam doesn't seem to agree with Hanyul. Sodam is still looking at him with a face that says, "He's mine, he's my husband." Hanyul thought, "No, not now. Stay focused, future husband, Hanyul." He gestured for Tu Kwai to bring the red bean porridge closer, saying, "Never mind, just tell me where you hid my 7 deadly swords." The little Kwai held Sodam as Hanyul threatened that if she didn't talk, he'd force-feed her red bean porridge until she burst, and as the little Kwai forced the spoon to her lips, Sodam trembled in fear. Despite her fear, Sodam remained stubborn, declaring that no matter how much they forced her, she wouldn't talk, and that even if she couldn't bear 3 healthy children, she still wouldn't return the 7-branch sword. Hearing this, Hanyul agrees, saying that Sodam has given her consent and orders the little goblins to pour the red bean porridge into her mouth. Sodam wallows in the red bean porridge, refusing to speak, and the mountain god bear realizes this isn't working. Hanyul crosses his arms, knowing the stubbornness of the yokai makes them difficult to sway. The mountain god bear on Hanyul's head retorted, "But you have no reason to refuse the marriage. I said I'd officiate." Hanyul was shocked. Money. Seeing that it wasn't convincing enough, the mountain god bear advised further, noting that the demon clan seemed to be trapped in this place with only the young and healthy surviving. "You were once in such a predicament, so don't turn a blind eye. The entire demon clan is truly collapsing. Besides, her gourd is a high-grade treasure, you know," the mountain god bear said, eyeing Sodam's gourd. "A tribe with such a treasure must have a powerful background. Besides, you're an immortal now, so you'll live for hundreds more years, just a century or two. This tribe will grow so strong that no one will dare look down on them. Let me arrange the wedding." After much deliberation, the mountain god still wants Hanyul to marry Sodam, while Hanyul realizes his unique constitution could lead to unforeseen problems in the future. His eyes fell on Sodam still lying on the ground, and as the elder had said, this tribe's potential was truly rare. Hanyul stroked his chin, wondering if he could win them over instead of threatening them. But how? After much thought, an idea sparked in his mind while Sodam remained on the ground in the forest where Hanyul and the goblins were. When she awoke, finding herself bound, she sat up and raged. "You sneaky devil, how dare you tie me up like this? What do you want?" Suddenly she noticed the aroma of food in the air. Before Sodam, a table laden with delicious-looking food suddenly appears. Sodam, who has never tasted such delicacies, wonders what they are. Hanyul greeted her, asking if she was awake, but Sodam remained stubborn, declaring she wouldn't say a word unless he laughed at her. Hanyul calmly sat at the table, replying that he would eat and think about it. Then he picked up a cake, put it in his mouth, and slowly chewed, savoring the delicious rice cake. Sodam could only gape in astonishment as she watched him devour the food. But he didn't stop there. He ate and praised, so delicious." The rich, chewy flavor spread through her mouth, a blend of rice flour, adlay, and soybean powder. Sodam was envious, wanting some too, but Hanyul and the mountain god bear ignored her, focused on enjoying the food. Seeing Hanyul enjoying the food, Sodam cried out, "I said I wanted some too," and Hanyul tossed a piece into her mouth. Sodam chewed, savoring the flavor of the treat Hanyul had given her. The cake is so delicious that Sodam can't resist. After finishing one, she asks for another, and Hanyul gives a sly smile. He dumps all the remaining cakes into his mouth, leaving Sodam in a panic, calling him a cheapskate. She scolds him, saying she won't marry him at this rate unless she can have 3 children. Hanyul ate and praised, "It's so delicious," adding, "Now I only have 2 left." Sodam, craving Hanyul's treat even more, pleaded, "Okay, a boy and a girl is fine." Hyunjo asks what she just said, but Hanyul pretends not to hear. Now there's only 1 left, and Hanyul continues his game. Sodam, tears still in her eyes, says she only needs a daughter. Hanyul continues to slowly eat the cake, and Sodam bursts into tears at the sight. Finally, she relented, saying she only needed Hanyul to marry her, and she wept. Hanyul smiled triumphantly, having achieved his goal. He replies that it's approved, however, he'll marry her when he wants, as he's still short on funds for a wedding. The mountain god bear is appalled by this cruel behavior. Sodam wondered what he meant. Did he not intend to marry her after all? "No, I'll marry you in 100 years. For your kind, that's not long, is it?" he said. He offered Sodam a plate of cakes, saying, "And I'll give you this. It's called buckwheat jelly. I'll teach you how to make it and how to grow the ingredients." Sodam eyes the dish Hanyul offers, marveling at how delicious it looks, then asks if it's a wedding gift, "My husband." Hanyul awkwardly agrees, wondering why she's so happy to marry a 120-year-old man, as Sodam summons a beautifully carved wooden box. Seeing this, Hanyul asks if it's a precious artifact, as Sodam, holding the firewood, explains that the exquisite box was left to her by her mother before rummaging through a chest and telling Hanyul to wait a moment. A moment later, she held an object in her hand and gave it to him, saying, "Take this, my husband," shocking both the mountain god bear and Hanyul. She says it's her wedding gift to him, but what are those 2 round things she's holding? Hanyul can't identify them, so he asks, and she replies that they're gourds. This gift plunged Hanyul into contemplation. The legendary gourds from the folktale, the man with 2 gourds, Sodam, having given him the gourds, casually ate, while Hanyul and the mountain god discussed their significance. "So you're saying this is a gourd? It feels like I'm holding a piece of meat." The mountain god confirms yes, it's something of great value. Hanyul recalls a story about an old man with a gourd, and the mountain god tells him that's a widely circulated human tale, right? Did you know the story's protagonist was once a renowned artisan across the Korean peninsula? Hanyul was surprised to hear this. What? The mountain god continued, explaining that there are talented people out there whose gifts the goblins covet. Goblins are greedy creatures, and they created the magic that allows someone to transfer something intangible like talent to another. However, these talented individuals wouldn't easily give up their gifts, so the goblins use these mallets to torment them. And to escape that torment, they must exchange their talents with the goblins through it. The mountain god bear stroked the burr and concluded that this seemingly ordinary burr is actually quite precious. Moreover, a club of this size is just too good to pass up. You should accept them quickly. He turned to Sodam, who was eating and eavesdropping, and asked about the gourd's origins. Sodom replied that her grandmother had obtained them while visiting the Korean peninsula, adding, "You can start calling me madam now you know." When Yunpahol died, both the mountain god bear and Hanyul felt like they were witnessing history. The mountain god bear spoke. It was during the Jeongu era, also known as the Willing King of the Goguryeo dynasty. Sodom explains that the owner of the fruit in Hanyul's hand was a physician traveling west, famed for medicine and acupuncture, and a carefree sorcerer from the Hu region. She heard he supposedly starved to death in prison for refusing to treat a terminally ill patient, and he told Sodom's grandmother he would give her the gallstone for research, in exchange for secretly bringing him food, which she agreed to despite the danger of being caught. Hearing this, Hanyul asks if that means the man was a skilled herbalist, worried he wouldn't be able to make the medicine from Jimmy Jinnen's book, remembering his past failed attempts at learning to make medicine with the mountain god. Sodom reveals the remaining fruit belonged to a powerful figure, making both Hanyul and the mountain spirit realize their immense value. The fruit's owner was rumored to be a master of weaponry and horsemanship, but met his end due to arrogance. He was sent to fight, and when things turned dire, he gave the gourd to Sodom's grandmother in exchange for taking his lover away from the battlefield to a remote place to live in seclusion. Hanyul was surprised he brought his lover to battle. Sodom confirmed that it was the first battle he had ever lost. The story makes Hanyul eye the mallet in the mountain god's hand a warrior's weapon. He feels these mallets are too good to pass up, and he'd feel guilty if he didn't take them, though the situation with the mountain god seems less than ideal. Having finished eating, Sodom stood up and declared that they would now pelt them with the gourds, to which the mountain bear and Hanyul agreed, though something felt off. Sodom, armed with a pestle, prepares to strike. Her eyes gleam as two sharp sounds echo through the forest. Hanyul rubs his head, surprised that it doesn't hurt at all. Sodom explains that she only fried the bursa fruit on him so it would feel like being hit by a toy. He looks at himself after being hit with the Garcinia indica fruit and feels no different. Sodom tells him not to worry. He'll understand when he needs to use that talent. Sodom then happily went off to eat while Hanyul stood there sensing something. He looked at the box on the ground and felt, "Isn't it time to take out the 7 deadly swords?" He opens the box to reveal the sword. The mountain god bear looks at it and says that these treasures all have a certain spirituality, and this sword's is especially high. Moreover, he belongs to a certain element, and that can't be ignored. In the 5 elements, wood creates metal, meaning Hanyul isn't compatible with the metal element of the 7 deadly swords. So the mountain god bear advised Hanyul not to push himself too hard, but Hanyul paused to consider. He felt he should still try as the 7 deadly sword in the box glowed brightly. He reached out and grabbed it, and a golden light erupted as his hand touched the sword. Hanyul grimaced as the power of the 7 deadly swords surged. He uses his own power to resist it as the mountain god bear frantically advises him, "I told you not to push yourself too hard." But Hanyul didn't seem to hear, terrifying the mountain god bear. As he gritted his teeth in pain, the 7 deadly sword unleashing its opposing power, the mountain god bear could only shout. He craves its power that much. Hanyul cries out in pain, but his grip on the 7 deadly swords remains firm. The mountain god bear looks on in disbelief. Where did his clarity go? What's more, it's unbelievable how much energy that thing has. Hanyul seems to have gained control of the sword, so it stopped resisting him. He looks at it and says, "That should be enough to teach this sword a lesson." The mountain god bear marvels at Hanyul's surprises, admitting he's never seen a criminal bend a spirit weapon to his will, let alone subdue the 7 deadly sword. Hanyul stared at his hand, feeling an instinctive desire and confidence to command the 7 deadly swords. Was this the talent of that warrior? Clenching his fist with a sense of accomplishment, Hanyul and the mountain god bear decided to return after conquering the 7 deadly swords. In the bustling city, the mountain god bear gulped down water, praising its sweetness, then eagerly peeled boiled eggs while Hanyul, chin in hand, pondered deeply. We'd been back in Korea for a while, and now we were in a PC room at a sauna, Hanyul looking utterly bored. He was supposed to go to Mount Gwanak, but his sword skills weren't up to par, so he had to stop midway. He ignored King's sword's power the first time, and now it was acting up. But after the incident with Sodom, his sword was worn down, so instead of going to Gwanak Mountain, he stopped in a nearby city. He thought of Sodom knowing she wanted to go, but thankfully she was responsible and couldn't leave her duties as clan leader. Sodom hopes Hanyul finishes his task and returns quickly. As Hanyul searches the internet for news, it's been 7 months since the Dokdo Fortress battle. And though not forgotten news flashes before him, the silent East Sea has become a sea of fire, and the presidents of Korea and Japan met in secret 13 days prior. Perhaps due to the meddling of the Dragon King of the East Sea, he muses, picturing the Dragon King and his cohorts. 76 days of silence. Why has the Dragon King gone quiet? Both the White Flower Clan and the Inosokami Shrine are criticizing the Dragon Palace for ruining the Citadel battle and demanding they take responsibility. The Dragon King reiterated the 3 princes' words and criticized them yet. A month later, the Dragon King began to back down. He apologized for the misunderstanding, but the two leaders didn't accept his insincere apology, leading Bear Mountain God to wonder what the West and South Seas were doing. Hanyu recalls that no report mentioned it, but he believes they won't side with the East Sea. It seems they're ignoring the East Sea. Mountain God Bear speculates. It's said the three dragon kings don't get along but unite against humans and gods. Hanyu thinks, but it seems they can't defend the East Sea this time. What a life. Now the big question is, what is he planning, and where is the seven-sword pain? Hanyu pondered the sword similar to the seven deadly sins. Odin informed the Norse Association that he would remain in Korea to subdue the East Sea. The girl. I think he saw it back on Dokdo Island. He's a god powerful enough to stop the seven deadly sins tremors with a single move. He's also looking for the sword, so I have to be careful. Suddenly, the computer announces the time limit has been reached, thanking them for using it. The mountain god bear turns to Hanyu, who is getting up, and asks what he thinks. Hanyu head-wrap smiles and decides they must go to Mount Guanak. His return to the White Flower sect would raise suspicion as he's not listed as missing or dead. So he should hide and observe for now, and tend to that tree. Hanyu gathered his things while the mountain god bear suggested he check on his body at Mount Guanak. I can't sense any energy from it at all. Hanyu wondered how long this had been going on. The mountain god bear stroked his chin and replied, "Since I went to the goblin's place, I thought I'd feel it again when I came out, but nothing. I wonder if something's wrong with my main body." Hanyu realizes this has been going on for 7 months and demands to know why the mountain god didn't say anything sooner. He decides they must go to Guanak Mountain immediately, a vast but lush mountain. Hanyu and the mountain god bear are both stunned upon arrival. He sees a nest in the tree with many honeybees active there, or rather many nests like an entire ecosystem. Hanyu wonders how the bees bypass the barrier. It shouldn't be this weak. Mountain god bear jumps down impressed. He digs through the leaves, deducing why the bees bypass the barrier to reach this tree, and discovers something soft, followed by a shocked, "No way." Hidden within the leaves is the mountain god bear fast asleep, leaving both Hanyu and the awakened bear in a state of shock. Hanyu wondered, "Senior, why is your true body here? What's going on?" The honeybees, as if sensing something, flew towards them. They look up both in disbelief, as Hanyu wonders why the bees have suddenly grown so large. But the bees continue to rush towards them, and Hanyu uses a magical artifact to summon monsters to attack. More red demons appear around him, and he commands them to fire upon the swarm. The red-faced demons quickly obeyed, unleashing their attacks on the swarm, striking the bees one by one. However, the bees still rushed forward with overwhelming numbers, worrying Hanyu. He figured the guns couldn't kill them all. He needed something that could wipe them out at once. Before he could finish his thought, the mountain god bear reverted to its original form. It roars with majesty, then unleashes a fiery inferno upon the bees, nearly incinerating them. Hanyu rushes to the mountain god bear, who believes burning the bees is the easiest solution. But Hanyu quickly cautioned that mistakes could kill the tree, and they paused, watching the bees build their nests and create an ecosystem to nurture it. The tree is currently nourished by many beehives. Is there another way, the mountain god asks? Hanyu was still searching for a safer way to deal with the hive when he noticed the bees were weakening and falling to the ground. He's shocked. He didn't do anything, so why are they dying? He watches closely, wondering what he did. Then he realized something and shouted, "Senior, the main body of the bees," startling the mountain god. He recalls saying that if the main body had problems, the other bodies of the mountain god would absorb it. So that's what happened, but Hanyu wonders why the mountain god seems so panicked. The mountain spirit replies that he was just amused by Hanyu's panic, leaving Hanyu speechless. He points and shouts that it's playtime, retaliating against the mountain god's earlier actions, while the mountain god can only cry for help. The mountain god is still observing how to deal with the swarm of bees. Hanyu shouts for the elder to turn around, warning him to get away as he holds something in his hand. He throws several orbs toward the swarm, which explode on impact, creating a smoke screen. The smoke disorients the bees, driving them away from the tree, and Hanyu seizes the moment to trap them with a barrier. With the barrier in place, he sighed in relief, telling the mountain spirit bear beside him that the bees were temporarily contained. The mountain god bear is curious, as they have no clues about the bees, guessing it's tied to an ancient tale of the Queen Mother of the West, telling her people about the golden queen bee of Kunlun Mountain. But the Queen Mother of the West disappeared long ago. It's absurd to think she's here now. Hanyul points to the tree, saying the peaches are still there, right? He then reasoned that perhaps long ago those bees lived in a distant land. Drawn by the peach's fragrance, or perhaps from another dimension, the mountain god agreed it was possible. Hanyul stood, having found a way to deal with the bees, and with the smoke barrier gone, he decided to enter the peach tree's hive-filled interior. He randomly chose a honeycomb and split it open, revealing golden honey. The mountain god drooled. This wasn't ordinary honey. It was overflowing with yang energy. If I eat this, will I one day have eyes like the mountain god bear, gleaming with desire for honey? Hanyul gave him half. He looked at the remaining half of the honeycomb in his hand, honey from the hata tree with its intoxicating fragrance. Beside him, the mountain bear had already begun to enjoy the honey. He eyed the honeycomb, recalling Gumi Jinin's records. This could definitely be used as medicine. Upon closer inspection, Hanyul noticed the larvae inside were still wriggling. Still alive, Hanyul decides to move them elsewhere, before scooping up the honey rumored to be packed with nutrients. He takes a bite, deciding to test its effects. His body tells him he has absorbed the royal jelly, which has increased the growth of dugak and buju. But the taste was not what Hanyul expected. It was incredibly bitter, making him grimace. He said, "Senior, you ate it so well, I thought it would be sweet." Hearing this, the mountain god bear turned to him. He suddenly noticed Hanyul's head was glowing, and told him leaving. Hanyul stunned. He ran his hand through his hair, feeling something like antlers protruding from his temples. The mountain god was astonished, exclaiming, "That's a dragon's forest." He was so startled he dropped his honeycomb. "How did you get that?" Hanyul replied. "It just appeared after I absorbed the magic jade last time." Hanyul doesn't seem to grasp the gravity of the situation, angering the mountain god, who retorts, "Are you making fun of me? Saying that if I eat garlic for 3 days straight, I'll turn into a bear or something." Hanyul then tells the mountain god that he also noticed something strange on his waist when he changed clothes earlier. The mountain god sees the strange mark on Hanyul's waist, and asks if his family is truly an Uon, but Hanyul guesses it's from the magic gem. The mountain god warns him not to take it lightly. "Let me tell you, dragons are creatures born from water, spending years honing their power through cultivation, and they're a species that can evolve. However, their attributes differ from humans. They can possess multiple attributes simultaneously, a characteristic unique to them compared to other species. So you're both dragon and human. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but you're clearly an anomaly. The mountain god also suspects you'll have a hard time living as a normal immortal." Hanyul laments that he should have kept his abilities a secret. But on the bright side, this is beneficial for dugak and buju. As you saw, the royal jelly made the dragon horns grow even more, something that wouldn't happen to a human. He predicts that if you can live underwater like a dragon, no one will be able to stop you. Hanyul, lost in thought, wonders about evolving into a dragon, as he looks toward the gangster hive where dugak and buju are reacting to the royal jelly. So perhaps keeping this around still has value. If the larvae are left alone, they'll mature, and then I can harvest honey and royal jelly from them. Moreover, once they mature, he decides to learn a new skill, which makes the mountain god wonder why. He explains that he was initially lucky to absorb the void jade, which increased his wood energy. "My initial talent was for energy, which is why I cultivated the energy wind. I remember when I first discovered my abilities. But I don't know if it's because of my energy wind, but every time I eat herbs I only absorb the energy. So if I can harness the irregular nature and learn a new technique, I might be able to absorb the effects of herbs without changing my inherent attributes." The mountain bear praised Hanyul's idea, but wondered how he planned to learn a new technique. Hanyul pulled something out of his leather pouch, saying he planned to learn this. He laid out 2 books and a scroll, prompting the mountain bear to ask what they were. He explained that the books were secret manuals left behind by the earthly true Koyan and Jinin and the heavenly emperor, while the scroll likely belonged to the Sikazu imposters. "Since you're in hiding anyway, it's good to practice," the mountain god said, asking which he'd choose to train with first. He picked up the scroll, saying this one might not be so bad. That scroll contains the secret arts of the imposters, and with 3 relics of metal energy already in his possession, including the 7 wisdom sword, the mountain god praises Hanyul's fortune. How impressive, the kid's planning everything himself. Now he just needs to seclude himself and train. Suddenly, Hanyul remembers there's still a small problem. He still hasn't given the jade flute to Senior Dam Jo. His kind, gentle, and friendly brother comes to mind. I really want to return it to him. Is there any way? The mountain god's expression turned serious. Is not giving the jade flute to Dam Diao such a big deal, Yoon? Why are you so worried about this? Hanyul, seeing the mountain god's serious face but not understanding, asked, What do you mean? This is a serious matter and you make it sound so grim. As a high immortal, you need to start seeing the bigger picture. You know the power of that horn, and do you think the criminals will sit still if you use it? You don't need to put yourself in danger for something so uncertain. The mountain god shakes his head, lamenting the missed opportunity. Tisk, tisk, these young people. We can only hope to find the one who recreated the myriad phallus flute. Otherwise, it's hard to say. Hanyul, still processing the information, asks if the mountain god knows someone who can recreate the Manpasikiok. Realizing his slip, the mountain god clammed up, annoyed that even if Hanyul could restore it, he'd likely just hand it over to the Crimson Emperor. Hanyul points to himself. No, I really want that Takta horn. The mountain god bear is stunned. What did you say? You're not joking, are you? Hanyul asks, pointing at himself again. I swear I won't give it to the damn Emperor. He grins, thinking, instead of giving it to the damn Emperor, I can use it against the Dragon Palace. The mountain god accepts Hanyul's wish, agreeing to seek out the recreator together, prompting Hanyul to cheer. He briefly tells him about the recreator, the craftsman he's about to introduce, Hwadiok Jingun, who owes his sister and nephew a debt from long ago. The mountain god finishes speaking, then stands up, telling Hanyul to head straight to Mount Gale. Hearing the name Zhao Niet Mountain, Hanyul wondered where it was. The mountain god was surprised he didn't know, and revealed it was a large mountain in Korea. Hearing the name Korea, Hanyul was startled, as if realizing something. Wait, North Korea, and he has a sister. He pressed on asking what his sister's name was, but the bear spirit replied that she had no name. His own was derived from the mountain, but his sister wasn't a mountain spirit, so she had none. And my grandson's name is Dangun, the frugal king Dangun, like Madame Yugua, one of the 3 supreme rulers of the Korean peninsula and the ruler of Asadan in Hwanghae-namdo Mount Gaiwol. In Hwanghae-namdo Mount Gaiwol, it's raining kite heavily. Hanyul couldn't believe he'd crossed the border, observing his surroundings and thinking this place truly lives up to its name as a sacred mountain. He looked around wondering, but where exactly was Asadan? The mountain god bear in the form of a bald man turned and asked, "Why are you standing there like a bump on a log?" "Nothing, I was just wondering where we were going," Hanyul replies, to which the mountain god bear reveals that they've arrived. Hanyul looked up in surprise. Before him stood a massive gate flanked by 2 human-faced statues. One of the statues spoke. "Who are you? Asadan does not welcome uninvited guests." The mountain god announced that the mountain god of Kwanak had come to visit his sister. Upon hearing the name Kwanak, the stone statue panicked, changing its tone to a polite one, and asked them to wait a moment. The mountain god bear waved. "Relax, no need to be so formal." Hanyul thought, looking at him, "Wow, I'm so used to the chubby bear, but the senior looks so noble in human form." Then he remembered the words. Why did he say not to be so afraid? As soon as he thought that, Hanyul suddenly closed his eyes and clutched his head. Suddenly feeling faint, he opened his eyes again, only to be met with a bustling village of ancient beauty. Here the people live in peace, trade flourishes, and children play freely. Hanyul wonders, could these villagers hidden deep in the mountains be mountain gods in disguise? Not all of them are immortals. Before Asadan vanished from the human realm, they selected a group of people who wished to live here. Though all who reside here must agree to surrender their lives to my grandson, surprisingly many still choose to stay. Hanyul realizes this strange land was created by Korea's great leader, then recalls Uyul's leader Kim Dong-i, and notes how different the two are. A soldier emerged, followed by 2 servants who respectfully greeted the bear god, who asked, "Where is my sister?" The soldier replies that the lady awaits at the Cao Duvian palace, and inquires about Hanyul's identity. The mountain bear god replies that he is his servant, a foreigner but trustworthy. Without question, the soldier leads them inside and they follow him for quite some time. The soldier announced their arrival and stopped. Hanyul looked around, wondering why a heroine lived in such a remote place. But there's a grand palace over there, so why does she live in a place like this? A girl comes out to greet them. She stood on the small bridge, incredibly gentle and beautiful, her clothes simple. Hanyul felt she looked completely different from Lady Duga, even though they were both immortal seniors. Aunt Tukwe looked at the guard and said, "I was worried you were too busy to bother fetching my brother." The guard politely replied, "It's no trouble at all. We'll take our leave now." Leaving them to their privacy, the sister gazes at her bear brother, remarking how long it's been. The bear returns her gaze as she continues, "My beloved brother." Before he could react, she lunged and embraced the mountain god, startling Hanyul. As she hugged him, she cooed, "Oh, how long has it been, my cute little one? Why hasn't my little one come to see me? So cold." Hanyul watches, unsure what to do. Suddenly the she-bear changes, telling her brother to rest after his long journey, using her power before he can react. It collapses against her defenseless, alarming Hanyul. Seeing him poised to draw his weapon, she explains, "Don't worry, I'm just putting him to sleep." Hanyul hesitated but still reached for his weapon as the bear woman continued, "Forgive me for showing you something so shameful. You see, this child is my only family since before I became human. So I need to know," her eyes change, becoming sharper, "why a dragon like you is my brother's servant." Hanyul now understands the bear woman has seen through his identity. Hearing the question, Hanyul hesitated for a moment before removing his mask, revealing, "To be precise, I'm not exactly a dragon but more of an irregular." Hanyul reveals his face, and she leads him to a cauldron to hear his story, including the mountain god's motives, which she quickly understands. "How strange. You even told me how you cultivated to become an immortal. Don't you think you're revealing too much?" Hanyul shook his head, saying not at all. "Gwanak knew my situation and still agreed to bring me here. Although he hid the fact that I possessed an irregularity from his nephew, one of the 8 great immortals, he still agreed to let me come. How could a mere junior like me dare to judge the decisions of a senior?" he thought, looking at the sleeping mountain god. The bear woman praised him for his honesty and revealed that the Fire Virtue Star Lord wasn't here. Hanyul was shocked. "What?" The bear woman reveals that he left Asadan a while ago because he hated the hassle, leaving Hanyul surprised. "But the old man cares about my brother, so if you bring him some fruit, he'll definitely help you out." Hearing that, Hanyul felt relieved. Things seemed smoother than he'd imagined. But then he realized, wait a minute. The Grim Reaper definitely knew the Fire Virtue Lord wasn't in Asadan, so why did he bring me here that day? Seeing his expression, the heroine knew he understood that this child wanted him to join the Asadan clan. Hanyul remained speechless, still processing the information, as the bear woman added that he might be thinking of the vacant throne. Hanyul remained silent, pondering what she had said, recalling the mountain god's words about the East Sea being ignored. Hanyul couldn't believe it was she talking about the throne of the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Meanwhile, the bear woman smiled gently at him as elsewhere, a palanquin flew through the sky. Inside the palanquin, Lady Yugua converses with Damjok Ok, who remains silent. Lady Yugua asks if he's unhappy, causing him to look up at her. No, mother. Dissatisfied with the negotiations, she presses him, asking if he wasn't eager to spearhead the conquest of the Eastern Sea. Damdeok admits it's true, but his mind races with other thoughts. Everything related to the Sword of Insanity and the battle on Dokdu Island was destroyed by the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, who even wiped out the surrounding lands. The tsunami and tornado created by the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea took the lives of thousands of innocent people. He could not forgive the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. No matter what, he would make them pay. Damn Emperor Ok was determined to destroy the Eastern Sea. But he hesitated, saying, "Mother, the children." Before he could finish, Lady Yugua angrily interrupted. "What nonsense are you spouting? Have you forgotten what they've done? The Eastern Sea is our sworn enemy. I will hunt them down and destroy them all, and if you ever think like that again, I'll remove you from your vanguard position." Dam Diok could say nothing more, only obey in silence. Lady Dugua thought to herself, "Dragons." Throughout the meeting, everyone agreed to the plan to subdue the Eastern Sea. The reason is when a true Dragon King falls in battle, we can place a puppet king on the throne for easy control, and the weight of the Mai determines the future of the kingdom. The problem is dragon bloodlines are rare, and finding one is difficult, so other factions won't be able to exploit them. I must release those children and quickly find a suitable heir. Lady Duquois is still contemplating the best way to seize control of the Eastern Sea. She wants to find a docile Mai to easily consolidate her power as the palanquin continues its flight back to the city where Madame Duquois resides. Meanwhile, Hanyun is still talking with Wung Yo Sr. "I have a request. While I'm in Asadon, please keep my lineage a secret." The bear woman wonders how sitting on the Dragon King's throne would make stabilizing the situation easier. Hanyun calmly replies that even if he were to obtain the throne with Asadon's support, he would be nothing more than a puppet. "I don't want to be controlled by anyone else." He makes his intentions clear to the bear woman. Then he placed his hands on the floor, bowed sincerely, and asked to learn more from her in the future if possible. "Among the ascended celestials, finding one with the benevolence to keep my secret isn't easy, and this chance encounter may never happen again, so I hope you will guide this ignorant junior." The bear woman listened in silence, then spoke. "Thank you for saying that, but now I feel sorry for you and my brother." Honeymoon looks up, confused, and asks what she means. The bear woman reveals she won't let her brother leave again. She learned that when the bear mountain god left Asadon for family reasons, she wanted to stop him at all costs. Then she heard that the bear mountain god had become the mountain god of Guanak Mountain, and she felt lost and pathetic. Having lost everything, Honeymoon asks if she intends to rob Quanak Sr. of his freedom, but the she-bear replies that other than at his own request, she'll let him come and go as he pleases. She gestures to a servant, adding that the Dragon King's position isn't limited to the ocean, but exists wherever the water energy is strongest. Whether river or lake, as long as the water energy is abundant, it can still hold the throne, though the level will be weaker than the sea. The servant then brought out a tray for the bear woman. On the tray was the throne transfer decree. The bear woman instructed, "This is the throne transfer decree. They have handed over their territorial waters for me to manage. I'm handing it over to you now. Though this territory isn't as deep or vast as the ocean, the water energy is incredibly pure, promoting smoother blood flow and allowing your core to harness more energy, making it ideal for cultivation." Honeymoon pondered this, realizing he had to leave before Senior Quan woke up. But he wanted to say goodbye. He looked at the slumbering mountain god bear and finally made his decision. He bowed to the heroic woman, saying, "Senior, I will never forget this kindness." 3 days later, Honeymoon tore up the map and stared into the space before him, frozen in disbelief. The sight of the spiritual energy swirling before him filled him with awe at the landscape he never imagined. A hidden sanctuary lay deep within a lake on Changbai Mountain. Honeymoon approached the lake and peered into its clear waters, sensing some kind of core lay hidden beneath. Suddenly, the lake began to churn violently, as if trying to swallow everything whole, and Honeymoon was pulled deeper and deeper as giant waves surged behind him. While underwater, Honeymoon felt as though he could swim and breathe with ease, as if he'd become a fish. Suddenly, he saw something that made him stop in shock. He had swam to the bottom, and before him was a radiant light filling Honeymoon with surprise and curiosity. The energy before him was shocking in its power, and even as he approached it, continued to gather more hydro energy. Honeymoon reached out towards the blinding light, wondering what terrifying power he might gain if he could merge with it. But this power is harder to reach than he thought. Before Honeymoon could touch it, it resisted, making it difficult to absorb. Seeing the resistance, Honeymoon decides to put more strength into his arm to seize this energy. Vortices of energy erupt, illuminating the lakebed as he reaches out to seize the orb, and his efforts are rewarded as the light begins to shrink, burning brighter than before. After a final struggle, he finally exhaled the light now before him. Honeymoon touched his lower abdomen where he had absorbed the light, feeling a strange sensation, suspecting he had also absorbed a magic gem. Suddenly, he looked up at the surface of the lake, sensing something was about to happen. Then a surge of dark energy swept in, blanketing the water around him. He recalled the blonde girl's words during their rainy day tea house conversation. She'd said the surging water energy might attract unwanted guests, creatures on the verge of transcending, making them difficult to deal with. Seeing the lake like this, Honeymoon wasn't surprised, only that they came so quickly. He used his inner strength to propel himself across the water. With a few steps, Honeymoon soared above the lake, facing a red-eyed water monster that glared back at him. Honeymoon began to gather his strength, resolving that no matter the opponent, he wouldn't give up easily. With a wave of his hand, a powerful burst of sword energy surges forth, stirring the water and creating a long streak of light across the sky, flying towards the water monster, lurking in the dark clouds. Its eyes grew even more ferocious as it prepared to counter the attack. The light from Honeymoon's sword collided with a powerful blast, forcing him back. He blocks the energy blast, but it's deflected back at him. He didn't expect his opponent to be so powerful. Suddenly, lightning flashes across the sky. Powerful lightning bolts strike the barrier in front of Honeymoon, the energy of the gun blast churning the lake, sending spray everywhere as monsters slowly converge on the battle. It turns out the water monster from before wasn't hurt at all, and it's laughing at Honeymoon. Suddenly, the snake behind the monster says it can clearly sense the magic orb's energy. But isn't he just a snot-nosed brat who doesn't even know how to use his own territory? He can't understand how a kid who can't even control his own power can withstand the water spirit's core and even possess a forest. The water monster thinks this kid will help him ascend, but as he speaks, he senses something ahead. Before him, petals danced in the wind, obscuring his vision as the youth plunged his staff into the earth, connecting with the land to conjure the swirling blossoms. Seeing his opponent's display, the water monster mocks the feeble youth, laughing, as he assumes the boy is admiring flowers for the last time before his demise. As he spoke, he opened his wide mouth full of sharp teeth, gathering the dark lightning around him, unleashing a storm of electric currents toward Haniel, intent on destroying him. Haniel, now connected to the earth's energy, simply scoffs at the incoming attack, as flower petals erupt from the ground, blocking the lightning strikes. More and more petals emerge, completely blocking the lightning attacks from the water monster, as Haniel seems to know he's untouchable. Seeing this, the water monster, sweating profusely, begs for a pause, a moment to wait. Wings gradually emerge from the young man's back, revealing a tree that grows larger and larger, seemingly capable of withstanding any lightning strike. The more lightning strikes, the larger the tree grows, blocking all of the water monster's attacks, and Haniel laughs, taunting the monster for never seeing a lightning rod. Otkon's protection made the sea monster furious, grinding its teeth in rage, while the serpent urged it to calm down. It believed they only needed to destroy this place, and as it spoke, it created icy crystals that swirled around it. Then the serpent opened its mouth and spat out sharp ice crystals like arrows flying forward at the speed of sound. But before these ice arrows could fly far, they were blocked by something shattering them completely. His powerful attack was completely blocked, and the serpent couldn't believe his eyes. Below, Haniel had unfurled a terrifying painting filled with ghosts, stopping the attack. The serpent thought fearfully, realizing this guy had overwhelmed him and his brother in an instant. And he didn't even seem to be stopping. Did he have more tricks up his sleeve? He had to escape before he was caught. He barely had the thought before turning to suggest a retreat to his senior, only to find he'd already fled. The snake demon quickly followed suit, not wanting to linger a moment longer. Honeymoon, watching from below, threatened them relentlessly until they stopped. Seeing the two demons had fled, Honeymoon quickly covered his mouth, trying to keep the blood from escaping. It turns out his body hadn't adjusted, and he'd used too much energy, pushing his water abilities too far. But he thought it was worth it. He couldn't lose to those demons. Far away, a blonde youth with a braided ponytail approaches a vast building, believing this is a rare opportunity his senior sacrificed for him. Meanwhile, the two demons from before are running for their lives, the serpent demon pleading with his senior to wait for him. But the water demon didn't seem to hear the serpent demon. It continued to fly forward, as the exhausted serpent demon stopped watching its senior apprentice grow more and more distant. Suddenly it imagined the scene of itself and its senior apprentice being annihilated by the young man's sword. In its mind, the young man before them looked like a god wielding twin swords in a constant shifting dance, slashing at them. His face radiated a chilling aura, showing he had no intention of letting them go. The battle raged on as Honeymoon, dual swords in hand, tore through space towards the water monsters, who trembled, wondering who this young man was. He was right. Honeymoon couldn't use the large tree to block the lightning. but now stronger than before, he uses his swords to easily block the 2 lightning bolts moving through the air as he deflects the attacks. Seeing Honeymoon approach, the sea monster finally begins to panic, realizing its lightning is useless against this powerful youth. It relentlessly transforms, unleashing every ounce of its energy and lightning against Honeymoon, who now stands stronger than ever, defying gravity. Using his sword, he attacked and moved completely, blocking all of the sea monster's attacks, while his sword wounds critically injured it all over its body. After a series of attacks that left it severely wounded, the sea monster could no longer unleash lightning. Seemingly unsatisfied, Honeymoon decides to unleash one final powerful blow to end this battle, silencing his foe as it plummets to the earth. By this point, the sea monster's comrade, the serpent, finally reacted, not understanding how this young man suddenly emerged from space. Thinking that if it directly confronted the youth, it would end up like its boss, the quickest way out was to slither away as far as possible, avoiding this young man at all costs. As it fled, it fantasized about becoming a dragon king. But before it could escape, Honeymoon appeared like a haunting specter, startling it into a terrified shriek. Elsewhere, the weapon Honeymoon used to subdue the reptiles is called jade bamboo, a plant from Madame Duqua's garden enhanced over time to fight dragons. Honeymoon impales them with bamboo, slowly killing them, and the 2 aquatic monsters are now utterly exhausted. Honeymoon restrains the serpents, giving them time to call for their leader as they're about to meet their end, and he sinks with them to the bottom of the lake. But then Honeymoon noticed something that surprised him, a massive courtyard before him, leaving him curious as to what it could be. He never imagined such a grand building could exist at the bottom of the lake. He suspects it's a dragon palace, but it wasn't there when he arrived. He sits atop the 2 water monsters now bound together and figures it must only reveal itself to its master. He wonders if he should check it out. Deciding to go for it, he jumps off the monsters and heads inside. If Honeymoon can release them from the jade bamboo, the pain will be unbearable. Suddenly, he agrees to their condition, taking one of the jade bamboo stalks in his hand. Honeymoon's face darkens as he glares at the serpent, promising retribution for any lies, and the serpent, terrified, agrees to everything Honeymoon demands. He wants to know if there are any other creatures like them nearby, and the serpent reveals that there are about 4 or 5 others hiding, preparing for the Dragon Gate. Honeymoon wondered how they got here when the barrier was just removed, and the serpent revealed they had a connection to this place. He reveals that these 2 water monsters were once servants of this place's original master, who created this formation, and they trained to inherit his position. Honeymoon realizes that if they've been here before, they must know this place well, and he can use them to uncover its secrets. He promises to remove all the bamboo from them, but they must lead him around the Dragon Gate. The serpent is speechless, realizing Honeymoon only intended to remove one piece from the start. Moments later, he transforms into a handsome, youthful man, calling himself a guide, and seeing the foxes around him, he pleads with the youth. Honeymoon promises that if it leads the young man, he'll leave the foxes and release it if it does well, but the serpent whines for him to leave them far away. My brother is in this state, so it's good that he's still alive. In the distance, Honeymoon urged him to hurry up or he would incinerate him. It hastily scurried towards Honeymoon within the grand and spacious home with its wide corridors and meticulously carved statues throughout. Suddenly, Honeymoon stops. The energy around them feels different. He realizes the palace's defense system runs on the water core, so everything here can be used by its owner. Though this palace is smaller and older than others, its former master seemed to lack for nothing. It's strange outside there are fish, but inside there's a huge ceramic pond big enough to create a garden. Honeymoon is led by the water monster into the palace's treasure vault, where he's shown a tower that only the master can open, containing all the Dragon Palace's treasures. Honeymoon smirks, confident he can bypass the lock and see what treasures lie within. And to his surprise, the door opens, easily revealing an empty space. Honeymoon scanned the room, surprised at how clean it was despite its age. Suddenly, he stopped a tall tower, catching his eye, its contents unknown. He grabs a book and pulls it out, revealing many books, including skill books. The snake explains that this is heavenly craft, a martial art practiced by the former master. This was once the martial art of the Dragon King, and Honeymoon is intrigued, wondering how the lineage trains. Normally, someone like them would need a master to guide them, but fortunately these 2 were taught by the original owner of this place. Sadly, the previous owner of this place died, so they only learned half of the incantation. Honeymoon doubts the Dragon King could teach these 2 water monsters heavenly craft. Looking at the weak serpent before him, Honeymoon couldn't imagine how powerful the 2 from before would be if they mastered the heavenly art. Seeing the serpent's fear, Honeymoon thought he could be useful and offered to teach him the heavenly art, leaving the serpent stunned. Honeymoon agrees to teach him the heavenly art, but only if he becomes his servant. The serpent eagerly accepts, willing to do anything for the power. He raises the book high and gives him his first task, gleefully announcing that they have a guest arriving soon. Suddenly, Honeymoon realized the serpent's appearance was like a modern idol. And the East Sea brothers looked the same, so he guessed the lineage must as well. Finally, he thinks of the sea monster, languishing in chains outside the bridge while inside the palace. John Jadot leisurely enjoys tea. He never expected Puck Honeymoon to seek him out. Honeymoon wondered if John Jadot would acknowledge him as a Dragon King, now that he was nearly a level 6 hunter. John Jadot inquired about Honeymoon's visit, and Honeymoon produced the jade flute, stating he had a request. John Jadot takes the jade flute and examines it carefully, as Puck Honeymoon requests that he craft a manpasikyak from it. For the uninitiated, the manpasikyak is a mythical flute in Korean culture, considered a royal treasure with special powers. Legend says this flute can ward off disasters, bringing peace and prosperity to the kingdom. John Jadot raised an eyebrow at Honeymoon's request, thinking him quite ambitious for his age, but Puck Honeymoon waved his hands explaining that he had no intention of using it. Seeing Honeymoon's worry, John Jadot laughed, saying he didn't believe Honeymoon wouldn't use it, adding that the customer is always right and he's up for crafting anything they desire. The jade bamboo's size was perfect for a flute, and Jadot promised Honeymoon a top-notch product. Seeing Jadot's dedication to quality, Honeymoon hesitated, then said he had another question. He took the sword from its sheath, but it suddenly flew from his grasp. It was the sword Honeymoon found in Baekdugong's treasure room. From the first time he touched it, Puck Honeymoon sensed a powerful dark energy, an energy that made him want to tear someone to shreds for no reason, other than to see their flesh explode before his eyes. But Puck Honeymoon still felt it was a powerful item that he might need in the future, so it would be a waste not to learn how to control it. Jong Jado said the sword wasn't from the east, then he slowly approached it and decisively grabbed it. The sword's dark energy began to slowly erupt, but Jong Jado easily suppressed it much to Honeymoon's surprise, explaining it was a demon sword created by dwarves in the northwest. It holds a terrifying power that can destroy everything, including its wielder. Its aura is so dangerous that Jong Jado decides to make a scabbard to temporarily suppress it. However, once drawn, the dark energy emanating from the blade will still drive its user into a bloodthirsty rage. Jong Jado doesn't need to remind Puck Honeymoon that once he uses this sword, no matter how hard he tries to control it, he will lose control until he sees blood. Honeymoon acknowledged this, and promised to return when Jado finished crafting the mind-controlling manpasak, and soon after, he was in the palace library reading and researching. He marvels at the size and comfort of the study, daydreaming about earning degrees here. Suddenly, He rushed in, saying a strange guest had arrived at the Dragon Palace. That man is T. Beck, the Prime Minister of Paseong City, a city that first appeared during the Goryeo dynasty, rumored to be the home of a monk named Myo Chung. He worshipped the sacred spirits of a famous mountain in Pado, and began performing ancestral rites for the country there. But the truth was far different. High-ranking officials had established 8 mountains in 8 provinces across Korea, seizing ultimate power. They declared the lands where officials like themselves resided to be sacred grounds, and any products made there were to be offered as tribute. Though the land had been abolished for many years, the Korean government recently allowed it to function as before. The man visiting Hanyul today is none other than T. Beck, the protector of Paseong and current master of Bidu Mountain. Hanyul rises and bows respectfully to T. Beck. He returned the gesture, introducing his youngest disciple, a beautiful and polite young woman, to Hanyul, who was struck by something unusual about her. Setting that aside, Hanyul invites Grand Chancellor T. Beck and his disciple to the drawing room to continue their conversation, and they gladly accept. T. Beck's disciple piqued Hanyul's interest. Her energy had changed drastically, and she was now known as T. Beck's goddess after defeating the white-headed water monster. Meanwhile, Hanyul is suspicious of T. Beck's kindness, wondering what he wants when T. Beck suddenly inquires about his relationship with Asadon. Hanyul states that Asadon is the true master of this place, that he owes her a debt of gratitude, and that there is nothing special between them. Stroking his beard, T. Beck taunts Hanyul, saying that even as a supreme guardian, he can't pass through the Dragon Gate, and it's hard to believe someone like him is acquainted with Asadon, as those who can are few and far between. Like my disciple here, she achieved it through her own power, not through trickery, and she reached the celestial immortal level last year. What do you think about my smallest trinket becoming an apprentice here? T. Beck's words leave Hanyul surprised and confused. An apprentice? Hanyul is taken aback by T. Beck's offer, and asks if it means Shinsu Min will be staying with him to train. T. Beck confirmed his question, adding that he would be happy to be with a beautiful girl like Su Min, and to further persuade Hanyul, he suggested that the two might even become husband and wife. Hanyul exclaims in disbelief, "What the hell, marriage?" T. Beck confirmed his words, and seeing Hanyul still hesitant, he added that to find peace, Hanyul needed to balance yin and yang. Hanyul stares at Shinsu Min, contemplating taking her as a disciple, and turning this innocent girl into a dragon like him in this world full of immortals. It's too much. Hanyul politely declines T. Beck's offer, saying he doesn't want a relationship like that yet. T. Beck calmly tells Hanyul to take his time and consider the offer, reiterating that balancing yin and yang will help him level up quickly, and who knows, maybe he'll become his son-in-law. T-Back added that he wouldn't mistreat his son-in-law producing a vial and placing it on the table, a vial that stirred a familiar feeling in Hanyul, who recognized it as empty green oil. Its scent reminds Hanyul of the old days when he used empty green oil bottles to hide his thin frame, a scent he hasn't encountered since. It was a rare and valuable thing, making Hanyul hesitate and seeing him waver. T-Back smirked. Hanyul remained firm, explaining that he couldn't accept the offer because he was already engaged. Seeing Hanyul's unwavering resolve, T-Back persists, claiming that proximity will eventually lead to intimacy, and that having a concubine is not wrong, especially since Hanyul is a dragon, not just a man. Hanyul glanced at Sin Su-min, whose face was frozen with fear, and felt a pang of sympathy. He agreed to take her as his disciple and marry her, leaving Su-min utterly shocked. Hanyul feels guilty for involving Sin Su-min in this, so he'll do everything he can to help her. A few days pass and Hanyul is now meditating in the study. An energy gathers between Hanyul's hands, forming a cloud that reigns between his palms. Overjoyed, Hanyul shouts, finally succeeding, marveling at the cute little cloud he's created. Now he can even create a rainstorm with more power. The manual says that if his demon skill reaches 6 stars and combines with his previous move, it will be very powerful, so Hanyul is eager to upgrade it to 6 stars right away. Suddenly, Hanyul receives word that Sin Su-min wants to stay in his room, and he smirks, thinking it's time to use the power of the vengeful god. Hanyul instructs Hanyul to tell Su-min that he'll be right there. Sin Su-min stands outside Hanyul's room, breathless, never imagining she'd enter the Dragon King's palace, let alone marry him. It's all so shocking. Su-min recalls her master, T-Back's words, "If you wish, you can have a dragon for yourself. But remember, what is yours is also mine." Su-min's face twisted in pain, but she steeled herself all for her master. She gently pushed the door open, and the scene before her was utterly shocking. Hanyul lies seductively on the bed awaiting the beauty who has finally arrived, her face flushed, unsure what to do but stand there. After a moment of shock, she stammered that she was grateful for Park Hanyun's kindness. Hanyun replied that she didn't seem to want to do this very much. "You don't seem happy at all. It's laughable when a woman has to pretend to like me. Do you think I don't know you're trying to use me with those cheap tricks? How did you become T-Bitch's goddess? Are his standards that low?" Shin Su-min, enraged by his words, retorted, "You beast, don't you dare speak ill of my master with that foul mouth. I don't care who you are. Anyone who insults my master must die." Su-min drew her sword and charged at Park Hanyun. Unafraid, Park Hanyun casually summons a divine lion to suppress her scoffing that a mere mortal like Shin Su-min would dare call a noble king like himself a beast. "I don't care what your master says or thinks of me. This is my territory, and I am of noble blood." Shin Su-min glared at Park Hanyun with eyes like bullets. Hanyun added that even if she tried to sneak up on him in her current state, she couldn't touch a hair on his head, before dismissing the divine beast and telling Shin Su-min to get up and follow her. Confused, Shin Su-min follows Park Hanyun to the palace kitchen, where Hanyun offers her a small round object, telling her to eat it. This left Shin Su-min utterly bewildered, and as she took the item from Park Hanyun, she wondered if it was the legendary 8th life-sustaining treasure. "This is a basic pill that I don't need right now." With Park Hanyun's medical skills, Su-min is sure it will be hard to swallow, but she will still take it for her master. After swallowing the pill, Shin Su-min's eyes lit up. It was truly exceptional, with no bitter taste and easy to swallow. Even her master's medicine had never given Su-min such a feeling, and it even healed her internal injuries. Her power also surged, and Shin Su-min wondered how such a simple-looking pill could accomplish so much. She asked Hanyun what technique he used to create it, and he replied that it was all thanks to the superb ingredients and her innate skill. Hanyun pondered, then said to Su-min, "Your master sees me as a tough enemy, doesn't he? I'm guessing he won't use the central severing art to attack me." Suddenly, Hanyun looks seriously at Shin Su-min and says, "What do you think about us playing husband and wife?" Su-min replies, "Do you think my master is so stupid that she wouldn't know?" Hanyun presses, asking if her master knows she's been taking his medicine. Shin Su-min is shocked, stammering, "Don't tell me." Hanyun continued, promising to make her that pill every day if she gave him the empty green oil bottle. Su-min paused, considering, after all, the pill had increased her power, so her master probably wouldn't suspect anything. Shin Su-min decides to give Buk Han-eun the empty green oil bottle, but makes him promise to tell her every time he uses it, as it's an extremely rare medicine. Han-eun snatched the vial from Su-min, smirking that she could cry to her master if he used it wastefully, leaving Su-min to question her decision. Han-eun tells Su-min he's going to use it right now, prompting her to ask what he intends to do with it. Han-eun simply laughs, telling her to go make some more wine, leaving Su-min in utter shock, wondering if she should ask for the oil back. Later, Han-eun finishes brewing the alcohol and downs a cup in one gulp, realizing the oil's effects have diminished, though the duration has increased, and he now has more medicine. He stirred the brew, feeling it was enough, and now he should create more from the empty green oil bottle. Suddenly, Shin Su-min stumbled up behind Han-eun, babbling for more wine. Han-Eun caught off guard stammers that he just gave her 2 bottles, but Su-min drunkenly retorts that she can handle 7 at once. When Han-Eun refused, Su-min threw a tantrum demanding more wine, leaving Han-Eun speechless, a tough, emotionless woman reduced to this. Yet Han-Eun found it endearing, making her more agreeable. Han-Eun then asks He-Rock to take Shin Su-min away, but as she's dragged off she starts yelling, "Hey you jerk, don't ignore me. My dad's a high-ranking firefighter, you horse-faced jerk." That damn old man suddenly left like I wouldn't notice. Hearing this, Book Han-Eun turned to see Su-min passed out on the floor, being dragged away by He-Rock. Su-min's words made Book Han-Eun think he seemed to have learned something interesting. Han-Eun smirks, thinking he should use this information gradually, but first he needs to finish this. A few days later, Han-Eun moves the liquor vats outside to a secluded corner of the forest, glancing back as he thinks. The aroma of the wine was intoxicating, made from the finest ingredients. It would be disastrous if an immortal discovered Han-Eun's plan. Then as he opened the lid, the scent hit him, making him slightly tipsy. North Han-Eun covered his nose, saying the aroma alone was enough to intoxicate. Before him stood a tree, its fruit plump and delicious thanks to the insect fertilizer, and he eagerly poured the wine into a vial to nourish it. Because with the essence of the insect as fertilizer in this wine, it's very... Before he could finish, a voice came from behind Han-Eun. A man said that he could smell something that could take a person to the 9th heaven. Startled, Han-Eun donned his mask and turned around, wondering how he hadn't sensed the immortal's presence. The man approached, assuring Han-Eun that he needn't worry. He'd only come for a taste of the wine. He asked for just a sip, the aroma of the liquor proving irresistible. Sensing no malice, Han-Eun tossed him an entire bottle, much to the man's delight. He repeatedly thanked Han-Eun for his generosity, to which Han-Eun replied he should drink as much as he liked. He gratefully accepted the bottle from Book Han-Eun, saying he wouldn't refuse such generosity. After finishing the drink, he exclaimed that it was indeed a fine wine, the likes of which he hadn't tasted in a long time, and that it reminded him of a friend who used to pour him drinks. Before he could finish, Han-Eun interjected, implying that if his friend died he wouldn't be able to taste the wine again right. He was surprised that Han-Eun knew who, then bowed and said he was sorry for not introducing himself. Sooner, a legend was written in Baekhu Palace of a wandering swordsman who loved adventure. One day, he fell for the palace's wine and settled north of Mount Baekhu, becoming one of the 8 immortals. With his swordsmanship, he vanquished evil countless times and slayed many dragons. The man before Book Han-Eun was none other than Lu Zhongbin, the immortal swordsman master of the heavens and earth. Meeting the new Dragon King Han-Eun here is quite a coincidence, and since his pact with Baekhu is long over, Zhongbin will consider him a brother. Han-Eun asks if he promised not to drink wine poured by the Dragon King. Lu Zhongbin was surprised and asked, "You know about that promise?" Han-Eun then asks if he's breaking any other vows, to which Zhongbin shakes his head. "It's embarrassing to admit, but not knowing you were the Dragon King, I didn't intend to treat you as a brother." Han-Eun wondered if Lu Zhongbin hadn't already failed to keep his promise from 600 years ago, and how he knew it was fine wine just from the smell. And Lu Zhongbin was polite, even without knowing who he was, so he thought. Before Book Han-Eun could finish, Zhongbin told him to stop. Then he panicked, telling him to call him a shameless drunkard. Lu Zhongbin would feel better that way, as kind words drove him crazy. Zhongbin is acting strange. Han-Eun thinks, wondering if he should be direct or beat around the bush. After a moment, Han-Eun speaks, saying the elders will scold him if he continues like this, and it's best to use the fine wine as an offering to their ancestors. Hearing this, Lu Zhongbin was overjoyed, thanking him for saving his life and promising to help him with anything he needed. Han-Eun then asked Zhongbin if he could ask him for a favor regarding his swordsmanship called Heavenly Entrance. The legendary technique, combined with the aid of an immortal named Hu O-Long, allowed him to slay a powerful dragon with just a sword. A legendary technique unlike any other, requiring power to flow throughout the body instead of concentrating in one place. Han-Eun asks Zhongbin to teach him the technique, assuring him it won't be a loss. 2 days later, a giant centipede appears in the sky, above a shrine where 2 sisters huddle together. The younger sister sobbed uncontrollably, while the older sister tried to reassure her, saying everything would be all right. Suddenly, the centipede burst through the shrine's doors and spotted the 2 girls. It was about to devour them, sending the sisters into hysterics as they embraced, resigned to their fate. But then Han-Eun spoke up, declaring he'd found more fertilizer, and with a swing of his sword he felled the centipede. As the centipede fell, he remarked about more fertilizer, then noticed someone in front of him, surprised to see children. Suddenly Han-Eun realized something. This must be the village shrine, and these children were offerings. He felt rage at this inhumanity, when suddenly a voice echoed, daring Han-Eun to touch it. Then the centipede rose and lunged at Han-Eun, swallowing him whole, vowing to tear him apart, as the 2 sisters in the shrine could only watch in horror. Even Han-Eun's strength couldn't defeat the centipede, so she thought they were doomed. But suddenly Han-Eun reappeared, enraging the centipede, who couldn't believe he had escaped its grasp. He slashed at the centipede, causing it immense pain, but it was still alive, and in its rage it vowed not to let him have his way, demanding he die. He simply smiled and unleashed the sword art of heavenly invasion, teleporting behind the centipede, causing it to lose track of him and shout, in frustration, "Damn it, where did he go?" Meanwhile, he stood high above and cast his sword spell. Then Han Yun continued to attack the centipede, but this time the slashes left, sword stuck deep in its skin. Han Yun's attack was so fast and powerful that it emitted light in the night sky, and then Han Yun sighed in relief as he landed on the ground. However, Han Yun felt a bit dizzy because the technique was difficult to perform, and behind him the centipede fell from the sky. He stood there gagging to suppress his nausea, remembering Lua Zongbin training him by pushing him into a chasm to fight monsters below. Even so, this place is teeming with monsters which will help Han Yun improve his skills quickly. Then Han Yun smiles, thinking of all the fertilizer he can get from the monsters' carcasses. Suddenly, a voice thanks him for saving their lives. Startled, Han Yun turns to see the older sister, one of the sacrificial offerings, expressing her gratitude. He asked if she was also from the world of immortals. She confirmed, but admitted she had no powers, despite being born into a family of mages. Suddenly, a four-legged beast descends from the sky, its thunderous roar startling the guards who draw their weapons and shout. Then two blasts of energy strike them down. It's Han Yun and his mythical creature. As Han Yun travels, he recalls his conversation with the girl meant for sacrifice. He asked her, "Was your mother a sorceress?" The girl replied, "Yes. The villagers have been sacrificing my family since the monster appeared. My uncle was sacrificed before." Her mother, seeing this, saved the villagers by creating a sat, but somehow her mother was discovered by the soldiers and they. Before she could finish, the girl burst into tears, but we already know what happened to her mother, just as Han Yun does. Han Ayun seethed, knowing she tried to help the villagers, yet they treated her so cruelly. He patted the girl's shoulder, promising to avenge her by punishing the villagers. Back in the present, Han Yun rides his mystical beast towards the building before him, then leaps off and orders it to charge in alone. Watching from outside as water streams from the shattered windows, Han Yun thinks it's become more loyal lately, perhaps because it senses its master has become a dragon. If not, Han Yun thinks it's afraid of being alone, as it befriended another of his mythical beasts very quickly. Then the beast leaps out a dog-headed general in its mouth, and Han Yun says, seeing the figure before him, thought he was a mystical being or an immortal, but he's just a humanoid monster. Though defeated, the dog-faced general defiantly asks Han Yun who he is to cause such trouble. Han Yun calmly replies that he's there to avenge the innocent lives taken, prompting the general to laugh and ask if that sorceress told him everything. "If their lord possessed what I created, you'd be dead already, not causing trouble here." Hearing this, Han Yun was surprised. They even have a lord, and they seem to have infiltrated humanity and organized themselves into ranks. This man stole the body of a high-ranking official, easily manipulating everyone around him. Using children as sacrifices is unforgivable. The thought of so many innocent lives taken in sacrifice makes Han Yun grit his teeth in anger. Though helpless, the dog-faced man continues to boast, saying Han Yun came to cause trouble but can't do anything right now, because the main squad has reported the situation and reinforcements are on their way, so prepare D. Han Ayun grips the dog-faced man, threatening him to lead him to their headquarters, promising to show him who's going to die. The man sweats and trembles but still boasts, asking if he wants to walk to his own death. Han Ayun moves with the mythical beast, gnawing on the masked man lost in thought. When mystical creatures are overwhelmed by the pressure of immortals, they stray from China and Korea. These creatures gathered on an island near Korea, led by a white tiger named Tonga, their lord for thousands of years. Tonga was an incredibly powerful divine beast, reaching a terrifying level, but no match for Han Yun. After some time, Han Yun arrived, shocked to see a pile of human corpses below being devoured by the beastmen. He realized they weren't just kidnapping people, they were eating them. Han Ayun exclaimed that they were disgusting barbarians, and unleashed a finger strike, creating a whirlwind that surprised the beastmen. The dog-faced man who led him here was horrified, saying he didn't expect. Before he could finish, Han Yun ordered his divine beast to drop him. He panicked and begged. No, but Han Yun still dropped him, causing him to scream. Suddenly, a beast man blocked Han Yun's attack with his fist. He wondered who dared cause trouble here, expecting an army, but since it's just one person, it'll be dealt with quickly. That last skill destroyed Han Yun's tornado with a single blow, and with that power, he asks if it's Tonga. Hearing his name called, Tenga responds, saying Han Ayun is extraordinary for daring to address him so directly. Then he orders the other beastmen to attack, but they are struck down by lightning, shocking him. Tonga looked up to see a giant serpent and catfish in the sky, as Han Ayun commanded them to attack the beastmen at will. After a while, the beastmen were defeated, and Han Ayun asked the serpent to clean up the bodies, which it happily devoured. Just then, an old man approached Han Yun, greeting him and reporting that they had collected the spoils of battle as instructed. He thanked the old man and asked him to help the serpent clean up. Han-Yoon recalls his amusing first encounter with the old man, who, reminded of his own past by Han-Yoon's brewing and drinking, decided to follow him. He then moved to the collected spoils where he spotted a cage containing a small white elephant. It was created from what the children's sorceress mother was sacrificed for. They created it to dispel nightmares, malice, and disease. Han-Yoon offered it food, but it seemed afraid of strangers, so it just roared, he thought to himself. He thought all baby animals would be friendly when fed, but it seems feeding it only made it more afraid of him. Seeing his master struggling to communicate with another divine beast, his stone lion flew down to him. Han-Yoon asks if it wants to help, but its gaze only terrifies the elephant. Standing by, Han-Yoon wondered if this was how divine beasts communicated as it opened the cage for the elephant to leave. Seeing the elephant was now well behaved, Han-Yoon looked over at the stone lion, which was waiting for praise from its master. Knowing this, Han-Yoon rushed over to pet the stone lion, praising its good work, thinking it seemed more obedient now, though he still felt it needed more friends. Then he waved his fan, sucking the baby elephant into the paper fan where the lion was hiding. He then declared it was all over, and time to go home, but upon returning, Han-Yoon was shocked to find his house in complete disarray, with vases overturned and belongings scattered everywhere. He asks if this is his house or a bar, and seeing the drunken Shin Su-min sprawled on the floor, Han-Yoon realizes she's become Lu Dongbin's drinking buddy. Sadly, she remains unaware of his true identity, as the sisters rejoice in his safe return rescued by Han-Yoon. The older sister tells him she's grateful he's alive, and Han-Yoon replies that they can stop worrying now. Then he presented a jade pendant and asked if it belonged to their mother. Seeing it, the older sister trembled, hardly believing her eyes, and clutched the pendant, tightly weeping. Suddenly, Han-Yoon asked what the jade pendant was, seeing how much she treasured it. She replied that it was a family heirloom. It was a charm their mother received from someone of high status meant to protect them from misfortune. Han-Yoon realized that even depleted it still held power, but he couldn't use it in this situation. It seems the amulet's power diminishes with each generation, and she lacks the skill to use it. Han-Yoon then asks if he can help her. The two sisters exchanged glances and agreed to let Han-Yoon use it, and he took the charm from them, channeling his energy through his hands. As it received energy, the talisman glowed, and he pressed his finger into its center, firing a beam of light into the sky, stunning the two sisters. After using it, he wondered if the amulet functioned as a rescue flare. But would the signal be recognized after so many years of disuse? Suddenly, the sky lit up, and something hurtled towards them, surprising Park Han-il, who wondered who still remembered the signal after all these years. The figure demands, "Are you the master of this dump? Release the descendants of my benefactor at once." Seeing a familiar face, Han-il thought, "I never expected to meet someone I know here," he said. "It seems there's been a misunderstanding. Let me explain, Lady Ra, the Rose of Destruction, Sanban-im." Looking to the side, she saw the two children bringing tears to her eyes. Sanban-im embraced them, apologizing for arriving so late, promising to dress them well and cook them delicious meals. Then Sanban-im turned to Park Han-il, asking how she could repay him, but Han-il said there was no need and that caring for the children would be enough. Sanban-im hesitates, but before she can speak, Han-il reassures her, saying it's alright, he knew her before and he's happy to see her again. Park Han-il chuckles, relieved that Sanban-im doesn't recognize him because he's concealing his powers with the water attribute, since his true attribute is a rare dark energy, which would reveal his identity. Park Han-il tells Sanban-im that if she wants to repay him, she should tell him why she knows the owner of the talisman and why someone as powerful as her knows a pariah. Sanban-im sighs and replies that it's a story that goes back to when she lived in Ogu City, to which Han-il responds, "Ogu City, he knows that place too." Sanban-im continued, saying that if he knew the place, then he'd know it was where Princess Berry lived. Berry Deji, the goddess mage, one of the three Dua and Dangun Gwangjom revered. She was also immortal, and like Sanban-im, her life was difficult because she was born a daughter. Legend says Berry Deji yielded her position to Sanban-im, and such kindness made Sanban-im question what she'd done to deserve it. But when asked, Berry Deji wouldn't answer, and there was one request. Berry Deji refused to lend her the key to the Seochia-un flower garden. Han-il mentions that she seems to have the key to the Seochia-un garden, but Sanban-im sheepishly admits she broke it in a fit of anger. Han-il recalls the story, adding that Sanban-im wanted revenge on the one who made her this way, angering him. Sanban-im continues, saying that even though she couldn't borrow the key, she stayed to repay Berry Deji, and that's when she met the children's ancestor, the ogre mage, Giam-suni. Sanban-im asks Han-il if he's heard her story, wondering what impressed him about a hothead like her. And there was also the incident when she lost the key, a key made from a sacred tree, so repairing it would require a ritual at a waterfall filled with positive energy. Suddenly, the key vanished, and one day while she was searching for it, Princess Berry accused Suni of stealing it. Sanban-im said that's why others suspected Giam-suni of stealing the key, since no one else had a reason to touch it. She sadly adds that even with the key, one couldn't infiltrate the Seocheyun flower garden, so she tried to protect Suni but to no avail. She was ultimately banished back to the human world. When Sanbanim found Suni, she was married and pregnant, a tragic waste of her talent and potential, all because of Sanbanim's carelessness. She told Park Han-I-un that she deeply regretted how a small thing like losing a key could ruin someone's future, often wondering why such a fuss was made over a mere key. So Sanban-im gave her the talisman, hoping to be called upon in times of need. Each visit revealed Suni to be fine, but things only worsened after she left. Sanban-im then stood and confessed that she left Ogre City, after that incident overcome with shame. Han-yun asked her about the key. Sanban-im replied that she hadn't found it and she'd searched so thoroughly that she remembered every grain of dust in the city. Then he pulled something from his pocket, saying he found this among their mother's keepsakes. Han-I-un pulled out the broken key that Sanbanim had mentioned, leaving her stunned, and she wondered if it could be. Before she could voice her suspicions, Han-I-un stopped her train of thought, assuring her that things weren't as they seemed. Sunai was a good and talented person after all. While wondering how the elephant was created, Han-I-un stumbles upon 2 books written by Suni containing all the knowledge she's gathered over the years. Though no longer immortal, her intelligence and knowledge were still impressive. The first book detailed the power and creation of the elephant, an invincible beast, but the second was torn and burned. The secret of the key was written in the second book, according to Han-I-un. Sunai asks in surprise if this key is what he found after it was burned and who did this. Han-I-un says she called this person Your Majesty in her book, but she doesn't believe what she's hearing, as she only knows one Your Majesty, so she asks again, Your Majesty, why would she do that? He says that Suni isn't a criminal, but a witness perhaps, because Barry Deji wanted her for himself, and treated her well so she would entrust herself to him. Suni witnessed an immortal using Samadhi fire to burn the key, and the person beside Han who gave the order was also Suni's liege. After they left, she tried to gather the remains and inform Sanbanim of what was happening, but unfortunately, she was caught again. They tortured her and accused her of stealing the key, and they wouldn't stop until Suni confessed. She also knew that Barry Deji was obsessed with the Sanban-im, so His Highness was jealous of the affection they shared. Even after prolonged torture, Suni refused to confess, and just as she was about to break the Sanban-im, appeared and rescued her from hell. If Suni spoke the truth, Sanban-im would not hesitate to fight Barry Deji, but that could cost Sanban-im his life, for she would be fighting one of the 3 worshippers of Zua and Dungun Wangzom, an immortal, and the leader of Ogre Barry Deji. Things would get ugly if Sanban-im fought Barry Deji, so Suni decided to stay silent and endure the humiliation, to preserve Sanban-im and Barry Deji's honor, and to keep the burnt key fragment as proof of her words. She would not tarnish the reputation of Sungban-im, who is worshipped every day, so she would endure humiliation through generations. Thanks to Suni's efforts, the key gradually regained its original form. She willingly does this, knowing their feelings and loyalty will be forever etched in the immortal Sanban-im's heart. Hearing Park Han-il's words, Sanban-im gritted her teeth in anger, saying Barry Deji was pushing it too far. Seeing her about to do something foolish, Han-il advises her that going there now would be suicide and that he has a better idea. Then he uses his power to restore the key to its original form. Seeing this, Sanban-im was shocked and in disbelief, asking if he could control plants and what she could do to repay him if he showed her what was in the Seochan flower garden. Hearing this, Sanban-im thought he restored the key, controls water, and manipulates plants. He's extraordinary. He's also immortal. Park Han-il must be powerful, and fate must have brought them together now. Suddenly, Han-il asks Sanban-im if she knows why he hides his face, because revealing it would endanger this place. When Seolban bursts in, she shatters the barrier protecting the place, proving her immense strength. Han-il can't guarantee everyone's safety if others come, so he repaired the key to ask for Seolban's help in protecting this place. Park Han-il notes her strength, suggesting that together they could rise through the ranks of the immortals, a proposition that reveals his ambition to overthrow the others and ascend to greater heights. But beyond the 8 immortals, there are also 3 gods. Destroying an immortal won't be easy. Is Han-il naive enough to think he can achieve his goal with just her help? Still, Park Han-il's power is considerable. He repaired the key in moments. Sanban-im finally speaks, saying, "All right, I'll help you do what you want." Han-il smiles, replying, "Good, I'll await your answer." He then unexpectedly creates a barrier using his plant manipulation abilities, shocking Sanban-im, who yells, "Are you crazy? Who would do something so foolish? Does he want to become a dried-up corpse before finding the key? Did you lose your mind? Manipulating wood to grow trees is one thing, but using water like that will make people think you belong in a mental asylum." Despite her dissatisfaction with Han-il's actions, Sumbek is grateful for his help in repairing the key, and promises to help him become the top player in the world, with the best opportunity to do so, being to conquer the Eastern Sea. After the Eastern Sea, Dragon King's unjust actions during the Dokdo event, immortals from Korea and Japan, along with the Dragon Kings of the West and South, decided to fight to conquer the Eastern Sea. a victory to be divided amongst all participants based on merit or stake. That's why the immortal warriors have been scrambling to take the lead lately, because the rewards are far greater for those at the top. Han-il currently lacks the recognition and power needed to lead a team, but with a year left to win, this choice makes perfect sense. With that, ban through Han-il, a crescent-shaped stone, allowing him to enter the City of Gods. Han-il must enter the city and prepare for the upcoming conquest, the City of Gods, where Guaneng established his empire and his domain. Time moves slower there than in the outside world, and it's also where Han-il's father resides. With the key restored, Sion Ban-im intends to recover her power first. In the Seoshian flower field, anyone can gain power if recognized by the flowers there. Only Sarah, the flower garden commissioner, could take all the flowers out, but he can't leave the garden now. Therefore, only Sanban-im and Bari can bring the flowers out of the field. Life, rebirth, and destruction are the three flowers Sanban-im is permitted to take. However, her power can't be fully restored with just those, so she plans to seek out a fourth. These are the crucial tasks that Sionban-im needs to accomplish right now. In fact, she always intended to transfer all of her achievements to Han-il to secure the litter position. Han-il was stunned. Her generosity in offering all her achievements was admirable, but wasn't she under Baek Hoa? Han-il asked. Sanban-im calmly shrugged, saying she now had what she wanted, and her current level and abilities meant that woman couldn't touch her. And if she tries to touch Sanban-im, she's ready to take her down. It's the only thing I'm good at. Someday I'll lose control, Sanban-im said, with a sad tone, surprising Han-il. Sanban-im's story was well known even to Han-il, especially on Jeju Island, where her revenge was far from over. She said that because Han-il had helped her continue her revenge, she wanted to repay him. Sumban-im was once named Jajong-bi, a name her father gave her, hoping for a son, but she was born a daughter, so Jajong was the name given at birth. However, when Sanban-im left home for the first time and began living as a son, she wanted to choose a different name for herself instead of using the one her family gave her. Kim Jajong was the name she chose, meaning all the good in the world would always come to her. Though just another alias, she'd be happy if those close to her called her by that name. Han Yuan chuckled to himself, feeling as though their relationship had grown closer this time. Han Yuan sensed the trust Sunban-im had for him as she revealed the name she created for herself. Even though he'd read about it in Sony's diary, Sunban-im seemed to cherish those around her, no matter how important they were. So if she were betrayed, she would surely be devastated and heartbroken. An old man standing nearby suddenly looked to the side, noticing something, and said, "Oh Lord, thank you for visiting. I apologize for not being able to greet you more formally." So the old man saw Park Han Yuan. Han Yuan replied that it was nothing, as it was urgent. Looking into the room behind the old man, he wondered who all these people were. Was this someone of high rank? Looking at the man's attire, Park Han Yuan guessed his medical skills were exceptional, but who was that woman? As if reading Han Yuan's thoughts, the old man said it was his wife, explaining that creating the product took too long, so he needed to prepare before forming a group. To create a scabbard capable of neutralizing the sword's profound energy, a skilled blacksmith is needed. He says he used his fire manipulation skills to restrain the sword's power, but an accident occurred because he underestimated the sword's strength. In an attempt to suppress the sword, he used Keelan horns and dragon teeth, but failed. So he sought a skilled blacksmith to forge a scabbard from a special metal. But when he finally found one and handed over the sword, its dark energy possessed the blacksmith, causing him to kill the craftsman with it. Hearing this story widened Park Han's eyes in surprise, and then he continued saying he only learned about it after everything had happened. The blacksmith didn't blame him and explained why it was like that. The sword was too powerful. He could only barely contain its evil energy. His wife tried to stop someone from being completely consumed by it. That day she was creating a golden magical shield for defense and offense as the sword wielder charged toward her. As they clashed, Lao ordered him to attack with fire, but he refused, fearing it would harm her. She insisted, leading to the present situation. He deeply regrets failing to protect his wife. Without her, this place would have been lost. He apologizes for his incompetence for failing to seal the sword and allowing all this to happen. Hearing this, Park Han Yoon realizes that if he could obtain a dragon's fang, the old man's power would be considerable. Even he couldn't contain the sword's power. It must be formidable. Then Han Yoon asks if using a dragon horn would work. The old man said that using a copper horn as material would work, but obtaining one would be very difficult. As he finished speaking, Park Han Yoon presented a pristine dragon horn, shocking the elder, who asked how he'd obtained such a precious item. He told the old man not to worry, and if they had the materials they should get to work, then asked to be taken to the sword. They moved to an abandoned house at the foot of the mountain where a child was using a phone who spoke as he saw them. "So this is the one who released you, but now wants to seal you away again. If you don't want to die, don't come any closer." Hearing this, Han Yoon thinks all talk but realizes he's sealed and can't do anything anyway, then notices the kid using a phone. Suddenly he's confused. Isn't the boy supposed to be controlled by the sword? Does the ancient sword know how to use a phone? It doesn't seem like he's being possessed or controlled. He approaches and asks what the boy is watching, but the boy points the sword at Han Yun, saying, "If you don't have a charger, go away." Then Book Han Yun notices he's reading a novel, so Han Yun asks him the title. The boy opens up and says, "I entered the Murim alone." Han Yun asks what it's about, and the boy shyly says, "It's about a main character." For a long time the boy enthusiastically tells him about the novel. The name Sword of Paradise infuriates him. Anyone who touches his belongings, even a friend, deserves to die. Seeing the child's behavior, Han Yun thinks he's not possessed by evil, just easily angered, and not scary at all. The boy was about to excitedly share another story, but he ran out of money to buy more, to read surprising Park Han Yun, who asked how many stories he'd read. Then the boy's phone died, and he slumped over in despair, asking Han Yun to borrow a phone, but Han Yun didn't use one. Hearing this, the boy declared the world was ending, and he was going to commit suicide, so Park Han Yun, hoping to cheer him up, offered to tell him a story. The boy asked if it was any good, and Han Yun replied that he couldn't guarantee it as it was his story, Park Han Yun's. After hearing Park Han Yun's story, the boy was furious, asking why someone would abandon their child to marry another, and why a person who saved someone would be imprisoned. And what's with using people to nourish the garden? What's with exploiting those who are just trying to provide for their families? And what about abandoning a beloved teddy bear because of a dangerous situation? Release him and he'll join Han Yun in wiping them all out. If not, the boy will kill them himself. He says he's never been this angry before, but Han Yun is grateful, though he's sealed, so it's fine. The boy said this, causing the old man to laugh maniacally as he left, and Han Yun asked if he was the reason he ended up like that. Hearing that, the boy flew into another rage, prompting Han Yun to suggest a solution if he would just calm down and listen. He replaced the boy laughing and saying it was interesting because the most exciting part of the story is when the main character repays a personal grudge. Then he thrust the sword into Park Han Yun's hand. As he held the sword, his eyes turned red and his hair turned white. Then he roared that he would incinerate them all and chop them to pieces. Suddenly, a voice from behind declared, "Don't even dream of it, you monster." It was the old man lunging forward and unleashing fire upon Han Yun, apologizing and telling him to just wait a moment. The sword within Han Yun cursed the old man, scoffing at the idea of being sealed again, and shattered his flames, declaring his time was over and he would soon join his wife. Just as he finished speaking, a massive serpent-shaped flame engulfed Han Yun, catching him completely off guard. He raised his sword to defend himself, knowing he couldn't use one mind twice in a row. If that's all he's got, he tells the old man to prepare to die dodging attacks and spotting the scabbard, then laughs, wondering if the old man really thinks that can seal him. He then tried to destroy the scabbard with his sword, but for some reason Han Yun's hand wouldn't obey him, and it automatically sheathed the sword. As he sheathed the sword, he cried out, and once it was fully in place, he fainted. Upon waking, Hayrock asked if Han Yun was alright, and the old man assured him he was fine. She added that everything was being done as he instructed, but asked if Han Yun was really okay. Han Yun assured her he was fine. Hayrock continued, saying that when she examined Master Han Yun, everything was fine, just a slight loss of strength and energy, but to be sure, she advised him to rest a little longer. Han Yun agrees and asks her to tell Jin Gun that he's recovered. After Hayrock leaves, he realizes that wielding the sword has connected him to it, and now he can hear it. Meanwhile, the sword is beside him, cursing him with foul language. Han Yun realizes he's the only one who can hear the sword and wonders if the horn scabbard is acting like an antenna, allowing him to command it. Surprisingly, it worked. The sword demanded Han Yun respond since he could hear it while Han Yun was lost in thought. Could he summon other things with his horn, and were there other ways to use it? The sword is furious, Han Yun says, telling it to calm down. Being sealed away is no fun, which he understands. But complaining won't change anything. Without him, it would be gathering dust, and the old man wanted to destroy it when it was sealed. Now it can follow you and slay the wicked, isn't that better? It asks if it will get paid to read novels, and Han Yun says, it's all for the sword. A successful negotiation. And so Hayrock and Han Yun departed, leaving the old man to ask why they were leaving so soon. Han Yun replied that he had things to do, and besides it would give him time to repair the place. Hearing this, the old man sadly said that without the horn he wouldn't have been able to make the scabbard, and who knows what would have happened. He wanted him to stay so he could thank him for his efforts. He laughed and said it was nothing, just a horn, and that the old man deserved the most credit for making the scabbard. He apologizes for the damage the sword caused, so he'll waive the repair and scabbard crafting fees. Han Yun doesn't understand, so the old man explains that he's a blacksmith who spent his life in the forge and never thought he'd touch a dragon's horn. Han Yun has given him an unforgettable experience. The experience is worth more than money to him. He's an immortal of his word, so Han Yun need not mention the favor again. He softly says its name is Ta Fing. Outside the palace, Han Yun is leaving when he meets Shin Sumin, who says she wants to go with him. He asks Sumin how she knew he was going to Holy City, a place not so easily entered or left, to which Shin Sumin replies that she has her master's invitation, so it'll be fine. It was then that Han Yun remembered she had the protection of Saebok. He asked Su-min why she wanted to go there, and Shin Su-min replied that she wanted to train there and they needed to train together. She's given him the oil, so he should let her come along. Han-yoon reluctantly agrees, and Su-min is surprised, asking if the place is in Korea. Then she remembered what happened in the palace when she woke up from her drunken stupor. More children had appeared. Shin Su-min learned that Han-yoon had saved them from the monsters. The thought infuriates Su-min. While training, Han-yoon still found time to save lives while she was just getting drunk. She's angry at herself for being so indulgent, but she regains her composure. Now is not the time for self-blame, now is the time to try. As they teleported, Han-yoon wondered if the silver replacement mountain that Chadan-gwan hesitated to mention was Mount Beichu or Mount Maohyang, as it seemed to be within a spatial barrier. Just like Mount Guan, their destination was Thaebak, and there were many people there. Han-yoon thinks to himself that there are so many people, they must be here for the challenge. Shin Su-min tells Han-yoon that they don't need to wait because they have a pass and they walk past everyone. Some began to gossip about Su-min, saying she was just lucky to have her master's backing and had no real talent. Hearing this, Han-yoon thought that Su-min's reputation wasn't very good in the world of immortals. Arriving, they encountered a drowsy attendant. Shin Su-min greeted him and he recognized her as Thaebak's disciple, while he didn't recognize Bukhan. He introduced himself as a holy fox king, but the attendant, unfamiliar with the title, dismissed him to the waiting line like the others. He eagerly welcomed Su-min and led the way, leaving her bewildered. Noticing that he didn't want to lead her, and that those without status would wait in vain, he told him to stop dozing off at work. The gatekeeper was taken aback, saying, "What?" He repeats, telling him to stop dozing off and use his brain a little more. Enraged, he declares that whatever divine water lineage he comes from, that position will be vacant from today onward. He then unleashes his magic, preparing to attack Bukhanan, who is equally ready to draw his sword. An old man comes out and yells, "What in the world is GM-san doing?" causing them both to stop. The old man looks just like him. He calls out in surprise. Father, seeing the old man who just came out, Baek Han-yoon realizes why the gatekeeper looks so familiar. So his father is also the one who abandoned him. He thought even knowing he was here, he didn't expect to meet so soon. Then he pointed at the gatekeeper and said, "Is this guy your son?" The old man replied in surprise, "Yes, he is." Han-yoon introduces himself as the Divine Tiger Clan's king, and asks why such a foolish child is guarding the gate, demanding an apology. The old man calmly replies that his son's foolish actions warrant an apology. He'll treat him as an honored guest, but first Han-yoon must prove his worth to deserve such treatment. So Han-yoon asks if he's the one who will be assessing his abilities. He says his son will be the judge, since no one else is qualified to assess Han-yoon's abilities, and judging virtue and character is too vague. Why not fight his son to see if you're worthy? He says his son's skills are about on par with yours. Han-yoon thinks good. He's wanted this old man to suffer for a long time, ever since he abandoned him and destroyed his family. Han-yoon wonders if he'll just scold the old man when they meet, but now that he's been given the right to strike his son, he won't hold back. Meanwhile, the sword eagerly anticipates cutting down the wicked, and Han-yoon admits it's time to be honest about his feelings. He wants to kill the old man's son to make him suffer more than death itself. The battle begins as the young man boasts that Han-yoon will regret crossing him. He activates his power and lunges at Han-yoon, but a simple dodge is all it takes. Han-yoon remarks that's all he's got, then swings his sword, but the boy dodges in time, retaliating with a punch that Han-yoon blocks with his sword. The battle rages on, and the onlookers whisper, wondering why North Han-yoon seems so weak. They thought he'd be stronger than Shin Su-min. Perhaps he's all reputation and no skill, and Han-yoon will be defeated soon. The kid relentlessly throws punches, and Han-yoon keeps blocking, thinking that while the attacks aren't strong, they're constant, leaving no room to counter. As he prepares a special technique, he steps back, and Han-yoon sees an opening, seizing the chance to dash forward, catching him off guard as he swings his sword. He blocked the attack, wondering why his ultimate move had no effect, while his father yelled from afar, demanding he redo the technique. Enraged by this, and distracted by his father, Han-yoon struck him down. Seeing this, his father yells at his son, and in a fit of rage orders others to deal with Han-yoon. Han-yoon easily dispatches the three subordinates, thinking, if you care so much, don't tell him to fight. Looking back, Han-yoon was puzzled to see his defeated opponents floating in the air as droplets of water gathered to one side. A floating figure declared the battle meaningless, and an enraged elder demanded, "Why did you stop the fight, Hyung-nim?" Hyung-nim says he's been ordered by his father to stop the fight and welcome their honored guest. Hearing this, Han-yoon is stunned. A celestial emperor who can use time-bending magic is no ordinary person, especially with that face. Han-yoon bows respectfully to Hyung-nim, introducing himself as a king of the Sacred Fox clan, and greets the crown prince, certain that face couldn't be mistaken. He thinks this person must have more heavenly blood than others, hence the heroic visage. Everyone whispers, wondering if the man before them is second only to Wanung himself. Legend says Wanung descended to create the holy city, then vanished. Many say he cultivated and became immortal. Some say the city itself is his body. The mysteries surrounding Wanung are numerous, but one thing everyone knows is the person who follows and serves him. The man beside him, ever obedient, is Wanung's eldest son, Hainosu. Enraged, the elder states that he killed his son, the god's grandson, and Nosu's nephew, so why welcome him? Nosu retorted, "Wasn't it you who wanted them to fight? And you never said they couldn't kill each other," silencing the elder. Park Han-yoon thought to himself, this person truly separates public and private matters. What he says isn't wrong, but people usually side with their own, so why did he choose to act like that? He truly is fit to be a god. Nosu then upped the ante, demanding either an apology to Park Han-yoon or an answer to his question. His question is, how many flower petals are in Socheon's vault? Answer the question, or have Han-yoon forgive you, or else your head will roll. Finally, the old man apologizes, and Park Han-yoon replies that an apology would have sufficed. There was no need for things to escalate like this. After Nosu released his 3 subordinates, the old man and his men ran away like dogs with their tails between their legs. Meanwhile, Thon Kiem told Park Han-yoon that those cowards were only acting out of fear of death, and now it was time to take the boy's bracelet in the city. Every detail, every building is meticulously crafted, carrying the breadth of a modern city with a towering tree in its center, shading the entire city. So this is the city of the gods, the buildings so different from those in Asdan Pak. Han Eun Moses. Han turned and said to him, "This place is amazing, isn't it? The architecture here is so unique you won't see anything else like it. I think it's similar to the architectural style from where my father used to live." "I see," Park Han-yoon replied, noticing the change in his tone. Was he trying to appear tough before now that he had a rival? He said this was where Wanung used to live. Does that mean heaven really exists? The two walked together on the smooth stone path, Park Han-yoon following behind. The divine tree lived a tree that grew atop Mount Taebek, a sacred tree, protecting all the divine trees in the city of gods, and that sacred tree was also where Wanung descended and prayed. The two stood before the divine tree, and Han-yoon thought to himself that the energy here was truly unmatched. They arrived at a log cabin and he invited him inside, saying, "Okay, come in, this is where I live. It's a bit shabby, but I hope you like it. I'm truly a mess. This doesn't seem like a place anyone would want to live," Han-yoon thought as he sat down. "Make yourself at home, and there are a few things." He snapped his fingers, and a large plate of food appeared, landing on the table in front of a stunned Han-yoon. "Since you're my guest," he continued. "It's just as I imagined," he thought. "I can't believe I can still sense his noble aura, even in this dump. Amazing, thank you again for your kindness." Han-yoon tells him that he's received enough gratitude, then emphasizes his name, startling him, and asks how he knows his identity. Han takes a sip of tea, promising to keep this a secret, then sets the cup down, looking directly into his eyes. "When the gates of heaven opened 2 years ago at dawn, I glimpsed the imperfectly opening stars in the sky. And it gave me a glimpse of heavenly energy, and that's how I knew you existed. Your name zodiac sign age, though I knew none of them. But one thing I know for sure, is that you're a child who can awaken his potential, and become an immortal following the path of the stars, becoming like me." "So you mean Uncle Han loves Dap?" "Yes," he interrupted, "you will become an anomaly like me. Some are born with the qualities of heaven, others with the qualities of earth, and still others with the qualities of man. And the ancient immortals believed that powers beyond these were known as anomalies. The ancient immortals believed that those outside the natural order, the anomalies, would have a negative impact. Yet I can't believe the second most influential figure in the immortal world is one." "Why are you revealing this to me?" Han asks, removing his mask. "Because anomalies are naturally drawn to each other," he replies. "When I first met you, that's what drew me to you, your anomaly. That was also the first time I'd heard the story of the irregularities, so it became a tradition for the seniors to irregularly extend good power and information to their juniors." "I didn't know that," Han Yo-woon replied. "I thought it only happened in the absolute world," he continued, "and I've been watching your movements ever since. What happened in Zua's armor, and when you did those things to him, and what happened to the 7-branch sword? It's been a long time since I've been this intrigued. I didn't know someone was watching me like this." "I'm happy but also embarrassed," Han murmured, taking a sip. His face flushed red with shyness, perhaps because we're not close, but he feels like a senior watching over me. With a wave of his hand, a nearby cabinet opened, emitting a soft blue light, and 2 bundles floated out. One long and slender, the other box-shaped. He could choose one whichever he thought he needed most. Han said this was a gift for him, leaving Han Yu-hyun stunned and surprised. The slender package opens to reveal a light sword of the line, his favorite sword which has protected him since he was young. Han Yu-hyun takes the sword, thinking to himself that he's had this since he was a kid. "Isn't this in good condition? What's so great about that item?" The sword beside him interjects. "That's junk. I'm SSS-Class," and the sword suddenly stands upright. Han reluctantly smiled. All right, you're right," he thought to himself. "If I choose that sword, my ears will be ringing forever. But this sword, I quite like its energy. This sword has been with him since he was young, but that doesn't mean I'll become like him if I choose it." He turned to look at the remaining sheath. "Here, this is the savior and garlic. If these two sheaths have the same value, savior and garlic would be a better choice, his sword chimed in. Yes, you know what's better. Choose what feels right. How can I ever repay you, he said to him with a smile. Still not taking it, he replied. You can repay me by helping me with future generations. As expected of the wise. Until next time, he replied, take what you desire. Leaving that wretched place, Han Yu-hyun walked alone on the stone path, gazing up at the sky, contemplating the wisdom of spiritual immortality. This is the sacred ground of the Wanung family, not to be approached carelessly. He encounters a man waiting for him, Sung-guk, who leads him to a rather simple room. There's a bed, pillow, clothes, hanger, small table, and wardrobe. He's disappointed by the room. After the man leaves, Han Yu-hyun slumps into a corner, thinking I've lost everything, but at least I found a decent room. I'll try to earn back what I lost within 6 months. First, I'll plant the garlic and mugwort I got from the sun god. As he said this, he unwrapped the bundle he'd received from the sun god, and a terrible smell assaulted his nostrils, causing him to grimace. It was incredibly pungent. I bought this bundle to help with crop growth during training. Thankfully, I brought it with me so I can make something effective while training. I'll have them work with the Legion while I train. Now after that I feel revitalized. I was so tired of using the mystical water all the time. Finally I can breathe again. Now then, let's begin. He closes his eyes and focuses a white orb of light appearing in his hands. He stares at the orb, his eyes hardening, and smiles. Good, I'm glad my skills haven't diminished at all. He felt his body lifting, soaring before landing atop a lush ancient tree, though not tall. Its vastness was his power. Outside, countless forest people toiled, and he realized, it was happening again. With a beckon, he summoned a nearby forest person. Then he checked the lifespan on the forest dweller's hand, 1, 2, 5 years. The things I planted are growing well. Should I try it? He took a bite of the shallot, placed his hand on his stomach, and felt a surge of power from the energy orb. He took another bite. Well, what if I try it again? He smiled, looking at the shallot in his hand, when suddenly, bam! The woodsman in front of him went berserk, kicking over all the vegetable crates and rampaging wildly, leaving him stunned. What am I really this strong? He looks at the garlic in his hand, garlic from Heimosu. This garlic may look ordinary to me, but it could be the reason I was able to throw all that away at once. He held a lump of clay in his hand, sitting atop a humanoid clay figure amidst a mountain of clay. If he ate a clove of this garlic, he'd have the physical strength of a human for 3 hours. Now that he knew the power of this garlic, maybe he should try a bite of mugwort. This is sea work. I'm here to remind you about that trip. If you don't pay me back before sunset, don't worry, I'll pay you back before sunset. He hops off the clay figure, thinking he needs to renegotiate that trip first, wondering if he should get his money now amidst the bustling market. Oh, why are you haggling with me so much? A poor-looking young man lamented to the wealthy customer in front of his stall. Are you trying to sell it for money? The merchant asked, holding the ring he intended to buy. After some haggling, the young man takes back the ring, deciding not to sell. Suddenly, Book Han-yul approaches, spreading out a cloth to sell his wares, catching the merchant's eye. This is my first time seeing him, and he looks like he needs money. He displayed countless items, mostly medicines, vegetables, and herbs, catching the old merchant's eye. Unbelievable. Was he really going to sell it? The old man was shocked by what he intended to sell, an extremely rare medicinal herb, roughly 500 years old. This caused a stir, and everyone gathered around his stall to discuss it. Everyone was shocked that he intended to sell it. No one expected such a rare medicinal herb to be sold in this place. The old merchant began to calculate in his head. Suddenly, Bei Hanyi raised a finger and declared that for 1 hour everyone should write their name and price on a piece of cloth behind the item they want, and he will sell to the highest bidder, but only through Mario Eng's translation. What? The old merchant roared. This isn't how business is done around here. He chuckled. But it's not exactly law in the city of gods, is it? He gestured to present each item. So let's begin, shall we? That arrogant fool is spouting nonsense. We need to teach him some manners. The old merchant cried out, wait, but a young man stepped forward asking, is this a celestial master? His words sparked a murmur. What a celestial master? No one could believe such a rare item had appeared here, and they began to fight, scrambling to claim it. They fought like cats and dogs, swords, books, energy rings, everything flying everywhere. He was surprised. That person. He looked over to see a man in white robes, a white scarf wrapped around his head. He seemed out of place amidst the frenzy, not fighting for anything, simply turning his back. Suddenly, a dark energy surged behind him, and he turned to face it. You're just in time. Could you watch these for a moment? I'm very busy right now. Zeung reluctantly agreed to his request as the man in white robes walked along the stone path asking for a favor. Just as he reached for the doorknob, the boy appeared behind him. How could someone who should be in the flower garden be here? The man in white stammered, the flower garden, his eyes flashing with fear. Suddenly he cried out, saying he was sick and tired of everything collapsing to the ground as he clutched his head. Bakhan reaches out calling to him, but the man cries out, You think I'd hand it over? It's my family. I won't hand it over to the succubus. He stood up, clutching his head and screaming, his face contorted in pain before he collapsed. Yi-hun reached out. Hey, are you okay? He asked, rushing to his side. He lifts Li-ung's head, recognizing him as his senior, and realizing the situation decides he must return to his room. At the pharmacy, Baekhan Yi-hyun pours medicine into a bowl as Li-ung lies in bed, pale as a ghost. He brought the medicine closer, offering the bowl to his lips, and began to feed it to him. After drinking the medicine, he laid him down, but suddenly Li Wang coughed, vomiting blood. He clutched his chest, likely a reaction to the medicine. After a moment of thought, the young doctor suddenly remembered he had plenty of detoxifying herbs. He began grinding herbs to make medicine for Li Young. But if used incorrectly, it could cost him his life. I have to be careful. After adding water, the medicine becomes a black concoction. He spoon-feeds the concoction to Li-ung, whose body continues to react violently to the medicine. He coughs up blood again, clutching his chest as Bae Han-ye watches his reaction. He wondered why Li-ung was still in so much pain, writhing in bed drenched in sweat. After some thought, Baek Han-ye remembered the mugwort, picking up a leaf, deciding to steam it for Li-ung. He thought to himself, this is the first time I've ever done this. I hope this works, he thought to himself. Okay, well now we can only wait and see what happens. Li-ung's body writhes, he winces, sweat pouring down his forehead. He coughed up blood again, a violent cough that expelled a massive serpent from his mouth, facing off against Baek Han-ye. Honorable. The snake was enormous, its eyes a menacing red. Facing it, Baek Han-ye taunted the beast. The poison was tainted with great malice. You must have been furious to be expelled, weren't you? He raised his hand, and the snake opened its massive crimson maw, its eyes burning with rage. Where did it come from? Where did it come from? It opened its ferocious maw wide and lunged into Baek Han-ye's body. He felt a pang of pain as the snake lunged into his body, reaching his core where it encountered his energy orb. The orb's potent energy, combined with Baek Han-ye's body, swiftly annihilated the giant serpent. He rubbed his stomach, remarking that the snake didn't taste very good. He turned to look at Li-ung lying there, thinking to himself that he hoped he would be better now that he had removed the poison from his body. Han Yuhua, having finished treating who he thought was Li-ung, Sanban-nim thought that everything was finally over. But as he saw the strange things happening to Li-ung's body, he doubted himself had he accidentally killed him by focusing only on removing the poison. Suddenly Li-ung's body glowed, and cracks began to appear, first spreading across his face like river tributaries. Then Li-ung Sanban-nim's body shattered from within, emitting a blinding light. Han Yuhua stared into the light, wondering what on earth was happening. As the light fades, a slender young man with long brown hair appears. Seeing him curled up in a fetal position and floating in the air, Han Yuhan thinks, is this Li Yong-san's true form, the form of a child? Descending from above, Ubn asked what was happening, but before he could say anything, Park Han Wai-hoon stepped forward to clothe Li-ung Sanban-nim, who was currently naked. After dressing him, he said that Ubn should be examined, and it was discovered that he had been poisoned. Upon hearing this, he simply replied, yeah. Surprised, Han Yuan asked if Li-ung Sanban-nim wasn't surprised to be poisoned, and if he knew something already. Ubn calmly replied that his uncle gave him poison every day to suppress his power. Park Han-wai then says, who is that cruel uncle? And Yi Hongwei replies, everyone calls him Seiho, or Sujang. That name shocks Han-wai, as it belongs to a king. He adds that Ubn is the blue sickness his grandfather gave him, and that his name is Yi Hongwei. So the man Park Han-wai thought was Li-ung Sanban-nim is actually King Yi Hongwei. Since Yi Hongwei was the real name of the 6th king Danjong, he wondered if Hongwei had suddenly become immortal after the Korean War. The more he thought about it, the more he suspected something was going on at Baekwa, and he wondered if Madame Yehoa knew about King Yi Hongwei's fate. As he served the tea, Han Wai-hyun was lost in thought, wishing Hongwei would reveal his true identity. If he had nothing to hide, he longed to hear the truth about his past. Seeing Han Yi-hyun's tension, Yi Hongwei chuckled, asking why he looked so stressed. As his benefactor, he wouldn't hide anything, and then Hongwei sat down and began. You're probably curious about the palace, aren't you? I don't know where to start. But everyone knows I was ousted from the throne at a young age. The reason his uncle didn't stage a coup sooner was because of Seom. Seomj wanted to make him a puppet, so he nominated him as the new emperor, but his uncle had other plans. From then on, his uncle constantly tricked him into taking poison. At first, Yi Hongwei didn't know what it was, only experiencing headaches and drowsiness after taking the medicine. He didn't realize his body was gradually deteriorating, perhaps to taint the bloodline of Hongwei. He says they did it because the Yi family was always afraid. They feared even a mortal with the audacity to defy them. Seomjae successfully manipulated his uncle and seized all authority. But later his uncle realized and changed, never abandoning his ambition to become emperor, which is why he became emperor. Once emperor, he forced Yi Hongwei to commit suicide with poison, only to realize he was immune. Every attempt to cure him failed. And one day Yi Hongwei awoke, buried alive, realizing he had become immortal. Having become immortal, he still resented everything, so he planned to end his life. Until Yi Hongwei met Siam. Han Yul interrupted, asking, "Who is Siam?" Hongwei replied that Siam was his benefactor who went by the name Kim Siop at the time. Han Yul is surprised as Kim Siop is a great historical figure who retired after the king abdicated. Yi Hongwei continues, saying that Kim Siop helped him regain his strength, and they became master and disciple with his teacher, telling him to hide his identity. Because if he revealed himself, he would be hunted by his uncle's soldiers. Yi Hongwei was certain that Kim Siop had gone through great lengths to care for him, as he was both poisoned and treated like a criminal. Every time they met, Kim Siop would give him money and medicine, saying, "Your Highness, you will regain the throne and I guarantee it with my life." Hongwei was moved to tears, thinking he had nothing left, and no one cared about him, but Kim Siop gave him the motivation to live on. After centuries of training, he mastered everything from Kim Siop and retained his youth while Kim Siop aged rapidly. Knowing Kim Siop's time was short, he had to quickly find Baekwa's master, so he took the name Leung, but ultimately, he couldn't fulfill his wish and repay Kim Siop. After hearing the story, Park Han-yuan asked if he had avoided capture for so long, why was he caught this time? Yi Hongwei said that a few months prior, while he was competing for the 7th grade ceremonial sword, he greeted Lady Yua Hoa, who asked him, "Are you a disciple of Sionjam? Do you know anyone he knows?" Yi Hongwei politely said he didn't know, but she asked if he knew Sionjam's real name was Kim Siop, which surprised him. She added that his master might be involved in the Sea Dragon King's war, and Yi Hongwei continued that the sudden questions overwhelmed him. Hearing this, Park Han-yuan wondered, why would the son of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea suddenly meet with Lady Yua Hoa and start a war? It's strange that the old Dragon King said nothing about this, so she must have investigated something. Perhaps she discovered who provoked the Dragon King. Han-yuan wondered how much Yua Hoa had uncovered to suspect Hongwei, and if someone had informed her. Hongwei, as if reading his thoughts, continued saying that Yua Hoa didn't reveal her source, but mentioned that the one who provoked the Dragon King was a key figure, a confidant of his grandfather and father. Han Yuan's eyes lit up as if he understood something. Could it be the person who put that manuscript in the King Chariot statue? Yua Hongwei said he'd been isolated from the outside world for too long to know such people existed. Furthermore, he shared his desires with no one. Siop's identity was exposed, so he knew it was only a matter of time before his own was discovered. When he learned that Lady Yua Hoa would investigate the temple where Kim Siop's body lay, he was convinced. That temple was his sanctuary, and his master's resting place protected by his barrier. But if she knew of the barrier, she'd suspect him and discover his identity. So he reluctantly abandoned his master's body and moved to the holy city. Hearing this, Park Han-yuan recalled what Yua Hongwei said, before fainting perhaps about the location of Kim Siop's body and his unwillingness to leave. Yua Hongwei asks Park Han-yuan if he's satisfied now, and Han-yuan replies that he is grateful for Hongwei sharing everything even though it was difficult. To thank Han-yuan for deciphering the message, Hongwei pulls out what appears to be half a jade pendant, saying it helped him train over the years. Han-yuan realizes this thing is worth 10 times everything he owns. Suddenly Hongwei says he's ashamed to ask, but he needs Han-yuan's help with one more thing to hide him, as no one can find him with Park Han-yuan's abilities. Though it's been a long time, Hongwei knows many still want to capture him, especially Lady Yua Hoa, from whom he escaped. Hongwei is grateful to Han-yuan for deciphering him, but revealing his true form has weakened him. Han-yuan was surprised that decoding, though beneficial, had such a side effect, and figured Hongwei wanted to continue hiding, as he had been doing it for so long. It's hard to believe someone so fiercely relentless in battle could be so passive, but Han-yuan understood why Hongwei chose this path. After a moment of silence, Han-yuan asked if anyone could use it, to which Hongwei confirmed. Hearing this, Han-yuan smiled and said, "Then we'll each keep it half the time. Both of you can train, so if you want to stay, swallow this." Yi Hongwei picked it up, looked at it, and asked, "Is this your dragon scale?" Han-yuan replies that if he's to watch over and protect him, he needs to know his location at all times, lamenting that he's using the remnants of his shedding for this. Hongwei eyes the dragon scale amused. "This is a clever form of imprisonment, but you'd really have me swallow this instead of letting him stay." Han-yuan replies, "It's imprisonment or swallowing a shield depending on how you see it." "Your Highness." Enraged, Wai Hongwei slams the table. "After everything I've told you, you still call me Your Highnesses. It's because of this damned royal blood that I have to live like a rat." Han-yuan grabs Hongwei's collar and retorts, "Do you even realize it's because of that royal blood that you've survived all this? Is the only thing you can do for your loyal subjects to call them teachers and friends? Stop making excuses. What have you truly accomplished on your own, or are you still struggling after all this time? If you want to live, do something meaningful to honor those who sacrificed to protect you." Hongwei, seemingly awakened, says, "You're right, he can't continue living like this. So with all due respect to those who helped him, he thanks him. He will find a way to change his life." Then he takes the dragon scale and swallows it. As he showed Wai Hongwei around introducing him to his newly renovated quarters, Han Yul asked if he liked the place, thinking to himself that the craftsman had done a good job. Then he turned to Wai Hongwei and said that they should focus on training and not interfere with each other's affairs. Hongwei says yes, but seems unhappy, making Han Yul worry if the atmosphere is right for their training. He knows he's forcing him, but they have 25 years to build their bond. Every day someone leaves fine clothes and delicious food outside Hongwei's room. Before he can see who it is, they're gone, leaving him to wonder if this is some kind of setup. 2 months later, equivalent to 8 years in the real world, Han Yul sits in his room surrounded by piles of paper, frustrated that he still doesn't understand the meaning of the divine paintings and the art of swordsmanship. Frustrated by his lack of progress after 8 years, Han Yul laments that he should have focused on the divine paintings. He was so close to 4 stars. Then suddenly, he hears a voice asking what all the worry is about. It turns out the sword was reading a novel, and Han Yul jumps up asking if the main character is a monk. The sword confirms, adding that it hates how the character avoids killing, but it still likes him because he fights well and will eventually transcend. It says this character is like you, nothing to show now, but little by little you'll get there. Praying won't get you anywhere, and baldness is inevitable. As he turned, he was surprised to see Wai Hongwei, who greeted him, long time no see master. Han Yul was shocked, having only secretly delivered supplies to Hongwei for the past 8 years. He wondered how many levels Hongwei had gained over the years, and if he had reached the level of other immortals. Wei Hongwei smiled and told Han Yul that he had successfully performed a special technique on the bone structure last night. He wanted to thank him because without the medicine and shelter, he wouldn't be who he is today. Han Yul joked, "Is that all I get a thank you? No gifts?" Hongwei admits he didn't trust Han Yul at first, but his words stopped him from running, and if Han Yul will have him, he swears loyalty. Han Yul dismisses it as a joke and tells him to grab his medicine while he's there. Hongwei asks Han Yul what he's holding, and Han Yul explains he's working on a new technique, but it's not going well, so he's writing down everything he can think of to solve the problem. Remembering what Thon Kiem said to Bak Han Yul, he agrees to let Hongwei see his notes, and upon reading them, Hongwei cries out. This technique combines 2 others, and while mastering 2 techniques is already difficult, combining them is even more impressive. He praises Han Yul's talent. Han Yul is surprised that he understood everything so quickly, comparing it to asking a professor for help. Han Yul replies that there's nothing to praise since it's not complete, but Hongwei is surprised, saying it's nearly finished. Han Yul explains that refining a skill is different from combining them and creating a new one, so it's not yet complete. Hongwei gently offers to help him with the final step, and Han Yul agrees, handing over all his notes. Upon receiving the notes, he placed them on the ground and began refining his skills, stating, "I'm sorry, your humble skills cannot compare to what you've written." As he wrote, landscapes appeared around him, astonishing Han Yul. After finishing the draft, Hongwei returns what he wrote to Han Yul, who smiles and says that everything is finally complete. A few days later, a servant repeatedly knocked on Buk Han Yul's door, but he didn't answer. The servant needed to deliver an invitation to the Immortals Conference at the Guanung family estate, and he was in big trouble if he couldn't get it to him. After banging on the door repeatedly, it finally opened and a gust of energy threw the servant backward. As the energy dissipated, rain began to fall, shocking the servant that it could rain in the holy city. But others in the city are also talking, wondering how it could be raining in the holy city, with one person speculating if someone is behind it. Another dismisses the idea, saying it's impossible for anyone to use magic to intrude from the outside, because of the powerful barrier protecting the city. Others speculate it's the Dragon King of Holy Water Lake, who commands wind and rain. Suddenly they spot Zumin in the distance, and one asks how a mere disciple became an immortal. She must be an exceptional one. Zumin replies that without her master's guidance, she's nothing. They insist she must be special to be the most famous immortal in the world of silver. Moreover, she subdued the king of the Han River, something they couldn't do. So how could she think she's not special? Zumin sadly thought that she wasn't the one who subdued the king of the Han River, but someone else, and that person she was nothing. A man appeared and led them to the arena for the challenge, explaining that this was the testing ground. While the practice area was in the city, he doubted anyone could defeat the disciples from the other mountains. From the upper ranks, 2 figures emerge, and the crowd murmurs, "Isn't that Zek Chongbi? Is she one of the judges?" Zek Chongbi complains about having to dress this way. She then announces the rules of the competition, citing the brutality and ambition of the East Sea Dragon King, who seeks to dominate the seas. But with no one capable of fighting him, this conference will discuss how to attack the East Sea Dragon King, a plan to which everyone agrees. Rankings were initially based on contributions, but due to complaints, they'll now be determined by simple combat. As the crowd murmured, Pak Han Yun and Yi Hongwei stepped forward. Han Yun introduced himself, "I am the Dragon King of Holy Castle Lake." "Am I too late?" Pak Han Yun has taken his seat. He muses that rank is determined by the stars above, as the strongest immortals hail from the 8 sacred mountains, or the 3,000 lands. Though it seems fair to immortals from elsewhere, they really don't stand a chance. Because immortals below level 7 from the 8 sacred mountains and the 3,000 lands are at an advantage, those of lower rank who join them will benefit, as they are supported by superior medicines and weapons. In the end, those with greater potential will rise to the top. Truly astonishing. Jack Chonby explains that the official competition has begun, and everyone's rank is currently based on their standing within their immortal faction. If you're unhappy with your rank, you can challenge the person holding the position you want. If you win, you take their rank and they get demoted. Han Yul, confused, raised his hand to ask a question, leading Jack Chonby to believe he wanted to challenge someone, but Han Yul asked how he could challenge anyone without a rank. Jack Chonby, surprised, asked if he hadn't received a phone at the entrance, to which Han Yul replied that he never used phones and had no need for one. Jack Chonby thought that everyone received a phone upon entering, or already had one, as it made life easier by allowing them to check their own and others' estimated power levels. So he assumed everyone had one, but now someone doesn't. Meanwhile, Park Han Yul wondered if he needed a phone app to check his rank. Good thing he gave that phone to Afin, who disappeared with him during the Dokdo challenge, so no one would bother him. Jack Chonby admits his oversight, granting Han Yul a privilege to name the rank he desires. Han Yul grins, seeing a golden opportunity, and boldly declares, "Number 1, I want number 1. Everyone was taken aback, and suddenly someone stood up and said, "So you want his rank? That's bold." The others look at the one who stood up and say, "Isn't that Princess Berry's third son, Node? He's a level 7 immortal, far above the rest, with power approaching level 8, so it's no wonder he's number 1. Node tells Park Han Yul that he hopes he won't regret his decision, as he's about to be humiliated in front of everyone, but Han Yul retorts that they haven't fought yet, so who knows who will be humiliated. And so their battle begins, with Node taunting that he'll show him the power of the number 1 contender, summoning a giant spirit to fight. The giant lunges, but Han Yul dodges the blow, as a Fink sword says. This is a level 8 weapon called Vira, so yeah, it has the effect of allaying worries. Dodging the blow, he tells a Fink it's good, but then Han Yul gathers water power in his hand and strikes the giant, causing it great pain. And Node, who controls the giant, feels the pain as well. Park Han Yul asks Node, the weapon's wielder, why he's still so worried. Node smirks, saying he underestimated Han Yul, but he won't hold back, summoning another giant from behind to attack. But he quickly dodges, and upon seeing the giant's increased strength, Park Han Yul remarks that it seems Node has poured all his power into it, but even so, it's no match for him. The giant's fist swung before him, the ground shook and cracked, but Han Yul managed to dodge. He drew his sword and slashed at the giant's hand, each strike imbued with the power of water, causing the element to emanate from the cuts. Meanwhile, Node is also feeling the pain in the same spot where the giant is being attacked. Park Han Yul remarks that Node has a great weapon but fights like a newbie. Despite giving it his all, Node is losing ground, while Han Yul's strength alone is proving too much. It's the celestial art, a technique of the giants used by the Great Yu in the past. Park Han Yul remarks that Node should realize strength comes from within, not weapons or connections. Enraged, Node shouts that he's not beaten yet, pulling a withered flower from his pouch. Seeing the flower, Jack Chonby exclaimed in surprise, wondering how he got it, that damn berry. To repay the princess, Barry would bestow flowers from the Sea Ocean Garden flowers that only Jack Chonby was allowed to pick. From the Garden of Thousands, he chooses only those flowers that grant extraordinary power. Node crushes the flower, unleashing a formidable force, and roars that he will never be defeated. With its master's power enhanced, the giant behind him also received an upgrade, suddenly lunging forward to deliver a powerful blow to book Han Yul. Though he blocked the blow, Han Yul was injured and sent flying. Could the giant have fully recovered, it relentlessly attacked and he desperately dodged. Han Yul notes that the giant seems faster, and judging by Jack Chonby, he guesses that everything Noda is using was given to him by Barry. Han Yul stops looking at the giant, and Noda thinking this is some kind of power-up for the user, but then wonders if it's a stimulant. Jack Chonby warns Han Yul to be careful, saying even she struggles to control the flower's immense power, a flower capable of destroying an army with a single petal. Tearing 2 petals could level a kingdom, and 3 could destroy the world, the extinct Sura flower. Han Yul wondered how strong Jack Chonby must be to wield those flowers, but his distraction allowed the mole to approach thanks to Afing's warning. Behind you. Fortunately, Book Han Yul managed to block Node's sneak attack, but his relentless assault forced Han Yul to retreat and defend. Han Yul wondered how long he'd been behind him. He devised a plan using his technique to fire at the Node, forcing him to jump back. Then he charged forward to attack, piercing the giant's hand. But contrary to Han Yul's calculations, the Node no longer felt pain when the giant was injured, resulting in Han Yul taking a direct hit. Continuing to block, he thought it was hard to believe this was the same person he could easily defeat at first, but he was also happy, because if Node was this strong, he'd have a place to test his own strength. Afing whined, saying it was uncomfortable, and to quickly release it from its sheath so it could kill them. Han Yul chuckled. Is he too engrossed in the scripture to notice my new technique? Suddenly streams of water blast towards Node, catching him off guard. Because the water was also wrapped in leaves, he looked at Han Yul and saw that he was surrounded by water and leaves, saying he'd show him something even stronger than before, telling him to pay close attention. Han Yul then channeled water energy into his sword, focusing it at the tip, readying to strike. But Node scoffed, asking if he thought that would work, telling him to give up while he could and powering up his fist to strike back. The two energies collided, and as the smoke cleared, vines had wrapped around Node's arm. He was pulled away by Book Han, Yul cursing Han Yul as a bastard. While being flung around, Node used his weapon to command the giant, thinking he could easily defeat Han Yul after using the red flower. As the giant moved in, Node was thrown into it, creating a massive hole in its body. Node struggled to stand and Han Yul said from behind, "It seems you're using that giant to absorb the flower's power, but its effects are fading." Han Yul asks if Node has realized his mistake to not always rely on weapons before unleashing a devastating aerial strike imbued with the power of water and wood. Lying on the ground, Node still insists he has the strength and weapons to continue fighting, but Han Yul says it's over, as Node lies defeated after taking a direct hit. That attack was infused with elemental power, causing vines to erupt and water to spray everywhere. Witnessing Node's defeat, one person exclaimed, "Is the Sacred Lake's Chosen One really this strong? He's so strong he shattered the arena floor, even with the barrier. How is he still only a 6-star Tai Afing?" Witnessing the battle exclaims, "What was that amazing move? A technique you invented, Node. Must have gotten a nose full of water." Han Yul thinks to himself that it's a good thing he's the only one who can hear it, as the sword sheath is made from his horn, creating a telepathic link. Thanks to the special connection between North Han Yul and Tai Afing, he was able to combine Star Wind art and Heavenly art. Jack tells Bai she shouldn't worry about Han Yul if she knew how strong he was. Then suddenly she sees flower petals falling and looks up in surprise, because there's no way the Tree of Life has bloomed already. Han Yul wondered if the Tree of Life bloomed because of his technique, but then something fell at his feet. Could it be the missing flute piece from the battle? Suddenly a voice called out, asking him to follow them into the hall. So that man is He Dongmyung. Han Yul thought he didn't seem like the manager of the Holy City, and now he wants him to go to the main hall of the Wonong residence. Though Han Yul followed He Dongmyung, he wondered why he was being invited to the main hall. Could this be related to the blooming of the Tree of Life? As he walked, Han Yul admired the beautiful paintings around him, even those on the pillars. Suddenly he noticed the paintings were moving, were these murals of mythical creatures. Han Yul reflects that without the sacrifice of those immortals, the world would have already fallen, and he fumes that now the gate has opened, and the immortals are only concerned with fighting for power. Dongmyung finds Han Yul wondering if he's been wandering off, and then asks if these figures are the outer gods. Dongmyung explains that these paintings were created by immortals, known as Grand Masters. He ponders that if they're called Grand Masters, they must be powerful, so why hasn't he heard anything about them? Where are they now? Suddenly Han Yul noticed a flower in the painting, and he was shocked to see that it was the very essence he had just unleashed. Dongmyung says he's looking at an image of Emperor Sendong-A. Han Yul recognizes the name, the most famous figure in Samshan Earth, and one of the 5 emperors who ruled ancient China, the father of agriculture. He used that power impossible, but it was the first power he ever learned, and suddenly the Starwind skill appears before him. That last skill was at least 10 stars. He wanted to see what would happen next, but just as he was about to strike, everything reset, leaving Han Yul frustrated. But it's okay. He never expected to see Starwind here, let alone learn that it could be upgraded to 10 stars. Uncle Han Yul asked Dongmyung if Sendong had any descendants, to which he replied that there were no immortals connected to him, but who knows what a deep investigation might reveal. After speaking, he told him to keep moving, and Han Yul thought, there probably aren't any, because if there were, they'd be immortals, living since ancient times like Sendong. He wished they had some relics of him. After all, today he learned more about the Starwind technique, and that it could reach level 10. They soon arrived at their destination, surrounded by people sitting cross-legged, and Han Yul was surprised to see the roots of the Tree of Life for the first time. Dongmyung turned to Han Yul and said that he should know his name is Dongmyung, and that he is the head of the Huanan clan, then glared at him and said that from now on he should only tell the truth. The first question is, what did you do to the Tree of Life, and was it intentional? Han Yul sensed the change in atmosphere, and realized he was acting as a leader should, meaning the Tree of Life blooming was abnormal. Han Yul explains that his skill caused the trees to sprout, but he didn't know it would affect the Tree of Life. Dongmyung ponders the intensity of the recent battle, reached the Tree of Life, a dragon with the power of trees. This could improve his father's condition. He hasn't seen the tree bloom in thousands of years. Han Yul is surprised by his words. What did he just say about his father? Does that mean the Tree of Life is Huaneng? Dongmyung explains that his father decided to become the tree to provide life to this place, and his brother is the only one who can hear the Tree of Life, meaning he's the only one who can hear their father. Everything was passed down through these roots by my brothers. Listening to Dong Myeong, Han Yul was confused. Wasn't this a family secret? Why was he being told all this? Dong Myeong tells Han Yul that he has what it takes. Their father's divine blood is what binds the family together, and if he accepts it now, he will become part of the family and receive the power their father bestows. By accepting it, Han Yul will be reborn as one of the family, and his power will far surpass anything granted by the sacred lake. Drinking this blood will make Han Yul perfect and pure, allowing him to stand alongside Dong Myeong's brothers. Han Yul declines the offer of the blood, even though it would greatly increase his power, but Dong Myeong insists it's not something he can refuse. It's the greatest gift he could receive. Looking back, Han Yul realizes he can't escape. Their hair color tells him they've accepted the elixir. It's supposed to bring enlightenment, but only those chosen after drinking it can hear the words of the Tree of Life. If this is blood, blessed with power, why were those guys he fought so weak? Perhaps this is a mind-altering concoction, a brew that brainwashes people into mindless obedience. He wouldn't drink it even if it killed him. The Tree of Life bloomed because of him, but his actions have made them suspicious. If he ignores the brainwashing, could it actually make him stronger? Wait, he told him to drink it, but what if it brainwashes him? Still, he takes the cup and says that even if he drinks it, he won't become what Dongmin wants. He takes it and drinks it all down suddenly, feeling an intense headache like his head is about to explode, and then he hears a voice. The voice speaks in a strange language, but even though he doesn't know what it is, he understands what it means. The voice commanded him to devote himself to the god, but he recovered, surprising everyone, and Han Yun explained that his Gan was able to neutralize the Holy Blood's poison. Seeing that he was okay, everyone was surprised, because despite receiving the power of the Tree of Life, Han Yun's hair didn't turn white. Dong Myeong stood there in shock, because even after drinking the sacred blood, his appearance didn't change yet. He still had a connection to the Tree of Life. Dongmi, enraged, grabs Han Yun by the neck, demanding to know what he's done. But even as he's choked, Han Yun smiles, saying he won't become what Dongmi expects. Thinking back, he realizes that if he were playing tricks, he couldn't have a connection to the Tree of Life. Dong Myeong releases Han Yun, and tells him that perhaps because he is a vessel, nothing has happened yet, since they have never accepted a vessel before. Han Yun thinks to himself, why doesn't he believe I can't be brainwashed? Dong Myeong releases him, saying that with the amount of blood he's absorbed, he'll be on par with them anyway. From now on, Han Yun would be Dong Myeong's youngest, and Han Yun said with a smile, then treat me well, big brother. With everything settled, Han Yun headed outside where people were gossiping. This guy has real potential. Meanwhile, he thought, is there another ranking battle? The announcement declares that the top rank has been taken by the Dragon King of Holy Lake, and now the battle for second place begins. Recognizing Hongwei fighting, Han Yun approaches him weary after the battle, and asks if he's achieved what he wanted. He's badly injured, and needs immediate treatment. Han Yun helps Hongwei, who thanks him before passing out. As he carries him, Han Yun thinks I didn't expect him to fight for second place, but he's stubborn as ever. A few days later, Han Yun checks his body, and notes that the sacred blood hasn't harmed him. Seeing Wai Hongwei training hard, he thinks Hongwei is recovering quickly, and they'll soon discuss fighting the Dragon King of the East Sea. So in a few days there will be a meeting. They don't have much time left, the battle is almost here, and there's no time for training. Suddenly, Han Yun wondered why Mampa 6 Jog only transformed. It should be appearing any moment now. Though reluctant, the battle is nigh, so he must ask Wai Hongwei if he's ready. Han Yun invites Wai Hongwei to join him if he's feeling better, and when Hongwei asks where, Han Yun replies the Korean peninsula because he wants to see Wade Ok. Upon arrival, a breathless boy greeted Han Yun, the very boy possessed by Tai Afing. Han Yun introduced himself as Wade Ok's disciple, the master of the Tai Afing sword, and asked for Wade Ok's whereabouts. Gasping for breath, the boy reveals that his master is in trouble, and Han Yun asks if he knows about the task he was entrusted with. The boy says there's a problem and invites them to follow him, leading them to Wade Ok's bedroom, leaving Han Yun puzzled. The boy revealed that the entrusted object was within this barrier, explaining that Wade Ok suddenly vanished, leaving all his precious belongings inside. They were powerless to open it, only instructed to wait. Wai Hongwei explains that the seal was made specifically for Han Yun, and all he has to do is open it. Han Yun asks if they just need to break the seal, but Wai Hongwei says it's not that simple, and there will be serious consequences if they do it wrong, so he should follow his instructions. The boy thought to himself, even his master's disciples couldn't break the seal, but this person could. How cool he really is, the Dragon King who saved me. I bet he's handsome under that mask. Together, Wai Hongwei and Han Yun channeled their energy, finally breaking the seal. Inside the box they found a flute. Han Yun exclaimed, the Manpasakyok. The boy asked if it was what he was looking for, and Wai Hongwei added that it must be valuable to be hidden so well. Han Yun worried, wondering if he came to befriend Wadi Ok only for things to turn out this way. Wai Hongwei found a letter inside which read Dewangam, leading Han Yun to wonder if Wadi Ok was revealing his current location and why it would be Dewangam. Han Yun asks Wai Hongwei if he knows Dawangam, and without hesitation he replies that it's where King Munmu, the 30th king of Silla and son of Kim Chunchu, rests, the one who ended the Three Kingdoms War, and was famed for his righteousness. Han Iraq explains that King Munmu was a guardian of the dragon race, well known among Chintamani possessors, who vowed to become a dragon in a faraway place and left behind the Monpa 6 rock. King Munmu said this after the war ended, the war between Silla and the Tang dynasty, which lasted 7 years, after which Emperor Gaozong's army refused to admit defeat. He awakened something that should never have been awakened, and it wreaked havoc on the peninsula, forcing King Munmu to become a dragon to fight it. You heard the monster was successfully driven away, but there are no records of it. From then on, everyone knew that anyone could become a dragon, so monsters and immortals alike flocked to Pandemonium for a chance at transformation. Some say Wadi OK knew the secret, but no one truly knows how to become a dragon. After hearing H.E. Rock's story, Park Han-I-un realizes that Wad Aok was captured by Lady Ihu because he knows how to become a flow. Perhaps she wants to create a flow under her control. Elsewhere, Madame Iuwa tortures Wadi OK, demanding he speak, but he remains silent. Threatening his family yields no response either, as she knows he won't break. Suddenly, she laughs, devising a way to make his life a living hell, remarking that hands are a craftsman's most prized possession. She orders Wadi Ok's hands to be severed, leading Park Han-I-un to suspecting that Wad Eok was captured by Yuho because he knew how to become a dragon. Could it be that she wants to create a dragon who will obey her? He believes it's true, as Ayuhua has tried to rebuild Behua many times. If that's the case, Han-I-un believes she would announce that the position of Dragon King of the East Sea would belong to Behua. But since he hasn't heard any such news, Han-I-un is confident that Wad Eok hasn't breathed a word, and the fact that he left this letter means he wants him to investigate. But Han-I-un decides that, true method or not, he can't let Ihua get her wish, but going to Behua and causing trouble would draw attention. On second thought, Han-I-un realizes he can use other connections to solve this. But no one knows how the Gate King transforms into a dragon, and Yuhua's desire to learn how is also concerning. North Han-I-un racks his brain, wishing he knew anything about dragonification. Then he remembers something that might solve his problem. So Han-I-un heads to the island tree he hasn't visited in a while, asking if it's devoured all the monsters he's given it before plucking a fruit, wondering what effect it will have. Taking a bite, a notification appears: a new element has been absorbed, and electricity courses through his body, the element of lightning. Excited to wield a new element, Han-I-un now commands metal, wood, and water. But he knows it's not enough to face the flower consort, one of the 3 heavenly earths. Han-I-un then looks at the other island fruits, wondering if they grant different abilities, and proceeds to eat them until he's stuffed, exclaiming how delicious they are. Recalling the abilities he gained from the island tree, the elemental power of water, he remembers it also upgraded his liver's detoxification abilities, most notably when he grew horns. Han-I-un recalls Wanaksanbi's words: the power from the island fruit improves as the island tree grows. Looking back, Book Han-I-un realized the island tree hadn't grown in a long time. Had it reached its limit, he wondered if it needed more space, but he couldn't find a new place quickly, nor could he move the entire tree. Suddenly Han-I-un remembers the bracelet of his father's illegitimate son, the one he took after their fight, and then used to make a canopy. With the tree safely inside, Han-I-un declares the issues of safety and space resolved. 2 days later, he checks the soil and realizes Hongwei's advice was spot on. Now the soil has become very fertile, and Han-I-un happily shovels it into bags. With this soil, the island tree will grow at an unprecedented rate. Suddenly, his bag jolted. Something stretched out, tearing the bag apart, and flew into the air. Seeing this, Baek Han-I-un said, "Damn, it is the treasured sword protesting again." Luckily, Han-I-un catches the sword before it flies away, but Tai Afing scolds him, asking if he dares to own any sword other than her the nerve. Han-I-un realizes he forgot to introduce her to the other swords, and gently tells Tai Afing to calm down. "This sword isn't for fighting, Tai." Afing retorts angrily, "How can I be calm when something wants to replace me?" But realizing something, she continues, "That sword is talking like a child." Han-I-un replies, "Auntie Tai." Afing adds, "The sword is happy to be home." North Han-I-un was confused, but Han-I-un realized that the sacred sword was created in Beijing, here in Naju, which was Beijing territory. He remembered why the sword had been so powerful then. Han-I-un wonders if swinging it now will amplify its power like before. Suddenly he's transported to a new place, and Tai Afing reveals it's Wairisung. Wairisung, the place where in the time of King Garo, the 21st king of Beijing, the country was weakened by Goguryeo, forcing them to flee, so its location remains unknown to this day. Han-I-un tells Tai Afing he's surprised he could reach Wairisung, recalling his encounter with the goblin tribe the last time he used it. So this precious sword was made in Wairisung. Suddenly a tremor startles Han-I-un. Metal hurtles towards him, but not from human hands, as something else approaching. Suddenly, skeletons surround him, and Han-I-un wonders if they're guardians of this place. How many are there, then Han? I-un realizes something that's the Yulji army's flag. Yulji also means king, so are these his personal guards. A skeletal warrior lunges forward demanding to know who Han-un is. Drawing his sword, Han-un declares himself its master, but before he can finish the blade flies from his grasp. Han-un asks where it's going, but Taefeng says the mountain spirit is gone and he's here now. So Han-un surrenders, and Taefeng laughs, asking if he only seeks it out now that it's lost. Even with his hands raised, the skeletons keep asking who is Buk Han-un say. Han-un removes his mask, revealing himself as Han-un of Korea, to which the skeletal figure replies Usoper. Hearing this, he says he left him no choice. Han-un then puts a piece of garlic in his mouth and bites down greatly, increasing his physical strength. Empowered, he rushes towards the skeletons, declaring it's time to begin summoning vines from his sword to strike them down, ensnaring them all. Han-un observes that metal overcomes wood, so this place won't be hard to destroy, and he should continue practicing the metal element. Looking down at the defeated skeletons, he sees them being enveloped by streams of dark purple energy. That energy begins to gather the fragments, piecing them back into complete skeletons, granting them life once more. Seeing this, Han-un says, "This isn't going to be easy. They're like zombies." Taefeng asks Park Han-un if he knows about Draugr, explaining they're creatures from Northern Europe when he doesn't. These guys are tough to kill. They were forced into slavery in life, so their resentment lingers after death. To truly defeat them, we must resolve their grudges, allowing them to die a final death. Park Han-un smirks, saying that's all it takes, draws his sword, and his hair and eyes turn white. He swings Taefeng to attack the skeletons, and thankfully they don't revive this time. As he took down a group of enemies, Taefeng suddenly spoke. "So, this is death." Intriguing. Confused Han-un was told it just wanted to say something cool, and he decided to believe it for now. From afar, archers fire flaming arrows towards them, thousands of fiery projectiles. Luckily, Park Han-un notices in time, and creates a water barrier protecting himself from the arrows, while also slashing at the skeletal swordsman. Han-un realizes that continuing like this won't work, as there are simply too many of them. He fears he'll be exhausted before he can defeat them all. But he figured this army must be controlled by someone, and if he took that person out, the rest would fall. Han-un smashed through a massive door ahead, seeking the one in control. Inside, a withered skeleton sat, a sword slipping from its grasp, flanked by two skeletal servants, a sight that astonished Han-un. Looking at the sword in its hand, he wondered if this was a king despite the simple attire, but he was sure of it because of the sword. He put his effink hand in his pocket and approached the skeleton, wondering which king this was, when the dark purple energy that had revived the soldiers now brought the skeleton before him back to life. The skeleton said it could smell the scent of the Go family on him, which confused Han-un as it had been a long time since he'd been to Beck, so how could he smell of them? The skeletal king continued accusing him of stealing his sword and causing the fall of Beck. He vowed to punish Han-un by killing him, stripping his flesh, and claiming his body to reclaim the throne. From outside, the skeletal soldiers charged in, and the king rose from his throne, demanding Han-un hand over his body. Then the skeletal soldiers swarmed him, but he simply jumped to evade them. Han-un tells the skeleton king that he must be out of his mind, but he understands as he'd lose his mind too if he were trapped here for too long. But that doesn't mean he'll go easy on them. He then summons the lion and elephant from his fan, ready to fight alongside them. Han-un asks if it's been a while since they fought together, as the lion leaps into a brutal attack against the skeleton soldiers. Its swipe shattering many before it plows into a cluster, scattering them everywhere. Meanwhile, the baby elephant feasts on discarded weapons atop a building, prompting Taefeng to ask if it's growing. Han-un replies that it's at the age where it eats a lot, and this battle is like a buffet for it. Let's clarify the little elephant's identity. It's a mythical beast called Bungasari, a metal-based divine creature that can grow as large as an ocean if it consumes enough metal. The name Bungasari was given because it's believed to be unkillable. In Jiamsoni's book, Bungasari is born from a handful of rice placed before a dying monk or a handful of rice in the hands of an elderly couple. To wield its power, many immortals tried to create a Bungasari, but to no avail, until Jiamsoni recognized the Bungasari an ogre, though to her it was just another mythical creature. But unexpectedly, Jiamsoni found the answer. This creature was born of humans, yet could not be created by them in a chaotic time filled with lamenting cries, ignorant rulers, and a dark age where people trampled on each other to fill their bellies. Bungasari was born of hatred, anger, loneliness, and other negative emotions. When negative emotions peak, chaos reaches its zenith, despair becomes immeasurable, and loneliness indescribable. These combine, and then the symptom of Bungasari will appear. The skeletal soldiers seemed to have spotted the elephant and began firing missiles at it, replacing Park Han-un, who told them to stop. But the arrows kept coming, and when Bungasari was hit, they retreated to their usual Hienlan, now wearing a look of utter despair. Enraged, it unleashed a torrent of fire upon the skeletal archers, massive fireballs hurtling towards them before erupting in a deafening explosion, while Han I-un simply walked away as the water lion and fire elephant combined their might against the skeletons. As he turned to leave, the lion startled him, and Han I-un asked what it was trying to show him. Bungasari slowly waddled forward, now shrunken in size, and Han I-un tried to suppress a laugh, remembering how enormous it had been just moments before. Han I-un gently chided it, saying not to overdo it next time, realizing it shrinks back to its original size when it consumes and uses everything it eats, promising to feed it more metal to prepare for future battles. With the help of 2 divine beasts, Han I-un uses his bracelet to recall them. From behind, the skeleton believed to be the king still reaches out, demanding Han I-un's body. Looking inward, Han I-un notices the royal robe and crown held by the 2 skeletal servants. Han I-un wondered why he wasn't wearing it if he was king, then smiled, saying he understood what was happening. He surmises that this must be King Jero based on his words and the fact that he wants his body because he's being punished for losing the Goryeo capital. Han I-un declares that since he wants his body so badly, he'll punish him by putting on that crown. He finally realized the truth, and the desolate place transformed into a magnificent room. As he admired the scene, he remarked that this must be Goryeo in its prime, a stark contrast to the battlefield they were just in. It was incredibly beautiful. He wondered where he'd been transported, but it felt just like the place before. Suddenly, Han I-un saw the back of a figure in red. He tells Han I-un that the one he least expected has arrived, but reassures him that this is his mind, praising his strength, but advising him to think things through. Don't wear the crown without considering the consequences, he advises, urging caution in future endeavors. He sees Han I-un's actions as driven by revenge against the skeleton, bordering on theft. Han I-un responded, knowing something would happen when he put it on, but not this. Then respectfully, he greeted Your Majesty King Anjo. King Anjo praised Han I-un, saying he must be very skilled to have made it this far, to which Han I-un replied that he was honored to meet him, a good king who had done so much for the country, and that he would accept any challenge King Anjo set forth. King Anjo chuckled. A challenge, you say? Han I-un was taken aback. Because I stole the crown. Before he could finish, King Anjo laughed, wearing the crown and still so clueless. Keep it if you like. I won't hold it against you. Han I-un is surprised, saying he's not from Baeki and has no connection to it. King Anjo kindly replies that he was a commoner, before becoming king, simply luckier than others in being chosen as emperor, and thus he uses his power to help those less fortunate. Then King Anjo asked Han I-un if he wondered why he was so intent on protecting this place even after his abdication. He said yes, so the king explained that it was his responsibility and duty. Even though Weary Fortress has long vanished from the map, another could still undo all that he's built. So in this dangerous world, he needs to find someone worthy to take his throne. Therefore, that person only needs to claim the crown to be worthy, regardless of how they do it. If they can reach him, he will give them a trial. Han I-un asked if that person was King Anjo, but the king cut him off, saying that he had already met him, and Han I-un knew he was talking about King Gero. Because he couldn't exchange the crown, he chose to steal another's body to do so. That's why he's still here in that different position. King Anjo told Buk Han I-un that he, like him, was born immortal, with a somewhat deformed body, as was his brother. Han I-un was surprised to learn that both King Anjo and King Biryu were born with defects, and that while King Anjo ruled Baekje and Wiryaseong, King Biryu ruled elsewhere in Michuhol, according to historical records. Rumor had it that King Biryu took his own life, unable to bear the shame of being deemed useless. Seeing Buk Han I-un's contemplation, King Anjo added that Biryu was actually the founder of Wiryaseong and should have been king instead of him. But because Biryu's deformity was so widely known, his ascension would have drawn too much attention, so Anjo was given the throne instead. Perhaps Han I-un thought his brother foolish for giving up the throne while he ruled without issue, after his brother's suicide. Because everyone only cared about his brother, King Anjo was saddened that if King Biryu were alive, the two brothers would rule this country together. As Buk Han I-un was about to comfort King Anjo, he turned back and said to Han I-un, but even if he wanted to, it wouldn't work because his brother had a deformity. So now he will bestow the throne upon him. Leaving Han I-un confused, King Anjo added that next time Han I-un wants the throne, just take the goat seal, asking if he knew what it was. Han I-un was bewildered, then pulled a seal from his pocket and asked if this was it. King Anjo says that it will make claiming the throne easier than fighting over the crown. A bewildered Han I-un replies, realizing why it was in the hands of Bari's son. He wondered if it was Ogre's seal, thinking it would be useful when he began his revenge. After a while they arrived, and King Anjo invited him to sit on the throne, leaving Han I-un puzzled as to why he wanted him to sit on it so badly. As he ascended the steps, King Anjo declared Han I-un, the northern Han I-un, as his successor, a gift before his safe return. Finally, Han I-un returned from the illusion, and the skeletal figure raged. No, it can't be. My throne. He repeatedly screamed for his throne as his skeletal body began to vanish. Witnessing what's happening, Han Ayun is shocked that the specter is fading away even though he did nothing. Taiyafing adds that his strikes had no effect either, so why is this happening? Then Han Ayun noticed the great treasure sword standing behind a pillar trembling as it witnessed everything from beginning to end. Han Ayun approached, as Taiyafing remarked that the sword's fear was a stark contrast to its previous arrogance when it did as it pleased. Taiyafing asks if they can melt the sword down now, but Han Ayun hesitates, realizing he owes his throne to it and deciding to trust its guidance from now on. Han Ayun reassured it, saying not to worry, and that even if it led him astray again, he wouldn't melt it down. The sword was happy again, while Taiyafing found the whole thing anticlimactic. Remembering to hide the sacred sword from prying eyes, a difficult task given its hyperactivity, there's something he must do first. Announce to the skeletal warriors that he, Bukhan I-un, will be the new king of Wiry Sung. Light emanates from the sword as skeletal figures surround a modern city beneath the throne. News outlets report on Zuhua raising a dragon, and it seems she'll be joining a live broadcast. Maybe she's trying to get attention this way. They say King Jumong could control this dragon, but no one's even seen his face yet. Some say Jumong turned into a dragon, others say he stepped on a golden dragon's head and flew to the sky. The ceremony unfolds around Gyeongju, and today's the day it begins. On a vibrant beach, a grandstand rises from the sand with 2 tents flanking the stage. Below, about 40 seats are filled with spectators, while others stand outside the barricades trying to catch a glimpse. "Ah, it's raining," one reporter says, "and somehow I feel like this isn't going to go well." The other replies, "There's an unspoken rule here. Immortals get the front row, not high-ranking politicians." The Baekwa Pavilion, seeking to win over the masses, blatantly distinguishes rank. Should I write that as the headline? If we do and anger her, she'll surely leave us in the dust. There's nothing ordinary people like us can do to fight back. The other one's using a camera to record everything he replies, but still. This event is truly unusual. The 7 stars immortals from Asadon are coming here, so are they immortals from the Asadon immortal community. As he said this, he turned to look at the girls, standing not far away. I've never heard of any male immortals besides Dan Gun among Asadon's high-ranking immortals. Huh, that's right, I've never met him. Before he looks so strong, he's like, meow. Everyone was stunned. All eyes turned to the sky where a white dragon descended from the clouds, the king of Hoshan Paradise. A dragon appeared with Bukhan Yul, stunning everyone. He descended with the dragon announcing, "Welcome everyone, the heir to King Anjo has arrived." King Anjo's heir? Everyone is shocked and whispers fill the air as Bukhan Yul stands tall, a dark aura emanating from his back. The king of Paradise Lake has become the king of Big Cree. Big Cree. No one expected this, and everyone is stunned by what's happening before their eyes. What, how could a Big Cree be here? Everyone rushed toward him in a frenzy. Han Yul thought to himself, how intriguing. Soldiers stood before him, swords drawn as a man asked, "Are you the king of Big Cree? I'm the one who previously took a piece of Big G's head." His words shook him, but outwardly he remained indifferent. What was happening here? Ignoring the surrounding soldiers, the man before Bukhan Yul Gorgorian approached, whispering something in his ear, before being forced to leave. The eunuch placed his hand on his chest, bowing respectfully to Bukhan Yul, and said his godmother wished to see him. After a moment of silence, Bukhan Yul agreed. Following his lead, the messenger brought Han Yul inside, and bowed to his godmother Dua, the queen of the Sky Lake Kingdom, who had arrived and was lounging in a chair, fan in hand, speaking with a mocking tone. Suddenly, Han Yul noticed the man beside Dua, recognizing the legendary Dan Daok, though he looked rather worn. He was stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief, at Dan Daok's right hand. Wait, his right hand. Severed, that wicked hag. North Han Yul gritted his teeth, but Gua Duke OK signaled him, shaking his head. At his reaction, he fell silent, unsure what to say, noticing too many eyes watching them. Dua spoke, each word dripping with blatant provocation, pushing even Dam Diok to intervene, but Han Yul responded with unwavering composure. After their exchange, Bukhan Yul's words enraged Dua, who threw her teacup to the ground, and ordered Dam Diok, "Get him out of my sight now." Dam Diok reached out to protect Bukhan Yul, advising Dua, who was furious, calling him a damned eunuch. Dam Diok continues the truths he speaks, leaving Dua speechless. He approaches hand over his heart, showing his sincerity. After some persuasion, Dua's crimes are exposed, enraging her to the point where she clutches the armrest. She's furious. How dare Dam Diok defy her? She roars teeth, gnashed, demanding that he be thrown out of her palace at once. Some soldiers rush in, but Dam Diok turns, shouting that no one is allowed to approach or harm the king. He is an important guest, and anyone who touches him touches Dam Diok, an act he will not forgive. Anyone who disobeys will be severely punished. Seeing Dam Diok like this, Dua was both angry and helpless, and she yelled at the soldiers to throw them out. But Dam Diok stopped Dua and whispered something to her. Dua, seemingly calmed, then declares that he is right. They shouldn't cause trouble on such an important occasion, and she will commit no discourtesy, so they should leave at once. Hearing this, Damdeok and Han Yul turned to leave, but Dua called Damdeok back, saying that he would soon understand her intentions. Before the Baekwa Temple, the rebirth ceremony unfolds under Dua's arrangement, the same place where King Munmu of Silla became a dragon and protected the land from Chinese monsters. The secret technique King Munmu used to become a dragon years ago is about to be repeated, and Dua's son, Go Zumong, will be the one to transform today. Go Zumong's screams fill the air, causing a stir among the crowd. Seeing this, Dua gently coaxes, "Zumong, be good, don't cry. Soon you will be reborn as a dragon god. You don't want to die meaninglessly, do you?" Witnessing this, the crowd was perplexed and uneasy, while Han Yun recognized Dua's dark sorcery at play. She intends to turn the living into the dead, a twisted form of maternal love that Han Yun can't comprehend. The sky darkens as Dua signals Wadiak, who turns to face the sea, closing his eyes to focus his breath and power before beginning a complex incantation. An orange surge of power emanates moving across the water as Wadiak chants, stirring the sea into a frenzy. After a moment, the sea raged and a giant clump of green moss sprang from the water, twisting tighter and tighter until it formed a large, round green fruit at its peak. Wadiak approaches and plucks it as Zua rushes to grab the seaweed fruit, declaring to Jiangju that this dragon fruit is only for the chosen one destined to be reborn as a dragon. Just holding it, she could already feel the energy. Zua turned to Rumong, slowly bringing the strange fruit to her and gently feeding it to her. Hanyul, sensing something amiss, cried out, "Wait, what are you doing?" But it was too late. The moment Rumong bit into the strange dragon fruit, it unleashed an earth-shattering roar. Its mouth clamped shut for a moment, and then suddenly countless streams of light erupted from Rumong's mouth, growing larger and larger until they blotted out the sky, leaving Zua in bewildered confusion. Wadiak laughs maniacally, blinded by greed, unaware he's condemned his own son to hell. Does he really think Moonmu, or rather Beltmim, has truly become a dragon? "You want to know how I knew about the Manpasikyak?" Si Moonmu told me. In truth, the Manpasikyak is a tool used to lead the lost to their deaths. Eating the dragon fruit will put them under the control of Mago, the outer gods. In short, it doesn't turn people into gods but into hideous monsters. Suddenly, Wadiak is fatally stabbed from behind by Dandiak, whose swift sword sends him crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Han Yul rushes to Wadiak's side, but the wound is too deep. Wadiak won't last the night. In his final moments, Wadiak shares his last words with Han Yul. "I can't believe I was brought down by a greedy woman, losing my qualifications and pride in this profession. This is all I can do. I will give you a talisman that will protect you from the dangers of the Dragon Clan and other gods outside. Only you are a true dragon god. Sin." Wadiak breathed his last and closed his eyes forever. Meanwhile, the seaweed tentacles from Dumong's mouth continue to writhe. Han Yul, though heartbroken by Wadiak's passing, has no time to grieve. Now is the time to stand strong and fight. "Hong Hui, we must fight the vines." From Yulhua's body are extending, wrapping around him and turning him into a monster. It's attacking everyone with the vines on its back, and people are fleeing in terror. Meanwhile, Madame Yulhua frantically calls out Myong's name as others try to pull her away. Panic erupts as people scatter, and Go Damje draws his sword to attack the monstrous Myong. He apologizes to the monster for Myong's suffering brought on by his mother's greed, and severs the vines from its back, only for them to regenerate. Seeing this, Go Damdo thinks this will be a tough fight. He then notices its vines moving to attack the others, fleeing, and he yells at them to get out of the way. Luckily, Sumin arrived just in time to block the attack with her staff, telling them to get out of there. She then told Go Dam to focus on the fight. She would take care of getting everyone to safety. Watching the battle unfold, Sumin realized that even with so many immortals fighting, it showed no weakness, and that this wasn't the power of something newly born but something ancient. Named Mago in Korean mythology, known as the founding goddess, often called Mother Mago, Park Han Yueun and Lee Hongwei are also fighting the monster, and as Han Yueun fights, he realizes something. This is Mago, but it's become far stronger since their last encounter, leaving him to wonder what to do. He recalls Go Dioko's final words where he gifted him a charm capable of fighting opponents like Mago. It would also help him be honored like a dragon, and he apologized for being the reason that monster appeared. Remembering that he was angry because he said he would take revenge himself, but then blamed himself for doing so. But no matter, he'll take care of it for him, and Han Yueun vows to make Lady Yuehua pay. Then he tells Hongwei to protect him while he handles everything. Buk Han Yueun takes out the Manpa Six Rocks flute and begins to play the sound, transforming into waves that surround the monster, causing it to tremble. The immortals charge weapons and magic blazing, but as the monster takes hit after hit with no regeneration, it begins to tremble. Suddenly, a dark purple energy envelops it, empowering it to rise onto two legs, seize the vines on its back, and transform them into a spear. As it fires, its bow energy erupts from the other vines, injuring those attacking it. Meanwhile, Bukhan Yueyun continues to play his flute, when suddenly a surge of energy hurtles towards him, only to be intercepted by Wai Hongwei. He asked if Han Yun was okay, but he was too busy playing the flute to answer, so Hongwei continued. It seemed the monster had grown stronger, and they needed a different approach. Their priority now was to get everyone to safety. Turning back, he lost focus and took an arrow to the face, but despite the direct hit, Wei Hongwei was only left with a cracked mask. Han Yun acknowledges Hongwei's strength surviving such a powerful and precise arrow as he transforms his sword into a bow, readying a luminous arrow. Master Wei Hongwei prepares to fire a luminous arrow, and Hongwei steels himself, determined to stop him even if he is the best archer. Wei Hongwei remembers Kim Sayap entrusting him with the bow, the celestial bow of the First Dynasty, a family heirloom he thought he'd never see again, moving him deeply. He apologizes for hiding it, but now that he's passing on, he entrusts it to Wei Hongwei, hoping it will one day help him. Recalling those memories, he thanks Kim Sayap and fires the radiant arrow, which soars through the air and strikes the monster. As the arrow pierced the monster, leaving a gaping hole, he vowed not to let Kim Sayap down. The monster's body began to dissolve, and Mai Wei Hong's human form returned. He thanks Wei Hongwei for freeing him, then vanishes with the monster. The others, relieved, say it's over until the parasites recognize the archer as Wei Hongwei. Han Yun examines the scene, noting that it's not just clay and seawater that summoned such a terrifying monster, and judging by its attacks, it was trying to expand its territory. Suddenly, Madame Yunhua ran to the sea stream, crying and blaming Han Yun for killing her child, claiming the old man knew him. Han Yun calmly retorted with logic, stating everyone saw her turn her child into a dragon, so who else could be blamed, but she remained stubborn. She declared herself Yunhua, one of the 3 celestial guardians, and that her word was law. Han Yun was guilty, and the soldiers should arrest him. The onlookers seethed with resentment, but remained silent, knowing that defying her meant death. The soldiers hesitated, understanding the absurdity, but Yunhua screamed at them to hurry. They apologized to Han Yun as they moved to arrest him, and Hongwei drew his sword, cursing their ingratitude, as he prepared to defend Han Yun. Before Hongwei could act, Go Damn Dok stepped in, declaring he wouldn't let her run rampant any longer, infuriating her. Go Damn Dok stated he couldn't stand idly by while evil unfolded, even if he shared blood with her and the people of Baekwa City. He then sliced his own face with his sword, declaring he would stop her evil deeds and take on this burden in her stead. Go Damn Dok turned to the soldiers and told them that his words today must be passed down through generations. He declared that anyone who lied about what happened that day would be punished by him. Go Damn Dok. Enraged, Yuhua accused him of treason, asking if he thought taking her place would be easy and that others wouldn't stand for it. Han Yun declared his candidacy, proclaiming himself the new master of the Flower City, the Holy Dragon King of the North. Yuhua scoffed, asking what right a newcomer had to run. Han Yun casually mentions that he's just become the king of Baek, and is training with the divine Sumin, nothing too special. The crowd murmurs, noting that Sumin is a disciple of the guru from one of the sacred mountains. Before they could speak, he boasted that even the holy city had accepted him as a member. Go Damn Dok, standing behind, was taken aback by this revelation, and the crowd began to murmur. One person says that even the Jade Emperor himself sought him out, a rumor that spreads like wildfire. Then Han Yun asks Madame Yuhua if that's enough to prove his worth. She stood there stunned, thinking he's backed by the Holy City, and has even met the Jade Emperor. How could he do all that? Go Damn Dok called out to Han Yun, who replied, because you're the only one who dared to stand up for what's right. Let's celebrate the day the Flower City welcomed Lord Go Damn Dok. Days have passed, and everyone knows about the incident at Seongbuk, as well as Yuhua's true colors, so she's no longer the head of Seongbuk. Go Damn Dok is now the head of Seongbuk, and Yuhua's trial will be held in Iyama, where we'll learn her fate. Next up, we have news about the Choi family estate on Mount Gaia. This is Siri, and thank you for watching the stream. Before you is what's being broadcast from Han Yun's live stream. Tai Offing asks Han Yun how it feels to be so popular. From the rooftop, he sees a crowd gathered at the bridge, eager to meet him, and Tai Offing asks who they are. Han Yun replies that they're citizens who heard he could enter the holy city and want to come and see. Tai Offing retorts, so now both ordinary people and immortals are drawn to a freak like him. Growing serious, Tai Offing asks if the rumor of Han Yun being a level 9 immortal is true, but Han Yun dismisses it as a fabrication, saying it's only been a short time and he's nowhere near that level yet. Suddenly he thought of Go Damn Dok, figuring he'd become a level 9 immortal soon, or even surpass that, because his combat skills were so good. He'd seen him defeat the Naga King with ease, and he wanted to call him Hyung, but he probably wouldn't like that. Tai Offing asked Han Yun what he planned to do next, since they seemed to be bringing expensive things, and he said he'd have to go down and get them first. Han Yun said, no, if I accept one person's gift, I have to accept everyone else's, and if I accept a lot, I have to help them. Tai Offing says those guys will definitely stick to him like glue, and Han Yun resigns himself to it, feeling bad for Harok and Kangbi, who are defenseless against these intruders. Suddenly, he spots a scroll on the ground, and picking it up, he recognizes it as Zion Uchi's. Picking it up with suspicion, he wondered if it was really his, since he was sure that man was dead. Could it really be Zion? Uchi's Heimosu was also a variant like him, but few knew. And why would someone leave it in the garden when people outside were fighting to get in? Hanyun chuckled, saying he'd have to investigate, and upon opening the scroll, he was transported to what looked like a nightclub. A woman approached, saying, "Hello, I'm Sari, and I'm delighted you accepted my invitation." Confused, Hanyun is told by Sari to follow her to meet her young master, and as they walk, Hanyun asks who they are. She replies that they are like her young master, also from the world of immortals, come to enjoy themselves and compete for his favor. They arrived at the room of Sari's master, and she announced the arrival of the holy dragon King Hoshin. Sari's master, a blonde surrounded by girls, said, "You've arrived." He asked Hanyun, "Haven't you learned your lesson? Why are you picking up random things?" Hanyun retorted that he was the one who sent it, but the master replied, "You can ignore things you see, but why pick them up and open them?" Hanyun thought to himself that this guy was being ridiculous. He adds that the liver that cures all poisons is due to your mutated body. Hanyun asks in surprise how he knows. He says that because he also has a deformed body, he wrote his name on the scroll since Hanyun opened it without hesitation. Now everyone here knows Hanyun has a deformed body, but it's okay. They're not the gossiping type if he agrees to do one thing. That was to kneel before him. Hanyun thought, is this guy trying to threaten me? Hanyun drew his sword and slashed at him, saying, "You've messed with the wrong person." He calls him crazy for thinking he can take on everyone here. Hanyun says he can't, but he only needs to beat him. He then mocks him, asking what good his illusionary technique is if it can't even kill a fly. He's shocked, wondering how Hanyun knew. He tells him to be less obvious with his disguises, as not everyone here can be a celebrity. Next time, instead of using tricks like that, why not meet Uncle Hanyun directly? Then Hanyun slashes down with his sword. The illusion vanished, revealing a dilapidated place, and he was no rich young master but a legless man in a wheelchair. That bastard, he managed to speak. Hanyun stared in shock at the body before him, legs severed and arm missing. He fell from his wheelchair, and Hanyun thought in disbelief, "This is the true form of Dan Wuchi." He smirked, "Are you happy now seeing my true form? This is what you wanted, isn't it?" He gripped his wheelchair, trying to get back in. "Or are you curious how the infamous Dan Uchi ended up like this? If you're curious, I'll tell you, kid." The Utuchi managed to climb onto the chair, sneering as he told him, "This is your future. You won't control how they treat you." Hanyun opens his mouth, asking why he's being welcomed as if he were a beloved guest. Dan Uchi doesn't answer, deflecting with another question. Does the king of Lake Cheon really not know why the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea's 3 sons fought on Dokdo Island? That's for sure. He thought the Dragon King was definitely deceived, right? He asked him. "You know it," he replied. "So, do you know who did that to the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea?" After a while, Min Uchi leaned in and asked, "Do you want to know a question that nearly drove Baek Hanyun mad?" He raised his sword threateningly. "Speak now before my azure sword speaks for me." Seeing Baek Hanyun draw his sword, Dan Uchi panicked, blurting out that Hong Judong of the Wo Bin group was after his life. Then Minute Ji revealed a series of shocking truths. After a moment, he sheathed his sword. Carefully observing his surroundings, he thought, he plays the role of informant well. Picking up a piece of paper, he asked, "How did you find this information?" "These are easy to find, especially now that I can use technology," Zion replies. He then asks Zion a few questions when suddenly he remembers something, a liver, and exclaims in shock. Hanyun, now suspicious, asks about the liver, a famous myth among the water-like people, to which Zion replies. After hearing his answer, he paused to think. Zion Uchi asked again suspiciously, You really don't know that story." Bashful Baek Hanyun laughed it off as Zen Uchi recounted the tale. It's a tale of a dragon who received power from the great immortal Ganyohan, a master of foresight from ancient times, and the Dragon King's plot to capture and devour him to become a perfect being. However, the all-seeing Ganyohan outsmarted the dragon, blasting him to the moon, costing the dragon his foresight and dimming his golden aura. "And I will soon become a dragon god roaming the 4 seas of Nam Shao." After hearing his story, Baek Hanyun paused to think for a moment. Zen Uchi taunts, I forgot, you're just a kid. How could you understand these things? Did I make a mistake choosing you as a companion, incensed?" Baek Hanyun retorts, "I never said I'd be your companion." Zen Uchi feigns innocence. "Why, I even kindly told a fairy tale to a little dragon like you. Be my companion, be my companion." Baek Hanyun thinks to himself, he's shameless. Is this the same guy who was going to kill me earlier? Does he have no defenses at all? Is it because we're different? Am I becoming like that too? Maybe the reason he tried to kill me earlier is because of what other immortals did to him before. I don't understand. And this man actually knows about the false sinner Duhua. After a moment of thought, he spoke, "Hey, why don't you tell me now the real reason you approached me?" Zen Uchi stared directly into his eyes, a dangerous glint in his purple irises. Elsewhere, a voice commanded, "Find him now." He couldn't have gone far. "Yes, sir," his subordinates replied. "That bastard dared to deceive us, and To capture our king in the Dragon Kingdom, he roared in fury as Pak Han-yoon suddenly appeared riding a giant steamer like a flying carpet descending to the ground. The leader roared, suspecting a trick, and ordered his men to seize him. They immediately complied. Pak Han-yoon was caught off guard, and despite his cries to stop, they charged toward him. "It's me, don't lie, seize him," Pak Han-yoon cried out. "Stop, it's me, the king of the Lake Sky Party." "Everyone stop," the leader asked him. "So you've met Jane Uchi, haven't you?" The two sat down face to face and he spoke. "I thought that guy was dead." "I can't believe he's still alive," you reply. "Yes, what did he say behind my back?" You stand up tearing the code sheet you used to fly here. After some persuasion, you get to the main issue. The time for the conference has arrived. He spoke, silencing the man as they moved toward the Primrose Palace, once a stadium in Seoul. But after the monsters invaded, when the gates of paradise opened, it was renovated and became a place for the immortals to gather, and was renamed the Primrose Palace. Stepping inside Park, Han-yoon sighed, feeling like it was only yesterday that he was here watching so many matches, but now it had changed so much. He didn't expect the Council of Immortals to hold a meeting so quickly, especially after the big scandal in Baekwa City. Baekwa City may have lost its status after what happened. As Han-yoon looked for a seat, he sensed hostility from a woman turning to see Princess Paris. He thought, no wonder she's a Seoul Cheon flower garden keeper. Her power rivals Yua's. Seeing Daeon in the distance, Han-yoon wondered if the guardian of the Seoul Cheon flower garden was here too. Is that why Yua wanted to invite her to her city? And are Daeon and Dengdok Wuksunbi already friends? Suddenly, he felt someone glaring at him, and when he turned, he recognized a familiar face, so he covered his mouth to keep from laughing out loud. But he was happy because it had been a long time since Han-yoon had seen Gwanak Seonbi, and it seemed he had recovered. The loudspeaker announces the meeting will begin shortly, and he suddenly encounters another familiar face, the Wind Elder. He initially thought the Elder was Yua's subordinate, but when he asked Gwanak Sunbi, he was scolded. Beside him stood Gusa and Usa, their combined might and intelligence earning them the title of the three great lords of the immortal world. Ironically, they held their position without siding with any faction. Gusa speaks first, thanking everyone for coming to support them. After the last convenient meeting in Holy City, everyone assumed this one would be there as well. But from now on, the meetings will be held regularly at the Primrose Palace, and Gusa asks everyone to begin. Then with a snap of his fingers, a map appears, and he begins his presentation. At the last meeting, they discussed the Sea Dragon King's mischief and chose those who would fight to quell the chaos, but a recent scandal in Baekhoa City has shaken public sentiment. When the immortal Danjae-uk took over Baekhoa City from Yuwa, many who were supposed to fight against the East Sea Dragon King left. So Baekhoa City must choose others to fill those empty spots. With the attack team already strong, Gusa asks for volunteers for the defense team, then singles out Han-yoon. But Han-yoon refuses, having rightfully earned his place in the attack squad. Why should he be relegated to defense? Gusa explains that Han-yoon's performance in King Moon-moo's tomb proves he alone can fill the void left by those who departed. The attack team has enough strong members, so they don't need you. Sanbanam rises in protest, saying how can they do that? Han-yoon earned that position with his own strength. They can't just transfer him. But with so many strong candidates, why pick on Han-yoon to go on defense? Gusa replies that it's just a suggestion, but Sanbanam retorts, what kind of suggestion is that? Does he think anyone would agree? Before she could retort, Han-yoon agreed to the proposal, shocking Sanbanam. Han-yoon agreed to join the defense team, but on one condition: he wanted to protect the Korean peninsula alone, leaving everyone in disbelief. Sanbanim, Wanak, Sanbi, and even Gusa, who suggested he join the defense team, were shocked and stared at him. Gusa exclaimed, stop talking nonsense. Even with Taebok and the Holy City backing you, this is still too arrogant. Han-yoon retorted, asking if he knew the path of their lineage and how much he had trained to achieve his current enlightenment and power. Princess Bari taunted him, saying he'd have to pay with his life if he couldn't protect the Korean peninsula alone, and Han-yoon happily agreed. Back in the city, Sanbanam scolded him, asking if he was crazy to say such a thing and if he wanted to die. Tai Afing, seeing Sanbanam scolding Han-yoon, blushed and said, so cool sis, take me and make me your new master. Han-yoon, telling Tai Afing to be quiet, explained to Sanbanam that he wasn't just provoked but that he had a plan. And another reason is that Han-yoon heard the Walban group is planning to take advantage of the situation while everyone is dealing with the East Sea Dragon King. Sanban-im asks in surprise, the Walban group, led by Hong Ji-dong, they still exist. Han-yoon reveals that they only faked their disappearance, producing a Walban coin as proof coins carried by members of Hong Ji-dong's Walban group during their rampage in the Immortal Realm. Many keep these coins as proof they've captured a member of the group, presenting it as evidence yields a reward. She asks if the coin belongs to Xian Uchi, and Han-yoon invites her to join him, surprising Jia Trongbi Sanban-im, who questions his offer. GK asks him to repeat himself, and Han-yoon explains that Xian Uchi said there are 2 hidden treasures that would be very helpful to him, so if she helps, he'll share the spoils. Sanbanim is shocked that the bastard would reveal the location of the treasure, and grabs Han Yun asking if he's being threatened because she'll take care of him. Han Yun assures her not to worry as he's the one threatening Xian Uchi. She glares at Han Yun asking if he's sure he's not being tricked. Han Yun assures her that Xian Uchi wouldn't lie as they're both anomalies who can empathize with each other. Then Sanbanim suddenly realizes something and exclaims, "Wait, an anomaly." Han Yun confirms that she heard correctly, he wasn't born normal, but as an anomaly. Sanbanim repeats asking if he's an anomaly, and the two stare at each other in silence. Suddenly, Han Yun burst out laughing, asking if she wasn't going to kill him now that she knew. Sanbanai replied, "Of course not. So what if he's a mutant? No one asks to be born that way, and she wouldn't attack him just for that reason." She said she understood, and that they could cooperate because they were both mutants and could empathize with each other. Sanbanim finally believes her and asks what the treasure is. Han Yun says it's something held by Prince Mao Yi of Silla, who was taken to the other world. Hearing this, Sanbanim exclaimed in surprise, "What, the afterlife?" She angrily said that the afterlife isn't a place you can just waltz into. Han Yun. But when Seo Che-un visited the flower garden, did she also go to the afterlife? She warned that it wouldn't be easy to enter. Sanbanim continued explaining that she needed permission from the guards to enter the flower garden, and to reach the afterlife one must truly die. Sanbanim explained that the afterlife, also known as the realm of death, is where human souls go when they die, and it's divided into levels based on one's position in the human world. The higher the level, the harder it is to enter. The first level is like the human world, but a restricted area like the holy city or Asadan. The second level is similar to the human world in terms of environment and creatures, but the energy source there is weaker than in the human world. But from the third to the fourth level, things are completely different. It's where monsters live, a place only immortals can survive. From the fifth to the sixth level, the creatures are so ferocious and powerful that even immortals struggle to live there. Without special conditions like entering the sea-ocean flower garden, even high-ranking immortals can't penetrate this floor. And the seventh floor is where creatures like the monster Yuhoa's child became reside. The remaining unexplored floors are shrouded in mystery, with no records existing, and legend says the Prince of Mao Yi lies beneath the third floor. Sanbanim warns Han Yul that no matter how strong you are, if you die in the other world, you can never return. After hearing her explanation, Han Yul asks Sanbanim if she could return if she went. As if understanding, she pulled a flower from her pocket and said, "Don't tell me you're talking about this rebirth flower." She says, "Sorry, but its name is misleading. It can only absorb negative energy from its user. If both the flower and you go to the underworld, you'll both be affected by death energy. It'll absorb some, but it's so full of death energy that it'll wither and die quickly. And if he doesn't return before the flower dies, then that's the end of Han Yul." Jia looks at Sanbanim sadly, who says she doesn't want Han Yul to die there, so she doesn't agree with him going. Han Yul says he understands and will find another way if she doesn't agree with his plan. Sanbanim says she's glad he understands, then turns and says she'll leave now and to call her if there are any problems. Han Yul assures her he'll call, wishing her a safe journey, but as she turns, he swiftly takes the rebirth flower, regretting his actions and feeling immense guilt towards Sanbanim. Soon after, he arrived at a place surrounded by barriers, saying it had been a long time since he'd been here. He wondered where the monsters he encountered after the gates of paradise opened had come from. This isn't a story about the afterlife. He now knows where they came from. Han Yul realizes the monsters originated far from the human world in a realm inhabited by ancient creatures who invaded Earth long ago. So he figures he can reach the monster-filled netherworld through this hole. Han Yul reassures himself that he's not weak anymore, then jumps in saying it's time to act. As he fell, Han Yul sensed the air was different, smelling of sulfur. Landing, he was surprised by the crimson landscape before him, exclaiming, "So this is the netherworld. The death energy isn't as heavy as he thought. It must be because he's still close to the human world." Han Yul muses, deciding it's not time to use the flower yet. But where is the prince? Tia Fink said he knew this place. The sword then glowed, surprising him at first, but then he grinned with amusement, realizing it had a connection to this place. He eagerly drew the sword and swung it forward, declaring he would explore this place before searching the other levels. With a swing of his sword, a gate appears before him, revealing a demon-like child. Both are stunned, but then the child seems to recognize something. She bursts into tears and leaps through the gate to embrace Han Yul, who's utterly bewildered by the situation, and shouts at her to get off. The child began to speak, crying, as she said she had waited so long to see him that she missed him dearly. North Han Yul sat there thinking she didn't seem to want to see him at all. Han Yul asked the girl if she was waiting for the king of Bekia, and she tearfully confirmed that she was crafting armor and weapons here for the king's children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Hearing this, Han Yul asked if she made weapons, and she affirmed, pointing to a treasured sword and saying that she had made it. Han Yul was taken aback, as Dan began to recount the tale of Sujin Tenno, the 10th emperor of Japan, but before she could finish, Han Yul broke the fourth wall, saying they should hold off on the Japanese history lesson. Han Yul asks if he can know more about her, calling her Dan, so we learn her name is Dan. She explains that her family serves the Tenno clan descended from gods, so expectations for their creations are high. Dan reveals that while her siblings possessed divine bodies, she was born with a normal human form. Disappointed, her own father tried to kill her, forcing Dan to flee. One day, while begging for food, she met King Anjo, who understood her as if they had been friends for a long time. So she followed King Anjo and the Anjo family to become a blacksmith, crafting armor and weapons for them. Until one day, Anjo suddenly disappeared. So she was deeply moved to see the new king of Baekji arrive, then scolded Han Yul for not coming sooner. Before he could explain what happened to Baekji, she grabbed his clothes, saying they were awful, and offered to forge him new armor. Dan asks Han Yul if he brought any materials for her to forge. Before he can answer no, she spots a pouch on his belt and snatches it to check for supplies. Finding another garment inside, she gushes over its quality, but he explains it belonged to the trader Seika. She insists it's good material, and Dan offers to take it and upgrade Han Yul's current attire. Excited, she rushes to help Han Yul, but he stops her, saying he can handle it himself. When he's done, Han Yul is amazed, wondering when he'll ever use these things. Luckily, he met Dan, who turned the charm into an accessory pleasing Han Yul, and Taiyafin told him that the sacred sword said she was a descendant of the legendary blacksmith Amatsumara. No wonder someone with the blood of a legendary craftsman could forge such exquisite items. She even upgraded Taiyafin, combining it with the nine-tailed fox fan, which now houses a baby elephant and a lion thon one. Taiyafin excitedly shows off its upgrade, saying how cool it looks, and Dan adds that if she could use the sword, she could make his dreams come true. Han Yul apologizes, saying it's a personal treasure and can't be used by others, then wonders why someone so talented has to live in hiding. Han Yul asks if she wants to return to the human world with him after he's settled things there, but Dan replies that she's comfortable here and it keeps her safe from that person's search. Han Yul wondered if they were talking about her ancestors, and Dan confirmed it. Han Yul asks if her ancestor was a bad person, and Dan confirms that King Anjo said her ancestor was one of the beings that invaded Earth 20000 years ago. The story goes that King Anjo traveled to Japan to support his friend Dan, hoping to upgrade Baekji and learn new techniques for many feared foreign and isolated lands, believing them as terrifying as Mount Taebaek in the Korean peninsula. Upon arriving, he was astonished by what a family connected to the gods could accomplish on this island. But he dismissed his doubts and joined forces with Dan's ancestor to develop Baekji. As their bond deepened, King Anjo investigated Dan's ancestry, uncovering a shocking truth. Dan's ancestors were connected to the monsters that ravaged the earth in ancient times. He wondered if humans had resigned themselves to living with them. Could it be that humans closed the gates of heaven to prevent their return, or was this place the monsters' home? The monsters possess extraordinary abilities, and though he senses a similar energy to Mount Taebaek in the Korean peninsula, he still believes in this illusion. But when he saw the sword, the illusion vanished. The Amano Murakumo no Tsurugi, also known as the cloud-cutting sword or the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the grass-cutting sword, one of the island's 3 sacred treasures. This sword is the very one that slew the 8-headed serpent Orochi, and when he held it, it radiated a pure energy. He wondered why the demon-slaying sword hadn't rotted away. Then as he began to study it, he discovered that the 8-headed serpent Orochi was the guardian deity of this island, and it had been killed by those monsters. So the monster that tried to kill Orochi was killed, and then Orochi was killed by another monster. But it's not surprising since a monster impersonated the founder of Korea. Word of mouth is unreliable. Wadan suggests that the gods of Japan foresaw the island's closure and buried Orochi there so it could emit blessed energy, which King Anjo's people took back to absorb from the monsters and the island's higher-ups. So he wanted to form an alliance, which is why he sent the 7 sacred swords to other kingdoms through King Jungushu. He had Wadan engrave 3 locations onto the sacred swords, Guirisung, Gyecheondong, and here. Hearing this, Han Yun thought, but because Yuhua had caused chaos, everything had gone awry from his plan. Han Yun clearly remembered that King Anjo had said nothing when they met. He must want him to learn from the swords, but he needs to study further to achieve the mastery of the one who revived Baekji. Now that the gates of heaven have reopened, King Anjo likely wants him to draw power from the swords to prepare for the impending monster invasion, a task he promises not to fail. Han Yun then asks Guidan if she knows the whereabouts of Mao Yi's crown prince. She replied, King Mao Yi. Many mentioned him when entrusting me with things, but I won't do anything for anyone but you. Han Yun acknowledges this, and Guidan adds that someone entered the boundary realm long ago and was discovered. Hearing this, Han Yun asks where this person is now, and the girl replies in the land of the Ogre Queen. Startled, Han Yun wonders if Princess Bari owns land in the other world, as he rows toward a monochrome realm. This land is only black and white. Moving further inland, Han Yun touches a border, remarking that it's starting to feel more like the underworld. Touching the border, his hand turned black and white, and Han Yun told himself that his instincts warned him against entering a place that steals color. Entering would mean losing his colors forever. This land was entrusted to the Queen of Ogre by Si Guang, who was said to be close to King Yama. Han Yun wondered what Princess Bari was planning, but steeling himself, he knew there was no time to hesitate. He then pulls out a rebirth flower, uses it, and enters the border of the colorless land. After a while, Han Yun sees a waterfall. He realizes this must be the waterfall Guidon mentioned. As he approaches, he sees an old man sitting there. The old man says it's been a long time since he's seen color. He wonders if the man before him is the last prince of Silla, Prince Mao Yi. The old man asks if he is the Dragon King, sensing that he also comes from the Beale family. Han Yun confirms this, explaining he was abandoned as a child, but Anzhou helped him achieve his current success, and that he's there to claim the 2 treasures held by the Silla prince. The old man asks why he should give it to him, retorting that he can't just take something he brought from the human world to the next. Han Yun was surprised to see the old man's color had faded. The old man pushed the chest forward, saying, "Take it. It's in that box, a golden staff that can cure any disease and revive anyone, and a fire seed created by the great Queen Sion, who used the nation's entire resources to achieve immortality and enlightenment." Though he didn't know what it could do, he was certain it possessed unimaginable power. Han Yun asked if he was really willing to give it to him. The old man said that Silla had likely fallen long ago, so these things were meaningless, and he would give them to whoever dared to come find him. But before Han Yun could speak, a noise startled them both. The old man said it seemed someone was already looking for Han Yun, and though he didn't want to say goodbye so soon, he bid farewell and wished him luck. Then vanished, his final words being, "the success of the Beale family." Before he could finish, the old man vanished, leaving Han Yun stunned. Then something was unearthed, revealing a figure soaring through the sky with many others, declaring that someone with color was manifesting in this place, none other than Buk Han Yun. He doesn't know who Han is. Well, Han apologizes for not introducing himself. He's the 5th son of the Ogre Queen. Prince Huck and Han suggest that Han Yun probably knows why Han is so happy to see him here. Han Yun chuckled. "I know you want revenge for your brother, right?" he laughed. "Guess I should tell Mom to prepare for another meeting." Then Han gathers energy in his hand, and the others follow suit, launching a skull-shaped blast toward Han Yun. He dodges and retaliates with water, but the ogre absorbs it. Han scoffs, saying that's all he's got, and Han Yun doesn't deserve the name. He unleashes a barrage of attacks, but Han Yun dodges, wondering why he's so weak. Is it because this place is different from the human world? Then Han condensed energy into a massive sphere and prepared to hurl it at Han Yun, taunting him for not using the move he used on Han's brother. Han Yun chuckled, asking if that's what he wanted before absorbing his golem and the rebirth flower. Then the colored area expanded, restoring color to even the monster, and Han Yun declared he would see if his opponent could withstand his attack. So that was the rebirth flower from the Sky Garden. He leaped into the air, raised a hand, and a black vortex appeared, tightening its grip on the sky. Han Yun stood firm, sword in hand, his gaze fixed on the enemy. "I didn't know you possessed that power." He laughed maniacally. "Come and get me." Then his body transformed into countless demonic figures with gaping black mouths and malevolent fiery purple eyes, all reaching for him. The demons shrieked, charging at Buk Han Yun like zombies in an apocalypse film. He gripped his sword, his eyes cold, and leaped into the air, unleashing a sweeping strike. His strikes were swift, decisive, and aimed directly at the demons. With the deed done, he stood calmly gazing at his foe. He was horrified as countless demons he created were wiped out by Buk Han Yun with a single strike. He was speechless. How could anyone do that? My soul. Suddenly he pulls a piece of paper from his chest. His subordinates try to stop him. Wait, Prince Hugh. But he ignored everything, gritting his teeth as the paper in his chest emitted a violet light. His subordinates writhed in agony, all of them wounded by its purple glow. The poison takes hold, and they writhe in agony as Buk Han Yun watches from the ground while Hook hovers in the sky. His subordinates, one by one, were enveloped in a purple aura. Then their bodies began to change, transforming them into hideous demons with grotesque fangs. This kingdom clearly doesn't have dental. They charged flames erupting from their dark eye sockets, driving them into a frenzy of screams. They surged forward like moths to a flame, as Hook commanded advance, and turn that wretch into fertilizer for our garden. No sooner had he spoken than his demonic minions charged like rabid zombies. Han Yun fixed them with a cold stare, gripped his sword tighter, and thought to himself, "Is this some kind of curse technique? I can't believe he's killing people and turning them into demonic spirits. Every time I see this cursed technique, it disgusts me." Just then, the demons lunged at him, their ugly, crooked teeth and mismatched violet fire eyes, a truly hideous sight. Without a word, Han Yun swung his sword at the demons, a flash of golden light obliterating them all. Their remains scattered, and Han Yun charged forward toward the hulking figure. He was shocked. How How did you kill all my demonic spirits? With a smirk, Baek Han-yoon replied, it's been a while since I've met someone as weak as you. He sheathed his sword. So how about we practice your rope skills now? Then he swung his sword, and a blue fox appeared circling Baek Han-yoon before darting towards the foe, piercing his body and causing him immense pain. After enduring the agony, he plummeted from the sky, crashing into the earth with a resounding thud, sending rocks and debris flying. He lay on the ground, unable to rise, tears streaming down his face, as Baek Han-yoon jumped down, planting a foot on his neck. How should I deal with you, you damn dragon? He notices a stone hanging from his hip and wonders what it is. He picks it up, a memory stone. Hook lies on the ground screaming in agony, begging for anything else. So that's it. Han-yoon realizes that he can store the souls of demons from the original technique within the stone. After a brief exchange, Han-yoon takes the stone and obliterates Hyuk, leaving him writhing in agony on the floor, a defeated look on his face. Han-yoon asks him how to use the stone. After some explanation, Hyuk suddenly says something strange, prompting Han-yoon to ask again. What was that? Elsewhere, Jenuchi was eating pizza and staring at a screen. When a noise startled him, it was Baek Han-yoon who had suddenly appeared in his room. He throws a sword-like object at him, asking if it's the treasure he seeks. He catches it, a satisfied smile spreading across his face, a sinister glint in his eyes. But after a moment, he realizes it won't achieve his goals, and Jenuchi bursts into tears crying, no, it can't be. Leaning on Jenuchi's wheelchair, Han-yoon reveals that Seo Chae-yoon's flower garden could help him achieve his goal, but ultimately only he can help himself, a realization that dawns on a bewildered Jenuchi. That's right, I realized this after fighting Prince Hyuk and his demon subordinates. Baek Han-yoon stood before him, hands on his hips, and said, but who did this to you? Kangrim, he replied, resting his chin on his hand. I see. Since it's Kangrim, he might have used some unusual techniques related to the mind and spirit. So we need some kind of psychic manipulation to heal the wounds of the soul. A soul-manipulating power that can heal spiritual wounds. I've heard of a flower that functions as a soul manipulator. I thought it was just a scam, Jenuchi said, realizing something. That's right, he replied. I tried using the rebirth flower when I went to the afterlife, and the effects were different from what the name implies. It doesn't allow you to be reborn, but instead it protects the body from death energy, as Baek Han-yoon explains. And it's called the rebirth flower because it allows one to live again, and the breath of life flower is known to breathe life back into the body, said to recall the soul from the afterlife to re-enter the body and make one breathe again. So what we're expecting is that the flower's mind-controlling effect is actually its true power, Jenuchi asked in disbelief. After hearing the explanation, impossible. How could no one know about this? No one knows about this, except Princess Berry, he replied, and she wouldn't want to fix it, but he was certain of the flower's effects, having heard it directly from her son. So let's work together now that the cat's out of the bag. Han-yoon said triumphantly, reaching out to Jenuchi. Let's take all of Princess Berry's flowers. On a day of heavy rain and dark skies, the Dragon King of the East Sea's conquest is about to begin. Citizens, please evacuate to a safe shelter. From the loudspeakers, the government issued a warning. The Dragon King of the East Sea's conquest would begin now, and the place of his subjugation, Pohang, was on a blue beach in the pouring rain, as waves crashed against the shore. On the sand, countless people stood waiting, as if expecting something to happen. The day has finally come, one leader says. It was inevitable. Even if we tried to reason with the master, the Dragon King would still unleash a storm. It might be easier to deceive a 7-year-old instead, the girl beside her said. So many have died because of the disasters he caused. Even my relatives living on the coast died in the tsunami he created. The two continued to discuss when suddenly the girl turned to look at North Han-yoon. The question is, can that dragon really protect the Korean peninsula alone? Meanwhile, North Han-yoon stands with his comrades facing the sea, surrounded by swirling water spirits. He's confident in his timing, but does he truly have the ability? The two continue to debate, who knows? Perhaps while we're dealing with the Dragon King of the East Sea, he and some of his comrades will steal the treasure, she retorts. If he were that kind of immortal, he would have done it sooner. Someone nearby interjects, crossing his arms in defense of Baek Han-yoon. They've also heard about the incident at the Great Tomb of Munmu, haven't they? It was known there that the Silver Immortal of the 8 Sacred Mountains and the Divine City were backing him. Immortals began bringing all sorts of offerings to try and appease him, but he drove them all away and refused to accept any of their gifts, or so the story goes. Their conversation caught the attention of everyone around them. What, is that true? The girl was taken aback. If that's the case, then he truly is a good person. The leader hummed in response, raising both hands in thought. Enough of this nonsense, the girl interjected, a loud voice, cutting in. This is a big problem. Suddenly another person shouts out that the 2 children of the lineage in Seoul are destroying the city. His words cause everyone to turn and stare. Everyone was stunned by this statement, their faces showing surprise. It seemed to be an unforeseen situation. What? Everyone speaks at once. Are they trying to ruin our plans? One person spoke up and they all panicked because this was outside their plans. Someone rushed forward calling for Han Ayun to return when suddenly a tsunami rose up, terrifying everyone. Everyone braced for the tsunami, but not a drop touched them. The waves froze mid-air, stopped by Han Ayun's power with a single wave of his hand. I'm glad I prepared this before the subjugation began. Everything is back to normal. Those who witnessed it were shocked he stopped the tsunami. Everyone turned to him, unable to believe what they were witnessing. This time, with the power of gold, Han Ayun raised his hand, silently uttering a command as 6 distinct beams of light shot out from him in 6 different directions. The blinding golden light stuns everyone, and they wonder what the skeleton is made of. As they gape in astonishment, a colossal skeleton rises from the ground, empowered by Han Ayun's golden energy. As everyone wondered what was happening, the skull opened its mouth as if calling out for something, and golden meteorites rained down from the sky. Was that sound a Piri? Everyone wondered. Then a report came in. Another skeleton was calling the Piri in Daehu, and another wooden skeleton just like it in Daejeon. From these 3 locations, the sound of the Piri spread across the land. Every region is now rife with wooden skeletons crafted by the Lord of Paradise Lake, and after some deliberation, all eyes turned to North Han Ayun. At that moment, Han Ayun was relaxing by the sea, playing a bamboo flute, the sound of which resembled a Piri. After a moment, she informed him of the current situation, and after some debate over who would take on the mission, Damjok stepped forward saying he would do it. After some convincing, Han Ayun agrees to let him go. In the city center, it's pouring rain, the sky is pitch black, and a giant green dragon is wrapped around the tallest building. With a fierce look in his eyes, Han Ayun flew into the heart of the storm, his companions following close behind. Sensing the storm, Han Ayun thought he said, the energy here was strong, but even so, it was still created by the Prince Son of the Dragon King of the East Sea. Han Ayun thought the Dragon King's son was using the storm to distract from the Immortals meeting in Pohang, but it seems that wasn't the case. He recalls hearing there were 2 princes in Xi'an, but no. Matter he'll stick to the plan. Han Ayun instructed Honghui to keep the flute and manage things with the Immortals, while he dove in to handle what was below. Hearing this, Honghui worriedly asked why he was leaving the flute with him. Han Ayun reassured Honghui not to worry as he would use that. Understanding, Honghui wished Han Ayun a safe return. Then he turned and ordered the Immortals behind him to follow if they would help him, and Han Ayun. As everyone including Honghui began to leave, Han Ayun knew it was time for him to go as well. Below within the city, the dragon coils its body around a building, telling the white-haired man that he dares obstruct its mission. A curse upon those who reject the blessings of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, so he should accept his fate and not resist. Kneeling on the ground, he wondered if any immortals still lived, even one as the strongest had attacked and perished. The dragon laughed, asking if he was foolish enough to think they could defeat him, then flew up and retrieved something from its mouth. The white-haired man below realizes the gravity of the situation, knowing that if the pillar falls, the world will end. But the dragon continues its descent, enlarging the pillar as it prepares to strike the light, blinding the man. Below, as it prepared to slam the pillar down, the dragon declared that the age of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea had arrived, prompting the white-haired men to summon their talismans, vowing not to let him succeed. The white-haired man cast his spell, saying just a little more as talismans surrounded the dragon and shocked it, but the attack was nothing more than an itch to the dragon, who simply flicked its tail, sending the man flying. Sent flying, the man was covered in wounds, and as he sat in pain on the ground, he said its power was too great. The dragon mocked him, telling him to stop trying and let him do what he needed to do, for his brothers had sacrificed themselves to create this pillar. With this pillar, a new era will begin. His father will gain invincible power and use it to recreate the world. Seeing the dragon about to plunge the pillar and fire an energy blast, the man on the ground could only cry out in pain. This is insane. Is this really the end? Suddenly the dragon stopped, saying, I heard a new dragon whelp had emerged. So it was you, North Han Yul, blocking the attack for the one on the ground. The dragon continues, so you're the dragon whelp. The dragon tells Han Yul that if the earth is flooded, he'll still have a place to live, so why don't they cooperate? Han Yul replies that they're not the same, and as he prepares to fight, he looks at the flower petals in his hand and thinks. With all the techniques he's learned, he's still not strong enough to face the Dragon King's son, and the petals have all withered. He pulls something from his pocket, saying this is his last resort, but he has to use it. Now, he recalled his conversation with Xion Uchi before the battle, when Uchi asked why he wanted to know more about dragons. He replied that he knew nothing, not even the basics, and figured Uchi knew more than he did. Xion Uchi watches Han Yul's fight videos, remarking that he only knows how to use horns, while Thay wonders how Uchi got those videos. After watching, Uchi tells Thay to be careful as he seems to have mastered many techniques. And he stressed the most important thing, no one should touch Han Yul's dragon scales if they want to live, because he's a dragon now. So he must avoid others touching his body, especially his dragon scales, and only touch them as a last resort. It will grant you unmatched power, but it will overwhelm your body to the point of death. Remembering Xianuchi's warning, he has no choice but to activate the power of the dragon scales. Activating it unleashes a massive sonic boom, shaking everything around, as Hanyul receives incredible power, transforming his appearance with black hair, green eyes, and sprouting horns. Hanyul rushes forward with incredible speed, leaving the dragon bewildered, and slashes at it with his claws, causing it immense pain. Realizing what's happening, he pushes him away, saying, "So you're using the dragon scales power, so you want to die. Even with the dragon scales power, you're no match for me. Using it will only hasten your demise." He healed the dragon-shaped water, sending it crashing towards Hanyul, who declared that while that may be so, it wasn't happening today, as he summoned forth a multitude of demon masks. He unleashes energy blasts at the dragon, declaring that if he's going down, he's taking it with him. The mask's energy shatters the dragon's water attacks, giving him another chance to close in. Enraged, it cried out impossible, and summoned more dragon heads to surround him, but Hanyul was already upon it, ready to draw his sword. Hanyul says he was going to take it easy, but the dragon is too stubborn. Drawing his sword, he receives another surge of power from Afing, turning his hair white and his eyes red. As the dragon-shaped water masses were destroyed, the dragon cried out in pain, mourning its brethren. Hanyul told it that if the pillar was completely destroyed, its mission would end, so he would try to destroy it. The dragon cried out, begging him not to destroy the pillar, and wrapped itself around it protectively, enduring Hanyul's relentless attacks without letting go. He says it's persistent, but he has another trick up his sleeve, then uses the power of the wood element to grow roots that quickly envelop the dragon and the pillar. Trapped in the roots like a tightly wrapped cake, the dragon says it didn't expect Hanyul to use the power of the dragon cloth just to stop it. Hanyul replies that he's not the only one who can sacrifice everything to protect this earth. The storm seems to have disappeared, so Hanyul thinks they must be finished. Suddenly the dragon tells Hanyul, "Did you think they'd only attack one place?" Hearing this, Hanyul feels uneasy, sensing that somewhere far away has already been submerged. Despite defeating the dragon, Hanyul senses the East Sea's power growing stronger, and knows he must stop this before it's too late. Using the dragon cloth's power to fight leaves him weakened, and the woman with the pigtails rushes over to ask if he's alright. Hanyul assures her that he is. But upon closer inspection, he realizes this woman is the one who tried to kill him before. He touches his face and realizes he's not wearing a mask. He worries that if she recognizes him, he's done for, and he refuses to die such a ridiculous death. But contrary to his expectations, she kept asking if he was alright, saying he must be exhausted from the battle, and offering to find help, leaving Hanyul stunned. He wondered if she didn't recognize him, and looking at his reflection, he realized that using the dragon cloth's power changed his appearance. Oblivious, she continues to heal Hanyul, when suddenly Wai Hongwei arrives, mission complete, flying down and repeatedly asking if Hanyul is alright. He stood up and said that they must have successfully dealt with another prince of the East Sea Dragon King, and destroyed the pillar they carried. As Wai Hongwei helped him up, Hanyul said he could feel something happening far away, and had to return to Pohang to investigate. The white-haired girl insisted on healing Hanyul, but he yelled that there was no time. The more time wasted on futile efforts, the stronger the Dragon King of the East Sea would become, perhaps too strong to stop. At Jia Trongbai and Sanbanim's battle, many immortals had fallen, and she wondered why he had become so strong. Hanyul confirms that the Dragon King of the East Sea plans to sacrifice his princes to submerge the continent in water. Sanbanim is shocked, asking how they intend to raise the water level, though she did feel the tremors. Hanyul explains that they have a staff that will raise the water level when planted. The braided hair girl rushes over, confirming that it's the same thing Hanyul tried to stop them from planting. Suddenly the waterspouts behind them shocked the four into looking back, and Hanyul realized that the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea wouldn't stop there. Sanbanim thanked Hanyul, saying that thanks to him Seoul wasn't flooded, and she apologized, because she wasn't strong enough to prevent this place from being submerged. She wished she could jump into the water and fight. Hearing this, Hanyul agrees to go into battle, shocking the two girls, and the braided girl stops him by grabbing his hand. She tells Hanyul that he should stay and heal after his fight with the Eastern Prince, but Hanyul brushes her off, saying that he's the only one strong enough to fight the Eastern Sea Dragon King, so he has to go alone. With that thought, if he was going to do it, he had to go alone. Kwanak Sanbi, despite his grievous wounds, still tried to stop Hanyul. He grabbed Hanyul's shoulder, saying he was overdoing it again, that he shouldn't go into battle alone and die alone, he had to go with him. He then coughed up blood, and the white-haired girl next to him told Guan Axambi to be careful of his wound. So Hanyul thinks he's as warm as ever, but he feels guilty for dragging him into this. If he knew Hanyul was a monster, it would only cause him pain, so the only way to repay him is to hide the truth. Though reluctant, Hanyul coldly pushes him away, saying, "Let go, I have to handle this alone." And he instructs Wai Hongwei to take care of everyone while he deals with the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Kwanak Sanbi tried to stop him, but Wai Hongwei intervened, and as he descended, Kwanak Sanbi repeatedly called out to him. As he moved into the water, he saw the palace of the Eastern Sea Dragon King before him, but as he wandered around, Han Yul realized it looked real, and he thought as he walked, why have they become so power-hungry? Despite a few doubts, Han Yul found it strange that nothing was stopping him from entering the East Sea Dragon King's palace. As he approached the palace, Han Yul sensed why there was so much corrupted energy. Upon entering and opening the door, he discovered a scene where many people were entangled by trees. He wonders why these people are like this, sensing that they've only recently awakened as immortals with divine bodies, and concludes that there's no way they'd willingly sacrifice themselves for the Dragon King of the East. Touching the trees, Han Yul felt a strange sensation. He realized the Dragon King of the East Sea was experimenting on those who sacrificed themselves for him, but he wondered why. Suddenly, Han Yul noticed a drug recipe nearby, making him wonder if this was where he concocted the drugs for his experiments. Seeing the wooden statues carved on the table, Han Yul wonders why they're here. Picking one up, he senses a faint wood energy within, but what does it have to do with the experiments? Reading the inscription, Han Yul discovers it says, Lord Sanong, shocking him as Sanong created the very wood-style Starwind technique he uses. Now he knows the Dragon King of the East Sea is also researching the element of wood. The survivors weakly cry out for help, but Han Yul tells them he can't assist them right now. Even so, Han Yul knows that if they return to the surface, they'll regain their strength and easily break free from the trees that imprison them. He thinks he should report this. Stepping inside, he saw something massive wrapped in vines, and wondered if it was the Dragon King. Taya Fink spoke up questioning if this was the Dragon King, stating it was no simple matter that all the trees were living beings, numbering over 1000000000000. Hearing this, he was incredibly surprised when suddenly the tree spoke, saying it had been waiting for him, the descendant. Suddenly it moves, revealing a dragon's head, and Han Yul asks if it's Ao Chang, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Why welcome him here? He asks why Han Yul isn't harmed by his wood energy. Han Yul is confused and asks what he means by not harmed, and the dragon continues. He reveals that Han Yul possesses both wood and metal elemental powers, something he's never seen before, and that the moon essence in his liver is the key to his rapid learning. Han Yul is surprised that the man could discern his elemental affinities and what he's absorbed, and even knows about the moon essence. He wonders if he obtained it from eating those berries. He also wondered what moon essence was. The man added that he initially thought the Walbans were mocking him, but now he knows that a liver with moon essence is real. He yells, demanding Han Yul surrender the liver, claiming it will make him incredibly powerful, and summons trees to attack. Smoke rises from the point of impact, and Han Yul's hair turns white. He's using A Fing's hand. He retorts that he won't give it up so easily, and if the man wants it, he'll have to take it by force. Then Han Yul charges forward with his sword as the masks behind him kneel, ready to fire energy at their opponent. He slashed at the man relentlessly, but each severed piece turned into smaller vines that pierced him, shattering his masks. As he was impaled, Han Yul remarked that the vines were as strong as a divine weapon. A Fing chimed in, saying that there were too many trees around, and if Han Yul kept using his metal element to slash it, would eventually rust. Han Yul reassured it that this was only a temporary measure, and he would find another way. As he fought, Han Yul pondered he was using the metal element and other elements to counter wood, but it wasn't working because the opponent was too strong. Han Yul wondered if he should use celestial magic along with his metal element energy, but if he did, he'd run out of energy before the enemy died. Due to a slight oversight, he was attacked with vines on his dragon scales, causing Han Yul to lose all his power and fall freely as the Eastern Sea Dragon King waited with his mouth open. Meanwhile, A Fing urged him to not give up and fight, but Han Oil said he'd lost all his power, unable to wield his sword or use talismans. Was this the end? Han Oil and A Fing were trapped inside the East Sea Dragon King's stomach, surrounded by vines. A Fing cries out that he's melting, begging Han Yul to wake up, that he doesn't want to die here, and to make that damn sacred lake dragon god pay. Meanwhile, Han Yul is in a separate dimension within his own mind, floating in a daze, feeling immense pain throughout his body. Unable to even move a finger, he wondered if he'd used the dragon scale's power too soon. Why was he pushing himself so hard for this? What Han Yul feels now is thirst. He wants something to drink. Wait, something to drink. Suddenly Han Yul awakens. That's right, this place is full of wood energy. He'll absorb all of the Dragon King's wood energy. What a foolish Dragon King. The Dragon King writhes in agony as his energy is drained, demanding to know what Han Yul is doing inside him. Then his body glows, and Han Yul bursts free, carried by Tai Fin. The old geezer's still alive. Han Yul admits he thought he was a goner too. With his wood energy drained, the Dragon King's body turns from green to brown, and he marvels at Han Yul's mastery of the Starwind technique. And why couldn't you be like him? Even after hundreds, no thousands of years of research, he still couldn't regenerate his body. Hearing this, Han Yul understood why he experimented on those immortals. Then he summoned his sword, and as he did, Han Yul declared that even with his reasons, experimenting with the lives of others was unforgivable. If he wanted his body back, he should earn it. With that, Han Yul slashed his glowing sword at the withered body of the Dragon King of the East Sea. He retorted, "What do you know?" But before he could continue, the sword's energy seared his body, causing him unbearable pain. He screamed as his veins and body began to tear apart. Back on the ground, Bai Sanai and Wei Hongwei and the white-haired girl were tending to the wounded and searching for survivors. As the seas calmed, someone wondered if the Eastern Sea Dragon King had been dealt with. As he tended to the wounded, San Ban-im wondered if Buk Han Yul was all right. Suddenly, someone shouted, "What's that in the sky?" In the sky, a portal-like object appears, from which the withered corpse of the Dragon King falls, and San Ban-im wonders if it's a dragon-shaped tree. North Han Yul slowly descends, and says that this is the body of what was once called the Dragon King of the East Sea. Everyone was astonished, and Han Yul confirmed that the so-called Dragon King of the Eastern Sea would no longer wreak havoc, meaning they had successfully protected their country, prompting cheers of joy. Moving down, Sion Ben-Im rushes to Han Yul, asking if he's all right, relieved that he's safely back. She wonders how Han Yul managed to bring something so massive to land, to which he replies that he found the Azure Dragon Sword in the Eastern Sea King's palace, and used it to transfer the king's power here. San Ban-im angrily says that she told them the Eastern Sea Dragon King had the Azure Dragon Sword, but no one believed her. She was even scolded by the Temple Master for their disbelief, while Han Yul thinks to himself, "I'm sorry San Ban-im for hiding it from you, but I've had it all along." San Ban-im laughs, saying that thanks to him they were able to defeat the Dragon King of the East Sea, and now it's time to heal Han Yul's wounds. But just then Han Yul coughs up blood, saying it might be too late for that. Everyone around him rushed over, asking if he was all right, but Yi Hongwei was the most worried, pushing through the crowd to get to Park Han Yul. He says Han Yul has lost too much energy, and suggests he absorb his power, but Han Yul refuses, knowing Yi Hongwei is already exhausted from fighting. Han Yul says that when people reach their limit, they use their last bit of strength to keep going, but that strength will eventually run out, and they will collapse. Park Han Yul places his hand on Yi Hongwei's shoulder, and entrusts everything else to him. His body turned to dust and blew away. Jia Chengbi San Ban-nim in disbelief asked Yi Hongwei to tell her everything was all right. Yi Hongwei announced that the Sacred Lake King had run out of power, so his strength had scattered. Jia Chengbi San Ban-nim, shocked, repeated, "So does that mean Park Han Yul is dead?" Those around them began to lament Park Han Yul's death, the one who had just protected them. And then they began to discuss what to do with the treasure of the Eastern Sea King now that the one who defeated him was gone. Hearing this, Princess Paris began to sow discord, shouting that it was nonsense. How could the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea be weaker than the Dragon King of a lake? It was clearly a scheme for him to take the treasure for himself. The white-haired girl says, "Is she trying to deny all of Park Han Yul's accomplishments? What about that color? Don't deny the truth." She's a witness too. She shouts, "I saw Han Yul's power when he unleashed it and fought the Dragon King of the East's sun." Then she asks the others, "Don't you all think this is the truth?" The catfish says, "Of course it's true, you old hag, don't be so blind." Yi Hongwei also says that Han Yul initially intended to share all the treasure with everyone, and the white-haired girl asks, "Then why did Han Yul go to fight alone?" Hongwei knew the truth. To defeat the Eastern Sea King, the sacred sword and the power of the three elements were needed, so Han Yul wanted to hide it and go alone, but he couldn't say it. Yi Hongwei said, "For humanity." Everyone around is saddened by Park Han Yul's sacrifice, but Princess Berry laughs, saying that for humanity is ridiculous. Why is Yi Hongwei lying like this? Speak the truth. There's no way someone who killed your son for promotion could say something so noble. If you keep talking like that, your high-ranking status won't save your life. Hearing this, Princess Bari could only leave in anger. Yi Hongwei saw the sword on the ground, picked it up and said he didn't need the Sea King's treasure, only to keep the sword and inherit Han Yul's power. Jia Trongbi San Ban-nim said that was a bit much, but Hongwei replied that it was part of the treasure, so he had the right to keep it, to which she conceded. That may be so, but the temple lords are fighting over this. She knew Han Yul's condition, so they shouldn't be arguing, but this concerns other countries. Before she could finish, Dan Dok slowly approached Yi Hongwei and Jia Trong Bisan Ban-nim, who were arguing, and said that he would take responsibility if he was criticized. Surprised, she turned and said, "Lord Dan Dok, you can't. Baekwa City's reputation is terrible. The other lords won't accept his responsibility." Dan Dok replied, "Don't worry. Aren't they saying the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea wants to submerge the world with pillars of water?" Dan Ban-nim agrees, adding that if he succeeds, Japan will fall into chaos, and they should use this as a reason to claim the sacred sword. Yi Hongwei says this is the legacy of the Sacred Lake Dragon King who sacrificed himself. Dan Ban-nim agrees to help Dan Dok, who in turn thanks her and Hongwei. Hearing his name, Yi Hongwei Dan Ban-nim was shocked, and Dan Dok explained that all warrants for his arrest were dropped when Yi Wuhua was beheaded. Don Deok then shamelessly asked if Hong Wei would like to return to the Buke Hua troupe. He removes his mask smiling and says he's grateful for Dan Deok's kindness. The old him would have agreed. But Han Ayun has enlightened Hong Wei, changing his life so much that he'll never return to Byoka. Dan Deok is surprised by Hong Wei's answer, who smiles, and says Han Ayun's legacy lives on even in his absence, so Dan Deok will respect his decision. He thanks Dan Deok and leaves, and Dan Ban Nim looks up to the sky and cries, while the evil San Bi looks up and says it's okay, Nuna. He understands Han Ayun too well. He's not dead. And indeed, Park Han Ayun is lying next to Yi Hong Wei, lamenting that he's too tired to even move his fingers after the fight. Hong Wei praises him, remembering a conversation with Zion and Uchi, and Han Un is surprised to learn that using the dragon scale's power wouldn't kill him, but revert him to his original form. That's why many dragons don't want to use the power of dragon scales, as it will erase thousands of years of cultivation, which is why Han Un faked his death. Now he's just a normal person. Waking up in bed, he eats, and says that there's nothing better than working hard and enjoying the rewards. And now that he's the rightful owner of the sacred sword, he has nothing to fear in human form. He also possesses a stolen orb from the Dragon King, capable of restoring his powers. Han Yun wonders if revealing the Dragon King of the Sacred Lake is still alive would cause problems. But swallowing it would mean another long sleep, and since it's the Eastern Sea Dragon King's orb, he doesn't know how long he'd be out. Wai Hong Wei enters asking if he's awake, and is told that everything has been arranged as requested. Kang Bi and Harab have become the new owners of the Sacred Lake, and Han Un reflects on the hardships Wai Hong Ui has endured because of him. Perhaps Kang Bi and Harab will manage the lake just fine without him. Wai Hong Yui asks if Han Un is cutting all ties with the Holy Lake, to which he replies, of course. If anyone knew he was still in control, his survival would be exposed, and he has other plans. Hearing this, he says that if Han Un has decided, then he will also leave the sacred pond. Surprised, Han Un asks where Wai Hong Ui will go. He says that to ensure Han Un's plan goes smoothly, he needs to stay by his side. Han Un asks if he's been overworked, or if the potions he gave him weren't good enough. But Wai Hong Yui laughs, and says he wants to stay by his side to learn more. And since Han Un has a new plan, he wants to follow and learn from him. Wai Hong Ui has always wanted to be Han Un's disciple, so he will do what a disciple does best. While helping Han Un, Wai Hong Ui also discovers a secret technique of the Lai family, and he knows where it's hidden. This is a secret technique from the An and Ming dynasties, so he plans to visit the clan to learn how the immortals there live. Hearing this, he's saddened, and thinks that though he doesn't want to, he must bid Yi Hong Wei farewell. Han Un says he's not as great as Wai Hong Yui makes him out to be, but Wai Hong Yui disagrees, saying he never imagined he could learn so much from him, or that they could become such close friends. Han Un laughs, admitting he was wary at first, but Wai Hong Yui reveals they first met in the Bakewalk Garden, leaving him stunned that he knew all along. Wai Hong Yui reveals that he didn't recognize him at first because of his changed appearance, but the tea scent gave him away, prompting Han Un's surprise. Wai Hong Yui knew all along. She then clutches her head in embarrassment, wondering why she did those shameful things and why he let her. Wai Hong Yui chuckles, saying Han Un really pretended to be a noble, which makes her even more ashamed. He admits he knew all along that Han Un was human, but his acting as a spirit was top-notch. Then ruffling his hair, he says it's okay, he'll still be his disciple, and he understands there must have been a reason for the charade. Han Un thanks Yi Hong Ui for concealing his identity until the very end, and apologizes for lying. He says he is who he is today because of him. Yi Hong Ui adds that the one most hurt by all this is the woman in Bisan Ban Im, and asks if he wants to tell her the truth. Han Un says there's nothing he can say. Her ever-frowning face fills him with dread. Han Un admits he's a little afraid of her, and Wai Hong Ui says he might not be able to keep his mouth shut if she asks him. Han Un tells him to speak freely, as this will be their last meeting, and then gives Wai Hong Ui the Dragon King's orb. Han Un said it was the Dragon King's son's marble, wishing he could give him more, but it was the only one he had, while Wai Hong Ui offered a book, saying he should have given it sooner. This is the book Han Gun. You said it would help you master that secret technique. He hopes you'll accept it as he put a lot of effort into it. Han Un says that if he can take it, he should keep it. He needs a long rest, so he invites him to leave. The two men bump fists, and Han Un tells Wai Hong Ui to take care while Wai Hong Ui says goodbye, brother. Time passes, and many people search for the treasure of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, talking as they go. They wondered if they'd missed any spots, and one man said that was the last place they needed to check. Upon entering, they found a strange tree and a foul odor, and were shocked to discover that Buk Han Un was entangled in its branches. So they called for a stretcher to carry him to treatment. It's been over 3 weeks since the subjugation of the East Sea, but most cities are still not restored. However, Korea is reported to have suffered less damage than other countries. One of the immortals, said to be the Lord of Paradise Lake, stopped the East Sea Prince from awakening Cheongdong, sealing it underground with a pillar. It's called the Pillar of the New Era. Once placed, the surrounding areas will gradually sink into the sea. The water level gradually rises, allowing the East Sea to expand, and the Dragon King plans to increase his influence by expanding his territory. Even though the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea was dealt with, swiftly many places are still sinking due to these pillars, including Honshu Island, one of the 4 main islands of Japan. 2 pillars were erected here, but they decided to remove one of them, a grave decision indeed. If that area sinks, the safety of others is uncertain. News of Han Yul spread, but rumors claimed he vanished or even died after the incident. Meanwhile, at a nearby table, a mysterious girl in a hat overheard everything. That girl is actually Han Yul, disguised as a woman for easier travel, as he listens to his mother on the phone, assuring her that he's doing fine. His mother's voice crackled through the phone, furious. She thought he'd died in that battle a month ago. Why couldn't you pick a safer, easier job like intelligence? Lots of people do that. Han Yul could only laugh and brush off his mother's nagging. After all, her precious son was an important figure who needed to do such dangerous work to keep the bad guys away. Han Yul waves down the owner for more gukbap as his mother continues to nag him over the phone. He cleverly feigns a bad signal and hangs up, much to her annoyance. Han Yul's head throbbed from his mother's nagging, but just then the gukbap arrived. Han Yul is also relieved that his mother's area is safe, despite initial strong opposition. Sending her to his aunt's after the gate to paradise reopened was the right call. It's been 2 weeks since Han Yul faked his death after subduing the Dragon King of the East Sea. Now he can safely return as North Han Yul. And the one most responsible for Han Yul's safe return is someone special. Are you eating here? A familiar voice catches Han Yul's attention. It's Dam Juk Seonbi. Shall we talk after you finish eating? At a beautiful cafe, Dam Jaeuk and Han Yul share a heart-to-heart. Dam Jaeuk asks Han Yul if he's heard of the Seven Swords ownership, to which Han Yul replies that it's the hottest topic these days, impossible to miss. And Dam Jaeuk came to ask Han Yul for help with something related to it. He says that thanks to Han Yul, South Korea didn't suffer too much damage. But other countries in the East Sea region were hit hard, with Japan suffering the most damage. Apparently they couldn't destroy the pillars themselves, and said they'd give up the rights to the Seven Swords if Korea helped them remove them. Han Yul is taken aback and confused. He thought acquiring the Seven Swords would be easy, but it's proving difficult. Unable to resist, Dam Duke approached him, promising weapons and items to enhance Han Yul's strength if he agreed. Han Yul then asked if any other immortals would accompany him. Dam Jae-yuk says, of course he's invited those who proved their strength and skill in the recent conquest and Angel War, and once the pillar matter is resolved, Han Yul's achievements and status will be restored to their former glory. Hearing this, Han Yul smirked, realizing he could not only obtain the Seven Swords, but also regain his position and receive an inheritance. Without hesitation, Han Yul immediately agreed. The day to depart for Japan would be after the memorial service. Han Yul had already planned to fly to Japan to search for the Orochi ruins and acquire the Seven Swords, but now that the opportunity has presented itself, it's truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Han Yul had to revert to his true identity as Buk Han Yul because he couldn't travel to Japan as the Lord of Hoten after the gates of paradise opened. Countries forbade their citizens and ancestors from freely traveling to other nations to prevent global chaos. Immortals have waged war against nations throughout history, and while the Immortal Administration has tightened its grip, it can't change a nation's circumstances. So, though it's more difficult than it is for ordinary people, immortals are now allowed to travel abroad freely, which is why Han Yul is using his real identity to go to Japan. Han Yul never imagined he'd get such an opportunity, a free trip abroad with a reward to boot. What a steal. With the biggest problem solved, Han Yul can now slowly enjoy this chintamani. He wondered if there was a way to reduce the usage time, but perhaps it would be better to ask Harop in Kang Bay. Han Yul returned to the palace briefly, and the palace's butler rushed out to greet him upon hearing the news. Han Yul thought he'd come at the wrong time, but the butler assured him any day would do so. Han Yul asked where Harop was. The butler hesitantly explains that Harop is fighting with his mind to absorb the East Sea Prince's chintamani, which Han Yul had previously bestowed, leaving Han Yul in utter shock. The butler explains that an entity cannot easily absorb the chintamani due to conflict with its original owner. The power accumulated within is enough to form a dragon, and the original owner will never relinquish it easily, even in death. Thanks to Han Oil, Harop's process won't take long. He'll quickly overcome it and absorb Mani's power. Han Yul thought to himself that this wouldn't have happened if he had absorbed it, but for some reason, he had to sleep for quite a long time. Thinking back, Han Yul was stabbed pretty badly, and sleeping for so long might be because he's recovering and fighting his own mind. The problem is it's hard to predict what will happen if they meet again in Han Yul's mind. Han Yul asks the caretaker if fighting in the mind has anything to do with one's consciousness, but he replies that it doesn't. Psychology has a stronger influence than consciousness. In other words, it's a battle between imagination and mental fortitude. Han Yul smirks, thinking that imagination might give him the edge. Han Yul is in secluded training, absorbing the power of the Mani, an azure energy radiating around him, lifting him into the air. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea appears surprised at Han Yul's newfound confidence. Han Yul looks up at him with a confident expression. So this is the Azure Dragon of the Eastern Sea. A vast white space surrounds them, so this is what the inside of Han Yul's mind looks like. The Dragon King of the East Sea realizes Han Yul used herbs to fortify his mind before entering, sarcastically praising his preparations, but declaring his attempt to absorb Mani a grave mistake. He lunges toward Han Yul, declaring that his form is more than just a figment of imagination, as the Dragon King conjures a water vortex and transforms it into a water dragon aimed directly at Han Yul. The attack was too strong and sudden. Han Yul lost his balance and nearly fell. He lunged forward, ready to retaliate, but the Dragon King vanished before his eyes. Han Yul froze for 5 seconds, as a powerful torrent of water surrounded him and swept him away. Han Yul couldn't defend himself, because while he could anticipate the Dragon King's wood attacks, his water energy was far too difficult to perceive. Using his true power, the Dragon King of the East Sea has become much stronger. Perhaps this is the power of the legendary Azure Stream of the Eastern Sect. The Dragon King's power is on another level. Han Yul doubts he can defeat a dragon like him. "You seem to be doing well, so I'll go easy on you," the Dragon King says, snapping his fingers. A torrent of blue water erupts, followed by thousands of razor-sharp water needles tearing into Han Yul, leaving him bleeding and writhing in pain, now battered and staggering. He could feel it clearly. It was different. Even though he knew this was just an attack from within his mind, Han Yul's body didn't seem to listen to him. "Looks like you're worried that things aren't going your way," the Dragon King of the East Sea said. "Your body is a vessel recording everything, and even if you tell it it's an illusion, it still feels the truth." Han Yul wondered if these wounds would affect his real body. Han Yul tries to calm himself, taking a deep breath, reassuring himself that even if it feels real, this is just a space within his mind. Suddenly, Han Yul is lifted into the air, enveloped in a blue aura. "I know the limits of human power, so I'll use it against him." Han Yul has now transformed from a human into the form of a dragon. Burning with fury, he charged towards the Dragon King of the East Sea, who would never allow himself to be defeated by someone he considered a mere child. The Dragon King unleashed a barrage of water arrows, but Han Yul dodged them all. He lunged at the Dragon King, aiming a blow but missed. The Dragon King grinned, saying, "Is that all you've got?" "This is the kind of power I want to fight," the Dragon King declared, striking Han Yul across the face. He laughed, then relentlessly pummeled him, leaving Han Yul no chance to retaliate. Clearly, Han Yul had no chance to retaliate, but as it happened, his eyes suddenly widened, pupils dilated. Han Yul had been beaten so badly that he was lying on the ground. "How does it feel being so reliant on cheap tricks? There are consequences, you know. Underestimating me are you? I'm the only one who can defeat him." Suddenly, the Dragon King grabs Han Yul's neck and lifts him up, saying he's the one who's being underestimated. "Do you know how many dragons' power that Chintamani has absorbed? The power you're using here comes from your imagination, but it will only last for a moment. Did you think you could defeat me so easily I had to use someone else's body? But it's not bad for you because your body can help me harness power. With your body, I can use all of Oh Huang's skills, and you've got a lot of nerve, but this is the end for you." Han Yul struggles to break free, when suddenly a stream of white liquid bursts forth, knocking the Dragon King's hand away. Han Yul smirks, the herbs he consumed taking effect. It's time for our Han Yul to strike back. "What have you done?" "Just a trick you hate. I thought of you when I used this drug. In the end, only psychiatric drugs can treat mental problems. Now let's begin again." With the drug's support, Han Yul is bursting with energy. With a wave of his hand, a mass of powerful upright moss surged towards the Dragon King of the East Sea, who retaliated with a wave of water. Seeing this, Han Yul smirked and said, "Again, I know all your tricks." He then waved his hand, summoning even more of the straight moss. Then they surged forward, the talisman, encircling the Dragon King of the East Sea, leaving him with no escape. Even then, the Dragon King mocked Han Yul, saying that if he continued to use his energy so foolishly, he would soon reclaim it. Before he could finish, Han Yul's straight moss threads bound the Dragon King and gagged him, tightening with every struggle, making it harder for him to breathe. Han Yul approached the Dragon King of the East Sea, grasped the seaweed near his neck, and lifted him up, saying, "I can use natural energy as I please, but you can't even after experimenting on humans. If you're not convinced, then use it. But on second thought, I'll grant you a swift death. You'll pay the price right now." Han Yul releases him, and the Dragon King is still reeling from his words, when suddenly the seaweed tightens, causing him immense pain. With every tightening, the Dragon King lost more blood until finally he collapsed before Han Yul like a shriveled fish. Still defiant, the Dragon King spat at Han Yul, declaring he wouldn't lose so easily. not to some snot-nosed brat who hadn't earned anything. With a cold look, Han Yul says, "Don't worry, all of that now belongs to me." Han Yul conjures a water orb, unleashing a powerful stream that pierces the Dragon King's chest, reverting to his human form. With a relieved smile, the protagonist's aura is not to be underestimated. At the memorial service for the victims of the Eastern Sea subjugation, everyone gathered to hear a report on the recent battle, and Jia grew increasingly annoyed listening to the puppet's words. The sea god may appear calm, but his expression betrays his unease, as unnoticed during the memorial service the sea begins to stir. Moments later, a waterspout erupts, forming a massive water dragon, sending everyone into a terrified frenzy. They thought it had been defeated in the war. Just as everyone was about to flee, the water dragon spoke in a familiar voice. "This memorial service is nice, but shouldn't we deal with that mess first?" It was none other than Han Yul, or rather Lord Ho Cheon. After revealing his true form, everyone was astonished, believing him to be dead. Han Yul looked up to the sky and explained that as his body was about to decompose, his servants brought him to the palace in the East Sea and revived him with the divine heart water there. "During my recovery, I connected with the Eastern Sea and have now become its master." Suddenly a voice questioned whether they truly believed that man was the Lord of Lake Heaven. It was the immortal Byong Zhang, one of the 8 leaders of the 8 mountains. He says that if he's so great, he should take off the mask and prove he's the Lake's celestial lord. Not just anyone who wears a mask becomes the lord. Jia Trongbi immediately retorts, saying, "What are you talking about? Just look at those bright, sparkling eyes. You can tell it's the Lake's celestial Lord Reen. Indeed, only a fool falls so easily." Byong Zhang turns to Jia Trong by asking if she, who was by the Lord of the Lake's side the longest, wouldn't be the happiest if he were truly alive. Han Yul says that proving himself is simple enough, which is understandable as everyone here witnessed the death of the celestial lord. Han Yul proposes a battle in the heavens, a suggestion Byong Zhang accepts with enthusiasm, warning him not to cry if he loses. Byong Zhang brandishes his brush, summoning a fierce tiger that lunges at Han Yul, who narrowly dodges the attack and retaliates with a swift counter. At first, the tiger looked up, confused, not understanding what he was doing. But moments later, the water orbs Han Yul unleashed struck the tiger, causing it to roar in pain. It writhed in agony, roaring so loud the surrounding rocks vibrated, and Dan Diokuk shielded the others from harm. He urged everyone to retreat, as far as possible, to avoid danger, saying they should have fought somewhere safer. She wonders why Pyongyang would seek to antagonize Han Yul, whom he's never even met. Dana explains that from what he's heard, Pyongyang may be testing a new technique. And rumor has it that Han Yul did something that directly affected the East Sea area. Jia Trongbai glances back at the two as they fight. The battle rages on with a tiger below and the 2 leaders clashing above. Han Yul wonders why Pyongyang would send such a low-level beast to fight him. With his current strength, Han Yul felt he was the weakest of the 8 mountain leaders, as a black phoenix created by Pyongyang screeched and began its fiery assault. Han Yul toys with the creatures, dodging their attacks, while unleashing his water powers to subdue the phoenix, which falls after a single blow. Just then, a white tiger emerged from the ground, leaping to devour Han Yul, but he nimbly evaded its attack. But upon closer inspection, Pyongyang's combined powers are nothing to scoff at. Golden energy from the white tiger and fiery energy from the phoenix, both spiritual beasts with distinct attributes. It took considerable effort to achieve this, but using it in such a minor battle seems strange indeed. Pyongyang's eyes suddenly burn with a fierce intensity. He draws a unique mark with a stubby dragon in the center. Pyongyang is summoning another Azure Dragon to continue the fight against Han Yul. Seeing the Azure Dragon thrashing before him, Han Yul finally understood no wonder Pyongyang had been so intent on eliminating him. The crux of this battle wasn't about Pyongyang confirming Han Yul as the Lord of Lake Cheon, but all of this was due to Pyongyang's personal vendetta. Han Yul's sudden appearance ruined all of Pyongyang's plans. It turns out Pyongyang wanted to obtain the heart of the Eastern Sea, but only those of the dragon race could possess it. Pyongyang thought he could create a dragon with a few strokes and have it absorb the heart of the water, but Han Yul got there first, and Pyongyang was furious. Han Yul explains that Pyongyang's efforts are futile, for if the heart of the water were so easily manipulated, Dua wouldn't have had to sacrifice her son. The more Han Yul explains, the more enraged Pyongyang becomes. Han Yul then transformed into his true form as the Lord of Hoshan, ready to taunt Pyongyang by showing him the true power of the East Sea's heart of water. A water dragon is summoned, proving the power of a guardian spirit. Pyongyang is shocked by its overwhelming presence as the mighty water dragon lunges and bites the Azure Dragon. It roars in pain, retaliating against the blow. The 2 dragons clash, locked in a fierce and visually stunning battle. The 2 sides were evenly matched, neither willing to yield. Eventually, they merged and slowly fell to the ground, threatening to crush those nearby. But then a thicket of trees suddenly sprouts, breaking their fall. Han Yul has used his power over wood to save hundreds in the nick of time. With a serious gaze, Han Yul questioned Pyongyang, asking how he could be so indifferent to the people around them. Pyongyang laughed arrogantly, saying, "Why care about those insect-like people? The strongest will survive, don't you understand? But if you care about such insignificant things, you might as well die first." Han Yul, hearing these words, felt the blood rush to his head. "Insects, what are you saying, you immortal bastard?" Han laughs, wondering if Han Yul can withstand more attacks, then summons a snake and turtle to strike. But Han Yul uses a water technique to cleanly defeat them, as the ink creatures are easily washed away. Enraged, Pyongyang wondered why his beasts were so easily defeated, but he refused to give up. As he prepared to conjure more creatures with his giant brush, Han Yul summoned vines to restrain his hand. As Pyongyang struggled against the vines, Han Yul reappeared elsewhere, shattering Han's brush with a kick. Lying on the ground, Pyongyang thought, "Damn, my weapon's broken. How can anyone be so fast and strong?" Han Yul asks if Pyongyang yields, but Han refuses, grabbing the broken brush to conjure more creatures to attack. With his last ounce of strength, Han conjures a multi-headed dragon to ambush him, but Han Yul effortlessly leaps away, only to be swallowed by one of the dragon's heads mid-air. The dragon's head that swallowed him melted away, and Han Yul emerged using his water element skill to obliterate the remaining heads. Pyongyang lay in disbelief, wondering how his life's work could be so easily undone. What monster stood before him? Han Yul slowly descends, telling Pyongyang to stop standing around and use another move if he has one. Han babbles about power coming to him, but Han Yul grabs him by the neck, saying it's time to end this game. In despair, Pyongyang averted his gaze, begging Han Yul to end his life, preferring death to dishonor. Han Yul retorted that he wouldn't let him die so easily, and then struck Han with his sword. Han Yul declares he will only destroy the source of Han's power, stripping him of everything but sparing his life, though his strength will gradually fade away. Han will become the insect he despises, and then he'll know what it's like to be weak and defenseless. Hearing this, Pyongyang pleads with Han Yul to just kill Han, as Han's followers drag him away. But he only looked at him with disdain, as those around them began to whisper about what had just happened, and T-Beck stood in the crowd saying that Pyongyang was no longer fit to be a guardian spirit, and another had just died, leading him to conclude that the Council of the 8 Mountain Gods was doomed to collapse. In his mind, he thought, "That damned Han Yul, this is disrespect to the Council of 8 Mountain Gods. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you've been resurrected." Then T-Beck wondered if allying with Han Yul was a mistake. After settling things, Han Yul suggested that since a mountain god position was open, he'd like to apply, to which T-Beck replied that the position wasn't so easily obtained. Han Yul retorted, asking if he'd rather have a cripple in the seat instead of him. He retorted that he couldn't just hand it over. Like all divine positions, it was subject to the rules. Han Yul chuckled, remarking that he seemed to like following the rules, but wasn't the law of this world based on power. "Having defeated Pyongyang, his seat should naturally belong to me. That's perfectly within the rules, isn't it?" T-Beck was furious, and Han Yul said, "Don't make that face. Weren't you once a student of Yul's Sugabase?" Hearing this, everyone began to murmur, was the position just a hereditary title? If so, there would be no change or progress. Other mountain gods like Mokmyon-im and Yuktong-mang were also in the crowd, murmuring and saying nothing. Mokmyon-im urged someone to silence Han Yul, lest they all lose their positions, while Yuktong-mang wondered how they could stop him, as he was even stronger than Pyongyang, but they couldn't let him steal the seat. Mokmyon-im then approached T-Beck, reminding him of his connection to Han Yul, and tasked him with handling the situation. That startled him. In the distance, Bi-Sanban-im stood there laughing at what was happening, thinking that even without her help, Han Yul could still pull off something this great, and he could also make the gods miserable. That's why he was so confident, remembering Park Han Yul's words, that he would take care of the peninsula in Korea alone. She wondered how long Han Yul had been planning this, as this power transfer would cause major upheaval in the system. Because depending on who gets the position, the balance of power could shift unexpectedly, and now everyone here wants it, especially Dan Guanwang. Anyone who lost their seat due to defeat would naturally want it back, and while it's hard to stop them, it's still better than letting that kid sit there. So he definitely won't pass up the chance to consolidate power, but what will he do next? Princess Barry speaks up. "Are you all really going to let that guy smear mud all over the position of Mountain God? For generations that position has been passed down, but those above still have higher authority, so no family can ever drain it dry." Then Dan Guanwang steps forward, saying that times have changed, so they need new people to give the country a taste of innovation. TBC. "Dan Guan, how dare you, Mokmyon-im added that this is a sacred position with great responsibility, and it must be held by someone who understands it, not just anyone. Dan Guanwang is being a bit rude, calling others "oh." They're all people under their rule and have a right to speak. And why not decide together if Buk Hanian is fit to sit in the Pyongyang seat? As Taifin walked away, he said he didn't expect TBC to support Hanian, to which Hanian replied that they were probably respecting his power. "You think, but thanks to that you've been promoted to a mountain god. Now you hold the same rank as those who once wanted to kill you, so they'll hesitate to try." Tyafine points out that they were supposed to wait for a more suitable candidate, but Han Eon explains that he hopes the next person has management experience, not just be a rookie. Tyafine suggests taking care of those mountain gods in their own halls, but Han Eon says it's time to check out his new home. Seeing the empty interior, Tyafine asks if Han Eon was swindled into buying the place, since there's nothing inside. Han Eon replies that buying a house doesn't include furniture, but it seems they only left behind a plow and a millstone. Your old place was vast, but this is even more daunting. Kangbi and Herrick must be busy, and it would be great if Wai Hongwin were here. Do you only know those people? Hearing this, he was silent. Then she said, so Han Eon has no friends. He told her to take the compost. After walking around, he said this place is so big, I don't know where to start. At least Kangbi and Herrick had interiors already, so he didn't have to think about where to start. He figured he should hire someone. Suddenly, Han Eon sensed a strange power outside the door, so he put on his mask and told them to come in. The person who emerged was a girl resembling a water monster, introducing herself as Dory pleased to meet him. He wondered if she was a worker here. He asks her why she hasn't come to see him now that the master of this place has changed, and Dory replies because she wondered if he would accept her as a servant, and asked if he knew that he had killed the previous master of this place. Dory says she knows, which is why she's asking if he'll take her in. She says he's her family's benefactor, but he's confused asking what he did. She explains that dragons can't be made through training. It's inherited, and dragons use their offspring as weapons, which is why they have so many. Only a few can become dragons, and they have many consorts, including Dory's mother. Her family's tradition is to secure wealth for the Eastern Sea Dragon King. Because her father loved her mother so much, he tried to stop the Dragon King from taking her, but he failed, and her clan fell into ruin. Her father died of grief, and her mother followed him a few days later, leaving Dory all alone. She thought she would carry this grudge for the rest of her life, but Han Eon had already threatened the Dragon King of the East Sea. Hearing this, Han Eon thought, Dragon King of the East Sea, how shameless can you be? Looking at Dory's face, he didn't think she was lying, and since he had nothing to lose, he'd probably agree to let her come with him. Han Eon told Dory that the place looked a bit pathetic, and wondered if she could handle it. She replies that of course she can, confident in what her parents taught her. Suddenly her cheerful expression fades, replaced by sadness, and she runs ahead. Han Eon thinks this might be too much for her. Seeing Dory approach the pit, he rushed over, warning her not to get too close or she'd die. She asked if he had jumped in. He stammered, jump in, that's a volcano. How could I jump into something so hot? Dory pleaded with him to jump, and Han Eon asked why. She says her father told her that something the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea has craved his entire life lies beneath. Hearing this, Han Eon thinks something he craves. He then asked her if she knew what she was saying, something that even the Dragon King of the East Sea couldn't obtain. Dory explains that it's where Chang Ni-young, the Deaflight, practiced alchemy, prompting Han Eon to ask who that is. The girl explains that it's the name of the Dragon King before the current one whom Han Eon just killed, and that below is a place the former king couldn't descend to. Hearing this, Han Eon asks if there was another Dragon King before that, so he killed his father to take the throne. Dory says no, the Dragon King he killed was just a servant of the previous one. She says that Chang Ni-young, the Deaflight, is the true king of the seas, ruling not only the Eastern Sea but also Japan and other waters. Remembering what the old man he met said, if that was his real body, Han Eon would be able to learn the light technique. Dory added that during the ancient war, Chang Ni-young Diek Kwang was severely injured, so that guy seized the opportunity to usurp the throne, but he could only rule the East Sea. Han Eon said that Chang Ni-young Diek Kwang ruled even before the ancient times, and the one he just killed wasn't strong enough, which is why he practiced the wood element. Dory explains that the wood element is harmful to red-blooded creatures, which is why he ended up like that, driven by the desire to become as great as the previous Dragon King. Han Eon is surprised, and Dory adds that Chang Ni-young Diek Kwang initially only controlled water and wood, but later mastered the 5 elements. Yin and Yang, the art of bone splicing, that's how he became so great. They say he had 8 heads, each with a different element. Han Eon asks 8 heads, then he thinks 8 heads. Why does that sound so familiar? Then he remembered the 8-headed serpent Orochi. Han Eon realized that the old Dragon King he helped betray Chang Ni-young was in Japan, and the 5-colored liver that could cure all toxins passed down through generations of lizards was what he now possessed. Han Eon sighed, wondering if King Anjo knew everything and gave him the throne so he could figure it out himself. He ponders the connection between Gut Trong and O Wang. When the remains of Orochi are found, Gut Trong will come on his own, but for now, Han Eon needs to investigate where Chang Ni-young Diek Kwang conducted his alchemic experiments, and since the element of wood is so rare, he might be able to track down Shenong. Han Eon tells him he'll go with Dien and asks her to take care of the girl. Dory says to trust her. He jumps thinking, not as good as Harab and Gang Bai, but better than nothing. After jumping for a long time, he says, it's hot. If I didn't have the power of the EC Dragon King that I absorbed, I probably would have died a long time ago. Taefeng complained that it was so hot he was about to melt, but Han Eon told him to hang in there. After falling for a long time, he wondered how much longer it would take as it seemed bottomless. Just as he complained, Han Eon crashed into something and bounced away, looking back to see a forest inside a volcano. As he slowly descended north, Han Eon said, "The elemental wood energy here is so abundant, so strong, that the trees can grow this tall, and it gets stronger the further down I go. Should I even continue?" The surrounding trees, as if possessing eyes, began to attack him. Han Eon dodged and said he was lucky to have noticed in time. Lu Zhongbin's teachings were indeed useful, but after dodging for a while, he was still lashed by the branches, and Han Eon cried out, "Damn, upon closer inspection, those aren't branches. It's a monster made of trees, with 6 eyes and 4 arms. It's about to slam Han Eon like a mosquito, but he narrowly dodges the blow. Han Eon drew a fink to attack, but was struck before he could, cursing his misfortune. No matter where he moved, the trees saw him, so he summoned demon masks to attack, focusing on its eyes. When attacked with spirit energy, white smoke billows out, but when it dissipates, the monster is unharmed. He says even with the metal element and attacks to counter wood, it's not effective, Han Eon says. In that case, I'll have to use it. It's been a while since it's been fully charged. He then unfurled his fan and summoned the elephant, now massive compared to its former size. It appeared and bit into the tree monster's arm as masks rained down energy blasts, forcing the creature to shield itself. With its free hand, it punches the ground, causing trees to rise up and envelop it. Seeing this, Han Eon says it looks like an endless battle, and now he understands why the Dragon King he killed couldn't penetrate. He asked Taefeng if he could understand what they were saying, but he couldn't, nor could he cut them with his sword. Han Eon wondered how to deal with them. Taefeng says they're not trying to kill us, just scare us away. They must be protecting something. Han Eon figures they're guarding something. Chang Ni-young, Diokwang, left behind. Hearing this, Han Eon realizes he must convince them that this place has a new owner. He then grabs a fan, and the ape rushes forward, attacking the tree monster's head, causing it to fly off as it stands on the monster's body. Han Eon declares himself the new master of the Eastern Sea, come to claim Chang Ni-young Diokwang's legacy, and asks to see what they protect. But there's no response. He thinks it didn't work until the ground shakes, startling him, and the trees part to make way. Han Eon asks the trees if this is the way, in remarking that the path is wide, likely for Chang Ni-young Diokwang. After a while, he sees a palace, and marvels at how luxurious a resting place could be. Han Eon muses that the place is as elegant as a woman's castle, wondering if the Dragon King had a wife, and how deeply he loved her to hide her away so well. Then he opens a door and wonders why she's still here after Chang Ni-young Diokwang's death. Upon opening the door, he found a giant woman made of trees who began to speak. "So that energy?" Taefeng asked why she said that, and she replied that after regaining her voice after so long, she experienced a slight delusion. Park Han Eon wondered if she liked the Dragon King he killed, sought Chang Ni-young Diokwang's techniques. She asked his name, and when he replied Park Han Eon, she declared him the new Dragon King. She introduced herself as Yogua from Mount Eo, and the youngest daughter of the Huaguo Emperor. Hearing this, he thought the Huaguo Emperor Shenong's daughter. He said that he'd heard Shenong move towards the East Sea, drowning and turning into a bird. He wondered if she was Chang Ni-young Diokwang's wife. Yogua sighed, saying she could finally speak normally, that she sensed something had happened to her husband, but she couldn't move because of the roots here. She says that even in her current state, she can still sense what's happening. Han Yogua then says that he found this when searching for the Dragon King's belongings after killing him, and asks if it belongs to her. She says it's been so long since she's seen it, confirming it's part of Shenong's alchemy skills. Han Yogua asks about Shenong's alchemy, and she replies that it's the technique he learned, the wind harmony art. Looking at the statue, he thinks that the secrets beyond level 10 of the technique are already in his head. Yogua adds that since he showed her the old memories, she will tell Han Yo a story her husband was the one who saved her. Long ago, the Emperor of Chundong revealed his ambition, so her father, instead of punishing him, sent her older sister Nujo to mend the relationship. But unsurprisingly, her sister couldn't stop his ambition and her father, and he fought for Dondon. In battle, her father fell, but he was beheaded anyway, and then the sisters were desired. Yogua refused to fall into enemy hands, gathered her father's loyalists, and fled Doandon, pursued by the Xuandong. Her father's loyalists tried to protect her, but she could only stand there and weep, unable to defend her father's legacy. Suddenly, a great wave crashed over both ships, and as Yogua drifted, she was rescued by Chani, Young Diokwang, who would later become her husband. Yogua recounts that he was incredibly attentive, never leaving her side from the moment he rescued her. He was also very gentle, so she was bound to fall for him. So she trusted him and gave him Sinong's potion-making skill, which he mastered quickly, but her body became like this. Once he absorbed enough target energy, her Dantian's power increased uncontrollably. The Dragon King you killed was foolish to crave this power, ending up like me. Han Yo-gwa replies, that's why only the basics of the Sen Nong's medicine skill were passed on, but now he has the target energy, he can fully master it. Han Yo-gwa asked if she could help him learn more than level 10 of the Shenong Pharmacopoeia, and then said with a smile that he should bring her his head. Hearing this, he asks, what? She reveals that due to her current state, she cannot take revenge. The one who killed her father and humiliated her sisters still lives. So if Han Yo-gwa wants to learn, he must bring her his head, or at least the heads of 3 generations of his family. If he promises, she'll teach him everything she knows, and if he brings all their heads, she'll teach him the fire technique. Hearing this, Han Yo-gwa says fire techniques. Yo-gwa says yes, the ultimate skill of Dudong, who controlled the imperial flame since ancient times. Dudong, the man known as the god of fire, passed this technique down to her grandfather, who then passed it to her husband. Yo-gwa asks if he wants to learn, since he'll be inheriting her husband's legacy, which makes Han Yo-gwa think. Though the technique sounds tempting, beheading the descendants of the Spring Dawn clan is suicide, isn't it? He wonders if she's implying he shouldn't be so greedy for the technique. But Han Yo-gwa smiled, saying he must have thought long and hard, and risked his life many times already. He declared he would do it, and he wouldn't fail. Yo-gwa smiled, saying she eagerly awaited the results, young king. Back on the surface, Han Yo-gwa recalled her words and prepared to learn the new skill. She explained that due to her condition, she couldn't move and teach him directly, so she would guide him through the statue. Since he had mastered the first 10 levels, he should infuse the statue with his energy starting with level 1. The statue will react and guide him to the next level, and remembering Yo-gwa's words, Han Yo-gwa obediently follows. He transferred levels 1, 2, and 3, eventually reaching level 10, and upon receiving the energy of all 10 levels, the wooden statue detached from its base, moved, and began to practice martial arts. Seeing this, Han Yo-gwa recalls reading about it in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, so this is what happens after level 10. As he mimics the statue's movements, his skill level also increases from 10 to 11. He dances along, mastering the movements, but the statue doesn't stop, and he wonders how much longer he can last as his energy dwindles. Remembering Yo-gwa's words, stopping here would mean this is his limit, so he pushes on, reaching level 30, then 31, then 35, telling himself he can't give up now. Han Yo-gwa collapses, lamenting, damn it, don't tell me this is my limit. Don't tell me there's more. The statue announces, congratulations, you have reached your maximum limit, and touched the boundary. Hearing the voice, Han Yo-gwa wondered if it was Senong-a. The statue added that it was time to receive the original seed reward. Hearing this, he asks about the original seeds, and the statue explains that nature is too harsh for their kind, so these seeds have been softened by him. These seeds contain all of their power, and absorbing them will grant you a portion of that strength. Since Han Yo has reached the highest level, he will give you seeds to pass on to future generations. Then the statue explodes, a seed falls on his head, and a pile of seeds rains down, causing Han Yo to fall. Looking at the pile of seeds on the ground, he thinks, don't tell me that's all of them. Picking one up, he asks if these are rice grains and why they're as big as almonds. Han Yo throws one and he feels the surging energy. He remarks that if ordinary people ate it, they would be overloaded with energy. Luckily, Han Yo knows a place where he can grow it without anyone knowing. As he plants the seeds, he's shocked to see them instantly sprout into fully grown gigantic rice plants. Han Yo wonders how they got so big with just a little energy like his other plants. The rice plant nuzzles him like a pet, and Han Yo wonders if it recognizes its master, marveling at its intelligence. Suddenly, the rice plant spots the dried mist and swats it away. Seeing this, Han Yo, drenched in sweat, says, don't tell me it's going to be hostile to everything but me. This thing is terrifying.